A nameless youth diligently hones his sword-drawing technique, solely to unleash the legendary ultimate strike. No following groups, no harem, no sycophancy towards Tang San, no worshipping of masters, no collecting concubines harboring goodwill. Decisive in battle, relying solely on a blade, he traverses the Douluo continent alone. Chapter 1. The journey begins with the draw of the blade. The Douluo continent. In the ordinary confines of a small courtyard in Heaven-Do City, a quiet boy immersed himself in the practice of his sword-drawing art. The act of drawing a sword is an art form, a visual delight, an unparalleled moment of explosive power. When the blade is drawn, speed, force, beauty, and precision must align perfectly, aiming for a single, lethal strike. Only then can it be deemed a successful draw. In the courtyard's center, Fang Xian, with his flowing black hair and piercing gaze, steadied his hand against the hilt. The slender, sharp blade scraped against the sheath before being drawn with a sudden flourish, tearing through the air like a shooting star. Whoosh! A clear, dragon-like cry of the blade echoed, as a 3-meter-high rock was neatly cleaved in two. Good. Successful draw. Reward. Spirit Power 1. Upon hearing the notification indicating the success of his draw, Fang Xian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, finally exhaling a breath of relief. After an entire morning of practice, he had managed to draw successfully at last. Feeling the surge of spirit power within him, he deemed his morning's toil worthwhile. Fang Xian is a transmigrator. His past life and experiences are of no consequence. About a year ago, he arrived in the vast and boundless Douluo continent. Uniquely, the individual he inhabited possessed poor physical attributes, failing to awaken his martial soul even at 14, rendering him unable to cultivate spirit power. In the perilous fantasy world of the Douluo continent, martial souls are the most potent weapons for survival and combat. Without an awakened martial soul, mere existence becomes a struggle. However, as a benefit of being a transmigrator, one day he activated a wondrous sword-drawing system. Through this system, although he could not awaken a martial soul, he could still cultivate spirit power. Fang Xian's sword-drawing system prioritizes the quality of each draw over quantity. The requirements for drawing are nearly severe. It must achieve speed, force, beauty, and precision without a single flaw, emphasizing a single stroke to vanquish the enemy. If a single stroke cannot resolve the opponent, he would rather endure and continuously seek a decisive opportunity. Despite lacking a martial soul and thus many inherent advantages, this blade is his unique martial soul. Yet, observing the 3 uneven nicks along the blade, Fang Xian shook his head in resignation, having ruined yet another sword. Ordinary iron blades struggle to endure the overwhelming force of his sword-drawing technique within days. They crumble completely. During his recent practice, he had lost count of how many blades he had destroyed. Currently, he is in dire need of a suitable sword. After a brief respite, Fang Xian replaced his broken iron blade with another ordinary one and resumed his fervent practice of sword drawing. Today, however, his state seemed subpar after a long day of training. He had succeeded only once, gaining but a small increment of spirit power. No matter how desperately he tried, he could not replicate that successful draw. In the next moment, Fang Xian calmed his mind and began to assess his current attributes. Ultimate Sword Drawing System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, LV10. Title, Spirit Master. Spirit Power, 99100. Proficiency, Basic Sword Drawing Technique, 88100. He was just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the Spirit Master level. Fang Xian felt a pang of frustration, perhaps due to the imminent upgrade. He felt impatient, eager to ascend to the Spirit Master realm, yet repeatedly failed to draw successfully. He could not enhance his spirit power through conventional training currently. His only method of increasing spirit power was through successful draws. For each successful draw, he would gain a point of spirit power. Yet, achieving a successful draw proved far more challenging than anticipated. The system standards for the sword drawing technique are exceedingly strict. Even the slightest flaw results in failure, denying any spirit power reward. It seems that relentless practice will yield no success. With a sigh, Fang Xian's eyes sharpened. He resolved to venture into the Soul Beast Forest to seek a breakthrough opportunity. Only amidst life and death crises can the potential of humanity be unleashed. Sunset Forest. This is a vast and pristine wilderness, adjacent to Heaven-Do City, filled with miasma, swamps, and a host of venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. The closer one approaches the central region, the more formidable the soul beasts become. It is rumored that within the forest lurks terrifying entities, infinitely close to divinity. A lithe figure darted through the woods, the sound of rustling leaves accompanying its swift leaps. With flowing black hair, a well-proportioned physique, and sharply defined features, this was a handsome youth around 15 or 16, his pitch-black eyes sharp as a hawk's. Fang Xian landed gracefully atop an ancient tree, his deep gaze sweeping into the forest's depths. From afar, amidst the swaying shadows of the trees, he discerned several dark figures flitting by. His eyes narrowed. After a moment of hesitation, he lightly pushed off from the branch, propelling himself forward like an arrow. After a brief 10 breaths, the scene before him gradually came into focus. He beheld a young maiden being pursued by a phantom wolf. The maiden was exceptionally beautiful, with cascading hair resembling a dark waterfall, a graceful figure, and clad in a flowing white gown, resembling a celestial fairy lost in the mortal realm. Yet now, this enchanting maiden appeared quite disheveled, her delicate face smeared with dirt, and her white dress bore multiple rips, exposing her ivory skin to the air, radiating an irresistible allure. Anyone would find it difficult to resist such breathtaking temptation, however. Unfortunately, her opponent was a brutish phantom wolf. Moreover, this phantom wolf was unnaturally large, its appearance somewhat terrifying. A 100-year soul beast. Upon seeing the wolf, as strong as an adult bull, a look of astonishment finally crossed Fang Xian's usually calm countenance. A 100-year phantom wolf equates to a powerful spirit master. He hadn't anticipated that merely stepping into the forest would lead him to confront such a formidable soul beast. His expression grew grave as he patiently concealed himself nearby, quietly observing the unfolding battle, seeking the opportune moment to act. The situation on the battlefield was one-sided. Although the maiden was a young spirit master of considerable skill, she stood no chance against a 100-year phantom wolf. Roar! The phantom wolf howled, its iron claws viciously tearing at her, sending the maiden hurtling away. She soared 7 meters before crashing against a rock, causing it to shatter. Crimson blood flowed from her rosy lips, her pitiful appearance evoking sympathy any man witnessing would feel a pang of heartache. Yet the phantom wolf showed no inclination towards compassion. Its blood-red eyes glinted with ferocity as it lunged towards the maiden, intent on swallowing her whole. No, please no. As she gazed up at the descending phantom wolf, fear etched across her exquisite face. Despair engulfed her heart. Now was the moment. In the shadows, Fang Xian observed the scene unfold, his eyes suddenly igniting with brilliance. He caressed the hilt of his sword and swiftly drew a 3-foot-long blade from his waist. With a resounding whoosh, the blade, exquisite in its craft, sliced through the air like lightning, unleashing a powerful gust as it struck the waist of the netherwolf with unyielding force. The copper-head, iron-boned creature possessed a vulnerability in its waist, the very Achilles heel of the wolf. Crack! Fang Xian calmly sheathed his sword, and the netherwolf was cleaved in two, its innards spilling forth and staining the ground with a crimson hue. It was akin to an artistic display of swordsmanship. Good. Successful strike. Reward. Soul Power 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Fang Xian could not suppress a surge of exhilaration. His soul power was now at its zenith, allowing him to finally ascend in rank. Transitioning from a soul fighter to a soul master represented a significant leap. In realms only by attaining the status of soul master could one be regarded as a noteworthy figure amidst the formidable denizens of the Douluo continent. With just a single strike, he has slain a century-old soul beast. The girl trembled momentarily, her enchanting eyes reflecting astonishment as she gazed at Fang Xian, murmuring in admiration, so powerful. In terms of cultivation, Fang Xian was far inferior to the netherwolf. However, seizing the opportune moment to exploit its weaknesses allowed the underdog to triumph over the stronger adversary. Thank you for saving me. The girl quickly rose, a charming smile gracing her delicate features as she sincerely expressed her gratitude to Fang Xian. Her flowing hair danced in the air, her figure poised and ethereal, reminiscent of a fairy from a dream. You're welcome, Fang Xian replied, nodding slightly as he approached her, and with a single stroke, pierced through her heart, the vivid red blood staining her pristine white gown. Chapter 2. Ascending to Soul Master. This strike plunged the surroundings into a profound silence. Who could have anticipated that Fang Xian would suddenly turn against the girl he had just rescued? The victim, her face etched with confusion, could not comprehend why the man before her was so resolute and ruthless. How infuriating! How did you see through me? The girl's delicate features stiffened as a sharp dagger slipped from her sleeve, her eyes reflecting a mixture of resentment and unyielding defiance as she fell lifeless to the ground. Your gaze betrayed your avarice. Fang Xian's icy eyes fixated on the dagger that had fallen from the girl's sleeve, its blade glimmering with a sinister purple poison. In this perilous world, danger lurked at every corner. Betrayal for rewards, the ruthless taking of life for treasure. Such occurrences were all too familiar to him, and he had grown accustomed to always being on guard against everyone. Turning his gaze, a yellow soul ring emerged from the corpse of the netherwolf. Sighing heavily, Fang Xian stared at the precious century-old soul ring, ultimately resigning to watch it dissipate before his eyes, filled with helplessness and regret. Lacking a martial soul, he could not acquire the soul ring, and as he watched this century-old treasure fade away with the passage of time, he realized that he would never encounter such a bottleneck in advancement. As long as his soul power was sufficient, he could elevate his rank. Currently, his soul power stood at 100 out of 100, perfectly complete. Level up. Fang Xian calmly sat upon the ground, commencing his ascension. A torrent of warmth spread within him, transforming into a formidable soul power that continuously nourished his limbs and bones. Ding! Level up successful. Congratulations on becoming a soul master. He had finally attained the rank of soul master. A smile graced Fang Xian's face as he felt a significant surge in his soul power. No longer as tenuous as a wisp, but gradually coalescing into a formidable force, amplified 3 to 5 times. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on becoming a soul master. A new talent has been unlocked. A new talent. Fang Xian paused momentarily, opening his personal panel to discover a newly added attribute. Ultimate Blade System. Host, Fang Xian. Level 11. Title, Soul Master. Soul Power, 0-110. Proficiency, Basic Blade Technique, 88-100. Divine Blade. 1 Divine Blade? What could that be? Just as Fang Xian pondered, he noticed a note at the bottom of the panel. Note: the Divine Blade is awarded once every 10 levels and can replicate a Soul Master's martial soul. Replicate a martial soul. Fang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. After a brief moment, joy surged within him. Martial soul. Martial soul. This was the most potent force in the Douluo continent, the very foundation upon which soul masters thrived. The type and quality of a martial soul directly determined a soul master's strength and future accomplishments. Although Fang Xian could enhance his soul power through the system, the absence of a martial soul would eventually reveal its disadvantages as his level progressed. Upon reaching higher levels, this flaw would magnify exponentially. For at levels 70 to 80 and beyond, the power of a martial soul would undergo a monumental transformation, particularly for top-tier martial souls, whose devastating might could obliterate all. At that level, no matter how exquisite Fang Xian's blade techniques might be, they would struggle to withstand the might of a martial soul. Yet now, this newly unlocked talent could replicate a soul master's martial soul, an utterly incomprehensible phenomenon. Moreover, as stated in the note, the Divine Blade was awarded every 10 levels, meaning he could potentially replicate multiple martial souls. Fang Xian was overwhelmed with excitement, yet also puzzled about the form this martial soul would assume. Boom! A thunderous explosion jolted Fang Xian from his reverie. The forest ahead erupted in flames. Wild soul power surged, and a chilling aura swept towards him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. This presence is that of a soul sovereign. Fang Xian's expression turned grave as he sensed the oppressive force of a being above level 30. Although he had just succeeded in leveling up, he was still merely an 11th level soul master, existing at the very bottom of the Douluo continent hierarchy. Within the realm of soul masters, level 30 represented a significant threshold. Those who surpassed this level could absorb Millennium Soul Rings, enhancing their strength dramatically. Aware of the Soul Sovereign's presence, he immediately heightened his vigilance, acutely aware of the danger surrounding him. Over there, Fang Xian's eyes narrowed as he noticed the nearby forest ablaze, while shards of ice crystallized upon the branches. The clash of fire and ice, two powerful soul powers, reverberated through the ground. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, agile as a monkey, weaving through the ancient trees. In no time, Fang Xian arrived at the battlefield, where two figures locked in combat gradually came into view. The first was a young man in his 20s, handsome with striking brows and eyes, yet a sinister smile now adorned his handsome visage. His fiery gaze brazenly roamed over the girl before him. Opposite him stood a stunning girl of 16 or 17, with long, flowing aquamarine hair cascading over her shoulders. Her exquisite features and snow-white skin exuded an aura of icy elegance, akin to a delicate blue lotus, beautiful yet untouchable. Yet now, a flush of color stained her cheeks. Her clear eyes clouded, her body swaying unsteadily, suggesting something amiss. Shui Binger. Fang Xian gasped, recognizing the blue-haired girl as the captain of the Water Academy's battle team, possessing the top-tier martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. Despite her minimal appearances in the Douluo saga, Shui Binger's martial soul, strength, and beauty placed her among the elite ranks, with the potential to ascend to title Douluo in the future. Li Ling Tian, I have always regarded you as a friend, yet you resort to poison against me. How despicable. Shui Binger's face was a mask of frost, her anger directed at the young man before her. Beads of sweat forming on her brow as her delicate frame trembled uncontrollably. Binger, you're simply too enticing. Li Ling Tian chuckled wickedly, his fiery gaze fixated on her as he advanced step by step. How does the taste of passionate roses feel? I know you're suffering now. Don't endure any longer. Allow me to liberate you. Oh, this scene is rather thrilling. Fang Xian concealed himself behind a tree, quietly observing this unfolding drama. A rather cliché tale is commencing. Chapter 3. The Stunning Blade, You Must Be Dreaming. Shui Binger retorted coldly, her soul power surging rapidly within. Her blue hair danced as she began to summon her martial soul. A divine and noble phantom of the Ice Phoenix slowly materialized around her, emanating an overwhelming chill that plummeted the surrounding temperature to freezing point. 3 brilliant soul rings rose simultaneously, 2 yellow and 1 purple, marking her as a 31st level battle soul sovereign. Blazing Lion. Upon witnessing Shui Binger summon her martial soul, a grave expression crossed Li Ling Tian's face. Faced with the top-tier ice martial soul, he could not afford to be careless. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his soul power, and a roaring flame lion emerged from his form. The soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet, displaying the same configuration of 2 yellow and 1 purple. This was the ordinary beast martial soul, the Blazing Lion. Although it could not compare to Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix, its level surpassed hers by a remarkable 4 ranks, standing at the formidable 35 of the Soul Master class. A fierce battle between Soul Masters erupted instantaneously. Ice rapidly spread across the ground, crystallizing into thick layers of ice, while flames blazed fiercely, emitting scorching waves of heat. Within the forest, frost and fire clashed violently, the powerful soul energy rippling through the void, causing the surrounding ancient trees to gradually adorn themselves with conical ice crystals, their branches etched with dark burn marks. This battle was somewhat unexpected. Despite the 4-level disparity between Shui Binger and Li Ling Tian from the onset, Shui Binger firmly maintained the upper hand, relentlessly pressuring Li Ling Tian. His left cheek swelled prominently, both eyes turned black and blue, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, presenting an exceedingly disheveled appearance, utterly unable to retaliate. How infuriating! His face darkened, his eyes simmering with malice, coldly locking onto the formidable girl before him, filled with fury. The Ice Phoenix was indeed a top-tier martial soul. Its power was incomparable to that of ordinary martial souls. Although Li Ling Tian's rank far exceeded that of Shui Binger, in reality, he was no match for the girl in combat. At this moment, Shui Binger, riding the wave of her advantage, unleashed her 3rd soul skill, aiming to decisively defeat Li Ling Tian. The 3rd soul skill, Ice Ring of Rejection. A circle of ice-blue radiance erupted explosively from Shui Binger, forming a translucent ice ring that exuded a chilling aura capable of freezing the world. Her gaze was icy, her blue hair billowing, resembling a celestial being of unparalleled grace, fiercely advancing toward Li Ling Tian. This is bad. Li Ling Tian's expression shifted to one of horror as he beheld the advancing Shui Binger, his face flooded with fear. He was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of her third soul skill, which possessed immense damage potential and a freezing effect. If struck by this attack, even if he did not die, he would be gravely injured. Third soul skill, Crimson Flame Barrier. He shouted, hastily conjuring a fiery shield to resist Shui Binger's assault. Boom! However, a shocking scene unfolded. Shui Binger forcefully shattered Li Ling Tian's Crimson Flame Barrier and sent him hurtling backward. Ah, how could this be? Li Ling Tian screamed, blood gushing forth as he staggered back, crashing violently against a rock, which shattered upon impact. His complexion turned pale, grievously wounded, and his martial soul dissipated, leading to a complete defeat. As he gazed at Shui Binger, who approached step by step, Li Ling Tian's heart sank into despair. Binger, it is all my fault. I was blinded by my desires. For the sake of our past friendship, I implore you to spare my life. He desperately beseeched the girl. Friendship? You took advantage of my unguarded moment and poisoned me. Yet you dare to speak of friendship? Shui Binger's expression remained cold, harboring no intention of sparing Li Ling Tian, as her fist, infused with icy soul energy, struck fiercely toward his head. At that moment, she suddenly trembled, her attack abruptly halting as if struck by an unseen force, staggering back 4 or 5 steps before crashing heavily against a tree. What is happening? My soul energy. Shui Binger was filled with bewilderment as she felt her soul energy inexplicably dissipating, even her ice phoenix martial soul uncontrollably retreating into her body. Before long, her eyes clouded once more, beads of scorching sweat cascading down her smooth forehead, her breaths becoming fervent. Ha ha ha! The effects of the passionate rose have finally erupted. Witnessing this, Li Ling Tian was instantly filled with elation, bursting into laughter. Binger, I forgot to tell you that the passionate rose is not merely a drug that muddles the mind. It can also cause one's soul energy to dissipate, rendering it impossible to recover for a time. You must feel utterly powerless, unable to summon any soul energy now, right? Li Ling Tian, you despicable scoundrel. Shui Binger's cheeks flushed crimson, drenched in fragrant sweat, as she weakly leaned against the tree, glaring coldly at Li Ling Tian, her eyes brimming with anger. Binger, this is all you're doing. If you had agreed to my affection sooner, I would not have resorted to such measures. It is solely your pride and disdain for my affection that has led to this day. Li Ling Tian scufa, wiping the blood from his face as he slowly rose from the ground, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips, greedily scanning Shui Binger's graceful figure, the fervor in his eyes intensifying. Binger, allow me to savor this moment. Li Ling Tian eagerly licked his lips, taking 2 or 3 steps toward Shui Bing, his wicked hand slowly reaching for her pure, unblemished cheek. No, do not come any closer. Help! Is there anyone who can save me? As she watched the malevolent hand approaching her cheek, Shui Binger could not help but shed crystalline tears, despair flooding her heart. Scream all you want. It will be of no use. No one will come to save you. Li Ling Tian sneered, his eyes filled with derision. On the cusp of obtaining the long-coveted Shui Binger, his entire being trembling with excitement. Just then, a clear sound reminiscent of water slicing through the air rang out. The knife's edge sparkled like ripples on a tranquil surface, whispering through the void with a gentle yet sharp intensity. Silently, it glided across Li Ling Tian's neck. Li Ling Tian's pupils constricted. Before he could react, his head had already separated from his body. Such a beautiful blade. Shui Binger stared in a daze, her gaze becoming somewhat entranced, deeply captivated by the elegance of the strike. This blade glided through the air like a breeze brushing over the water's surface, a shooting star streaking across the night sky, gentle yet laced with lethal intent, utterly breathtaking. For the first time, she realized that killing could embody an artistic essence. Raising her eyes slightly, a stern young man gradually came into view. With long, flowing black hair and a strikingly handsome visage, he wielded a slender blade, and most astonishingly, the blade's gleaming edge remained unstained by a single drop of blood. As he sheathed his knife, the severed head rolled ominously at his feet, stunning the audience. Shui Binger's eyes grew misty. Uncertain whether it was the blade or the young man before her that enchanted her, she mused. Chapter 4, Brothers. Allow me a single strike. To slay a soul master with a single stroke is indeed an achievement to be proud of. Feng Xian gazed at the severed head at his feet, a slight smile gracing his lips, feeling a keen sense of talent as an assassin, adept at concealing his presence. Even a soul master more than 20 ranks above him had not perceived his existence. His patient nature, coupled with the instantaneous explosiveness of his draw, enabled him to deliver a lethal blow to the 35-rank Li Ling Tian. Of course, it could not be denied that Shui Binger had provided him with this fortuitous opportunity. The girl had first severely injured Li Ling Tian, then captivated all of his attention, granting Fang Xian the perfect chance to strike. What was happening? At this moment, Fang Xian furrowed his brow, noticing that Shui Binger appeared somewhat unwell. It is so hot. I cannot endure this. Shui Binger's cheeks burned. Her body felt as though it were ablaze, the effects of the passionate rose surging forth, making her feel as though she could be reduced to ashes at any moment. Save me. Shui Binger's gaze was dazed, her delicate face flushed. Having finally lost her rationality, she lunged toward Fang Xian. Fang Xuan nimbly sidestepped, cleverly avoiding Shui Binger. Ouch! The young girl fell abruptly, landing heavily on the ground. Yet another Glitch D narrative unfolds. However, the astute Fang Xian would not fall for such a ruse. This enchanting yet perilous beauty would undoubtedly incite endless troubles in the future. It was imperative to keep a safe distance. Otherwise, a swift blade would be a far more decisive solution, leading to a tranquil world. As Fang Xian regarded the disdainful expression on his face, Shui Binger was taken aback. She never anticipated that her bold advance would be met with such disdain. What are you looking at? Find a way to resolve this yourself. Fang Xian cast a fleeting glance at Shui Binger before striding towards the headless corpse. To him, the allure of this lifeless body surpassed that of Shui Binger. It was time to loot. With a cheerful demeanor, Fang Xian began to search the remains of Li Ling Tian, a soul master likely to possess numerous valuable items. Observing Fang Xian's enthusiastic rummaging, Shui Binger felt her body gradually stiffen. She never imagined that her allure would pale in comparison to a mere corpse. A look of grievance crossed her face as she implored, I feel so miserable. Please, I beg you to help me. Women are truly troublesome. Fang Xian furrowed his brow, contemplating that if it were a man, the matter would be resolved in mere seconds. Reluctantly, he approached Shui Binger. He could not simply watch as the girl succumbed to poison. Fine, I shall see if I can assist in alleviating your poison. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Xian calmly positioned himself behind Shui Binger, channeling his soul power through his right palm, gently placing it upon her jade-like back. Even through her clothing, he could feel a delightful and soft texture. Simultaneously, a captivating sound escaped the girl's lips. Hey, refrain from making such peculiar noises. Fang Xian focused his energy, pressing on 5 major acupoints on Shui Binger's body to temporarily seal off the spreading toxin within her. He then began attempting to use his soul power to neutralize the effects of the passionate rose poison. In the treacherous world of martial arts, one must inevitably endure poison. To safeguard himself, he had learned some detoxification techniques, though he was unsure if they would be effective against this particular toxin. He had even contemplated the worst-case scenario of engaging in a wild encounter in the bushes. Yet, he truly wished to avoid such an outcome. Fortunately, as his soul power surged, wisps of red steam began to emanate from the top of the girl's head, and her once flushed cheeks gradually returned to their natural hue. Hope blossomed within Fang Xian as he finally exhaled in relief, grateful that he would not have to sacrifice himself. An hour later, Shui Binger's eyes sparkled with clarity, and her cheeks bore a layer of frost, completely reverting to her previous icy demeanor, keeping others at bay. All right, I have mostly alleviated the poison within you. The residual toxins will dissipate once you recover your soul power. Fang Xian sighed deeply, feeling extraordinarily fatigued after an hour of exertion. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he had depleted much of his soul power. His current soul master level simply did not allow for prolonged exertion. Thank you, Shui Binger murmured, biting her red lip, casting a furtive glance at Fang Xian. Reminiscing about her earlier state filled her with embarrassment. It further vexed her that this man seemed utterly indifferent to her. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, he was her savior. Taking a deep breath, Shui Binger inquired, I am Shui Binger. What is your name? I shall not disclose it. Fang Xian replied nonchalantly. What a shame. The girl pouted, her tone imbued with a hint of playful annoyance. Yet, Fang Xian's demeanor remained resolute, unyielding to her charms. What fool would be so naive as to reveal their name and origins? What if you harbor ill intentions in the future, seeking to bury today as truth and come to eliminate me? Although Shui Binger posed no immediate threat, once she regained her soul power, she would revert to being a formidable soul master of level 31, possessing a top-tier martial soul, the Ice Phoenix. In a direct confrontation, the disparity of 20 levels, coupled with her supreme martial soul, would render Fang Xian utterly powerless against her. Fang Xian distinctly recalled a similar scene in God's Grave, where Chun Nan and Meng Ku'er had faced off, leading to Meng Ku'er relentlessly pursuing Chun Nan. Such acts of ingratitude are not uncommon. Caution was paramount. What about you? Sai, you're quite the enigma. Shui Binger expressed her irritation, perplexed by Fang Xian's peculiar thought process upon encountering him for the first time. Observing his indifference, she rushed over to him, exclaiming, "Stop focusing on that detestable corpse. Get up. I have something to say to you. Such a bother. Just speak your mind." Fang Xian stood up, casting a weary glance toward the girl. At that moment, their gazes locked, and her heart raced as they exchanged glances. Separated only by the bleeding headless corpse between them, a rather eerie atmosphere. What is this unfolding? You saved me, but refuse to share your name. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude, Shui Binger murmured, lost in thought. Do you truly wish to express your gratitude? Fang Xian suddenly inquired. Yes. Shui Binger nodded earnestly, stammering, whatever you desire, as long as it is not too excessive. I shall comply. Very well, let me take a swing at you. Huh. Shui Binger was taken aback, unable to comprehend his words, when suddenly a gleaming long blade, radiating with a brilliant golden light akin to the sun, was swung towards her, embodying both sanctity and authority. Chapter 5. The First Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix afterward you. You intend to strike me? After a moment of bewilderment, Shui Binger finally regained her senses, her beautiful eyes brimming with disbelief and indignation as she glared fiercely at Fang Xian. You've already been struck, what now? Rest assured, I will not be held accountable, Fang Xian replied coldly, devoid of any compassion. Earlier, he had wielded the divinely bestowed blade. The divine blade was a one-time consumable, also known as a replication blade. When it struck an opponent, it would not inflict harm, but instead replicate the martial soul of the soul master, granting a form of innate power. Fang Xian only learned of this after having struck Shui Bing. Ignoring the enraged Shui Binger, he quietly sat down cross-legged, recovering his soul power while examining the newly acquired abilities. Ding dong. Replication successful. Congratulations. You have acquired Ice Phoenix Soul, new talent unlocked. Ice Blade. Ice Phoenix Soul, grade, top-tier martial soul. Attribute. A series of notifications echoed in his mind, and Fang Xian was overwhelmed with joy as he eagerly reviewed his current attributes. The Supreme Blade Drawing System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 11. Title, Soul Master. Soul Power, 1110. Proficiency. Basic Blade Drawing Technique, 9100. Divine Blade. 0. Martial Soul. Ice Phoenix Soul. Beginner 0100. Talent. Frostblade. Having consumed a Divine Blade gifted during an upgrade, he successfully replicated Shui Binger's ultimate martial soul, the Ice Phoenix, and unlocked a new Frost talent. This journey into the Soul Beast Forest has yielded abundant rewards. Fang Xian, filled with excitement, gazed downwards. There, within his dantian, a lifelike Ice Phoenix floated serenely, its eyes closed, exuding an air of pride, with its blue feathers radiating a sacred glow, embodying unparalleled nobility and transcendence. Martial soul. I never imagined I would possess a martial soul. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with exhilaration as he focused on the Ice Phoenix resting within him. He summoned his soul power, eager to unleash the might of the Ice Phoenix martial soul. Come forth, Ice Phoenix, he silently urged, attempting to call forth the martial soul within him. However, despite his summons lasting a full 10 minutes, the Ice Phoenix remained unresponsive, its eyes firmly shut in tranquil slumber. What is happening? Fang Xian furrowed his brow, perplexed, uncertain of what had gone awry with the replicated martial soul. Hey, what are you thinking about while standing there grinning and sighing? Shui Binger, with flowing blue hair, stepped gracefully towards Fang Xian, her hands on her waist, regarding him with suspicion. Since the inexplicable moment he had struck her, her fondness for him had evaporated. Though she had thoroughly inspected herself afterward and found no harm, her resentment lingered unrelentingly. Regardless, this guy truly did cut me. Shui Bing pouted slightly, glaring fiercely at Fang Xian. TCH, Fang Xian shrugged, casting a disinterested glance at Shui Binger. Her incessant chatter was irksome, tempting him to strike her again. Roar! Roar! Just as their displeasure simmered, a shadow suddenly burst forth from the underbrush, a mighty roar reverberating through the land, sending tremors through the ground. It was a dark magic tiger, its crimson eyes gleaming, its massive form towering like a small mountain amidst the forest, exuding a terrifying and fierce aura. A 500-year-old soul beast. Fang Xian's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the dark magic tiger. A 500-year-old beast equated to a soul master of level 25 or higher. Facing it head-on, the 11th level Fang Xian would find it exceedingly difficult to triumph over the beast. He could very well meet his demise at its claws. What should we do? Shui Bingru's face turned pale, fear creeping as she leaned against Fang Xian's back. In her prime, she could have dispatched the dark magic tiger with a single blow, but now, her soul power had not yet recovered, rendering her nearly devoid of combat capability. What else can we do but fight? Fang Xian's eyes filled with determination as he coldly fixed his gaze upon the dark magic tiger, his spirit and energy converging, his soul power surging within him. He reached for the blade at his waist with powerful, elongated fingers, bowing his body like a taut bowstring. He steadied the sheath with his left hand and gripped the hilt with his right, unleashing a force akin to a volcanic eruption, launching himself toward the dark magic tiger like a released arrow. It was only when he closed in to within a meter of the dark magic tiger that he finally drew his blade. The moment the long knife was unsheathed, the ice phoenix that had remained dormant within him suddenly opened its eyes, cold light flashing as it awakened. What is this? Fang Xian sensed the stirring of his martial soul, startled as a formidable icy power surged forth from the ice phoenix. In an instant, the previously unremarkable long knife became enveloped in a thick layer of frost, emanating a chilling aura capable of freezing the heavens. Frostblade, a blade of ice blue, sliced through the air, cleaving through the dark magic tiger. Roar! The dark magic tiger let out a heart-wrenching roar. Its massive body rapidly encased in ice, and moments later, it transformed into a stunning ice sculpture, completely frozen. Bang! The instant Fang Xian sheathed his blade, the ice sculpture of the dark magic tiger shattered into countless fragments. A 500-year-old dark magic tiger, obliterated in an instant. Incredible! Shui Binger gazed in shock at the scene, astounded that a single strike had annihilated a 500-year-old soul beast. Fang Xian grew increasingly enigmatic in her eyes. First, he had slain Li Ling Tian with a single blow, and now he had dispatched a 500-year-old soul beast without revealing his martial soul or soul rings. Who exactly is this person? Not only Shui Bing, but even Fang Xian himself was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the frost blade, empowered by the ice phoenix soul, would wield such formidable power, capable of vanquishing the dark magic tiger. Overwhelmed with shock and elation, he finally understood that this replicated martial soul could not be wielded like a conventional martial soul, but instead served to enhance his blade drawing technique. The existence of this replicated martial soul resembled that of a weapon spirit. Indeed, the replicated martial soul infused the ordinary blade with a soul and life, significantly amplifying the power of the blade drawing technique. The blade drawing system, at all times and in all places, undoubtedly pursues the flawless ultimate blade drawing technique. Fang Xian nodded earnestly. Buzz! In the next moment, a yellow soul ring materialized, radiating an alluring glow. As his gaze swept over the 500-year-old yellow soul ring, Fang Xian's eyes ignited with fervent light, a wave of desire surging within him. Would my replicated martial soul be able to absorb this soul ring? Chapter 6. The Prince of Tiandou. It failed. Fang Xian watched as the yellow soul ring gradually dissipated, releasing a long sigh. After defeating the soul beast, a soul ring would emerge, but its duration was merely 1 hour. During this time, no matter how desperately Fang Xian attempted to absorb the soul ring, he could not succeed. Ultimately, he could only watch as the soul ring vanished with the passage of time. It seems I was too greedy. Having acquired a replicated martial soul that enhances the blade drawing technique, I still wish to absorb the soul ring. Truly, a case of wanting more than one can handle. Fang Xian consoled himself, for he was not one of those who began with a million-year soul ring. Although it was a pity to be unable to absorb the soul ring, the power gained from slaying a 500-year-old soul beast with a single stroke was already substantial. The only drawback was the excessive consumption of soul power. The previous invocation of the Ice Phoenix Soul to unleash the Frost Blade had drained nearly all of Fang Xian's soul power. He estimated that with his current 11th level soul power, he could manage to execute it only twice. Through deeper exploration, Fang Xian gradually discerned the characteristics of this replicated martial soul. Deficiencies of the replicated martial soul. 1. It cannot materialize. 2. It cannot be projected externally. 3. It cannot absorb soul rings. Advantages of the replicated martial soul. 1. It can significantly enhance the power of the blade drawing technique. 2. It can replicate multiple martial souls. It appears that an upgrade is possible, although the method remains unknown. This replicated martial soul significantly differs from a conventional martial soul. Primarily, its usage is restricted. It cannot be wielded freely like a weapon for combat. Instead, it exists in the form of spirit, bestowing unique attributes upon the blade. In essence, it enhances the art of drawing the sword. As time quietly passes, dusk approaches. The sky gradually darkens, and the sun has long descended beyond the western hills, casting a fiery red glow across the horizon, signaling the end of the day. A black-haired youth emerges from the sunset forest, hastening towards the capital of the Heaven Do Empire. Upon the sky's complete darkening, the young man finally arrives at the imperial capital, Heaven Do City. "Why have you been following me?" Fang Xian exclaimed in frustration, turning to glance at the little tail, Shui Binger, who had been trailing him. "I've finished my tasks. What use are you now?" In his eyes, she had lost all value, reduced to a soulless shell. "Who is following you?" "I reside here too," Shui Binger retorted, a hint of annoyance in her voice. As a talented young woman from the Tianshui Academy, she was accustomed to numerous suitors vying for her attention. Yet this fellow dared to look down upon her. "Very well, I shall head north," Fang Xian declared. "I will go south." The girl shot back defiantly. "Farewell," Fang Xian said curtly, striding northward. "Will you truly not tell me your name?" For some reason, a wave of disappointment washed over Shui Binger as she gazed after his retreating figure, her fingers involuntarily entwining a strand of hair. As he passed a tea stall, Fang Xian suddenly halted, turning to the somewhat forlorn girl and enunciating carefully, "Li Chong, Shou, huh?" Shui Binger blinked, her small face lighting up with a radiant smile as she nodded earnestly, replying, "Li Chong Shou, I shall remember it. Thank you for saving me." Fang Xian spoke the lie without a hint of shame, feeling no remorse for deceiving the young woman. In these times, traversing the world required prioritizing safety, especially in the perilous realm of Douluo continent. One could not casually disclose their true name without caution. At that moment, a blue figure dashed towards them, swiftly leaping into Shui Binger's embrace. "Sister, where have you been? I've been worried sick about you." The newcomer was a girl of about 15 or 16, with flowing blue hair and exquisite features, clad in a snow-white gown. Though not as stunning as Shui Binger, she was undoubtedly a rare beauty. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a resemblance between her and Shui Binger. "You error, I apologize for worrying you. I encountered some trouble on my way, but fortunately, all is well." Shui Binger replied with a gentle smile, patting the girl affectionately. This girl was none other than Shui Binger's younger sister, Shui Yue. "By the way, Yue, I owe my thanks to that Li Changshou for saving me," Shui Binger introduced, gesturing towards Fang Xian, who stood at a distance. "Li Shanshou." Shui Yue scrutinized Fang Xian with curiosity, her mischievous eyes twinkling as her mouth fell agape in astonishment. "Sister, how did you end up with this person?" "Yue, do not be rude. He is my savior," Shui Binger admonished. "Sister, you've been deceived. He is not Li Changshou at all," Shui Yue retorted, her voice laced with skepticism. "This is the infamous Waste Prince, Fang Xian, I mentioned earlier." "What? You are Fang Xian, the illegitimate son of the emperor?" Shui Binger exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to Fang Xian. Fang Xian, in his previous life, not only lacked the ability to awaken a martial soul, but also bore a unique identity. He was the illegitimate son of the current emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, the Snowy Night Emperor. By age, he should be considered the fifth prince of the Heaven Do Empire. It was commonplace for an emperor to have a consort, yet Feng Xian's mother, Feng Qingxue, was not the illustrious Lady Xia Yuhua, but rather a renowned courtesan from a brothel. Although she sold her artistry rather than her body, she was still a woman of the night. The fact that the emperor had an affair with a courtesan and fathered an illegitimate child undoubtedly tarnished the dignity of the royal family. Not only was Feng Xian of lowly birth, but he also possessed abysmal talent, having been unable to awaken a martial soul until the age of 14, rendering him incapable of cultivation. The Snowy Night Emperor, a figure of great prowess and exceptional talent, had ruled the Heaven Do Empire for decades, his reputation echoing throughout the Douluo continent. Yet, he had fathered such an unworthy son. Feng Xian's existence was a source of shame for the emperor, inviting mockery from the populace and severely impacting the royal family's prestige. As an illegitimate child, Feng Xian had no right to inherit the emperor's name and bore his mother's surname, thus lacking any claim to the throne, leading him to live in obscurity. After his mother passed away due to illness, he had lived alone, abandoned by his father, who had never cared for his well-being. One day, Feng Xian found himself in the body of this namesake waste prince, embarking on an adventure in the Douluo continent. Chapter 7. The Renowned Blade. How dare you deceive me? Upon learning the truth, Xue Binger was furious, striding up to Feng Xian, her eyes wide with indignation. You are not Li Changshu, you are Feng Xian. Feng Xian remained silent, his face taut with guilt. He thought to himself, having already cut through the lies, what harm would another deception do? Sister, did he truly save you? He has no martial soul. Xue Yuer approached, her expression rife with skepticism as she scrutinized Feng Xian, unable to believe this waste prince could have rescued her sister. So what if I lack a martial soul? Wasn't I still able to save your sister? Feng Xian mused inwardly, finding the two sisters increasingly irksome. Time was precious, and he had no desire to engage further. So he continued walking towards the end of the street in silence. As he passed a crooked willow tree, Feng Xian suddenly stopped, lifting his gaze to behold a dilapidated blacksmith shop before him. The shop was in a state of disrepair. The walls were severely cracked, the gray plaster nearly peeling away, and the structure leaned precariously, appearing as though it had not been maintained for at least a decade. Clang, clang, clang. As Feng Xian stepped into the blacksmith shop, rhythmic, heavy sounds echoed, the powerful metallic strikes resonating and causing his eardrums to thrum. He raised his eyes to see a gray-haired elder standing before the forge, engrossed in hammering a weapon. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with deeply sunken eyes and parched skin, exuding an air of profound age. His tall frame was enveloped in a tattered cotton coat, and his unkempt face resembled that of a wild man who had just emerged from the mountains. Yet, his eyes sparkled with vitality, and he wielded a hammer with remarkable skill. The hammer, lifted high, descended like a waterfall, crashing forcefully onto the unshaped iron ingot, sending sparks flying. Each strike resonated with power, causing the entire workshop to tremble slightly. Old madman, your knives are of inferior quality. I've barely used this one for 2 days, and it's already broken. Feng Xian approached the forge, slowly drawing his waist knife and pointing at the jagged edge, resembling a customer who had been swindled by a deceitful merchant. Under the enhancement of the Ice Phoenix martial soul, his sword-drawing technique had greatly increased in power, leading to greater wear and tear on the blade. Did you use this knife to split rocks? The old madman furrowed his brow as he glanced at Feng Xian's worn-out blade. You call me old madman? I think you're the real lunatic here. I'll return this broken knife to you and pay an additional 5 gold soul coins for a new one. Feng Xian insisted shamelessly. The old man shook his head, pointing to the left wall, where a square sign hung, blackened by the smoke from the forge, inscribed with 2 lines of couplets. Not under warranty, no returns. Money and goods must be settled, no refunds. The horizontal inscription read, buy it or leave it. Huh, no wonder your shabby shop has no business. With such a service attitude, who would come here? Feng Xian couldn't help but scoff, initially considering exchanging his old knife for a new one. But it seemed this old fellow had no sense for business. Nonetheless, despite his eccentric temperament, the old madman's forging skills were exceptional. His gaze swept over the finished blades on the rack, noticing the cold gleam flowing along their edges, shining like a cold moon. making them particularly striking in the dark. His eyes brightened. It seemed that after a long absence, the old madman had forged many fine knives. Here, 10 gold soul coins. I'll choose a new knife now. Fang Xian produced 10 gold soul coins and placed them beside the forge, casually tossing aside his broken blade into a corner before stepping up to the knife rack to select carefully. The old madman typically kept silent, saying little as he accepted the coins and returned to hammering. The sword-drawing technique. This was Fang Xian's greatest reliance in the Douluo continent. Generally, when facing an enemy, one would draw the sword from its sheath in advance to counter the attack, emphasizing the principle of preemptive strikes. However, Fang Xian's sword-drawing technique was precisely the opposite. He intentionally sheathed the sword, drawing it in an instant as the enemy approached, thus embracing a strategy of counterattack. Therefore, ordinary straight swords and large sabers were ill-suited for this technique. To execute it effectively, the sword and sheath needed to have a certain curvature. The principle behind the sword-drawing technique was to utilize this curvature during the draw to create a moment of explosive force, far surpassing a direct swing in both power and speed, aiming for a single lethal strike. Among the many blacksmith shops in Tiando City, only the old madman's blades possessed the perfect curve. Their long and resilient edges complied with Fang Xian's sword-drawing standards. The rack displayed long knives with a distinct curvature, all of superior length and sharpness, with a reasonable price of 10 gold soul coins each, never inflated maliciously. After appraising the selection, Fang Xian nodded in satisfaction and reached for a knife. At that moment, however, his movement froze as his gaze was captivated by a blade in the corner. His eyes lit up as he approached the corner, bending down to pick up the knife that lay quietly there, scrutinizing it closely. The hilt and sheath were pure white, the blade gleaming as bright as snow, untouched by the grime of its surroundings. With a gentle swing of the white long knife, it sliced through the air, producing a clear, dragon-like sound. A fine knife indeed. Fang Xian gazed at the white blade, excitement bubbling within him as he called out to the old madman, who was focused on his work. "Hey, I'll add another 10 gold soul coins. Sell me this knife." "Umph." The old madman snorted disdainfully. "You could take the other knives, but this one, even for an additional 100,000 gold soul coins, I won't sell." 100 gold soul coins. Fang Xian gritted his teeth, fixating on the old man. This was the most he could offer, freshly scavenged from Lingtian's corpse. The old man shook his head again, stating, "This knife is special. It contains iron essence. It's the best knife I've forged this year and has barely made it into the category of famous knives." Famous knives? The light in Fang Xian's eyes intensified. He clutched the white blade tightly, filled with desire for this precious weapon. He was in dire need of a reliable weapon, and this knife was precisely what he had longed for. "Stop stalling. Name your price." He locked eyes with the old madman, determined to acquire this knife. "For the sake of our acquaintance, 200,000. Take it or leave it." The old man replied nonchalantly. 200,000? Why don't you go rob a bank?" Fang Xian's lips twitched violently as he couldn't help but curse. Though he bore the title of prince, he had no power and was essentially among the lowest echelons of commoners in the Douluo continent. Where could he possibly acquire such a sum? "All right, let us be honest. Though this knife is indeed worth 200,000, I simply cannot produce that amount." Just as Fang Xian furrowed his brows in despair, a melodious voice rang in his ears. 200,000 gold soul coins. I'll buy it." A blue figure danced gracefully into view. Her water blue hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her slender form was enchanting, and her exquisite beauty shone like a beacon in the night, dazzling all who beheld her. The blue-haired girl approached Fang Xian, exuding a fresh fragrance, and playfully winked at him, radiating charm. "You." Fang Xian was taken aback, staring at the suddenly appearing girl in astonishment. "Who are you? How could you forget me so soon after we parted?" The girl widened her eyes in mock indignation, stamping her foot in frustration. "I'm Shui Bing." "Oh, it's you." Fang Xian nodded, though still skeptical. "We never actually started anything, so how can you talk about parting?" That was a slip of the tongue." Shui Binger blushed, realizing her phrasing was inappropriate. At that moment, Shui entered right behind her, pinching her nose as she reluctantly stepped into the filthy blacksmith shop, grumbling, "Wow, it's so dirty here. Why is that foolish prince in a place like this? Begging for scraps? You don't understand. In such a poor place, there's no begging for scraps. The prince must be here to work. The world's first working prince has emerged. Shui Binger quipped. Revenge. This was blatant retribution. Hearing Shui Binger's teasing, Fang Xian instantly understood. She bore a grudge for being forgotten and sought to retaliate verbally. He hadn't expected this seemingly innocent girl to harbor such a dark heart. With 200,000 gold soul coins, I have acquired this dagger. As she spoke, Shui Binger produced a shimmering purple gold card from the soul guide ring on her finger and placed it upon a pristine tea table. This is 150,000. Yuer. Lend me 50,000. She turned to Shui Yuer, extending her hand. Wait, sister, you truly intend to purchase that dagger? As soul masters, we possess martial souls. What need have we for a mere broken blade? Shui Yuer tightened her purse, resembling a little miser, pouting as she remarked, I am not as affluent as you. This is all the money I have left. Enough chatter. Hand over the money. Shui Binger shot her sister a fierce glare, swiftly transforming into an unreasonable brigand. Her hands rummaging through Shui Yuer's belongings until she deftly extracted a golden card. Oh dear, that was my hard-earned savings, saved from my meager allowances. Shui Yuer's face contorted in distress as she lamented the loss of her entire savings to her sister. Little miser, I'll pay you back in a couple of days. Shui Binger glared at Shui Yuer, then pressed the golden card atop the purple gold one, addressing the old madman. This totals 200,000. Please count it. The old madman glanced at the two cards on the table, nodded, and declared, the dagger is yours. Hey, wait a moment. I was the first to lay eyes on that dagger. Fang Xian, suddenly alarmed, clutched the white dagger tightly, sensing an impending crisis. Shui Binger, brazenly snatching his beloved blade, was utterly intolerable. Fang Xian prepared to argue with Shui Binger, but she regarded him as if he were foolish. It was meant for you in the first place. Fang Xian stiffened, his expression gradually turning serious as he locked eyes with Shui Binger, resolutely stating, I cannot repay you. Who said anything about repayment? Shui Binger rolled her eyes at him, muttering softly, consider this dagger a token of gratitude for saving my life. Oh no. We came all the way to Tiando City, hoping to sample the city's delicacies, and now, alas, we have no money. Shui Yuer lamented, her face a picture of despair. Having acquired a fine dagger without spending a single coin, Fang Xian felt a wave of joy wash over him, his regard for Shui Binger growing fondly. Old madman, what is the name of this dagger? He inquired, casting a curious glance at the old man by the forge. Shadowless blade, the old madman replied quietly. Shadowless, Fang Xian murmured, tenderly caressing the blade's snow-white surface. The dagger seemed imbued with spirit, vibrating gently as it emitted a clear, melodious hum. With this adept weapon, his prowess would undoubtedly soar. Although he was merely a soul master at present, with his exceptional sword-drawing technique, he could contend with formidable soul master adversaries. The addition of the renowned Shadowless blade would undeniably enhance his capabilities. Estimating his potential, he believed he could challenge a 30-level, second-ring great soul master, though he would still fall short against a soul venerable. Upon reaching 30, soul masters could absorb soul rings over a millennium old, elevating themselves into the realm of soul venerables. The enhancement provided by such a millennium soul ring was monumental, a disparity in strength not easily bridged. Soul rings, he pondered. A fleeting shadow crossed his eyes. Regrettably, his replicated martial soul was incapable of absorbing soul rings, leaving him with a tinge of sorrow. Fang Xian calmly sheathed the blade, fastening the shadowless blade to his waist. Due to its iron alloy composition, the dagger weighed twice that of a standard iron blade. It felt remarkably comfortable in his grip. By the way, old madman, has the weapon I requested last time been completed? He suddenly recalled, looking at the old man with anticipation. At that moment, under the old madman's diligent craftsmanship, the once rough iron blank was gradually transformed into a slender and refined shape. Resembling a blade, he grasped the glowing hot iron dagger with tongs and quenched it in a nearby cold water basin, followed by a simple tempering process, marking the successful forging of an ordinary iron dagger. Throughout this process, the old madman remained entirely focused, undistracted by the outside world. Fang Xian did not interrupt him, choosing instead to observe quietly, witnessing the complete sword-forging process for the first time. Once the forging was concluded, the old madman wiped his sweat-soaked hands on his tattered coat and silently approached the left side cabinet, rummaging through it with a clatter. Finally, he unearthed a dark, unremarkable box and handed it to Fang Xian. This is what you sought. Upon opening the lid, a black belt gradually revealed itself. Crafted from ordinary leather, it appeared unremarkable. However, when Fang Xian gently tugged on the iron clasp of the belt, an exquisitely thin and sharp soft sword emerged, its razor edge emanating a chilling aura from a distance. Seeing the concealed, sharp soft sword, Fang Xian nodded in satisfaction. Thank you. You are quite cunning for one so young, the old madman remarked, casting a knowing glance at Fang Xian. Safety first. Fang Xian calmly fastened the black belt around his waist and inquired, How much do I owe you? Forget it. You earned 200,000 today. So consider the belt a gift, the old madman replied. Well then, thank you. Fang Xian offered no further pleasantries. Farewell, old madman. I hope that when I return, you are not too aged to attend your own funeral, Fang Xian remarked, glancing at the old man's weathered face before leaving the blacksmith shop with the Shui sisters. The old madman watched Fang Xian and the others depart, standing in a daze. Am I truly that old? After a long silence, he gazed at his graying hair, sorrowfully lamenting, I'm not even 40 yet. Chapter 9. Night's assassination tonight. The starry sky shines brilliantly with the moon hanging high. The silvery moonlight flows down like milk, draping a divine veil over the majestic imperial city. The streets of Tiando City are exceptionally tranquil, the few passers-by a stark contrast to the lively bustle of the day, lending an air of solemnity. The grand imperial capital, a sight to behold. It's getting late, we should depart, Shui Binger said as she bid farewell to Fang Xian at an unremarkable intersection. The sisters had come to Tiando City for leisure and were currently residing in a hotel. As night fell, it was inappropriate for two young women to linger outside, and they ought to return to rest. Goodbye. Fang Xian nodded calmly, saying little else. Fang Xian, we are staying at the Rose Hotel in the heart of Tiando City. Feel free to visit us when you have the time, Shui Binger called out. All right, Fang Xian replied outwardly, yet inwardly he mused that he had no intention of visiting them. What if she suddenly changed her mind and demanded that 20,000 gold soul coins back? In these times, fickleness and inconsistency are as common as the air we breathe. To evade debt, he had already resolved to distance himself from Shui Binger, ideally never to meet again. Little prince, remember to return my money. Sister, why are you pulling me away? Shui Wearer, distressed over her lost savings, glared at Fang Xian, wanting him to repay her. However, as soon as the words escaped her lips, she was forcibly dragged away by Shui Binger. After parting ways with the Shui sisters, Fang Xian walked alone towards his home. This is an unremarkable rural homestead, comprising 3 thatched cottages and a modest courtyard. In the cool shade by the wall, a few verdant bamboo stalks have taken root, their lush leaves adorned with a delicate veil of moonlight, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. Since the passing of Fang Qingxue, Fang Xian has lived alone in this ordinary farmstead, the only legacy left to him by his mother. He gazes at the somewhat decayed gate, lingers at the entrance for a moment, and then pushes open the door, stepping inside with a calm demeanor. Though it is nearing midnight, the courtyard is not shrouded in darkness. Tonight, the moon shines exceptionally bright, illuminating the surroundings with clarity. The soft earth beneath his feet yields with a gentle crunch as he walks. Upon reaching the center of the courtyard, Fang Xian suddenly halts, an indescribable chill coursing through him, as if a sword's tip were pressed against his back. He twists his body, forcefully stomps the ground, and unexpectedly propels himself to the left front. After rolling thrice on the ground, he barely stabilizes himself and turns back, only to find a mysterious figure clad in black standing at the spot he had just vacated, brandishing a cold, gleaming longsword. The black-clad figure appears momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised that Fang Xian could evade the strike. Who are you? Fang Xian demands, his face darkening as he fixates on the figure. Had he hesitated for even a moment, he would have been pierced by the longsword, lying lifeless on the ground. Since arriving in the Douluo continent, he has scarcely interacted with others, never having offended anyone, and even those with malicious intent he encountered in the Soul Beast Forest were swiftly silenced. How could someone suddenly attempt to take his life? The black-clad figure's gaze is icy, revealing no intention of answering Fang Xian's query. With a surge of soul power, 4 resplendent soul rings, 2 yellow and 2 purple, rise from the sword, unleashing a formidable aura that sweeps through the air. A soul master. Upon witnessing the 4 rings on the sword-shaped martial soul, Fang Xian's pupils constrict sharply. This assassin is a soul master of over level 40. His complexion pales instantly. As an 11th level soul master himself, he stands no chance against someone of such prowess, especially one possessing 2,000-year soul rings. Who sent you? Fang Xian's eyes grow cold as he grips the hilt of his sword with determination, acutely aware of the deathly threat emanating from the black-clad figure. The dead need not know, comes a hoarse voice from beneath the black mask. The assassin's serpent-like eyes gleam with lethal intent, fully unleashing the might of a soul master. The terrifying soul power swirls around him like a tempest as he raises his sword, the 4 soul rings shimmering ominously, and launches a murderous assault towards Fang Xian. Blade technique. Ice blade. Fang Xian's expression hardens, his mental acuity heightened as he draws his blade. In that moment, the ice phoenix within him awakens, releasing a resounding cry that reverberates through the night. An unending stream of icy power emanates from his being, enveloping his slender blade in a layer of frost. Sharp ice spikes forming along its length as a chilling aura permeates the small courtyard, drastically lowering the temperature. The black-clad figure has clearly come with the intent to kill Fang Xian. He harbors no illusions of mercy. It is a fight to the death. Thus, Fang Xian unleashes all his strength from the outset, employing his renowned Blade of Shadows to cast forth his most potent ice blade, seeking any chance for survival against this soul master. With a rush, the ice blade cleaves through the air, transforming into a blue streak aimed at the black figure's head. In response, the assassin strikes with his sword, the martial soul colliding with the Blade of Shadows. A tremendous explosion ensues, a tempest of soul power erupting in all directions. In the next moment, Fang Xian is sent sprawling, blood gushing from his mouth. He feels as if he has collided with a mountain, his hands torn apart, his internals quaking violently, and in an instant, he succumbs to unconsciousness. The might of a soul master is indeed terrifying. This is not merely a contest of blades, but a stark disparity in strength. The assassin effortlessly sends Fang Xian flying with a single swing, without even needing to employ a soul skill. Leaning against the wall, Fang Xian is drenched in cold sweat, his hair disheveled and dust-laden. Agonizing pain radiates from every part of his body, sending tremors through his scalp. Cursed be the day. As he gazes at the advancing black figure, despair envelopes his heart. He has only just arrived in the Douluo continent, glimpsed but a fraction of this wondrous world, and now he is to perish in such a manner. He refuses to accept this fate. At this point, you have yet to unleash your martial soul. It seems you truly lack the awakening. The black figure approaches, looking down at Fang Xian with a chilling gaze devoid of emotion, sneering, "Even if you awaken your martial soul, what of it? You are but an ant. Death awaits you today. Let us see about that." A surge of rage ignites within Fang Xian as he roars, brandishing the Blade of Shadows and lunging at the assassin. Chapter 10. A sword to the throat in the face of overwhelming power. All skill becomes futile, a mere mirage stripped of efficacy. Fang Xian unleashes every ounce of strength, frantically attacking the black figure time and again, yet is met with an unyielding force that effortlessly overpowers him, even against a soul honor. He would have confidence in a fight, but this is a soul master. The disparity in strength is insurmountable. Boom! With a resounding crash, Fang Xian is cleaved away by the sword's martial soul, his clothing torn, revealing a gruesome wound on his chest, and the Blade of Shadows falls to the ground. "I never imagined I would meet my end this way." He chuckles bitterly, his face etched with despair and sorrow. Exhausted of soul power and grievously wounded, he appears utterly wretched. As he gazes at the black figure before him, he remains motionless, slumped on the ground as if he has surrendered to fate, quietly awaiting death. At the very least, grant me clarity. Who sent you to kill me? His eyes dull, he sighs with resignation. At this juncture, he can surmise that this assassination likely originates from the royal palace, entangled in royal disputes. Someone wishes for the emperor's illegitimate son to remain buried in obscurity. Who could it be? The Snow Knight Emperor, Xue Qinghe, or perhaps another prince? All are possibilities. The royal family is a mire of intrigue before the throne of power. Familial bonds mean little. Fang Xian has not inherited the surname of the Snow Knight Emperor, nor does he possess the qualifications to ascend to the throne. He has always been uninterested in the imperial seat, quietly residing in his humble abode to diligently cultivate, never interfering in the chaos of the outside world. Yet, it seems someone remains unconvinced, dispatching an assassin to eliminate him. Who could it be? The black-clad figure coldly observes Fang Xian, remaining silent as he raises his sword, aiming it at Fang Xian's head. In this life-or-death moment, Fang Xian gazes unflinchingly at the descending sword, methodically compiling a list of names. Shui, Shuepeng, or perhaps Shueqinghe. A faint smile tugs at his lips. Shueqinghe? No, or rather, Qianrenxue. The man in black was momentarily stunned by the name Qianrenxue. In that fleeting instant of hesitation, Fang Xian's eyes suddenly glinted with a cold light as his left hand swiftly drew the soft sword concealed within his belt. It was astonishingly swift, so fast that it transcended the realm of belief. A flash of cold light passed, and a crimson line appeared on the black-clad man's neck. His throat had been sealed with one strike. How could this be possible? The black-clad man's pupils contracted violently as he desperately clutched his throat, yet blood continued to spurt uncontrollably. A dignified soul master. He never expected to fall to the hands of such a mere child. With a resounding thud, this soul master collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. Fang Xian finally exhaled in relief, feeling a tinge of luck. He deduced that this black-clad assassin was likely sent by Qianrenxue, and the assassin's reaction confirmed his suspicion. At this moment, the plot of Douluo continent was only just beginning, approximately 5% into the story. The protagonist, Tang San, should still be in the 6th grade at Notting Academy, with a maximum level of merely 20, while the other young prodigies hovered around the 30th level. The elite tournament of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies would not commence for another 2 years. In the early stages of this narrative, the name Qianrenxue undoubtedly held extreme secrecy. It was only natural that the black-clad man would be shocked to hear Fang Xian utter his master's true name. That moment of astonishment was precisely the lethal opportunity Fang Xian had long awaited. Despite being disarmed, having exhausted his soul power, and sustaining severe injuries, the pretense of surrendering and awaiting death was merely an act. He would never relinquish the chance for survival. With a painful hiss, Fang Xian propped himself up from the ground, struggling to stand. However, with each movement, excruciating pain surged through his chest, arms, and legs, twisting his youthful face in agony. Being targeted by one of Douluo's most notorious villains right upon his arrival was nothing short of disastrous. Fang Xian was aware that the 3 sons of the Snow Knight Emperor had all perished at the hands of Qianrenxue. The 4th prince, Shuebing, managed to escape by masquerading as a libertine, with the protection of Prince Shuexing. Yet, he never anticipated that he, a powerless, illegitimate child, would also find himself on Qianrenxue's assassination list. Familiar with the plot of Douluo, he could prepare for future significant events, but alas, his current strength was far too inadequate. Even a soul master at the 30th or 40th level could pose a lethal threat. Although he had narrowly escaped this time, he feared that more assassination attempt awaited him. With a serious expression, Fang Xian pondered his strategies while searching the black-clad man's corpse, anticipating that a soul master would possess valuable items. 2 minutes later, a purple ring lay quietly in the palm of Fang Xian's hand, emanating a faint glow that illuminated his excited eyes. A soul guidance device. He was thrilled. This item, capable of storing belongings, was estimated to be worth over 30,000 gold soul coins. He had long desired a portable storage device, but could never afford one due to his financial constraints. To unexpectedly acquire a soul guidance ring today was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Somewhat regrettably, the device contained only 300 to 400 gold soul coins, hardly reflective of a soul master's wealth. Fang Xian speculated that the man had exhausted his funds when purchasing the soul guidance device. This spatial ring boasted an internal space of roughly 10 cubic meters. Although it could not store living beings, such capacity was more than sufficient. He calmly slipped the purple ring onto the index finger of his left hand, then wiped the blood from his soft sword with his sleeve before returning it to his black belt. It was this soft sword that had enabled him to escape death. In Douluo, one must always be prepared with hidden weapons and tricks. Fang Xian's current trump cards were still too few. He needed to develop this aspect further. He picked up the shadowless blade from the ground, channeling the icy power within him. The blade, now covered in frost, glided gently across the black-clad man's corpse, instantly transforming it into an ice sculpture. Shortly thereafter, the sculpture shattered with a crack, and the sole master vanished without a trace. Although he had fortuitously slain this black-clad assassin, it was inevitable that news of the failed assassination would soon reach Qianrenxue. Given the power of the Spirit Hall, more formidable assassins would surely come after him. Fang Xian frowned deeply, his expression grave as he sat cross-legged nearby, quietly contemplating. His identity as a useless prince brought him no advantages, only endless troubles, leaving him somewhat pained. It seemed that, to prevent future assassinations, he must seek refuge in a protective haven. In the next moment, three names gradually surfaced in his mind: the Spirit Hall, Shrek Academy, and the Tiando Royal Academy. Chapter 11. Tiando Royal Academy. Upon arriving at Douluo continent, Fang Xian had already contemplated his future path. 1. Spirit Hall. 2. Shrek Academy. 3. Tiando Royal Academy. The waters of the Spirit Hall ran too deep, and going there now would be akin to walking into a trap. As for Shrek Academy, he had no desire to follow Tang San around like a shadow. He was uninterested in fawning over Tang San or being fawned upon, and would rather take a strike at him instead, killing the plot's protagonist. Who knows what mysterious rewards might accompany such an act? Fang Xian mused. Thus, the only remaining choice was Tiando Royal Academy. This prestigious Soul Master Academy, founded by the royal family, boasted the title of the foremost academy in the Tiando Empire. It was well-equipped, with a strong faculty comprising numerous powerful individuals, including 3 soul Douluos, such as Dream Machine, who were all above the 80th level. This might indeed be a commendable option. After careful consideration, Fang Xian resolved to apply to Tiando Royal Academy. Though the academy might not guarantee absolute safety, it was certainly preferable to living alone outside. Safety first. This was the supreme principle Fang Xian adhered to while traversing Douluo continent. However, due to the royal family's background, the first requirement for admission was that students must possess a noble title, rendering it impossible for ordinary commoners to gain entry. Fang Xian had always regarded this policy, presumably established by some fool, as a significant impediment to the academy's development. No wonder the Tiando Academy team suffered such defeats in the Soul Master competitions later on. Did they not realize that exceptional talents often emerge from the common populace? While it was understandable to accept only those with high innate talent, restricting admissions solely to nobles was baffling. One could only wonder whether the royal family was simply misguided or overly entrenched in class consciousness. This noble title was indeed a troublesome matter, although he was the biological child of the Snow Knight Emperor. Being an illegitimate son meant he had no claim to a prince's title and was currently just an ordinary citizen. Gaining entry to Tiando Royal Academy as a commoner would be quite challenging. Well, tomorrow he would try his luck. Fang Xian nodded, no longer dwelling on it, and prepared to apply to Tiando Academy the next day. Morning. The sun rose on the horizon. After a night of recuperation and rest, Fang Xian's injuries had improved significantly, no longer hindering his combat abilities. As a soul master, his physical constitution surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He estimated that within 2 or 3 days, he would fully recover. He washed his face, donned a set of black martial attire, then stepped before a mirror, smoothing his somewhat flowing black hair as he assessed his current appearance. With eyes as dark as obsidian, handsome features, and a sharply defined visage, it must be said that the only merit of this seemingly inept prince lies in his striking appearance, far surpassing that of the blue-haired Tang San. He could be considered one of the rare beauties in the world, likely inheriting the formidable genes of Fang Qingxue. After all, she was once celebrated as the most talented among mortal women, possessing a beauty that could topple kingdoms, which undoubtedly captivated the heart of the Snow Knight Emperor. At approximately 8 in the morning, Fang Xian stepped out of his home. During the day, the city of Tiando thrived with vitality. Pedestrians brushed past each other, and the streets bustled with a continuous flow of carriages, creating a lively atmosphere befitting the grandeur of a capital city. Steamed buns, hot and fresh. Just made soy milk, fragrant and sweet. Freshly baked white buns. Come, enjoy a bowl of tofu pudding. Vendors on both sides of the street shouted boisterously, drawing the attention of passers-by. Fang Xian walked briskly down the street, calm and relaxed, hands behind his head, leisurely surveying the nearby food stalls. Completely at ease and showing no signs of the assassination attempt, he had narrowly escaped the previous night. "Boss, 2 baskets of buns, please." He entered a bun shop and took a seat at a table towards the back. After a night of combat that had drained much of his energy, the delightful aroma of food made his stomach rumble with hunger. 2 steaming baskets of meat buns, accompanied by a plate of pickled vegetables and a bowl of complimentary boiled water, soon arrived. Fang Xian savored his meal with great enjoyment. After finishing his breakfast in tranquil contentment, he left 10 copper coins on the table and quickly made his way towards the outskirts of the city. The Tiando Royal Academy. This prestigious institution, renowned as the Empire's foremost academy for soul masters, was located 20 kilometers outside the city amidst beautiful mountains. Sprawling over an area as vast as a small town, equipped with various specialized facilities for cultivation. Among them, the most famous and enchanting was the simulated training environment. The simulated training environment allowed for the selection of different training locations based on the peculiarities of a soul master's martial spirit. For instance, if one possessed a rabbit martial spirit, training would take place in a thicket. If one had a fire attribute, training would occur at a volcano. And for ice attribute martial spirits, training would be on a glacier. This tailored approach significantly accelerated the cultivation speed of soul masters, embodying the principle and benefits of the simulated training environment. Fang Xian wondered if this simulated training environment would be beneficial for him. With anticipation swelling within him, he channeled his soul power into his legs, quickening his pace towards the Tiando Royal Academy. After approximately 20 minutes, a magnificent and luxurious academy gradually came into view. Its grand entrance adorned with a golden plaque inscribed with the flowing characters, Tiando Royal Academy. Finally, he had arrived. A wave of excitement surged through Fang Xian as he hurried into the academy. However, as soon as he stepped through the threshold, he was intercepted by 2 guards stationed at the entrance. These guards were robust, with muscular builds. The one on the left bore freckles, while the one on the right had a faint scar across his face. An aura of formidable power surrounded them, indicating their impressive strength. 2 great soul masters. Fang Xian's gaze sharpened, sensing that these guards possessed soul power far exceeding his own. Both were undoubtedly above level 20. Apologies, but you do not appear to be a student of our academy. May I inquire about your business here? The scarred guard, instead of exuding arrogance due to his status, offered Fang Xian a humble smile and respectfully asked. I am here to enroll in the Tiando Royal Academy, Fang Xian replied. Oh, I see. The scarred guard's demeanor became even more deferential. Might I ask which noble family you belong to? Typically, those who sought to enroll in the Tiando Academy hailed from affluent or noble backgrounds, far beyond the reach of a mere guard like him, hence his extremely courteous attitude, wary of offending any noble young master. Fang Xian paused, then calmly replied, I am not a noble. What? You are not a noble? The scarred guard's expression darkened instantly as he said in a low voice, If you are not a noble, then you must be a commoner. Begone. The Tiando Royal Academy is not a place for someone of your status. Leave at once, or do not blame me for being unkind. Fang Xian furrowed his brow, dismayed by the corrupt atmosphere prevalent in these noble academies. Chapter 12. The Emperor summons. Fang Xian stood unmoving at the academy's entrance, showing no intention of departing. The 2 guards, witnessing this defiance, became furious and threatened. You, an ordinary commoner, have no right to join the Tiando Royal Academy. Get lost, or we will make you regret it. Qualifications? What kind of qualifications are required? Fang Xian's gaze turned icy as he calmly regarded the 2 guards, stating, Would defeating you 2 suffice? A burst of derisive laughter erupted. Defeat us? With you? The scarred guard crossed his arms, casting a contemptuous glance at Fang Xian. It seems we must teach you a lesson today. The freckled guard sneered. In the next instant, both guards unleashed their soul power, one exuding a white aura and the other a yellow one, as 2 resplendent soul rings ascended from their bodies. A second ring, Great Soul Master. Huh, little brat. Are you frightened by our soul rings? A commoner like you will likely never obtain even a single soul ring in this lifetime. At this juncture, even if you kneel and plead for mercy, we will not let you off easily. Accept your fate. The guards cackled cruelly, their bodies transforming into the forms of their beast martial spirits, one a violet wolf, the other a gray-brown bear, both specializing in brute strength. Their overwhelming soul power surged forth like a tempest as they swung their massive fists, the gusts tearing through the air, aimed directly at Fang Xian. The oncoming force ruffled Fang Xian's dark hair, revealing eyes that sparkled like stars. Unfazed, He drew forth his invisible blade with a swift motion. Blade draw technique. This strike was unyielding, imbued with the might of thunder, as it clashed head-on with the fists of the two guards. With a resounding crash, both guards were sent flying backwards. How is this possible? Their faces turned pale as they coughed up blood. The power of Fang Xian's blade strike had been terrifyingly formidable, sending them hurtling through the air. In a mere stroke, he had bested two great soul masters. With a cold glint in his eyes, Fang Xian skillfully sheathed his blade, regarding the two disheveled guards with indifference. So, am I qualified now? The explosive force of the blade draw technique was immensely powerful, rivaling that of an ordinary beast martial spirit. Had he not shown restraint, these guards would now be corpses. At the entrance of the Tiando Royal Academy, he sought merely to prove his worthiness for admission, without causing any further disturbance. Damn it! The guards, humiliated by Fang Xian's victory, glared at him with resentment, threatening. You wait, brat. How dare you cause trouble here? Once we summon the guard team, we will make you wish you had never set foot here. Yet, Fang Xian had spared their lives, and instead of gratitude, they boasted about summoning reinforcements to deal with him, their arrogance palpable. At that moment, a man in his 30s emerged from the academy, with simple black hair and an ordinary appearance, clad in a neat, plain white robe. He was the kind of man who would go unnoticed in a crowd. However, an overwhelming aura surged forth from him, reminiscent of the vast ocean. Teacher Qin Ming. Upon seeing the newcomer, the two guards were filled with uncontainable joy, scurrying to Qin Ming's side to lament, Teacher Qin, this fellow has caused trouble in our academy and has brutally injured us. You must stand up for us. Silence. Unexpectedly, Qin Ming did not defend them. Instead, he coldly reprimanded the guards. I was watching from a distance and am fully aware of the situation. I have told you countless times that there is no distinction between nobility and commonality. Do not belittle others based on their status. Do you wish to keep your positions as guards? If not, pack your bags today and leave the Tiando Academy. Teacher Qin, we were wrong. The two guards' faces flushed red with shame as they lowered their heads. The ones you should apologize to are not me, but that young man over there. Qin Ming pointed towards Fang Xian in the distance. I'm sorry, young brother. It is entirely our fault. The guards approached Fang Xian, their expressions downtrodden, and sincerely offered their apologies. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, as if he had discovered a refreshing current within the noble academy. Qin Ming, a level 62 assault-type soul emperor, with a martial soul of the fiery Tsang Wolf, a graduate of Shrek Academy, who later became a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. He is the highest-ranking teacher of the academy. In the world of Douluo, Qin Ming is an individual of profound loyalty and righteousness. Although his appearances are few, he leaves an indelible impression on the audience. Fang Xian held a considerable respect for such a principled individual. At this stage in the Douluo plot, Qin Ming had yet to surpass level 60, likely hovering around 57 or 58. From the segment involving the Tiando team and the Shrek team in the Soul Arena, it is known that he would break through to the Six-Ring Soul Emperor a year later. Hello, young brother. I am Qin Ming, a teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Ming greeted Fang Xian with a smile. Hello, Teacher Qin. I am Fang Xian, here specifically to enroll in the Tiando Royal Academy today, Fang Xian replied. Indeed, defeating two great soul masters with a single strike demonstrates your capabilities are entirely in line with the admission standards. Qin Ming nodded, acknowledging Fang Xian's strength. After a moment of contemplation, he frowned slightly and remarked, however, the conditions of your identity are rather troublesome. The foremost rule of the Tiando Royal Academy is that it only admits noble students. As he spoke, he cast a regretful glance at Fang Xian. Despite his repeated protests against this unreasonable policy of only accepting noble students, Qin Ming understood that the academy was under royal control, and the entrenched beliefs of the aristocrats were stubbornly resistant to change. Consequently, the Tiando Academy has unknowingly let go of countless exceptional talents. I understand. Fang Xian sighed, realizing that his hopes of joining the Tiando Academy were virtually non-existent. Yet, he felt little disappointment and decided to seek other avenues. I apologize for the disturbance, Teacher Qin. Fang Xian politely bid farewell and turned to leave calmly. What a pity! Qin Ming sighed regretfully as he watched Fang Xian depart, feeling he had let slip a remarkable student. The two guards exchanged glances filled with schadenfreude, secretly mocking him in their hearts. At that moment, a troop of soldiers clad in golden armor, riding war horses, galloped in, blocking Fang Xian's path. There were 20 of them, robust and fierce, each exuding an indomitable aura. Their powerful soul energy palpable. This was indeed a formidable army of soul masters. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the golden-armored soldiers dismounted and knelt before Fang Xian in unison, respectfully proclaiming, "We pay our respects to His Highness the Prince." The crowd was astounded. This was the renowned golden armor guard of the Emperor. Everyone was stunned, quickly recognizing the Soul Master army responsible for the protection of the Snow Knight Emperor. His Highness the Prince, this fellow is actually a noble prince. The two guards turned pale, incredulity washing over them as they gazed at Fang Xian, their hearts filled with regret. Who would have imagined that this ordinary boy, rejected from the academy due to his commoner status, was in fact a prince? How could this be possible? Even Qin Ming's expression reflected his astonishment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. "What brings you to seek me?" Fang Xian furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes as he focused on one of the golden-armored guards. "Your Highness, the Emperor has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please return to the palace with me at once," the guard responded. The Emperor? Fang Xian's heart tightened. According to the memories of his previous life, the aloof Emperor had never cared for his well-being. Why would he suddenly want to summon him? Moreover, this was just a day after he had been attacked. Was it mere coincidence? Fang Xian sensed that matters were far from simple. In the plot of Douluo, details about the Snow Knight Emperor were sparse. But one could not ascend to the throne without possessing profound cunning and strategy. Currently, he was still too weak. If possible, he wished to avoid entanglements with royal conflicts. Yet, it seemed escape was no longer an option. Reluctantly, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I will accompany you." The invitation from the Snow Knight Emperor was not one he could refuse. In this world, only when one possesses sufficient strength can they wield any influence. As he watched Fang Xian leave with the golden armor guard, the two guards were filled with regret, lamenting, "This young man is not merely of noble blood, but royal lineage." Tiando Imperial Palace. In the resplendent hall, a middle-aged man in his 50s sat upon the throne, draped in a golden robe and crowned with a diamond-studded tiara, his face resembling an ancient moon, his hair and beard white, exuding an air of great age. Yet, he sat upright, his black eyes deep as the starry sky, radiating an imposing royal presence. This was one of the most powerful figures in the Douluo continent, the Snow Knight Emperor. Below, Fang Xian stood in the center of the hall, utterly silent, his demeanor exceedingly respectful, unwilling to display any discontent. For he understood that the man seated on the throne held the power to determine his life and death. He was still too weak. Only by exercising patience could he survive. The Snow Knight Emperor gazed intently at Fang Xian's face, remaining silent for an extended period, his expression gradually softening as he sighed. "You bear a striking resemblance to your mother." Fang Xian was taken aback, his attitude growing even more reverent, afraid to speak casually. "I apologize for not being able to see your mother one last time," the Snow Knight Emperor expressed with genuine regret. "It is not your fault," Fang Xian replied. "You have endured much hardship alone on the streets these years. It is I who have wronged you," the Snow Knight Emperor sighed. "You are the sovereign of a nation, burdened with countless affairs and responsibilities. I can understand," Fang Xian earnestly responded. The Snow Knight Emperor was somewhat taken aback. He had anticipated that this son, whom he had never cared for, would cry, shout, or express anger before him. However, he was surprised to find that Fang Xian did not utter a single word of complaint. Instead, every word he spoke defended his fatherly role. From every angle, the Snow Knight Emperor had failed to fulfill his responsibilities as a father, yet his youngest son bore no resentment, which naturally evoked admiration within him. However, it was regrettable that Fang Xian was unable to awaken his martial soul. In the world of Douluo continent, every individual possesses a martial soul, whether it be a useless, ordinary, or extraordinary one. It is an inherent gift. Shui Yi has even heard tales of individuals with twin martial souls, a rare talent that appears only once in a century. However, he has never encountered such a dual soul individual. His peculiar son, for reasons unknown, has been unable to awaken his martial soul, a situation so unique that it likely cannot be found elsewhere in Douluo continent. As he reflects on this, Shui Ye's gaze dims, and he lets out a resigned sigh, pondering that perhaps his son is indeed a rare anomaly of the century. "Fang Xian, although you have not inherited my surname, you are still my son. I have wronged you for many years, and I now wish to offer you some recompense. Shui Yi fixed his gaze upon Fang Xian and stated earnestly, I have decided to grant you a territory in the southwestern province of Fasnuo within the empire. I have selected a picturesque location for you, named Nuo City, where the environment is beautiful and the climate is perpetually pleasant. You may live there as a lord, and I will ensure you enjoy a lifetime of wealth and ease, free from worries. For an ordinary commoner, the chance to escape their humble origins and become a respected lord is undoubtedly a dream come true. Shui believes he has offered sufficient conditions for Fang Xian, a person who cannot awaken their martial soul, who is unable to cultivate, yet can become a noble lord and live a life free from want. What more could one desire? However, to Shui Ye's surprise, his son, who had not contradicted him since entering, rejected the generous offer for the first time. Your Majesty, I do not wish to go to Nuo City. Fang Xian's tone remained respectful as he declared, I wish to attend the Tiando Royal Academy. You wish to attend the Tiando Academy? Upon hearing this, Shui Yi furrowed his brows, his demeanor shifting to one of displeasure. He could not comprehend why Fang Xian would forsake the opportunity to be a lord for the academy. Shui Yi, with an impassive expression, looked at Fang Xian and said, You have not awakened your martial soul. What can you achieve there? Be obedient and go to Nuo City to fulfill your role as a lord. You are approaching adulthood, and I will arrange a marriage for you soon. By the way, I have heard that the youngest princess of the Bala Kingdom is of your age and is remarkably beautiful. I should betroth her to you. What do you think? Is this a form of exile? Fang Xian scoffed, clearly sensing that Emperor Shui Yi was not genuinely offering compensation, but rather wishing for him to disappear from his sight. As for the so-called generous conditions, a mere lordship was trivial in the eyes of an emperor. He cared little for the noble title or a princess as a wife. All he desired was to survive, to live peacefully. If he could endure 3 years in the Douluo continent, he was confident of elevating his strength to above level 50, at which point he would no longer be at anyone's mercy. Given his current situation, he remained on the kill list of Qianren Shui. If he were to follow Shui Ye's arrangement and head to Nuo City as a lord, he would likely be killed en route by the Spirit Hall. Thus, staying in Tiando City and joining a powerful Soul Master Academy seemed far safer. After deep contemplation, Fang Xian met Shui Ye's piercing gaze and declared, Your Majesty, I only wish to attend the Tiando Royal Academy. Chapter 14. Brothers. The hall fell into a profound silence. As Emperor Shui Yi lapsed into contemplation, an air of tension enveloped the chamber, sending chills down Fang Xian's spine. However, he was resolute in his stance, for this matter concerned his very life. Very well. After a lengthy pause, Shui Yi, his expression as inscrutable as ever, finally spoke. I will permit you to join the Tiando Royal Academy, but if, after a year, you do not meet the Academy's requirements and are expelled, you shall obediently go to Nuo City to be a lord. Yes. A glimmer of joy flickered in Fang Xian's eyes as he nodded earnestly. Although the Tiando Academy was notorious for its corruption, it maintained strict management. Each year, students were subjected to a performance evaluation. Failure to meet the standards, regardless of noble lineage, would result in expulsion. For new students, the requirement was to reach level 21 within a year, or they would be deemed inadequate and dismissed from the academy. Currently, Fang Xian was at level 11. A year, 10 levels. He clenched his fists, determination radiating from his eyes. With the aid of the blade system and relentless training, he was confident he could meet the academy's requirements. Very well, I shall arrange for your enrollment. Shui Yi contemplated for a moment before calling out, Qing He. Fang Xian suddenly perked up, sensing something, and turned to the left. A tall figure gradually approached from the depths of the hall, a young man in his 20s with short, light golden hair and a gentle, handsome visage. He bore an air of nobility, exuding grace with every movement, reminiscent of a refined gentleman. Shui Qing He. Fang Xian's eyes narrowed. The newcomer was none other than the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qing He. Seeing Shui Qing He in person, Fang Xian noted a significant disparity from the animated portrayal. The prince was even more handsome, with a more noble demeanor and a courteous manner, undeniably flawless. Qing He, you have heard everything. Please take care of Fang Xian's enrollment. Shui Ye's expression softened as he turned to Shui Qing He, transforming from a formidable emperor to a gentle father, his tone infinitely kinder than it had been with Fang Xian, a true manifestation of paternal affection. Yes, father. Shui, he smiled slightly, nodding in agreement, his demeanor mirroring that of Emperor Shui. Had Fang Xian not been a transmigrator, well-versed in the plot of Douluo, he would have never suspected that Shui he was actually Qian Rinxue in disguise, for her performance was remarkably convincing. Due to her royal lineage, this woman would inevitably become Fang Xian's most formidable adversary in the future. All right, you may both leave now. Shui appeared somewhat fatigued, slowly closing his eyes and gesturing for them to depart. Yes. Upon hearing this, both bowed respectfully to Shui before gradually exiting the hall. Fang Xian and Shui he strolled side by side through the imperial garden. Throughout their walk, Shui he inquired after Fang Xian's well-being with a warmth that belied her status as a prince, devoid of any haughtiness. Her genuine smile radiated sincerity, leaving Fang Xian in awe of her acting prowess. It was hard to forget that just the previous night, this very woman had dispatched a sole master to assassinate him. On one hand, she sent someone to kill him, and on the other, she feigned brotherly affection, her earnest gaze devoid of any pretense. After witnessing Qian Rinxue in action, he couldn't help but admire her cunning and sophistication. Little brother, the Tiando Royal Academy is our own institution. Rest assured in your studies. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Shui had chuckled with a carefree smile, thumping his chest with confidence, embodying the demeanor of an elder brother. Thank you, Your Highness. Fang Xian displayed an expression of surprise, appearing utterly flabbergasted. Haha, between brothers. There is no need for such formality. Shui laughed heartily, then his tone shifted, his deep gaze settling on Fang Xian's face as he spoke solemnly. However, should you dare to neglect your studies at the academy and stir up trouble, I will not hesitate to discipline you severely. I would never, Fang Xian replied respectfully. I will certainly study diligently. Thank you for this opportunity, Your Highness. Shui gently patted Fang Xian's shoulder, saying, We are brothers now, so spare me the formalities. Just call me elder brother. Such a dramatic display. An Oscar-worthy performance belongs to you. Fang Xian hesitated for a moment, and although he felt somewhat reluctant, he still managed an excited smile, exclaiming, Elder brother. Indeed, Shui nodded in satisfaction, speaking earnestly. Little brother, you must believe that although my father cannot acknowledge you, he does care for you. At this point, he produced a golden medallion from his robe and handed it to Fang Xian. This is my token, symbolizing my princely status. Should you encounter any troubles, you may present this medallion at the palace, and none shall dare obstruct you. Fang Xian slowly accepted the princely token, tears welling in his eyes as he expressed his gratitude. Ever since my mother passed away, no one has treated me with such kindness. Suddenly, he burst into tears, embracing Shui tightly, crying out, Elder brother. Shui froze, feeling the strong body pressed against his chest, an intimate touch that sent shivers down his spine. It was the first time in his life that a man had embraced him so closely, and his rationality nearly shattered, instinctively wanting to push Fang Xian away. However, to his astonishment, Fang Xian exhibited an incredible strength, his arms clamping around Shui slender waist like iron pincers, rendering him unable to escape. In a moment of desperation, he prepared to unleash his soul power to break free. Brother, at last, I have found a family member. Fang Xian wailed, his tears and mucus streaming down. Burying his face in Shui embrace and wiping his nose on the luxurious robe. Moreover, his hand was not idle, delivering a firm slap to Shui backside. The sharp sound echoed, and Shui nearly fainted from anger, the soul power he had just gathered dissipating uncontrollably. I may not be able to defeat you now, but I will make you uncomfortable. Fang Xian couldn't help but chuckle mischievously to himself. Chapter 15. No more meetings in the future. Brother, goodbye. At the palace gate, Fang Xian waved his small hand, cheerfully bidding farewell to Qian Rinxue. Farewell. Qian Rinxue gritted her teeth in frustration, yet forced a radiant smile. Having just endured Fang Xian's unwanted advances, she was confident in her disguise, believing it flawless, not revealing her true identity as a woman. Moreover, Fang Xian's tears seemed genuinely heartfelt, not feigned. He must truly be moved by me, she concluded. Had she not been certain of her concealed identity, she might have thought Fang Xian was deliberately taking advantage of her. Ouch, that hurts! At that moment, a burning pain radiated from her backside. causing Qian Rinxue's face to flush with embarrassment. Her delicate hand instinctively reached for her slightly swollen rear, driving her to madness. That little rascal. With that slap, Fang Xian mustered all his soul power. Even a stone would have shattered under such force, and it landed squarely on my tender backside. It left her feeling both humiliated and enraged. Yet, as she regained her composure, her gaze turned icy, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, murmuring to herself, how did he survive all these years? Qian Rinxue was remarkably efficient in her endeavors. By around 2 in the afternoon, just after Fang Xian finished his lunch, he received the admission notice from the Tiando Royal Academy. Truthfully, this scene felt eerily reminiscent of when he had received his acceptance letter from Tsinghua University, a moment devoid of elation or despair. He recalled his first reaction back, then was to eat a bowl of instant noodles to calm his nerves. Simultaneously, news of the Snow Knight Emperor summoning Fang Xian and the announcement of the wasteful prince joining the Tiando Royal Academy swept through Tiando City like a tempest. Within half a day, it was common knowledge. Hey, did you hear? That wasteful prince is joining the Tiando Royal Academy. What? Can a country bumpkin really transform into a phoenix? A waste without a martial soul, incapable of cultivation. What could he possibly achieve at Tiando Academy? Just a waste of imperial resources. Haha, you fools know nothing. The royal family's actions are laden with significance. Think about it. Why would the Snow Knight Emperor suddenly summon that illegitimate son who has been left to roam the streets for over a decade? Could he be the crown prince? No, that's impossible. The empire already has a prince. Just wait, there are more spectacles to come. As Fang Xian walked through the streets, he could feel the peculiar gazes directed at him, the townsfolk eagerly discussing his affairs. It was a spectacle akin to that of a celebrity. Well, it feels rather pleasant, Fang Xian thought, remaining calm and undisturbed. He returned home briefly to gather some change of clothes, ensuring to secure the doors and windows tightly before heading directly to the Tiando Royal Academy. Time was of the essence. He needed to seize every moment to grow stronger and carve out his own path in the Douluo continent. Thus, he resolved not to waste any time and prepared to move into the academy today to commence his journey of cultivation. Just as he stepped out of Tiando City, a melodic voice called out from behind. Hey, Fang Xian. The familiar voice caused Fang Xian to pause momentarily, instinctively turning to look, where he saw a beautiful blue-haired girl sprinting towards him. As she ran, the girl displayed a breathtaking smile, waving energetically at Fang Xian. It was Shui Binger. Oh no, the creditor is here. Noticing Shui Binger, Fang Xian realized the gravity of the situation and quickly turned his head, feigning ignorance, and hastily began to flee toward the city outskirts. Hey, why are you running away? Shui Binger's smile faltered as she greeted Fang Xian, only for him to ignore her and dash off, which infuriated her. Stop right there. Shui Binger stamped her foot angrily, her surrounding ice-blue soul power surging forth, and a spectral image of a divine ice phoenix flickered around her. She directly activated her martial soul, her massive wings flapping vigorously, transforming her into a streak of light as she pursued Fang Xian ahead. Whoosh! Flying is undeniably faster than running, and with Shui Binger being a soul master far stronger than Fang Xian, she quickly caught up to him. With her blue hair flowing and wings fluttering, she appeared like a celestial maiden hovering in midair, unmatched in beauty. Her exquisite face bore a look of indignation as she glared down at Fang Xian, demanding, Why are you running? Am I that terrifying? I want tea bite. Observing the irate young lady standing before him, Fang Xian felt a twinge of discomfort and gently massaged his temples. He awkwardly cleared his throat and said, Ah, are you that person? What a coincidence to encounter you here. Shui Binger slowly descended from the air, casting a resentful gaze at Fang Xian as she sighed. We are leaving. I have come to bid you farewell today. What, you are leaving? Really? Fang Xian's face lit up with surprise, nearly exclaiming his joy. However, this exuberance only fueled Shui Binger's irritation, causing her to loathe him even more. I heard you joined the Tiando Royal Academy? She attempted to maintain her composure, scrutinizing Fang Xian intently. Indeed, Fang Xian nodded earnestly. Then we shall be adversaries from now on. Shui Binger's eyes sharpened, her expression sulking as she declared, in 2 years, during the elite soul master competition of the entire continent, we shall meet on the battlefield. At that time, I will personally defeat you. Oh, Fang Xian replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Shui Binger bit her red lip lightly, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, creating a captivating sight. With a hint of sorrow, she glanced at Fang Xian and asked, "As I am about to leave, do you not have any words for me?" Fang Xian pondered for a moment and earnestly advised, "Study diligently at the Tianshui Academy and refrain from wandering aimlessly around Tiando City. Go to hell. I never want to see you again." Shui Binger's large eyes shimmered with tears, glaring fiercely at Fang Xian before storming away. Fang Xian couldn't help but smile with satisfaction, glad to have finally driven the girl away. Being around his creditor felt suffocating, as if even the air turned oppressive. Thus, he mused, "Let's not meet again in the future." Chapter 16. Enrollment, the Tiando Royal Academy. Although it boasts a robust faculty and advanced training facilities, renowned as the premier academy of the empire, it has produced few formidable soul masters in recent years, and none have made a name for themselves across the continent. The students who manage to enter Tiando Academy are rarely those with genuine talent. Most gain admission through connections and noble titles, which is the fundamental reason for the academy's decline. As its status wanes, the teachers eagerly seek true genius students. However, today, the academy is set to welcome a new student, not the prodigy the teachers have long anticipated, but rather Fang Xian, who has brazenly entered through the back door due to connections. As dusk descended, the sky was ablaze with fiery clouds stretching for miles, painting the heavens in hues of crimson. Fang Xian hurriedly made his way to the Tiando Royal Academy, arriving just before sunset. At the entrance, Qianrenxue, clad in male attire, stood gracefully beneath a ginkgo tree, her golden hair flowing elegantly. Even in disguise, she exuded an unparalleled charm. "Brother, it's wonderful to see you." The moment Fang Xian spotted Qianrenxue, he rushed forward, ready to envelop her in a warm embrace. However, this time, Qianrenxue was prepared. With a swift motion, she deftly evaded him by stepping back 3 paces. "You must not be rude in public," Qianrenxue admonished him lightly, standing with her arms behind her back, her delicate face displaying annoyance. Fang Xian felt regret at missing the chance to tease her, yet his smile remained radiant as he feigned compliance. Following her respectfully into the academy. As they passed through the gates, the guards, upon seeing Fang Xian beside the prince, turned pale with fright. Truly, a golden phoenix had emerged from a humble nest. Just moments ago, a mere commoner, now transformed into a prince. "Greetings, your highness." The guards trembled, bowing deeply, their foreheads striking the ground in an almost servile manner to pay their respects to Fang Xian. Fang Xian paid them no mind, calmly following Qianrenxue into the academy. The Tiando Academy, nestled in the mountains, boasts vast grounds and picturesque scenery, the air fresh and humid. Looking up, one could see towering buildings flanked by sturdy pines. And with each step through the gardens, vibrant flowers bloomed in splendid colors. Our Tiando Royal Academy currently has around 500 students, all of noble descent from the empire and its affiliated kingdoms. We have over 50 teachers, each a powerful elite soul master, making our faculty one of the best on the continent. Qianrenxue spoke with pride, akin to a host showcasing her domain's strengths with a hint of boasting. Fang Xian listened quietly, suppressing a smirk. Everyone knows the Tiando Academy is wealthy, yet it fails to cultivate true talent. Qianrenxue's attempts to flaunt the academy were transparent. Fang Xian understood the reality of this world far better than she did, rendering her little tricks ineffective. "Brother, why do you appear to be smiling slyly?" After a while, Qianrenxue noticed Fang Xian's comical expression as she elaborated on the academy, her brows knitting slightly. "Happy," Fang Xian replied resolutely. "I was just contemplating how fortunate I am to join such an illustrious institution." "Oh," Qianrenxue eyed him skeptically, but chose not to press further. She continued to assume the role of a responsible elder sibling, detailing the academy structure. The students are categorized into 3 levels: Tianwei, Tianji, and Tiando, from lowest to highest. New students with a strength below level 25 are classified as Tianwei, those between 25 and 30 as Tianji, and those above 30 as Tiando level, each of whom are exceptional prodigies. Upon mentioning this, Qianrenxue regarded Fang Xian intently, saying, "Brother, I hope you too can reach level 30 and become a Tiando level student." "Yes, I will strive for it." Despite knowing Qianrenxue's insincerity, Fang Xian nodded firmly. The teachers are similarly classified. Soul Masters above level 40 are Tianwei, those above 50 are Tianji, and those above 60 are Tiando level. Qian Rinxue elaborated. Each level of students is taught by instructors of the same level. So as you just enrolled as a Tianwei student, your teacher will be a Tianwei master of level 40 or above. I understand. Fang Xian nodded appreciatively, noting that this detail was not mentioned in the texts. Rest assured, I've chosen the best teacher for you, known as Rulin. I believe she will guide you well. Qian Rinxue smiled, patting Fang Xian on the shoulder. It's getting late. Tomorrow, you should report to teacher Rulin and train diligently under her. Understood, Fang Xian replied. Qian Rinxue guided Fang Xian through nearly every corner of the Tiando Academy, detailing the campus, dormitories, and training grounds. As night fell completely, she led him into the main campus area, where a secluded courtyard awaited him at the northernmost point, a residence she had prepared for Fang Xian. There are 3 immaculate rooms, a small courtyard, a reception hall, a bathroom, and a shower room. Nothing is amiss, and all necessary living supplies are fully prepared, the conditions being rather superior. After such a lengthy exploration, it is this little courtyard that brings the most satisfaction to Fang Xian. Well, time is of the essence. I must take my leave. A gentle smile graces Qian Rinxue's lips as she prepares to bid farewell to Fang Xian. Brother, give me a hug before you go. Fang Xian, filled with gratitude, opens his arms, ready to embrace Qian Rinxue. You should focus on your cultivation here. I'll take my leave now. Startled by Fang Xian's sudden advance, Qian Rinxue quickly admonishes him and hastens away. From every angle, Qian Rinxue's conduct today is flawless. She is truly a brother of great loyalty and righteousness. Fang Xian, with a clear mind, chooses not to shatter this illusion, instead seizing the opportunity to extract further benefits from Qian Rinxue's persona as a benevolent elder brother. It wouldn't be too much to borrow 100 or 80,000 from you, would it, as your younger brother? He toys with a gold-plated princess token, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. Having successfully entered the Tiando Academy, everything is in place. A resolute determination wells up within Fang Xian's eyes. For it is now time to embark on his path of cultivation. He swiftly unsheathes the wooing blade, and beneath the tranquil night sky, he fervently hones his swordsmanship. Chapter 17. A hasty year time flies, and 1 year passes swiftly. Tiando Royal Academy, training grounds. Oh no! The Zijing Lionhound has broken through to a 1,000-year soul beast and escaped from its cage. The news of the 1,000-year soul beast's escape spreads like wildfire, sending the previously tranquil cultivators into a frenzy. The Zijing Lionhound, a king among soul beasts, becomes terrifyingly powerful upon reaching the 1,000-year mark. Ordinary soul masters are no match for it. Quick, find a teacher. The sudden escape of the Zijing Lionhound catches many students off guard, plunging their hearts into panic. In an instant, dozens of students scatter like birds and beasts. Roar! At that moment, a thunderous roar reverberates through the sky. A colossal shadow plummets from above, crashing into the ground like a cannonball, crushing 2 unsuspecting Tianhua-level students into a pulpy mess. Roar! 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 The Zijing Lionhound, its entire body shimmering with an eerie purple glow, stands as large as a house, its fierce jaws bellowing with unrelenting ferocity. It is indeed the escaped 1,000-year Lionhound. This is disastrous. The surrounding students turn pale at the sight of the Zijing Lionhound. Most of them are around level 20, some barely having entered school and not even reaching level 20. Even if they banded together, they would stand no chance against the 1,000-year Zijing Lionhound. Teacher, where is the teacher? What do we do? We will all be killed. Run. Quickly flee. As this unexpected event unfolds, compounded by the absence of teachers in the area, panic seizes the crowd, and their only instinct is to escape. However, eluding a 1,000-year soul beast is no simple feat. Activate the soul rings. Manifest your martial spirits. In the face of life and death peril, the students unleash their martial spirits, revealing a myriad of forms: blades, forks, halberds, and various animal spirits such as dogs, cows, and sheep. The diversity of martial spirits is astonishing, yet most are merely ordinary, lacking in true power. As for their soul rings, the situation is even graver. Half possess only 1 white and 1 yellow soul ring, while some have but a solitary white soul ring. rendering their strength dishearteningly inadequate. Despite their collective display of martial spirits, they fail to match even a single soul beast, the Zijing Lionhound. The Zijing Lionhound unleashes raging flames, infused with lethal intent, striking towards the students, its iron claws tearing through the air, sending 7 or 8 of them sprawling in a violent gust. Almost immediately, a fiery projectile shoots forth, sending a large group of students flying. Those caught too close suffer severe burns, their bodies charred and mangled, a gruesome sight. The Zijing Lionhound, a terror unmatched, leaves over 20 students in the training grounds utterly defeated in a matter of moments. It hurts so much. My right arm is broken. It's so hot. I've been burned. Someone help me. All the students are injured, some with fractures, others scorched, and still others with their flesh torn by the Zijing Lionhound's claws, writhing in agony as they scream like slaughtered pigs. The Zijing Lionhound's cold, unfeeling gaze reveals no emotion as it emits a low growl, swiftly charging toward the wounded, ready to finish them off. It's over. We are all going to die here. As they behold the advancing Zijing Lionhound, despair overwhelms the students, each bearing serious injuries. Their bodies racked with pain, unable even to lift an arm, resigned to await their fate. Amidst a delicate fragrance, countless pure white petals drift down from the sky, their form peculiar, resembling flowers yet not quite. Upon closer inspection, they are petals crafted from pure light. One petal gently lands atop the head of an injured student, and with a flicker of ethereal light, it seamlessly integrates into his body. What is this? The student expresses astonishment, his body trembling involuntarily, a warm current akin to a hot spring flowing through him, miraculously healing his exposed wounds, even his fractured right arm lifting once more. The other students experience similar miraculous recoveries, their wounds healed by the sudden appearance of these extraordinary petals. Behind the crowd, a girl has appeared, her age around 14 or 15, with brilliant silver hair cascading down her back, clad in a black dress, her face hidden beneath a veil, obscuring her features. Only her icy blue eyes are visible, devoid of any emotion, lending her an aura of loneliness and indifference that belies her age. In her hand, she cradles a pink begonia, radiating a sacred light as it blossoms gracefully. She is Yi Lingling, the heir of the 9-heart begonia. The crowd instantly recognizes the unique flower-type martial spirit, renowned throughout the continent for its comprehensive healing capabilities. And this girl is the contemporary heir of the 9-heart begonia. Yi Lingling, stand up. Never abandon hope for survival, no matter the circumstances. Her cool yet resolute voice emerges from beneath the veil, causing the students, who had nearly given up, to shudder and feel a wave of shame wash over them. Brothers, let us confront this beast. Under the collective healing of the 9-heart begonia, the students' injuries heal instantaneously, their spirits invigorated, eyes ablaze with determination as they rush to confront the Zijing Lionhound. The Zijing Lionhound's cold gaze reveals a flicker of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why these creatures, whom it had just injured, suddenly spring back to life. After a millennium of cultivation, it had attained a semblance of intellect. When the perplexed gazes of the crowd turned towards Yi Lingling, a chilling glint erupted in its eyes as it finally discerned the cause. With a thunderous roar, the Zijing Mastiff charged through the throng like a war tank, sending anyone in its path sprawling. It barreled its way to the rear, where Yi Lingling stood, and with a mighty paw, sent her hurtling away. A pained scream escaped Yi Lingling's lips as her frail form was propelled 13 meters, crashing heavily beneath a towering maple tree. This is bad. Quickly, protect Yi Lingling. By the time the onlookers reacted, the Zijing Mastiff had already surged towards her once more, its massive iron claw aimed menacingly at her head, ready to strike. In that moment, all attention was fixated on Yi Lingling. However, none noticed the dark-haired youth standing silently beneath the maple tree, where he had remained for an entire day. With eyes tightly shut, he pressed down on the hilt of his sword, poised to draw it. Yet he hesitated. From the very beginning, his presence had gone unnoticed, as he stood there like a part of nature itself, breathing in harmony with the gentle breeze. Am I to perish? The dread of death washed over Yi Lingling as she beheld the enormous claw descending upon her, a flicker of fear igniting in her eyes, her heart drowning in despair. Just as the Zijing Mastiff was about to deliver a fatal blow, the young man finally unleashed the power he had been accumulating for a day. A blade, as white as snow, suddenly burst forth from its sheath. Chapter 18, Breakthrough. Great Soul Master. The long sword surged forward with an imposing might, carrying a fierce intent that cleaved through the air, crashing down upon the Zijing Mastiff's skull. Boom! The cold blade tore through the beast's flesh, shattering its iron-like skull with a force that was nothing short of overwhelming, splattering its otherworldly purple blood across the ground. Impossible! A hush fell over the crowd. The surrounding students stood in stunned silence, their bewildered gazes converging upon the dark-haired youth. With a single strike, he had vanquished a millennium-old soul beast. Who on earth is this individual? Astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even Yi Lingling stared blankly at the unfamiliar youth before her, her eyes brimming with shock. She had no recollection of such a powerful figure emerging from the academy. Success with one strike. Reward. Soul Power 1. A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The corners of the dark-haired youth's mouth curled into a faint smile, revealing a glimmer of joy on his otherwise stoic face. This young man was none other than Fang Xian. Unbeknownst to him, a year had passed. Compared to a year ago, he stood a bit taller, his eyes deeper, his black hair cascading like a waterfall. He resembled a sword unsheathed, sharp and unstoppable. His sword-drawing technique had become even more refined, and his soul power had significantly increased. Now, even in the face of soul masters, he felt no fear. He sensed that his sword-drawing technique was at a bottleneck, just a fraction away from reaching a higher echelon. Congratulations, your soul power is at its maximum. Current power, 200. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Fang Xian noticed the gazes of the surrounding students fixed upon him and furrowed his brow. Suppressing his excitement, he sheathed his sword and swiftly exited the training grounds. He did not wish to upgrade in such a public setting. In the northern part of the main campus, in an unassuming courtyard, Fang Xian sat cross-legged, quietly preparing to level up. A golden radiance enveloped him, emanating a divine majesty as a torrent of energy surged through his body, crashing through his veins like a tsunami, continuously amplifying his soul power. Approximately 3 minutes later, the system's notification sounded. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on advancing to Great Soul Master. Reward. Divine Gifted Blade, X1, level 21. Great Soul Master. Joy danced in Fang Xian's eyes. After tirelessly practicing his sword-drawing technique for an entire year, he had finally broken through to the realm of Great Soul Master. He then began to examine his personal information. Strongest sword-drawing system. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 21. Title, Great Soul Master. Soul Power, 210. Proficiency. Basic sword-drawing technique, 99-100. Divine Gifted Blade. Martial Soul. Ice Phoenix Soul. Beginner 51-100. Talent. Cold Ice Blade. The Divine Gifted Blade is awarded every 10 levels. And now that he had just broken through to level 21, he had earned one opportunity to use the Divine Gifted Blade again, allowing him to replicate a martial soul. With this in mind, he felt a surge of excitement. He needed to judiciously select formidable martial souls to replicate, lest he squander this precious opportunity. After a year of diligent training, his sword-drawing technique had become increasingly adept and formidable, showing significant improvements in strength, speed, and momentum. Currently, he successfully drew his sword about 5 times each day, garnering an average of 5 soul power points daily, amounting to approximately 150 points a month. Leveling up at lower tiers was relatively swift. However, Fang Xian furrowed his brow at the slow growth of his sword-drawing technique and martial soul proficiency. Despite a year of rigorous practice, the proficiency of the Ice Phoenix Soul had only reached 51 points, just half of what was required for the next upgrade. As for the proficiency of the basic sword-drawing technique, its growth was agonizingly sluggish. It had only increased by 9 points over the entire year. A month prior, his proficiency had already reached 99-100, but he remained stuck at that threshold, unable to break through. This frustration gnawed at him, for the advancement in his sword-drawing technique proved to be exceedingly arduous. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that such difficulty in improving his proficiency must mean that the benefits of breaking through would be substantial. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the enhancements his sword-drawing technique would bring post-upgrade. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound resonated from the door, as if a visitor had arrived. Fang Xian raised an eyebrow, closed his eyes, and feigned ignorance. "I saw you go in." A cool voice called from outside the door after a moment. Fang Xian was taken aback, unable to suppress a smirk as he reluctantly approached the door, opening it to reveal a small, delicate figure. Before him stood a silver-haired little girl, veiled in black, clad in a dark dress, with icy blue eyes that bore an unusual sadness for one so young. Fang Xian blinked in surprise. He instantly recognized the silver-haired girl as Yi Lingling, the contemporary heir of the undying Nine Hearts Begonia martial soul. In the Tiando Royal Academy, Yi Lingling was a well-known prodigy. Having ascended to the Soul Sovereign realm at a tender age, one of the few Tiando-level female students in the academy. Though she rarely removed her veil, her extraordinary aura suggested that beneath it lay an unparalleled beauty, the likes of which countless boys longed to unveil, yet could not attain. Moreover, there exists a prodigious young lady named Douluo, a genius of the Tiando Academy, equally formidable in strength and unparalleled in beauty, revered as the campus belle. The melancholic aura of Yi Lingling starkly contrasts with Douluo's enchanting allure, rendering them both prominent figures within the academy, celebrated as the dual campus flowers of Tiando. Upon the unexpected arrival of Yi Lingling at his residence, Fang Xian was taken aback, uncertain of her intentions. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Lingling bravely fixed her gaze upon Fang Xian and earnestly expressed her gratitude. "I am Yi Lingling. I am here to thank you for saving me today." "You're welcome," Fang Xian replied nonchalantly, casting a brief glance at her before calmly shutting the door. Feeling rebuffed, Yi Lingling stood frozen for a moment, a flicker of indignation igniting within her as she forcefully pushed open the door to Fang Xian's home. "I genuinely came to express my gratitude," she exclaimed, marching into the courtyard with a huff. "I already graciously responded, did I not?" "You're welcome, goodbye," Fang Xian replied with a hint of skepticism. "Wait, what did I save you?" he inquired. "Just moments ago, you rescued me from that Bujin mastiff. Do you not recall?" Yi Lingling retorted. "Ah, were you there? I didn't notice." Fang Xian mused, contemplating how the petite girl's presence had gone unnoticed. Tears welled in Yi Lingling's eyes as she bit her lip. "It doesn't matter if you don't remember. I dislike being indebted to others, and I came specifically to repay you. Please, state your desires. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Are you truly eager to repay me?" Fang Xian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Indeed." Yi Lingling nodded obediently. "Then allow me to strike you once." "What?" Yi Lingling was momentarily taken aback, only to see a golden blade descending upon her, enveloped in a divine radiance, swiftly consuming her. Chapter 19. The Second Martial Soul, Nine Hearts Begonia in the Aftermath. Yi Lingling's wide eyes glimmered with moisture as she gazed pitifully at the indifferent Fang Xian, seemingly at a loss. "Yes, I did strike you," Fang Xian stated with calm detachment, as if recounting an event unrelated to himself. The silver-haired girl, fuming, approached Fang Xian with determination, her eyes unwavering as she reproached him. "How could you treat me so? I have never been treated so rudely in my life. What has happened is irreversible, and regret serves no purpose. Accept this harsh reality," Fang Xian remarked, observing Yi Lingling, who appeared devoid of spirit, adding, "Moreover, I will not take responsibility for this. Now that it's done, what use are you to me? Hurry and tidy yourself up. Leave my home. Do you wish for me to be thrown out?" Fang Xian frowned, contemplating the possibility of lifting the bothersome girl and casting her outside. With her cheeks puffed out, Yi Lingling seated herself before Fang Xian, choosing silence as she stared at him, seemingly venting her frustration. Fang Xian closed his eyes, ignoring Yi Lingling's gaze, and focused intently on examining his recent acquisition. "Ding dong. Congratulations, you have obtained the soul of Nine Hearts Begonia. New talent unlocked. Healing Blade. The Nine Hearts Begonia is a pinnacle auxiliary martial soul, renowned for its immortality. This lineage is singular. Each generation can have only one inheritor. If two Nine Hearts Begonia soul masters coexist, the death of one is required for another to emerge, rendering it exceedingly rare. Although Yi Lingling's character is ultimately cast aside by the three young masters in later stages, and the Nine Hearts Begonia is scarcely mentioned thereafter, its formidable healing abilities cannot be overlooked. In subsequent battles between the Imperial Combat Team and the Shrek 7 monsters, Nine Hearts Begonia, as an auxiliary soul master, posed a significant threat to the Shrek 7 monsters, with its exceptional supportive capabilities leaving even Ning Rongrong, holder of the 7 treasures glazed tile pagoda, feeling overshadowed. Regrettably, no one can overcome the protagonist's halo, especially not in the supreme realm of Douluo. After this battle, Nine Hearts Begonia faded into obscurity, seldom referenced again. The sole ability of Nine Hearts Begonia is a singular, wide-ranging healing technique. This collective healing is paramount in team battles. Furthermore, the higher the Soul Master's level and the more soul rings they possess, the more effective the healing becomes. The title of Immortal Nine Hearts Begonia is not mere hyperbole. Should a soul master with this martial soul reach the rank of title law or even ascend to divinity, the revival of the deceased may no longer be a mere fantasy. Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement. The potential for Nine Hearts Begonia's development far surpassed that of the Ice Phoenix. Supreme Blade Drawing System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 21. Title, Great Soul Master. Soul Power, 0210. Proficiency, Basic Blade Drawing Technique, 99-100. God-Given Blade, 0. Martial Souls. Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 51-100. Nine Hearts Begonia Soul, Beginner 0-100. Talents, Frost Blade, Healing Blade. Upon accessing his personal information, Fang Xian noted that Nine Hearts Begonia and Healing Blade had been automatically added to his attributes. The initial level of Nine Hearts Begonia would unlock the talent of Healing Blade. What miraculous effects might arise as it ascends to higher tiers? Fang Xian was filled with anticipation. With the successful replication of the martial soul, it was time to explore the healing prowess of Nine Hearts Begonia. However, he required a suitable test subject. Opening his eyes, he found Yi Lingling before him, and a dangerous smile crept upon his lips. What are you planning to do? Yi Lingling, sensing Fang Xian's mischievous grin, instinctively shrank back, feeling that this troublesome individual might be up to no good. Yi Lingling, is it? Greetings. I am Fang Xian. I sincerely apologize for the abruptness of my earlier action, he said, his handsome visage adorned with a warm smile, akin to the brilliance of sunlight as he earnestly apologized to her. For reasons unknown, upon witnessing that gentle smile, akin to a spring breeze, Yi Lingling felt her heart flutter, her cheeks flushed, and her breath quickened. Unable to meet Fang Xian's gaze, she murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, It's all right. I seem to be uninjured. Thus, I wish to strike you once more. Prepare yourself mentally, Fang Xian declared. Yi Lingling was momentarily stunned, her earlier pleasant imaginings of Fang Xian dissipating instantly as she exclaimed, What? You wish to strike me again? Fang Xian considered himself quite the gentleman, reminding the struck party before the act. Surely, one would be hard-pressed to find another in the entire Douluo continent as courteous as he. Absolutely not. I refuse. You are a villain. The silver-haired girl finally awoke to reality, glaring at Fang Xian in anger, realizing she had unwittingly entered a den of wolves, and that this seemingly charming individual, despite having saved her, was indeed a cunning wolf in disguise. She reacted swiftly, sensing danger, and immediately dashed towards the door, intent on escaping this terrifying den of wolves. Escape? Where could she run? Could she truly flee? Fang Xian gazed at the silver-haired little girl fleeing in haste, a sinister smile adorning his face. A support-type soul master dared to flee on my territory? Haha, little bunny, surrender obediently. With his soul power surging within, he unleashed a powerful stomp, propelling himself forward like an arrow, swiftly catching up with the fleeing Yi Lingling. Just as Yi Lingling stepped over the threshold, Fang Xian was upon her. Fear gripped her, and she instinctively cried out, Help! Be quiet, or I might just have to hit you. Fang Xian admonished coldly, covering her mouth with his hand. His actions were quite rough as he dragged the struggling little girl back into the house. I've finished my work. Let me use you for a bit. My little tool. As the door closed slowly, a series of ambiguous phrases echoed quietly in the courtyard. Chapter 20. 100 uses for the little girl. This was a first for me. With long eyelashes fluttering slightly, the silver-haired little girl closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. What coincidence, it's my first time too. Fang Xian replied. A bit nervous? Don't be afraid. I'm a professional. It hurts. Shoo. Fang Xian wielded a fruit knife, ruthlessly slicing a cut across Yi Lingling's chubby little hand, crimson droplets of blood emerging and pooling in her palm. Throughout the process, the silver-haired girl's tears spilled forth, her expression pitiable. "Oh dear, it's just a little cut. Do you have to cry so much?" After a considerable effort, having only made a small incision on Yi Lingling's finger, Fang Xian felt somewhat speechless as her cries tugged at his heartstrings. Originally, he had intended to sever an entire hand to see if it would regrow. However, seeing Yi Lingling's distress, he couldn't bear to do so and merely made a gentle cut, about a centimeter long, without reaching the bone. "I'm truly too merciful," Fang Xian sighed, often troubled by his own kindness. "Why don't you cut your own finger?" Yi Lingling protested, feeling aggrieved. "Because it hurts," Fang Xian replied. "Besides, only a fool would cut their own finger. So cutting someone else's isn't painful? I don't feel it anyway." The taciturn silver-haired little girl was ideal as a test subject, and Fang Xian intended to experiment with the healing abilities of his newly acquired nine-heart sea peach soul. A pristine white sea peach flower floated quietly within him, its translucent petals radiating a sacred glow, harmonizing beautifully with the proud ice phoenix beside it, creating a serene and picturesque tableau. As he gradually infused his soul power, the Nine Hearts sea peach seemed to come alive, beginning to bloom gently. Waves of vibrant energy surged through his body, swiftly transferring to the blade. The shadowless knife glowed with a moonlit sanctity, a gentle breeze sweeping through, causing countless white petals to flutter gracefully, embodying a divine and enchanting scene. Healing knife. One petal landed on Yi Lingling's injured finger, instantly transforming into a stream of light that merged into the wound. Miraculously, the 1 centimeter-long cut began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. In no time, it was completely restored. "What is this? Is it your soul skill? It resembles my Nine Hearts sea peach." Yi Lingling stared in astonishment, her ice-blue eyes wide with wonder. The speed at which her wound healed was astonishing, bearing a striking resemblance to her own Nine Hearts sea peach. Can a knife also heal? This is utterly unfathomable. The silver-haired little girl was bewildered, unable to comprehend what this big bad wolf had done. "I want to tell you." Fang Xian felt quite pleased with the healing power of the healing knife and decided today's events warranted secrecy. Suddenly, he adopted a stern demeanor and menacingly threatened the little girl. "Remember, don't speak of today's events, or I might just find a deserted place and strike you again. No, I'll go back and tell the teacher, expose your secret, and reveal your misdeeds." Yi Lingling seemed to have finally found an opportunity to retaliate against Fang Xian, her lips slightly pouting beneath the veil. Fang Xian was taken aback. He expected the silver-haired little girl to be so oblivious to the situation. It seemed necessary to teach her that strength prevailed. He reached out, grasping her cheeks and pulling them apart, feeling the astonishing elasticity of her youthful face even through the veil. "I will not yield, unless from beneath the veil." Yi Lingling's muffled words emerged. "Unless what? What must you do to keep my secret?" Fang Xian perked up, surprised that this little tool dared to negotiate terms with him. "Unless you invite me to dinner," Yi Lingling declared. "Dinner?" Fang Xian pondered seriously for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I can treat you." Yi Lingling's south eyes curved into crescent moons, and through the translucent veil, one could faintly see the radiant smile on her face. "But you have to pay. Is that all right?" Yi Lingling froze, her smile faltering instantly as displeasure washed over her. It wasn't that Fang Xian was stingy. It was simply that he was utterly broke. The cost of living in the Tiando Royal Academy was exorbitantly high, with meal prices rivaling the monthly living expenses of an average commoner outside. The Academy's students were predominantly royal nobles and affluent heirs, free from financial worries, indulging in abundant feasts, growing plump and content. However, Fang Xian was different. He was alone, destitute, and struggling. After a year, his savings were nearly exhausted, and he was already contemplating finding some odd jobs to earn a little extra. Thus, he had no means to treat the little girl to a meal. "Hey, I've already made concessions. Don't get carried away." Fang Xian glared at Yi Lingling, grinding his teeth. "I'll treat, and you'll pay. Is that acceptable? If not, I might just dig a pit and bury you like a radish." Ugh! Yi Lingling was 180% unwilling, frowning as she contemplated before reluctantly nodding. "Fine, I'll treat." "Ahem, don't get it twisted. I'm the one treating." Fang Xian coughed lightly, reminding her. You are merely responsible for the payment. Enumerating the various uses of the silver-haired little girl. 1. Copying soul abilities. 2. Test subject. 3, 4. And many more into research. What is the difference? Yi Lingling shot Fang Xian an exasperated glare. Of course, there is a difference. The sentiment of treating counts as my contribution, while the money spent counts as yours. The two are worlds apart and should not be conflated. Fang Xian declared with righteous indignation. Yi Lingling was astounded by his brazen reasoning. When a rogue reached a certain level, they could truly transform into a gentleman. She then inquired, by the way, what is that thing? Fang Xiandao, the emotional vault of Mu. Yi Lingling? All right. I will treat you to a meal. Let us go. Gently patting the silver-haired young girl's head, Fang Xiandao smiled faintly and led her out of the courtyard. The two walked side by side, leisurely making their way down the street, skirting the garden and traversing the main campus towards the restaurant in the central district. Chapter 21. The Noble Restaurant, the Noble Restaurant. The golden floors sparkled with dazzling light, reflecting the brilliance of the hanging crystal chandeliers. Even the most ordinary tables and chairs were crafted from precious golden silk namu, exuding opulence and extravagance. The Heavendo Academy boasted many such luxurious dining establishments, offering a plethora of exquisite delicacies, with prices that could be described as exorbitant. It was said that even a simple dish could cost as much as 100 gold soul coins. This was a favored venue for noble students, rivaling the five-star hotels of the outside world in prestige, where even some lesser noble families dared not venture. Upon entering the noble restaurant, Fang Xiandao was immediately enveloped by a rich fragrance of roses mingled with the intoxicating aroma of fine red wine, a sensation that was almost euphoric before he had even taken a sip. Looking around, he observed young couples seated at tables, gazing lovingly into each other's eyes, engaged in romantic conversations. This noble restaurant was not merely a place for leisure. It was also an ideal spot for couples to enjoy intimate dates. As Fang Xiandao and Yi Lingling entered the restaurant, a stir erupted around them. Curious and uncertain glances converged from every direction, ultimately focusing on Yi Lingling. ISNT that Yi Lingling. Regardless of the time, a beauty is always the center of attention, particularly one as talented as Yi Lingling, who had reached level 30 by the tender age of 14. She shone in the academy like a comet, captivating countless boys who were infatuated with her. What is going on? Why is Yi Lingling here? Could be a date. Damn it, who is that pretty boy beside her? In an instant, many hostile gazes were directed at Fang Xiandao. Hey, I didn't expect you'd be quite popular, Fang Xiandao remarked, somewhat surprised, as he affectionately ruffled Yi Lingling's adorable head, causing her silky silver hair to become tousled. This action ignited flames of jealousy in the onlookers. Their teeth clenched in envy, wishing they could leap forward and tear Fang Xiandao apart. Don't mess with my hair, Yi Lingling huffed, pushing away the offending hand that was tousling her head. Under the weight of countless envious stares, Fang Xiandao guided Yi Lingling to a round table, where he picked up a menu, contemplating the dishes while muttering, "What should we eat? Fang Xiandao, why did you bring me to a place like this?" At this moment, Yi Lingling noticed that most of the restaurant's patrons were couples, her brow furrowing in suspicion as she stared at Fang Xiandao. "To indulge you," Fang Xiandao replied calmly, having finally found a naive and adorable little lamb. It would be a disservice to his appetite not to feast heartily. Typically, he dined in humble eateries providing meals for common workers, rarely stepping into such opulent establishments due to financial constraints. Lately, he had been scraping by with mere buns, dedicating most of his time to training. Now, with a yearning for a hearty meal, he seized the opportunity to indulge himself at the noble restaurant. After all, he wouldn't have to spend a dime. Braised pork, soy sauce duck, sweet and sour fish, and a roasted suckling pig. Fang Xiandao called over a nearby waiter, instructing, "Make it quick." "Yes, please wait a moment," the waiter replied respectfully. With money in hand, the service was swift. Within 3 minutes, all the ordered dishes were served. Gazing at the table laden with delicacies, Fang Xiandao's eyes sparkled as he began to indulge himself with great delight. "How long has it been since you last ate?" Yi Lingling blinked innocently, observing Fang Xiandao's crude mannerisms, which resembled that of a wild man just emerged from the mountains, leaving her speechless. What a boorish fellow! At that moment, a blond youth, around 17 or 18, approached. He cast a disdainful glance at the gluttonous Fang Xiandao, his face a mask of contempt. Lingling, how could you be with someone like him? He said, slightly turning his gaze to focus on Yi Lingling, his eyes suddenly ablaze with intensity. Yi Lingling who fed coldly, ignoring the intruding blonde youth entirely, instead shifting closer to Fang Xiandao, wrapping her arm around his left. Witnessing this, the blonde youth's eyes darkened with rage. Why are you so close? You're obstructing my meal. However, Fang Xiandao's dismissive gesture only fueled the blonde youth's anger further. He had asked Yi Lingling out a dozen times, yet she had never acknowledged him. Yet here was this fellow, and she was willingly cuddling up to him. While he pushed her away with disdain, it was infuriating. At that moment, jealousy surged within him. Hey kid, get up. I have something to say to you. The blonde youth said darkly. What is it? Fang Xiandao raised an eyebrow, sitting comfortably in his chair, leisurely wiping his greasy hands with a napkin. Stay away from Lingling. The blonde youth commanded coldly. Oh, what if I don't want to? Fang Xiandao replied calmly. If you will. The blonde youth raised his head arrogantly, looking down at Fang Xiandao, his handsome face full of pride as he confidently declared, You will once you hear my name. Pray tell, Fang Xiandao responded, feigning earnestness. The blonde youth pounded his chest, enunciating each word with pride. I am Long Outyin. Fang Xiandao paused, nearly bursting into laughter. No wonder this person was so arrogant. Just the name alone could scare away countless heroes. Long Outyin. That Long Outyin. What? The Long Outyin, who is the champion of the Tianwei Level S arena, who has secured 9 consecutive victories and is this year's most outstanding newcomer. At that moment, upon hearing the name Long Outyin, the surrounding students displayed expressions of astonishment. Among the new students, Long Outyin was indeed an exceptionally remarkable figure, having reached level 24 at such a young age, and it was anticipated that he would soon break through to level 25, qualifying as a Tianji level student. Many speculated that Long Outyin would surely surpass level 30 before turning 20, ascending to the Academy's highest tier of Tiando level students. I have long admired your name. It is as thunderous as it is renowned. Fang Xiandao suppressed his laughter, his expression somewhat comical. Knowing my name is enough. Long Outyin crossed his arms, his face radiating uncontainable pride. May I ask, do you have a brother named Yi Liangchen? Fang Xiandao teased. How do you know? Long Outyin was taken aback. Ha ha! Fang Xiandao burst into laughter. Chapter 22. Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen. Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen, a pair of brothers renowned within the academy. One is the top of the Tianwei level, while the other is the pinnacle of the Tianji level, both standing out among their peers. Unless a Tiando level student above level 30 intervenes, this academy is essentially their domain. You little brat, since you know my name, will you leave Lingling's side willingly, or shall I throw you out myself? Long Outyin, with an air of arrogance, cast a disdainful glance at Fang Xian, completely disregarding this pretty boy who appeared more attractive than himself. Among the notable strong figures in the academy, he recognized them all, yet Fang Xian was a stranger to him. To Long Outyin, it seemed the latter had merely seduced Yi Lingling with his handsome face. Faced with such a leech, what was there to fear? Fang Xian raised the corner of his mouth slightly and calmly said, Unleash your martial spirit. If he was so ungrateful, then he should not blame me for being impolite. Long Outyin's expression turned icy as golden soul energy surged from his body. He bellowed, causing the entire dining hall to tremble, and a radiant golden axe manifested in his hand. Following that, 2 yellow soul rings emerged, and the formidable aura of a great soul master enveloped the space. Boy, take this axe. Long Outyin, shimmering with golden light, raised the axe high, wielding a fierce gust of wind as he struck down towards Fang Xian. Draw the sword technique. Fang Xian's deep-set eyes sparkled with brilliance as he grasped the hilt of his sword and swiftly drew it. The shadowless blade broke free from its sheath, transforming into a streak of icy brilliance, colliding forcefully with the golden axe. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Long Outyin spat blood, his body uncontrollably flying backward, shattering several tables and chairs. Even the golden axe martial spirit seemed gravely injured, dimming significantly, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a streak of light, retreating into his body. Coughing, Long Outyin exclaimed, No, this is impossible. What have you done? His face was a mask of disbelief as he gazed at Fang Xian in the distance. Just one strike. He felt as though he had been struck by a mountain. His entire body racked with pain, the terrifying force having sent him flying, and even his martial spirit was severely wounded. Who on earth was this person? With trepidation, Long Outyan's gaze fell upon Fang Xian as he approached, his hair standing on end, looking at Fang Xian as if he were a monster. What do you want? Fang Xian's expression remained indifferent, the shadowless blade glimmering coldly as he stepped in front of Long Outyan, towering over him, his murderous intent palpable. Suddenly he spoke. Tell me, do you have money on you? Long Outyan was momentarily stunned and instinctively replied, yes. How much? Not much, just 200 gold soul coins. Come on, aren't you supposed to be the top student? How can you be so poor? Long Outyan lamented inwardly, having previously possessed several thousand coins, all squandered on flirtations with young ladies. Yet he had failed to win any of their affections. All right, hand over the money, and I shall let you off the hook. Before the wide-eyed crowd, Fang Xian brazenly demanded money, leaving everyone speechless. What a big bad wolf. Yi Lingling pouted slightly. Just moments ago, Fang Xian had defeated Long Outyan with a single strike, showcasing a heroic demeanor that had stirred her admiration. Yet he now shamelessly demanded money. In that instant, the valiant image she had formed of him crumbled entirely. Not bad, not bad. I've earned 200 gold soul coins, Fang Xian said, counting the money he had taken from Long Outyan, feeling immensely satisfied. After dealing with the minor inconveniences, it was time to tackle the bigger issues. This was his usual approach. However, Fang Xian had no intention of following the script this time. Are you planning to call your brother back? Noticing a flicker of resentment in Long Outyan's eyes, he deduced that the latter likely intended to summon help to reclaim his honor. Thus, he casually remarked, no need for that. I will accompany you to deal with your brother, Long Outyan. 20 minutes later, at the intermediate training ground, Fang Guan, Yi Lingling, and Long Outyan arrived at the center of the training area. It was noon. The sun hung high in the sky, casting warm rays that filtered through the dappled leaves, illuminating a group of youths engaged in their training. These youths were all elite students, their soul power around levels 25 to 30, a tier above the ordinary. And within the Tiando Academy, they could be considered the backbone of the institution's future. Among this elite group stood a young man in his 20s, positioned at the forefront. He was slightly older than the rest, and the aura of soul power radiating from him was more brilliant. After a moment of cultivation, the young man exhaled deeply, gradually awakening from his meditative state. The azure glow of his soul power receded, and his aura seemed to strengthen further. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the enhancement of his soul power, and a smile of joy appeared on his face. 3 figures reflected in his dark pupils, and the young man furrowed his brow slightly as he recognized Long Outyan. Outyan, what brings you here? The trio consisted of his younger brother Long Outyan, the enchanting Yi Lingling, and a black-haired youth he had never seen before. Brother. Long Outyan timidly stepped forward to Yi Liangchun, awkwardly stating, I brought someone to beat you. Yi Liangchun, puzzled, gawked at him. Outyan, what are you talking about? Are you itching for a fight? Although they bore different surnames, they were indeed brothers, one taking their father's surname and the other their mother's. Yi Liangchun was the elder brother, while Long Outyan was the younger. The two shared a close bond. However, today, Yi Liangchun felt that his younger brother was in need of a lesson. No, that's not it. Long Outyan quickly corrected himself. Waving his hands in explanation, this person insisted I bring him to fight you. Pointing at Fang Xian, he wore an innocent expression. Huh? What is going on? Outyan, did you stir up trouble again? Yi Liangchun raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at Fang Xian. Well, it started with me provoking him, but now he refuses to back down, insisting on causing us trouble. Long Outyan lamented, feeling regret at having entangled himself with this calamity named Fang Xian. Yi Liangchun's aura was significantly stronger than Long Outyan's, seemingly having surpassed level 30, making him one of the top talents within the Tiando Royal Academy. With a cold gaze sweeping over Yi Liangchun, Fang Xian curved his lips into a subtle smile, calmly stating, Yi Liangchun, do not be surprised or perplexed. To prevent you from seeking trouble with me, I have come to deal with you first. Chapter 23. Ah, women. Upon these words, a wave of commotion erupted within the training ground. How audacious. To seek trouble with Senior Liangchun. Haha, seems like he doesn't want to live anymore. Senior Liangchun, show him what you're made of. Mocking voices filled the air as the students regarded Fang Xian with disdain. Who didn't he know that Yi Liangshun was the foremost among the elite? Few could surpass him within the academy. This newcomer, who had appeared from nowhere, dared to challenge Yi Liangshun. He truly lacked awareness of his own limitations. To extinguish me? How amusing. Yi Liangshun raised his head proudly, coldly regarding Fang Xian. A dangerous smile creeping upon his lips. I admire your courage, but I advise you to apologize to me now, while you still can. Fang Xian remained silent, merely fixing his calm gaze upon Yi Liangshun. I could take you as my subordinate. It wouldn't be shameful for the academy to know that you were defeated by Yi Liangshun. Yi Liangshun declared arrogantly, having yet to engage Fang Xian in battle, but already certain of his victory. Such an arrogant act, when observed in others, may seem pretentious. Yet when it comes to Yi Liangshun, it embodies an unparalleled confidence, one that he genuinely possesses. His brother should not underestimate this fellow. He is formidable and has recently faced a setback at Fang Xian's hands. Long Out Yin, aware of this seemingly inconspicuous youth's prowess, kindly cautioned his brother. However, to his surprise, Yi Liangshun not only dismissed Long Out Yin's well-meaning advice, but retaliated with a slap that left him stunned. With an expression of disappointment, Yi Liangshun pointed at Long Out Yin and chastised. How have I taught you, man? You must be confident and cultivate a warrior's heart. No matter the adversary, you must believe you can overcome them. He then exclaimed, Out Yin, where has your pride gone? My pride? It was just shattered by that guy. Long Out Yin, having just endured a severe beating, now faced his brother's reprimand, his face a picture of woe, resembling a scorned bride, head downcast in silence. Enough of this chatter. Let us unleash our martial spirits. Fang Xian frowned. The incessant banter of these peculiar brothers was excessive. Prepare to meet your end, little brat. Yi Liangshun ceased his words and roared. A surge of dark soul energy enveloped him, and the phantom of a demonic wolf gradually emerged around his form. Simultaneously, 3 resplendent soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, rose from his feet, unleashing a formidable aura akin to a raging storm. 3 soul rings. The spectators gasped in disbelief. Has senior brother Liangshun broken through to the soul master rank? When did this occur without our knowledge? This fellow possesses considerable strength. Even Yi Lingling was taken aback. Yi Liangshun had silently ascended to the soul master realm and acquired a millennium-old soul ring, a truly astonishing revelation. It appears that soon, the academy will boast yet another exceptional talent among its ranks. Yi Liangshun reveled in this effect, noticing the shock on the faces of those around him. His vanity greatly satisfied, a smug smile gracing his features. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Liangshun, a heaven-rank student, with a martial spirit of the dark demon wolf and a battle soul of 31. In the next moment, he erupted into laughter, exuding confidence as he channeled his soul energy and charged at Fang Xian, his wolf-imbued fist aimed squarely at his head. Suddenly, a clear, water-like blade technique echoed. The shadowless blade became encrusted with frost, emanating chilling air, transforming into a frosty blade that cleaved through the void, fiercely targeting Yi Liangshun. The icy blade, imbued with dreadful might, struck Yi Liangshun's demonic wolf fist, sending him hurtling away with an unmatched force. Faced with a 3-ring soul master, Fang Xian did not overestimate himself. He activated the Ice Phoenix martial spirit and unleashed the innate frost blade, decisively propelling Yi Liangshun away with a single strike. Yi Liangshun coughed up blood, his countenance ashen, his body uncontrollably rolling back, flying 5 meters before crashing to the ground and rolling 3 times, his cheeks and arms scraped, his hair matted with dirt, utterly disheveled and devoid of any confidence. How is this possible? How could you be so strong? He stammered, raising a trembling finger toward the expressionless Fang Xian, who approached with his blade drawn. A single strike? He defeated Yi Liangshun with but 1 blow. Who is this person? The onlookers were left speechless, gazing at Fang Xian as though he were a monster. Defeating a 3-ring soul master with a mere stroke was beyond the capabilities of even ordinary heaven-rank students. Such power was truly terrifying. Thus, all the preceding chatter culminated in a single blow. Fang Xian shrugged, walking up to Yi Liangshun, his cold gaze piercing like daggers into the latter's heart, causing him to shudder. What do you want? Under the intense gaze filled with murderous intent, Yi Liangshun felt a chill run down his spine. acutely sensing the fear of death. You have wasted so much of my time. Hand over your money, Fang Xian threatened, pressing his blade against Yi Liangchen's neck coldly. Okay. Yi Liangchen hesitated, instinctively reaching for his purse, his frantic demeanor resembling that of a primary school student confronted by an intimidating upperclassman. This scene left the crowd astounded. Just moments ago, he was a hero who had vanquished Yi Liangchen, now reduced to a figure resembling a common thug. Haha, full 1,000 gold soul coins. After searching Yi Liangchen, Fang Xian secured 1,000 gold soul coins, and with the additional 200 contributed by Long Outyin, he now possessed a total of 1,200 gold soul coins, plenty to spend. Pleased with this turn of events, he felt a wave of joy within. Brother. Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen, the hapless duo, exchanged glances before suddenly embracing each other, licking their wounds. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen. Fang Xian and Yi Lingling exited the training grounds, walking until they reached a crossroads in the main campus, where they finally paused. Fang Xian, it's getting late. I'll head back now. I'll come find you to play sometime. Yi Lingling waved vigorously at Fang Xian. I do prefer you didn't tea. Fang Xian replied with a hint of disdain. I still have training. I have no time to play with you. Then I shall annoy you every day henceforth. Yi Lingling shot him an indignant glare before swiftly turning and dashing toward the girls' dormitory. TCH, what a hassle. Fang Xian shook his head in resignation. Once entangled with a woman, the complications are endless, impossible to shake off, especially with a silver-haired little girl like Yi Lingling. Chapter 24, Against Strongest Blade System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 21. Title, Great Soul Master, Soul Power, 10. 210. Proficiency, Basic Blade Technique, 99-100. Divine Blade, 0. Martial Spirit, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 52-100. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 11-100. Talent, Frost Blade, Healing Blade. In a fleeting 3 days, Fang Xian remained indoors, diligently honing his skills. With a swift motion, he executed a blade strike that tore through the air like a razor, cleaving a willow tree in the courtyard, which was as thick as a man's waist. In two with a resounding crack, a demonstration of formidable power. However, Fang Xian frowned, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. It seems to lack a certain something. He pondered, feeling that his blade technique was missing an essential quality. Not enough ferocity. Yes, the momentum is insufficient. A swordsman, armed solely with his blade, should conquer the world. Fang Xian suddenly realized that practicing against inanimate objects hindered the development of his blade energy. He must seek out worthy opponents to cultivate his unique force. What a desolate place, how shabby. Lingling, is this where that person you mentioned resides? Just then, a melodious voice wafted in from outside the courtyard. Fang Xian raised an eyebrow and saw 2 stunning young women arm in arm, approaching the entrance, their demeanor exuding intimacy. These 2 beauties, walking side by side, appeared as the most exquisite sights in the academy. The young lady on the left, slightly older and appearing to be around 17 or 18, boasts striking purple hair and alluring, elongated eyes that exude a hint of charm. Her exquisite features and lithe figure resemble that of a captivating water serpent, truly embodying the essence of a beautiful enchantress. This purple-haired maiden is none other than Douluo, one of the prodigies of the Tiando Academy. Beside her stands another girl with silver hair, dressed in a black gown, her indifferent gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation, exuding an elegant detachment akin to a pristine lotus. This silver-haired beauty is naturally Yi Lingling. Unlike her usual appearance, Yi Lingling today is without her customary black veil, her rosy cheeks adorned with a touch of baby fat, giving her a cute and plump appearance that is both charming and captivating. An unwelcome situation arises. Upon seeing the 2 lovely visitors, Fang Xian feels a sinking sensation in his heart instead of joy or excitement, instinctively furrowing his brow, foreseeing trouble. Hello, Fang Xian, good morning. Yi Lingling stands at the threshold, her cherubic face tinged with a faint blush as she musters the courage to greet him with a friendly wave. Fang Xian, however, remains silent, stepping towards the 2 maidens, and to their astonishment, he abruptly shuts the door. The action is fluid, devoid of hesitation, and he even secures it with an iron bolt. Staring at the firmly closed door, Douluo and Yi Lingling freeze momentarily, gradually becoming petrified at the entrance. What kind of person is this? Lacking even a modicum of courtesy, After a brief moment, Douluo erupts in frustration, her enchanting face contorted with disbelief. Having been pursued by countless suitors throughout her life, she has never so much as acknowledged them. Yet here she is, having taken the initiative to visit a boy's home, only to be rejected. This is utterly absurd. Fuming, Douluo, clutching her slender waist, turns to Yi Lingling and exclaims, "Lingling, is this your savior? The one you've been pining for all this time? Why has he left you outside? Yin, stop speaking nonsense. When did I ever say he was my beloved?" Yi Lingling's face flushes slightly, glaring at Douluo with annoyance. "You may not have said it, but a mind as astute as mine has already discerned your little secret." Douluo retorts triumphantly before glancing at the dilapidated wooden door, her irritation boiling over as she kicks it open. Upon the door, swinging wide, she immediately spots Fang Xian practicing swordplay alone in the yard, completely ignoring them. "Hey, you must be Fang Xian." Douluo saunters over, hands on her hips, her eyes narrowing as she glares at him. "I've heard you possess considerable strength, having slain a 1,000-year-old beast with a single strike and subsequently defeating the dragon Ao Tian and the Yi Liangchen brothers. Despite them being rather incompetent, it's evident you possess a modicum of skill." Fang Xian, with a stoic expression, silently regards Douluo, unsure of her intentions. "Oof." Douluo surveys the scattered wooden stumps and trees around her, a smirk playing on her lips. "Fang Xian, training alone must be dreadfully dull. Why not spar with me? Allow this lady to teach you how to conduct oneself in the academy." As her words fall, Douluo unleashes her soul power, her dress billowing dramatically. Yellow, purple. 3 resplendent soul rings rise from her feet, a formidable aura erupting like a tempest, causing the very courtyard to tremble. A soul master. Fang Xian is initially taken aback, then a smile graces his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he replies, "Excellent. The 25th chapter. You are lewd. You are shameless. A soul master, and not just any soul master. From the fluctuations of Douluo's soul power, it is evident that even the combined strength of the Yi brothers pales in comparison, positioning her as a standout among the younger generation. The determining factors of a soul master's prowess are not solely based on rank. The quality of the martial soul and the age of the soul rings are equally vital. Douluo, a granddaughter of the esteemed titled Douluo, wields the rare and formidable martial soul of the blue scale serpent, which is exceptionally valuable. Fang Xian's fighting spirit ignites. This is precisely the type of opponent he has longed for. Douluo, 34th level battle, soul master. Martial soul, blue scale serpent. Douluo announces her rank and martial soul, a customary gesture before battle. Fang Xian has always considered such self-disclosure in the Douluo continent to be foolish. Revealing one's trump cards before a fight merely aids the opponent. Adhering to a low-profile approach typical of mortals, combined with the steady demeanor of his senior brother, ensures his survival in the Douluo continent. Thus, he remains silent. "Hey, do you not understand the rules? I've revealed my name, what about you?" Douluo's alluring eyes blaze with fury, the ethereal semblance of the blue scale serpent flickering around her. Just as tensions escalate between the two, ready to erupt in a conflict, the silver-haired little girl, Yi Lingling, rushes over, positioning herself between them, anxiously interjecting. "Hey, Yin, Fang Xian, what are you doing? We are all classmates. Why fight amongst ourselves? Lingling, step aside. I need to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson." Douluo insists. Yin, I brought you here not to engage in a fight with Fang Xian." Yi Lingling turns to her, her delicate cheeks puffing slightly as she gazes at Douluo with discontent. Just as Yi Lingling stands her ground, advocating for Fang Xian, her petite frame suddenly lifts off the ground, suspended mid-air. Yi Lingling is taken aback, glancing back to find Fang Xian grasping her collar, lifting her like a toy before unceremoniously tossing her aside. "Little one, don't be a hindrance." With a whoosh, Yi Lingling lands with a thud, her expression a picture of grievance as she gazes up at the aloof boy. "I come to speak for you, and you hit me. What kind of person are you?" Even Douluo stands stunned, perplexed by such an ungrateful individual. Now that there are no distractions, Fang Xian's clear eyes burn with fervent determination, his handsome face alight with excitement. "Douluo, do not hold back. Let us engage in a fair and vigorous battle." Hearing this, Douluo's cheeks flush, her fury igniting as she glares at Fang Xian. "You scoundrel. What nonsense are you spouting? Talking about a vigorous battle. Ugh, shameless, despicable. Fang Xian, bewildered, replies, huh? Why are you girls so twisted in your thinking? I'm in a proper duel. This Dugu Yin, purely misguided in her thoughts, seems to interpret everything inappropriately, likely influenced by her excessive reading of certain materials. In certain aspects, some girls possess insights that surpass those of boys. Ugh, you villain, rogue, scoundrel. Today, I shall teach you a lesson. Dugu Yin, thoroughly incensed by Fang Xian's taunts, is ready to unleash her fury. At the 34th level of Soul Master, the prowess of her soul power surpassed Fang Xian by a staggering 13 levels, coupled with the rare martial spirit of the emerald-scaled serpent. The emerald soul energy emanating from Dugu Yin surged forth, stirring a powerful gust of wind, exuding an overwhelming aura. Her first soul skill, Emerald Scales of Red Poison, manifested as a green venomous serpent coiled around her exquisitely formed body, its gaping maw unleashing a cloud of crimson toxic mist aimed squarely at Dugu Yin. Subsequently, a brilliant radiance enveloped her, her soul power seemingly escalating significantly, even her elongated, beautiful eyes sparkling with dazzling brilliance. Fang Xian's expression stiffened as he observed this scene. Recognizing it to be Dugu Yan's first soul skill, the Emerald Scales of Red Poison. This potent toxin functioned like a stimulant, invigorating the nerves and amplifying both attack power and speed by 20%. The venomous woman, brimming with toxicity and adorned with spikes, posed a formidable challenge. In terms of martial spirit quality and the age of her soul rings, Dugu Yin was undoubtedly one of the most talented figures among the younger generation. Faced with such an adversary, Fang Xian dared not display any complacency. He focused intently, preparing to counter Dugu Yan's assault. With a fierce shout, her delicate hands harnessed pure soul energy, forming a fist that unleashed a cutting wind aimed directly at Fang Xian's head. Dugu Yin launched herself with full force, her small fist containing astonishing might, intent on decisively ending the conflict with this loathsome opponent. Clang! The wooing blade was drawn from its sheath, slicing through the air at high speed, its edge cleaving the atmosphere, producing a piercing sound as it met Dugu Yan's fist in a furious clash. Fang Xian held nothing back. Despite Dugu Yan's femininity, the pressure she exerted was immense. He drew his blade, ready to confront the 34th level soul master, Dugu Yin. Boom! 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 Within the courtyard, soul power surged, and fierce winds swept through, interspersed with the occasional beast-like roars. The two engaged in an intense battle, stirring up clouds of dust and causing the very ground to tremble. Fang Xian entered a heightened state, absorbing soul power rapidly as the sounds of successful blade draws echoed in his mind, his energy increasing swiftly. Battling a worthy opponent proved far more beneficial than chopping wood. In no time, his soul power surged by 10 points and continued to rise steadily. By the end, he found himself reluctant to strike Dugu Yin, recognizing her as a worthy sparring partner. Dugu Yan's violet hair billowed wildly as she exclaimed, "You scoundrel! Fang Xian, despicable and shameless." The girl, incensed, noted how Fang Xian had targeted her attire, a beautiful purple dress now tattered under the onslaught of his swift blade. At that moment, a brilliant arc of light sliced through Dugu Yan's pristine waistcloth. With a shriek, she pierced the air, her garments torn, revealing skin as smooth and luminous as ivory, its snowy hue glistening in the courtyard's light. "What are you screaming for? As if I've done something to you." Fang Xian frowned, dissatisfied with her reaction, believing he had shown restraint. Otherwise, that last strike could have cleaved Dugu Yin in two. Despicable and filthy. Dugu Yin's cheeks flushed crimson, her hair standing on end as she shouted, "Fang Xian, I will kill you." Her reason unraveled, fury clouding her mind. She lost control entirely. The emerald-scaled serpent coiled in the air, roaring ferociously, shaking the courtyard to its core. With cold, murderous eyes, the serpent locked its gaze on Fang Xian, releasing a torrent of eerie purple poison. Third soul skill, Emerald Scales of Purple Poison. This was Dugu Yan's most formidable technique, capable of instantly killing 50 adult cattle with its terrifying toxicity. "Yin Yan, stop. You cannot use that poison. It could be deadly." Lingling cried out in alarm, horrified at Dugu Yan's reckless invocation of the serpent's venom, but it was too late. What to do? Fang Xian could be killed. The silver-haired little girl clasped her hands tightly, her face etched with worry. Facing the oncoming emerald scales of purple poison, Fang Xian's gaze turned steely, devoid of fear. He recalled the original narrative, where the supposedly fearsome emerald scales of poison had been effortlessly countered by Tang San with a mere application of fire. Without the halo of a chosen one, Fang Xian was cautious not to engage in such reckless behavior. 9 Hearts, Sea Peony Healing Blade. A radiant moonlight rose from the wooing blade, cherry blossom-like petals fluttering down, imbued with a sacred hue as the blade surged fearlessly into the poisonous mist. Miraculously, the highly toxic emerald scales of purple poison began to dissipate visibly under the purifying light of the 9 Heart Sea Peony. The once overwhelming purple fog that threatened to engulf the courtyard rapidly evaporated as Fang Xian, brandishing the gleaming wooing blade, broke through the poison's grasp, advancing toward the central figure of Douluo. My poison, how can it be dispelled? Panic crept into Douluo's alluring face as she struggled to comprehend how Fang Xian had neutralized her emerald scales of purple poison. The long blade sliced through the air, generating a fierce wind, and she felt the chilling aura of Fang Xian's blade as if her heart were about to be pierced. Oh no! The specter of death loomed near, and even Douluo's strong disposition faltered, prompting a terrified scream as she hurriedly retreated, attempting to evade Fang Xian's onslaught. Yet her mind was in disarray, her footing unstable. How could she possibly escape Fang Xian's precise and lethal advance? Swish! A glint of cold light flashed, and a sharp, snow-white blade rested against the delicate swan-like neck of the girl, the icy gleam causing her hair to stand on end. You have lost, Fang Xian stated coolly, the wooing blade radiating a chilling aura. Douluo gazed at this man, cold as a deity, for the first time in her life feeling genuine fear. Unable to suppress a nervous gulp, she stared blankly at Fang Xian. Soul power surged to 18. In this confrontation, Fang Xian absorbed a substantial amount of soul power, 18 points, surpassing what he had gained in 3 days of training. It became clear he could challenge stronger opponents in the academy for practice, as this method was far more efficient than solitary training. Calmly, he withdrew the wooing blade from Douluo's neck, returning it to its sheath, choosing not to harm this valuable source of soul power, as he might still extract more from her in the future. However, just as Fang Xian turned to leave, Douluo, seemingly possessed by a sudden frenzy and unwilling to accept defeat, raised her fist, gritting her teeth, and charged angrily at Fang Xian. You insufferable brat. Do you seek death? With a cold snort, Fang Xian felt his blood surge, golden soul energy erupting like molten lava. His eyes sparkled with intensity as he lifted his right fist, delivering a powerful strike that shattered the air, his massive fist crashing forcefully against Douluo's heaving chest. Crack! A sound akin to a bone fracturing echoed through the air, leaving Douluo's delicate visage pallid, as a section of her chest was brutally crushed. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, and her body, like a kite severed from its string, was sent hurtling backward for several meters before colliding forcefully with the outer wall. With a single punch, Fang Xian had vanquished Douluo, his disheveled black hair framing his cold, piercing gaze, reminiscent of an enraged demon. Initially, out of respect for Yi Lingling, he had refrained from using excessive force. However, Douluo's incessant provocations, a result of her being overly pampered, compelled him to respond. In a decisive blow, he sent her flying, intending it as a lesson. Yin Yan, are you all right? Yi Lingling exclaimed, her heart racing as she rushed to Douluo's side. Channeling her 9-heart sea begonia, a milky radiance enveloped the girl, instantly mending her injuries. Fang Xian had merely sought to teach Douluo a lesson, withholding lethal intent. Had he truly aimed to harm her, that strike could have easily been fatal. However, Douluo seemed oblivious to his mercy, quickly recovering and brimming with indignation as she hurled threats at him. Fang Xian, you'll regret this. Douluo seethed, her icy demeanor betraying her fury as she glared at him. I'll make sure you're left with nothing but broken teeth come the genius battle. Lingling. Let us go. With that, she grasped Yi Lingling's hand and turned to leave. Observing the disheveled Douluo, Fang Xian remarked, Douluo, let us have another spar when you're free. At his words, Douluo stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. She shot him a fierce glare before departing without a backward glance. In the expansive courtyard, Fang Xian stood alone against the wall, lost in contemplation. Chapter 27. The genius battle. Time flew by, swiftly passing half a month. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the crystalline window, bathing the handsome, fair face in warmth, while strands of soul energy coursed across his body, lifting his flowing black hair. On the bed, a black-haired youth sat cross-legged, eyes firmly shut, engaged in tranquil meditation. The golden soul energy flowed methodically through his meridians, completing a full cycle before merging into his dantian, transforming into pure soul power. The ice-blue ice phoenix martial spirit and the pristine nine-heart sea begonia martial spirit hovered serenely in his dantian. As the soul power infused them, they seemed to come alive, the phoenix spreading its wings and the begonia swirling in a harmonious display, creating a scene of divine tranquility within the youth's being. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from the youth, illuminating the entire room. Level up successful. Congratulations on reaching level 22. Fang Xian exhaled a long, relieved breath, joy illuminating his clear eyes. After a month of tedious training, he had finally broken through. Advancing a level in half a month, such a pace would surely astonish others. He proceeded to check his current attributes. Supreme Blade Drawing System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 22. Title, Great Soul Master. Soul Power, 220. Proficiency, Basic Blade Drawing Technique, 99-100. Divine Blade, 0. Martial Spirits, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 57-100. Nine Hearts Sea Begonia Soul, Beginner 51-100. Talent, Ice Blade, Healing Blade. While his soul power rank had increased swiftly, the proficiency in his blade drawing technique remained stagnant, and the rate of martial spirit upgrades was notably sluggish. At this rate, it would take at least a year to accumulate enough proficiency for an upgrade. Additionally, his blade drawing technique seemed to be trapped at a bottleneck, unable to ascend despite a high success rate. He lacked just one opportunity. With a resolute gaze, Fang Xian gently caressed his white blade, feeling that his technique could reach greater heights with the right moment. It was clear that mere solitary practice would not suffice. A life-and-death battle might provide the breakthrough he sought. This time, he would not need to venture into the perilous Soul Beast Forest. The annual Genius Battle at Tiando Academy was fast approaching. Genius Battle, Fang Xian repeated to himself, excitement coursing through him. This pinnacle contest, gathering the Academy's strongest students, promised to be extraordinarily thrilling. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, brimming with anticipation. The Genius Battle, a grand event held annually at Tiando Academy, aimed to assess the students' progress over the year while fostering competition and growth among them. In terms of scale, it was second only to the elite tournament of Advanced Soul Master Academies held every 5 years. During this event, elite instructors from Tiando Academy, 3 members of the Soul level teaching committee, and members of the imperial family would attend, drawing widespread attention. Such a highly anticipated event would naturally feature generous prizes. The reward for the Genius Battle each year were extraordinarily rare, enticing countless participants. While it may not include treasures as rare as 10,000-year soul rings or soul bones, it offered various valuable items that could enhance soul power, soul guiding devices, wealth, titles, and fame. As long as one was strong enough, they could acquire anything they desired. On that sunny morning, the weather was clear and bright. In the main campus, a serene training ground bustled with activity. A beautiful female instructor in her 20s led a group of students in practice. With her fiery red hair, exquisite features, and a colorful dress accentuating her stunning curves, she captivated the attention of many young men whose gazes lingered on her. This mature beauty exuded irresistible allure with her voluptuous figure, a slender waist, and an aura that was simply unmatched by younger girls. Many male students dreamt of being in her presence, often distracted throughout the lesson, their eyes fixated upon her. Shuepeng, pay attention. The instructor, with her almond-shaped eyes wide open, wielded a crimson whip and struck a student who had been blatantly staring at her chest, sending him sprawling. Laughter erupted among the onlookers. The instructor, named Ruolan, was responsible for teaching a class of Tian Wei-level students. Among the 25 Tian Wei-level teachers, she was the strongest and most accomplished, rightfully earning the title of the top instructor. Despite being a woman, she was a formidable Soul Master at level 49 and was expected to break through to the realm of Soul King within a year if all went well. Ruolan's temperament matched her fiery appearance. She was unyielding in her discipline. The fourth prince of the empire, Shuepeng, would not escape her wrath if he dared to slack off in class. In Tiando Academy, regardless of rank, lineage, or identity, all students were subject to the academy's rules and must obey their teachers. Otherwise, the pampered scions of various nations would become little emperors. Here, there were no princes or nobles, only strength and rank. "I'm sorry, teacher." Avalanche, clutching his reddened left cheek, awkwardly made his way into the group, while the others continued to stifle their laughter. As the students listened intently to teacher Ruolan's guidance on cultivation, their faces brimming with rapture. One student sat indifferently under a tree, holding a knife, resembling a solitary handsome man, standing in stark contrast to the fervently training group. Oh, what a curious sight. The prince who is habitually tardy and leaves early has actually decided to attend class today, someone remarked. Suddenly, teacher Ruolan turned around, her hands on her slender waist, teasingly addressing the dark-haired youth beneath the ancient tree. "If I recall correctly, today is supposed to be the assessment day." Fang Xian cast a nonchalant glance at teacher Ruolan. "What? You still intend to participate in the assessment?" Ruolan exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. "I reported your unsatisfactory results yesterday. You can pack your belongings and head home now." "What did you say?" Fang Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The enthusiastic support from everyone had been impressive. Today, there would still be 2 updates, with the second one to be released at 8 in the evening, maintaining a steady pace towards 3 updates. Chapter 28. Why are you yelling so loud? At the Tiando Academy, there is a performance evaluation. Any student who has been in the academy for a year and has not reached level 21 will be expelled. 21 is the academy's strict standard, designed to weed out those who are merely pretending to cultivate and the idlers among the young aristocrats. "What did you say?" "You already submitted my unsatisfactory evaluation." Fang Xian could no longer remain calm, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on teacher Ruolan. "Huh, just kidding." Teacher Ruolan laughed heartily, her demeanor betraying her amusement as she waved her hand at Fang Xian. Truth be told, she enjoyed teasing this brooding boy, a child still in his youth who often presented himself as a worldly sage. Every time she provoked this calm and seemingly extraordinary youth into a fit of rage, Ruolan felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. TCH, this detestable fellow. Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly, clearly displeased with teacher Ruolan's antics. He wondered if Qianren Xue had plotted against him, deliberately placing him in teacher Ruolan's class, and even made him classmates with Avalanche. 2 princes in one class, one a wastrel, the other a failure. What an oddity. However, he rarely attended class, choosing instead to practice his sword at home, occasionally showing up to maintain a presence. Once a model student at Tsinghua Academy, he had now fallen to the status of a disgrace in the eyes of his teacher. "I thought you had forgotten about today's assessment," teacher Ruolan said, brushing her fiery hair, her gentle gaze sharpening as she focused on Fang Xian. "Since you've dared to participate, it means you've gained some confidence." Fang Xian nodded earnestly. His soul power had already reached level 22, surpassing the Academy-S requirement by 1 level. "In that case, let us begin soul ring activation," teacher Ruolan stated calmly. The soul ring is a swift reflection of a soul master's current strength. If Fang Xian truly met the standards, he should possess 2 soul rings by now. Fang Xian was taken aback. "I don't have any." This time, it was teacher Ruolan who was taken aback, her annoyance evident. "What do you mean you don't have any?" "I lack soul rings, but my soul power level has indeed reached the standard. Innate full soul power at level 21. Postnatal full soul power at level 22. Teacher Ruolan and Fang Xian exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions comically exaggerated. Postnatal full soul power at level 22. Teacher Ruolan bit her silver teeth, her brows furrowing as she clenched her delicate fists, shouting at Fang Xian. "Are you trying to deceive me?" The waves of her enraged voice surged forth, disheveling her graceful black hair and forcing Fang Xian back 3 steps. "If you don't believe me, you can summon the testing instruments for an assessment right here." Fang Xian replied. "No need for such trouble. I believe what you lack is not testing, but a good lesson." Teacher Ruolan had long harbored dissatisfaction toward this unconventional student, and her pent-up anger finally erupted at that moment. "Whoever you are, step forward." She pointed into the crowd, leaving several students glancing at one another. confused as to whom she referred. If memory served, none among them bore that name. With her temper flaring, Teacher Ruolan fixed her gaze on Avalanche, angrily declaring, "Avalanche, I am speaking of you. Come forward." "Oh yes, teacher." Avalanche blinked in surprise and hurriedly approached Teacher Ruolan, appearing ready to face any challenge. "Fool! You're not supposed to come over here." Teacher Ruolan shot him a glare and pointed at Fangxian. "You go defeat him." In this group of moderately skilled students, Avalanche's strength was not particularly remarkable, standing at level 23. But he should have no trouble dealing with the troublesome student Fangxian. More importantly, they were brothers, one a wastrel, the other deemed a failure. A long-awaited duel between brothers was about to unfold. Teacher Ruolan's lips curled into a mischievous smile, harboring ulterior motives. "What do you mean?" Fangxian furrowed his brows, looking at Teacher Ruolan with confusion. "It's simple, Fangxian. If you defeat Avalanche, I will acknowledge your qualifications, allowing you to remain at the academy. If you cannot, you may quietly pack your things and leave. Tiando Academy does not support failures." Teacher Ruolan stated flatly. To everyone's surprise, before Fangxian could respond, Avalanche disdainfully interjected, "Teacher, I refuse. Why should a noble being like myself duel with such a lowly creature?" Fangxian was merely a base-born child, unworthy of inheriting even the royal surname, while Avalanche was the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire of incomparable nobility. Although they were nominally brothers, Avalanche had never acknowledged Fangxian as his brother, and they had never exchanged a word in the academy. "Be quiet. I commanded you to defeat Fangxian, not to express your willingness." Teacher Ruolan huffed, releasing a wave of soul power at level 49 that sent a shiver down Avalanche's spine. "Yes, teacher." Avalanche quickly nodded in compliance, obeying her command. He stepped forward, his 23rd level of soul power swirling like a fierce wind, causing his luxurious pale yellow robe to flutter slightly. At the same time, 2 yellow soul rings emerged, the exclusive swan martial spirit of the Tiando royal family shimmering around him, attesting to his royal lineage. Avalanche looked down with arrogance, casting a scornful glance at Fangxian. "You little bastard might as well admit defeat. Otherwise I won't hesitate to break a limb or two." Fangxian calmly stared at the defiant Avalanche, remaining silent. "Unaware of your own mortality, allow you, a mongrel of impure blood, to witness the might of our Tiando royal family's swan martial spirit." Avalanche laughed maniacally as a radiant white swan manifested around him, and he suddenly charged forward, his fist aimed fiercely at Fangxian. Fangxian's eyes suddenly widened as he swiftly drew the shadowless blade from its sheath. With the technique of blade drawing, a flash of blinding light sliced through the air, causing Avalanche to erupt in a spray of blood, screaming as he was sent reeling backward. The audience was left in astonishment. "Yet, I fought valiantly against the urge for power, relinquishing the esteemed title of Dragon King. All for you, my dear readers. So, do bestow upon me your votes and collections. A kiss to you all. Is there interest in joining the reader group? If not, I shall take my leave. If 20 comments are received below, the mysterious group number shall be revealed." Chapter 29, The Swan Martial Spirit. A Meteist. Such a visually appealing yet utterly useless spirit serves no purpose beyond being a royal emblem. It possesses neither offensive nor defensive capabilities, rendering it completely ineffective. With a single strike, Fangxian sent his half-brother flying, his expression devoid of emotion as he expertly sheathed the shadowless blade. Remarkable. With one move, he had defeated Avalanche. The surrounding students were astounded, and even Teacher Ruolan gasped, her beautiful eyes sparkling with surprise. Who would have thought that this solitary troublemaker, usually so unassuming, would display such extraordinary skill today, astonishing everyone present? "Teacher, I have qualified, haven't I?" Fangxian's sharp gaze bore into Teacher Ruolan. "You wretched brat! How dare you strike me?" Avalanche screamed in a fit of rage, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Fangxian, gritting his teeth. "Your mother is a whore from a brothel, and you are nothing but a worthless mutt. I was merely careless. Let us have another round, and I will make you regret it." The long blade sliced through the air, transforming into a chilling gleam, brutally piercing Avalanche's right hand. The bloody tip poised against his throat. Fangxian's cold, unfeeling gaze fixed on Avalanche, causing the arrogant prince to shiver with fear. To live or to die? Fang Xian's movements were as swift as lightning, executing a simple thrust that instantaneously subdued Avalanche, his murderous intent palpable as he locked eyes with his opponent, his gaze frigid as ice. Whether Avalanche was truly a wastrel or merely pretending to be one, he had provoked Fang Xian's ire. This shocking turn of events left everyone present in disbelief. Even Teacher Rulin was momentarily taken aback. In an instant, the usually taciturn youth had transformed into an unparalleled harbinger of death, a terrifying murderous aura that even she felt compelled to respect. "Stop! Do not kill!" Teacher Rulin urgently interjected. However, Fang Xian seemed to be impervious to her voice, the blade still pressed firmly against Avalanche's neck. The slightest exertion enough to end the life of this spoiled prince. Avalanche's complexion turned pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he gazed at Fang Xian's impassive face, realizing that he was not jesting but rather serious. If he dared to utter even a single word of defiance, he would truly meet his end here. "I was wrong. I do not wish to die. Spare me." Avalanche begged desperately. Humph! With a cold snort, the shadowless blade swiftly returned to its sheath. Fang Xian remained impassive, having injured a prince of the empire as if it were a trivial matter. "Hurry, you two. Take Avalanche to the infirmary." Teacher Rulin instructed two students to escort Avalanche away. As they departed, Fang Xian noticed a flicker of resentment on Avalanche's face, indicating that he would not let today's incident slide. Let the soldiers confront the soldiers, and let the waters cover the earth. He felt no fear. "You little rascal. You truly know how to stir up trouble." Teacher Rulin rubbed her temple, casting an irritated glance at Fang Xian. Although she did not emphasize status within the academy, Avalanche was nonetheless a prince of the empire, and his injury in her class would surely provoke the ire of certain royal figures, leading to inevitable complications. "Teacher, I wish to participate in the genius battle." To everyone's surprise, Fang Xian not only showed no concern, but actively requested to join the impending genius battle. The genius battle? Upon hearing this, Teacher Rulin momentarily froze, astonishment illuminating her delicate features. The other students exchanged glances, equally surprised at Fang Xian's boldness. The Genius Battle. It is the highest level competition of the Tiando Academy, where the elite of the young generation fiercely contend for the title of strongest within the academy. Those who perform well will receive substantial rewards and garner the academy's attention for further training, making it a significant opportunity. However, while every student of Tiando Academy is eligible to participate in the Genius Battle, ordinary students at the Tianwei level typically refrain from signing up. Tiando Academy classifies students based on their soul power levels. Those below level 25 are the lowest tier of Tianwei. Levels 25 to 30 are considered Tianji, and those above level 30 are the formidable Tiando level. Under the pressure of the Tianji and Tiando level students, ordinary Tianwei level students merely seek out punishment by participating. Thus, it is rare for Tianwei students to register for the Genius Battle. It is a stage reserved for Tiando level students. Haha, you wish to join the Genius Battle? Quite daring indeed. Teacher Rulin expressed her admiration, gently patting Fang Xian on the shoulder. Over the past 2 years, as the lowest-ranked Tianwei teacher in the academy, she had endured her share of humiliation in front of the senior teachers. Especially during the annual Genius Battle, she sat in silence while the senior teachers eagerly debated which of their students would claim victory, leaving her feeling utterly frustrated. She had hoped to wait until she advanced to a Tianji teacher and received Tianji students before finally shining in the spotlight of the Genius Battle. Yet today, a Tianwei student of over level 20 had boldly requested to participate, leaving her genuinely surprised. Excellent. I have decided that this year, everyone in our class will participate in the Genius Battle. Perhaps influenced by Fang Xian's enthusiasm, Teacher Rulin, with her waist cinched, declared excitedly. Huh? How can this be? Upon hearing their teacher's unilateral decision, the students began to lament. With their level 20-something abilities, how could they possibly compete in the Genius Battle? Wouldn't that be akin to seeking out punishment? It's all right. Even if you do not achieve a commendable rank, the main objective is for you to broaden your horizons. Teacher Rulin reassured them. The Genius Battle is primarily a stage for Tiando-level students, while ordinary Tianwei and Tianji students merely serve as human punching bags for the prodigies who have already attained the rank of Soul Master at such a young age. Presently, Tiando Academy boasts 500 students, with Tiando-level students constituting less than 1/10 of the total. Each Tiando level student is regarded as an exceptionally rare talent. Historically, the champions of the genius battle have always emerged from the Tiando level classes. Though teacher Rulin felt a pang of envy and regret, she knew that ordinary students could not realistically aspire to victory. Sigh, if only one of my students could emerge as a champion. Those arrogant senior teachers would surely be infuriated. After indulging in this daydream for a moment, teacher Rulin turned to Feng Xian and smiled gently. Feng Xian, since you boldly requested to participate in the genius battle, you must possess some confidence. How far do you intend to push yourself in the competition? Within the top 30? Or perhaps the top 20? Historically, the top 10 spots have always been claimed by Tiando level students, and ordinary students should not harbor such delusions. She estimated that with Feng Xian's strength, he might just manage to break into the top 30 with effort. With unwavering determination, Feng Xian declared, "First, thank you all for your support. I kindly ask for your recommendations. Additionally, I am participating in dual activities, and there are friends in the group who are reading 2 books. Please coexist harmoniously and refrain from quarrels. The reason for my dual participation is due to life's constraints. I merely wish to earn 2 full attendance marks, nothing more. If you don't enjoy this book, there's no need to join the group just to criticize me. I have already faced enough hardships, including being offline for 6 days. The next chapter will be available around 11 o'clock. Chapter 30, Preliminary Round on the following morning. The highly anticipated genius battle commenced. In front of the main campus, a spacious and level square awaited. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and many students were already gathered there. The participants, both male and female, were predominantly advanced-level students, primarily above level 25, with a few at the intermediate level. However, none of the strongest students at the academy, the Soul Kings of the Heavenly Do level, were present. Today's event was the preliminary round of the Genius Battle. Students of the Heavenly Do level, who possessed strengths over level 30, were granted the privilege of bypassing the preliminary round and entering directly into the Genius Battle. This was a right bestowed upon the academy's most exceptional students. Around the square, several teachers clad in golden robes engaged in casual conversation, serving as judges to maintain order during the competition. On a tranquil path leading to the main campus, a youth dressed in black attire strode briskly, accompanied by an incessantly chattering red-haired beauty who followed him into the competition square. This youth was, of course, Feng Xian, and the enchanting red-haired beauty was none other than his teacher, Ruolan. Throughout their journey, Ruolan diligently imparted the essential points for the competition. Although her sense of responsibility was commendable, her loquacious nature caused the usually taciturn Feng Xian to frown in discomfort. "All right, that should suffice," Ruolan smiled faintly, placing her left hand on her waist and patting Feng Xian's shoulder with a teasing tone. "Do your best. Aim for first place." Feng Xian could not help but curl his lip at her expression of mistrust. Surely, if one were to compete, their goal could not simply be to secure second place. When a student at the intermediate level boldly declared their intention to claim first place in the genius battle, laughter erupted among the class, causing both students and teachers to double over in mirth. Feng Xian opted not to explain himself further. All he needed to do was devise a strategy to defeat his opponents. "Teacher, who is the strongest person at the Heavenly Do Academy? What level are they currently?" He earnestly inquired, hoping to glean useful information from Ruolan. He was not particularly concerned about the preliminary round, as most participants were only in their 20s, with the highest being just 29. Such levels posed no threat to him. In comparison, the true young talents within the academy would be his greatest adversaries. The strongest individual? Ruolan pondered, stroking her chin thoughtfully. This year has indeed produced many formidable youngsters. Among them, Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, and Chu Zhongtian, the Little Tyrant of the Heavenly Do Empire, are likely the most outstanding students in the academy. Both have reached level 37 at a young age, possessing top-tier martial souls and spirit rings. They could contend even against soul masters above level 40. Yu Tianheng, Chu Zhongtian, Feng Xian murmured, gradually falling into contemplation. He was familiar with Yu Tianheng, who would eventually lead the royal combat team, hailing from one of the 3 great sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family. His martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, was indeed a peak-level martial soul, making him one of the finest talents at the Heavenly Do Academy. As for Chu Zhongtian, he had never heard of him. However, given that he was mentioned alongside Yu Tianheng, it was reasonable to assume his strength was not to be underestimated. With a soul power of 37, coupled with a top-tier martial soul, he could easily rival ordinary soul masters, making him a formidable opponent. Fang Xian's current level was rather low. Should he encounter either Yu Qianheng or Chu Zhongtian, he would likely struggle and perhaps even face defeat. Wait, there's another person, Ruo Lan interjected, her brow furrowed. This individual usually remains very low profile, rarely displaying their power openly, yet their strength is undeniably formidable. Who is it? The Prince of the Ballot Kingdom, Douglas. Fang Xian raised an eyebrow, mentally noting this name. Be cautious. Do not falter in the preliminary round. Ruo Lan evidently held high hopes for Fang Xian, wishing for him to achieve an admirable ranking in the genius battle. Understood. Fang Xian nodded earnestly. By the way, Ruo Lan suddenly wore a mischievous smile, her delicate fingers tapping lightly on Fang Xian's forehead as she teased, if you truly secure first place, I shall bestow upon you my first kiss. How's that sound? Of course, she was aware that such a scenario was virtually impossible. She would be grateful if Fang Xian managed to pass the preliminary round. This playful wager was merely intended to amuse him. To her surprise, Fang Xian regarded her with disdain. You should save your first kiss for someone more deserving, perhaps a man who actually notices you. I have no interest. At your age, nearing 30, still holding on to your first kiss? You're quite the aging single woman, Fang Xian thought, imagining how his parents would be worried sick if he were on Earth, unable to leisurely wander about in this manner. As he watched Ruo Lan storm away in a fit of rage, Fang Xian calmly leaned against the wall, quietly awaiting the commencement of the competition. As time passed, more and more students gathered in the square, and by nearly 10 o'clock, over 200 participants had arrived for the preliminary round, a truly daunting number. Given such a large turnout, it was uncertain how long it would take to determine the victors. Fang Xian felt a twinge of concern. At that moment, an elderly man with gray hair stepped onto the platform, cleared his throat, and announced in a voice loud enough to echo across the square, "Everyone, please quiet down. I am the host for this preliminary round of the Genius Battle. After careful consideration by our academy, this year's preliminary round will take the form of an elimination match." Elimination match? The participants in the square were momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress their murmurs of surprise. This year's competition format is straightforward, a chaotic battle. Everyone around you is your enemy. Within the span of a single incense stick, strive to defeat as many opponents as possible. When the incense burns out, the 50 participants still standing will advance. However, if the number exceeds 50 when the time is up, at this point, the elderly man's voice turned cold. Then every participant present will be eliminated. A new wave of commotion erupted in the square. They were being urged to fight desperately against each other in this elimination round. A chaotic battle among 200 participants to eliminate 3/4 of the competitors within the span of a single incense stick. This year's preliminary round promised to be the most grueling in history. Many participants turned pale at this announcement, their expressions reflecting their trepidation. A chaotic battle, how intriguing. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he anticipated the impending tumultuous clash. Chapter 31. Green Wushuang by any means necessary, regardless of the cost. Strive to eliminate as many opponents as possible. The open nature of this preliminary round allows for combat, ambushes, and alliances with others. In essence, the goal is to eliminate 150 participants within the duration of a single incense stick, leaving only 50 qualified individuals. One can only imagine the intensity and brutality of this competition. The sole stipulation from the instructors regarding this competition is that no lives are to be taken. Each participant from the Tiando Academy possesses a notable background, and any incident could undoubtedly lead to complications for the Academy. Moreover, these students represent the future hope of the institution, and the teachers are keen to avoid any fatalities during the contest. As an incense stick was lit, the elder in a gray robe surveyed the densely packed participants below, cleared his throat, and declared in a booming voice, "I hereby announce the commencement of the competition. Remember, this contest is merely for show. Do not harm each other lethally." With the announcement echoing through the arena, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Every individual was a potential adversary. Faces turned serious as they became acutely aware of their surroundings. Boom! 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 Waves of soul power surged forth, akin to a tempest sweeping through the realms. as competitors unleashed their martial spirits and activated their soul rings. Two-headed wolves, demonic striped tigers, majestic eagles, vines, hoes, rakes, swords, and spears. An overwhelming variety of martial spirits dazzled the eyes, creating a spectacle of extraordinary diversity. More than 200 individuals simultaneously revealed their martial spirits, creating a breathtaking scene. Most of them were in their 20s, boasting 2 yellow soul rings. As they activated their rings, a resplendent golden light illuminated the entire square. The battle commenced. With winds howling and cries of combat filling the air, chaos ensued, as each participant, driven by the desire to secure advancement, fought with fervor. Amidst this throng, a black-haired youth surged through the crowd like a lone wolf, slicing through opponents with ease. Each radiant stroke of his blade sent 3 or 5 adversaries flying. Fang Xian's gaze was sharp as he fixed his attention on a green-haired young man in his 20s and dashed towards him, wielding the blood-dripping Wuying blade. This individual's stature was imposing, and his rugged features hinted at a wolf-like martial spirit flickering around him. The green-haired youth's soul power was remarkably robust, surpassing those around him, indicating that he had reached the pinnacle of a great soul master, poised to break through to soul sovereign soon. How foolish of you to provoke me when I had no intention of seeking you out. Do you truly believe that I, Green Wushuang, can be easily intimidated? The green-haired youth, Green Wushuang, observed Fang Xian's approach and let out a maniacal laugh, his words dripping with confidence. Green Wushuang. That individual is none other than Green Wushuang, one of the most formidable young talents among the Tiando Academy's elite. It is rumored that he is likely the strongest contender in this preliminary round. Many spectators, upon spotting the green-haired youth at the center of the crowd, instinctively recoiled, unwilling to engage him. Yet, Fang Xian brazenly approached, an audacious act that left onlookers speechless. Green Wushuang. The murmurs around him reached Fang Xian's ears, causing him to halt abruptly 3 meters away from Green Wushuang, his expression grave, contemplation flickering in his eyes. Haha, have you been frightened upon hearing my name? Green Wushuang flexed his arms, the wolf spirit hovering above him, his expression exuding pride as he fixed an arrogant gaze on Fang Xian. If you withdraw now and admit defeat, I can graciously overlook this transgression, sparing you from suffering. What say you? Fang Xian met Green Wushuang's gaze with seriousness, considering for a moment before slowly replying. What a splendid name. To lead a life worth living, one must always bear a touch of green. Yet this Green Wushuang is so exceedingly green that he truly embodies a man. The young man's demeanor commanded respect. You insolent brat, do you seek death? Green Wushuang's eyes blazed with fury, his lips twitching in anger. He discerned the mockery in Fang Xian's tone, clearly intended to belittle him. The wolf spirit above him roared, transforming into a streak of azure light that enveloped his robust frame, augmenting his already imposing physique. His bulging chest, abs, and biceps tore through his shirt, revealing a physique rivaling that of world-class bodybuilders. Roar! Green Wushuang unleashed a ferocious cry, his green hair whipping about as he dropped to all fours, resembling a ferocious beast as he charged towards Fang Xian. Die, you wretched boy! Green Wushuang ignited his true fire, intent on eliminating Fang Xian. Blade technique, ice cold. The sharp gust of wind tousled Fang Xian's dark hair, revealing his steely, resolute gaze as he summoned the icy power of his ice phoenix martial spirit. The Wuying blade cleaved through the air, carrying a terrifying chill as it struck Green Wushuang's iron-like body. A scream pierced the air as Green Wushuang's form was largely encased in ice, blood spewing forth as he was sent hurtling backward, unconscious from the blow. The arena fell into stunned silence. The remaining combatants, still engaged in their battles, halted in unison, their astonished gazes fixated on the scene unfolding between Fang Xian and Green Wushuang. Impossible! Green Wushuang has been defeated by a single strike. Who is this individual? Fang Xian. I recall that name. An ordinary, tinny-level student. The one who had previously vanquished a millennium-old soul beast, and later defeated Yu Liangshun and Long Outyin, has now bested Green Wushuang as well. This individual is extraordinarily formidable. The spectators murmured in awe. The instructors observing from the judging platform were equally astonished, particularly Teacher Ruin, who felt a mix of shock and joy as her eyes sparkled with excitement, fixating intently on Fang Xian. This impudent lad has concealed his capabilities quite well. In an instant, Fang Xian's name began to circulate throughout the Tiando Academy. Many swallowed hard, their eyes filled with trepidation as they instinctively distanced themselves from the cold-hearted youth. Wary of crossing paths with this relentless adversary, Fang Xian had held back. Otherwise, that single strike could have encased Green Wushuang entirely in ice, extinguishing his life. He held little interest in the burgeoning fame, gripping his blade as he charged into the densest cluster of competitors, utilizing them to hone his sword technique. With each strike, his strength steadily grew. Chapter 32. Martial Spirit Fusion Technique. In the blink of an eye, half a stick of incense had already burned away. Yet, 150 participants remain on the square, while only 50 could qualify. Before the incense extinguished, 100 must be eliminated. Otherwise, all present would be deemed failures, forfeiting their chance for advancement. This is dire. Time is running out. We must fight with all our might. The competitors descended into madness. Each unleashed their full potential, employing their most potent techniques, launching frenzied assaults on those nearby. A swift figure darted through the crowd. Fang Xian resembled a frenzied lion, attacking indiscriminately, striking down everyone, regardless of gender. If you did not provoke him, he would still pursue you. If you surrendered, he would not relent, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Fang Xian reigned supreme among these participants, whose average level hovered around 25, sweeping through them with overwhelming force. Did they think he was merely a pig to be slaughtered? Each participant, including the delicate young women, fell before the relentless Fang Xian, who showed no mercy. Fear gripped many as they recoiled from this harbinger of death. The name of the killing star, Fang Xian, has indeed spread widely during this competition. However, apart from Fang Xian, there are numerous individuals on the field that evoke feelings of anger and dissatisfaction among the spectators, such as that young couple, hand in hand, fighting side by side. While everyone else is engaged in fierce combat, they leisurely stroll through the plaza, indulging in their romantic exchanges. Amidst the chaos of battle, they do not forget to flaunt their affection. Many watch with fiery eyes, gritting their teeth in frustration. Yet they find themselves utterly powerless against this couple due to their formidable strength. This young couple, the male named Zhang Song and the female named Lin Yali, are among the elite of the Celestial Academy, boasting a soul power level of 29. Moreover, their soul affinities are remarkably high, allowing them to execute soul fusion techniques, making even ordinary soul venerates no match for them. Unless an unforeseen event occurs, Zhang Song and Lin Yali are almost assuredly destined to advance past the preliminary rounds, viewing this competition merely as a form of entertainment. Yali, your hair is a bit messy, Zhang Song said with a gentle smile, retrieving an emerald comb from his pocket to tenderly groom the girl's hair. Songa, you are so sweet, Lin Yali replied, her cheeks flushed like a ripe peach. As she instantly leaped into Zhang Song's embrace, the two enveloped in warmth. Just as the onlookers were grinding their teeth in irritation, a brilliant blade of light tore through the air, ruthlessly aimed at the couple. Who dares? Zhang Song bellowed, a pitch-black eagle materializing beside him. Lin Yali, momentarily taken aback, felt a cold gleam in her beautiful eyes as a colorful lark soared above her head. One must admit, this couple's reaction time was impressively swift. The moment the blade of light was within a meter's reach, they immediately unleashed their martial souls, synchronously throwing punches to disperse the attack. Wow, what a thrill! Finally, someone can't stand those foolish lovebirds. Huh, who dares to provoke Zhang Song and Lin Yali? As the crowd's excitement surged upon witnessing someone confront the affectionate couple, a stern black figure gradually emerged from the throng. Clad in black with raven hair and piercing eyes, wielding a white long knife, his aura was chilling, reminiscent of a peerless fiend emerging from the depths of hell. Fang Xian. The crowd slowly turned to stone. Who would have thought it was Fang Xian who targeted Zhang Song and Lin Yali? The killing star versus the couple. A grand spectacle was about to unfold. Fang Xian's dark eyes held no emotion as he coldly regarded Zhang Song and Lin Yali, his brow slightly furrowing. That previous strike had utilized a significant portion of his strength, and in a surprise attack, he believed that even a typical soul venerate would be cleaved away by such force. Yet, this couple managed to withstand his blade strike. It seemed the power of their soul fusion was indeed formidable. A flicker of excitement glimmered in his cold gaze, as if he had discovered a long-desired prey, his entire being brimming with combat spirit. Damn it, I almost harmed my beloved Yali. Zhang Song tenderly caressed Lin Yali's face, then glared fiercely at Fang Xian, shouting, Fang Xian, do you wish to die, daring to provoke us? What a despicable fellow. If you harm a single hair on my Sangge, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Yali coldly fixed her gaze upon Fang Xian. Fang Xian snorted softly, remaining silent. Yet he silently urged his ice phoenix, martial soul, waves of icy power emanating forth as frost enveloped his blade. Since you have chosen to court death, do not blame us. Yali soul fusion. Zhang Song and Lin Yali exchanged solemn glances, nodding in agreement. Their spirits glowed brilliantly, the eagle martial soul soaring majestically, while the lark soared to the heavens. The two avian martial souls swiftly merged into a formidable golden-winged rock, wild soul power sweeping the surroundings, causing many to tremble in fear. Oh my! Soul fusion. Such overwhelming might. The aura surpasses that of an ordinary soul venerate. The crowd gasped in astonishment, filled with trepidation at the sight of the couple's soul fusion. Even many elite students from the Heavenly Duel Academy would be no match for them. Fang Xian, you, a mere celestial-level student, are arrogantly ignorant. Today, let us show you the terror of our soul fusion technique. Hand in hand, Zhang Song and Lin Yali guided the golden-winged rock, soaring freely through the sky. As they approached Fang Xian from above, they suddenly dove downwards. Soul fusion technique, thunderous rock destruction, holding their breath and steadying their hearts. Facing the terrifying soul fusion technique descending from above, Fang Xian's eyes displayed no fear. He remained eerily calm. The icy power was pushed to its utmost, his shadowless blade already cloaked in frost, sharp ice spikes extending from the blade's body. An overwhelming chill permeating the air. Break for me. He unleashed the blade intent he had comprehended over the years, wielding the frost-covered sword. As the trajectory passed, the very space quivered, stirring the forces of nature. This represented a higher level of blade heart, stepping into the threshold of blade intent. Boom! The frost-laden blade, imbued with a hint of blade intent, shattered the void, colliding fiercely with the fearsome golden-winged rock, unleashing an indescribable tempest of soul power. How is this possible? The next moment, two anguished cries rang out. Zhang Song and Lin Yali, flung east and west, crashed into the walls, causing them to collapse, both spitting blood and falling unconscious on the spot. In that instant, only Fang Xian remained, standing proudly like a solitary pine. A gratifying scene. Chapter 33. True lycanthrope. Time passed swiftly, the incense nearly burnt out. Yet, there were still 60 individuals present. The countdown commenced. 10, 9, 8, 58 people. 7, 57 people. 6, 56 people. 5, 55 people. 4, 54 people. The final 3 seconds. Fang Xian's gaze turned sharp, the shadowless blade slicing through the air, toppling 3 individuals. With 2 seconds remaining, one more person needed to be eliminated. His keen eyes, akin to a hawk's, scanned the surroundings as if seeking treasure, swiftly identifying the nearest target. It's you. Fang Xian's eyes brightened as he spotted a girl in purple, immediately brandishing his blade, charging toward her with menacing intent. The purple-clad girl froze momentarily upon seeing him, then paled in terror, screaming in horror. In the wake of this chaotic battle, Fang Xian's infamous reputation was undeniable. Who did not recognize this fiend? A killer of both men and women. A beauty slayer. Cold-blooded, merciless, and cruel. Words scarcely sufficed to capture the terror this individual instilled. As Fang Xian's piercing gaze locked onto her, the purple-clad girl's face turned ashen, a wave of fear engulfing her, compelling her to instinctively step back. If it were an ordinary boy staring at her, the girl in purple would undoubtedly think he was intending to confess his feelings. However, with the formidable Fang Xian, his interest lay not in her beauty, but rather in her physique, as he prepared to use her as a mere punching bag. Wait! The girl in purple retreated, her eyes pleading as she implored Fang Xian. Mr. Devil, I concede, I surrender. Please do not harm me. Fang Xian furrowed his brow, the long blade suddenly hovering above her head without descending. Just as the girl released a sigh of relief, Fang Xian's left fist surged forward, striking her abdomen with brutal force, sending the delicate beauty flying. Ouch! The violet-haired maiden's fair face contorted in pain as she let out a cry. Rolling helplessly on the ground for several circles, her exquisite form now dust-covered and pitifully disheveled. Heavens! Miss Dyer, the enchanting girl, was none other than the first goddess among the elite students. How dare that scoundrel lay a hand on our goddess? What kind of monster is he? Around them, voices of outrage erupted as numerous boys, witnessing Fang Xian's brutal blow to Dyer, glared at him with fiery eyes, wishing they could pounce and tear him to shreds. Even if that scoundrel had merely been teasing Dyer, they could have reluctantly accepted it. But to strike her down? What kind of audacity is this? They had truly witnessed Fang Xian's ruthless nature, showing no mercy even to beautiful women, revealing him as a terrifying anomaly. Fang Xian, however, paid no heed to the indignant crowd. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the referee's podium, where the fragrant incense marking the time had just burned out, showering ash in its wake. This was undoubtedly the most thrilling preliminary round I have ever witnessed. The gray-haired instructor's sharp gaze swept over the 50 contestants standing in the square, eventually settling on Fang Xian, a smile of appreciation creeping onto his lips as he declared, "I hereby announce that the preliminary round of the Genius Battle is officially concluded. All 50 participants present will advance." Cheers and jubilant shouts erupted from all directions as the contestants rejoiced, having endured the chaotic clash of 200 fighters and finally secured their qualification for the Genius Battle, ready to compete with the finest talents. Seeing this scene, Fang Xian also let out a sigh of relief. After such an intense battle, he had single-handedly defeated 30 to 40 opponents, his soul power nearly depleted, and his stamina diminished, leaving him utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, he had successfully passed the preliminary round. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he began to assess his current attributes. Strongest blade drawing system. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 22. Title, Great Soul Master. Soul Power, 36220. Proficiency, Basic Blade Drawing Technique, 99-100 Divine Blade. 0. Martial Soul. Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 60-100. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 51-100. Talent, Ice Blade. Healing Blade. From this fierce battle, he had gained a substantial 34 points of soul power. And even the proficiency of the Ice Phoenix Martial Soul had increased by 3 points, proving to be far more efficient than training alone at home. Moreover, Fang Xian made a new discovery. He realized that each time he successfully defeated an opponent, regardless of their strength, it would be counted as a successful blade draw, instantly rewarding him with 1 point of soul power. This revelation would undoubtedly enhance his leveling efficiency significantly. With this in mind, Fang Xian felt a surge of delight. As the preliminary round concluded, the referee informed the 50 advancing students of the rules for the official match the following day, and soon after, everyone began to disperse. Fang Xian, resting his hands behind his head, avoided the throngs of people and strolled towards the northern residential area. Boom! At that moment, a deafening clap of thunder resonated. Startled, Fang Xian looked up to see a bolt of blue lightning hurtling toward him. Blade drawing technique. He gripped the hilt of his weapon, swiftly drawing the shadowless blade and striking fiercely at the oncoming lightning. However, to his astonishment, an indescribable force collided with the shadowless blade, causing it to tremble violently and sending Fang Xian staggering backward. Who is this? His right hand's tiger mouth split open, blood streaming down the blade, staining its pristine white surface. He was taken aback by the terrifying power of the attack. He struggled to withstand it. Looking up, he saw a youth clad in a brocade robe, his features sharp and handsome, surrounded by crackling blue lightning, coldly staring at him as he strode forth with a commanding presence. Upon recognizing the visitor, Fang Xian's brow arched slightly, a serious expression crossing his face. Yu Qianheng. Chapter 34. Green is healthier. Yu Qianheng, a level 37 battle soul master, hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Currently one of the top geniuses at the Tiando Academy and a leading contender in this year's Genius Battle. Fang Xian regarded Yu Qianheng with a serious demeanor. Strong. Very strong. This fellow was indeed exceptionally powerful. In their recent clash, Fang Xian had already found himself at a disadvantage. Yu Qianheng, both in level and martial soul quality, was among the finest of the younger generation. Even at his peak, Fang Xian would likely struggle to best him. After all, Fang Xian was only at level 22, a significant 15 levels below his opponent. Moreover, having just emerged from a grueling battle, with his soul power nearly exhausted, confronting Yu Tianheng now would surely lead to his defeat. You are Fang Xian. Yu Tianheng's gaze was as cold as ice, fixating on Fang Xian. A powerful soul force erupted from his robust physique, and a blue divine dragon materialized, roaring defiantly into the sky. Boom! 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 The ferocious aura struck Fang Xian's chest like a rampaging beast. Thud! He grunted, his right foot retreating a step, sinking partially into the mud to dissipate some of the impact. Though he staggered slightly, his back remained straight as an arrow. Indeed, Fang Xian's black hair flowed freely. His eyes, chilled and devoid of emotion, unwaveringly locked onto Yu Tianheng. Despite the immense pressure from the latter, he felt no fear. Not bad, although you're a newcomer. You possess quite a bit of spirit. Yu Tianheng nodded in acknowledgement of Fang Xian. However, as if recalling something, his expression darkened, and he coldly stated, "But you bullied Yin Yin, and I cannot simply let you off. You must receive a lesson to understand that one should temper their arrogance. You are not yet worthy of such audacity." So he has come to avenge Douluo Yin. Realizing this, Fang Xian quickly understood that Yu Tianheng was here for his girlfriend. The initial confrontation was instigated by Douluo Yin, and in the end, she couldn't defeat Fang Xian, resorting to sullying his clean hands. That was utterly despicable. From any angle, Fang Xian felt he was in the right. It was all Douluo Yin's fault. However, it was evident that Yu Tianheng was an unreasonable individual. Fang Xian, feeling no desire to engage in further dialogue, decided to test his mettle. He raised his Wuying blade, adopting a stance, prepared to confront Yu Tianheng. Wait! Yu Tianheng suddenly raised his hand, halting the impending clash. Not today. You've just emerged from a fierce battle. Your soul energy is nearly depleted. Even if I were to defeat you, it would be an unworthy victory. Let our grievances remain on the arena. I assure you, I shall defeat you honorably when the time comes. Fang Xian paused, his expression somewhat comical. One could not deny that Yu Tianheng's conduct was indeed commendable. He did not wish to exploit his opponent's weakened state, exemplifying the qualities of a gentleman. Yet, amidst the trials of the martial world, it is often the virtuous who meet untimely ends. Tianheng, what are you doing? Why have you stopped? Do we not agree that you would teach this scoundrel a lesson? At that moment, 3 lovely young women approached in unison, forming a stunning visual tableau that captivated the hearts of countless innocent youths. The trio consisted of Douluo Yin, Yi Lingling, and Dai Er, who had just been bested by Fang Xian. Douluo Yin sighed with a bitter smile. Fang Xian is not in prime condition. Even if I were to win, it would hold little significance. You, however, are foolish, Douluo Yin retorted, hands on her waist, her expression filled with indignation. With such a despicable, shameless rogue, there is no need for mercy. Simply knock him down, stomp on him a couple of times, and spit on him for good measure. That would be most satisfying. Her fiery and headstrong nature was unmistakable, causing Fang Xian to furrow his brow in disapproval. Truly, the villain often cries foul first. Despite being the one at a disadvantage, Douluo Yin dared to turn the tables, a display of utter absurdity. Fang Xian felt compelled to break his silence. Yu Tianheng, I sincerely apologize for what transpired a few days ago. At that moment, Fang Xian fixed a serious gaze upon Yu Tianheng, his face earnest as he offered an unexpected apology. Yu Tianheng was momentarily taken aback. Douluo Yin was stunned. Yi Lingling and Dai Er exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that the notorious Fang Xian was actually apologizing. It was indeed a rare sight. Just as the group was preparing to forgive Fang Xian, their expressions shifted dramatically upon hearing his next words. I did not intentionally touch your girlfriend, Fang Xian said with an innocent smile. Yu Tianheng's eyes blazed with fury. What did you do to Yin Yin? Douluo Yin interjected, her anger palpable. You mustn't listen to that scoundrel. Nothing happened between us. Indeed, Fang Xian quickly added. The incident was trivial. It is not worth dwelling upon. Before Yu Tianheng could lose his temper, Fang Xian cast a significant glance at Douluo Yin's figure. You are truly fortunate to have such a girlfriend. Rest assured, I have verified it. Yu Tianheng's complexion darkened, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Verified? How did you go about that? In that moment, Yu Tianheng felt as though a vast expanse of greenery had enveloped him, a sensation he could not shake off. As a young man of the 21st century, be it through leisure or adventure, who among us does not dabble in the arts of cunning and social manipulation? Mastering these skills allows one to traverse the nation without fear. Today, Fang Xian experienced the power of words, effectively cornering the proud Yu Qianheng, leaving him speechless. Even Du Guyan's nostrils flared with indignation. Fang Xian, what nonsense are you spouting? Du Guyan glared at him, her eyes ablaze. You vile scoundrel. You tarnish Yin Yan's reputation without cause. Yi Lingling chimed in, her cheeks puffed in defiance, standing up for a friend. You brute. I have already conceded defeat. Yet you struck me. I shall not let you go easily. Dai Er's anger boiled over, wishing she could obliterate Fang Xian entirely. The three women united in fury, charging at Fang Xian. Oh no! Fang Xian was taken aback, unable to suppress an exclamation, realizing that even the esteemed Yu Qianheng could not contend with the wrath of these women. These three were the dazzling beauties of the academy, each a formidable soul master of the third ring. Du Guyan's assault was fierce, her serpentine spirit unleashing venomous strikes, while Dai Er, wielding a purple longsword, advanced with furious intent. Fang Xian, now struggling against the trio, felt the pressure intensify. Roar! 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 Du Guyan's purple hair whipped about as she unleashed a torrent of crimson toxic mist, striking towards Fang Xian's neck. With a swift motion, Fang Xian's blade met the serpent's head, sending it flying with a forceful strike. Just as he regained his footing, Du Guyan's fierce kick aimed for his face. Cold determination filled Fang Xian's gaze as he deftly seized her ankle, his expression turning fierce. With calculated precision, he struck her abdomen, sending her flying. Before he could catch his breath, Dai Er, with her long hair billowing, lunged at him, her sword poised to strike. The glimmering rings of her soul echoed her fury, a reminder of the grudge she bore from their previous encounter. With a single sweep, Fang Xian deflected her sword, retaliating with another blow to her midsection, once again sending the lovely Dai Er sprawling. This accursed star has returned with a vengeance. Why must he target the most beautiful amongst us? The onlookers gasped in disbelief, witnessing the spectacle unfold. The crowd was incensed. These were goddesses in their eyes, and many young men longed to be in their presence. Yet, Fang Xian exhibited no respect, preferring instead to trample upon their dignity. Anger surged among the bystanders. Nineheart, see peony. After Fang Xian had just defeated Du Guyan and Dai Er, Yi Lingling opened her delicate hand, revealing a pink begonia flower that stretched forth, radiating a divine light that enveloped the two injured women, swiftly healing their wounds. In an instant, Du Guyan and Dai Er, who had just been injured, were revitalized, brimming with energy. Yu Qianheng, you fool! Come and help! At that moment, Du Guyan spotted Yu Qianheng standing idly by and, filled with both anger and annoyance, scolded this insufferably unhelpful fellow. Yin Yin, Yu Qianheng replied awkwardly, hesitating before adding, I promised I wouldn't make a move against Fang Xian today. A man must uphold his word, so it will have to be another day. Go to hell, you big idiot. Du Guyan couldn't help but roll her eyes, deeming Yu Qianheng utterly hopeless. She bit her lip, disregarding him, and led Dai Er and Yi Lingling to confront Fang Xian. The women surged forth like tigers. In an instant, their soul power surged, winds howled, and cries of battle resounded through the air. Under the ferocious assault of the women, beads of sweat dotted Fang Xian's forehead. He was genuinely struggling to withstand their onslaught. Having already fought numerous battles, his soul power was nearly depleted, and with Du Guyan and the others relentlessly pursuing him, he felt utterly fatigued. On the verge of defeat. Rogue Fang Xian, you're done for. Du Guyan noticed Fang Xian's body appearing somewhat unsteady, his steps faltering, and a dangerous smirk curled at her lips as she swung a fist towards his head. Once I have you in my grasp, I shall feed you 72 doses of poison in a single day, leaving you unable to live or die. She threatened fiercely. Yield, scoundrel Fang Xian. You have nowhere left to flee. Dai Er simultaneously charged at him, her sword aimed directly at him. Nineheart's begonia, full healing. Yi Lingling, witnessing the scene, hastily increased her healing output. Wait, hold on. Fang Xian, drenched in sweat, faced the three ferocious women and finally could not hold back any longer. He attempted to negotiate. I bear no grudge against any of you. If I can't win, let us discuss this rationally. Once my soul power is restored, I will deal with each of you in turn. Nobody. Upon hearing this, the three women erupted in fury. You touched me. Du Yan fumed. You hit me. Dai exclaimed. You slashed me. Yi Ling Ling added. Fang Xian was rendered speechless. It seemed that this truly was a case of debts having their rightful owners. He prided himself on being virtuous, never indulging in frivolous pursuits. Yet these women persistently clung to him. Oh, how infuriating! The surrounding onlookers murmured, casting disdainful glances at Fang Xian. This scoundrel must have accumulated a multitude of romantic debts to provoke the three goddesses of the academy into action against him. Many were indignant, deeming Fang Xian an irredeemable scoundrel. Thus, in addition to his infamous title as the Harbinger of Calamity, Fang Xian acquired a new moniker, Scoundrel Fang. Chapter 36, Public Enemy No. 1. Unbeknownst to him, had he truly garnered so much animosity? Gazing at the furious trio, Fang Xian felt an exhilarating rush of energy. Beautiful women are meant to be conquered. Drawing upon the remnants of his soul power, he mustered his strength and barely managed to unleash a blade of ice. A torrent of frost surged forth, crashing against the ground with a thunderous sound, as white, icy mist and brown dust soared into the air, obscuring the vision of the women. TCH, darn it, I can't see anything. Du Guyen, Yi Ling Ling, and Dai were both incensed and frustrated, trapped in the fog created by Fang Xian. Before long, as the mist dissipated, Fang Xian's figure had already vanished without a trace. Rascal Fang Xian, I will never let you go. A clear yet furious voice resonated through the sky. At the rear mountain stream of Tiando Academy, Fang Xian, exhausted, slumped by the stream, finally exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had escaped. Otherwise, falling into the hands of the ruthless Du Guyan and her companions would likely result in his torment to death. Thanks to Du Guyan and the others, he now found himself without a home to return to. Where has scoundrel Fang fled to? Quickly, search everywhere. Whoever captures Fang Xian can go on a date with the three goddesses. Haha, don't think you can snatch him away from me. Scoundrel Fang Xian is the best gift I can offer to the goddesses. A wave of excited chatter suddenly erupted from nearby, causing Fang Xian's heart to drop once more. Following the source of the noise, he spotted a group dashing towards the rear mountain. There were about a dozen individuals, all powerful soul respect experts, each emanating a formidable aura, all members of the elite tier of Tiando Academy. Seeing their approach, Fang Xian's mouth twitched slightly. Even at his peak, facing a dozen soul respect experts meant he could only endure their blows. Now, with his soul power depleted and physical strength exhausted, he could only be mercilessly beaten. TCH, those women are utterly despicable, using their beauty as bait to rally the entire academy against me. Fang Xian grumbled in indignation. With a swift mental calculation, he deduced that Du Guyan and the others had indeed utilized their considerable influence to incite the entire student body to hunt him down. Such tactics were indeed beneath contempt. A bunch of fools blinded by lust. I curse you to never find a wife in your lifetime. Fang Xian silently cursed, quickly rising from the stream and stealthily hiding in a nearby ancient tree to evade capture. If he were to be caught by this group, all inflamed by desire, he feared he would be torn to shreds. Hey, how strange. I clearly saw scoundrel Fang running this way. Where could he have gone? The dozen young soul respect experts began searching the rear mountain meticulously for Fang Xian. No one can obstruct my date with the goddess. Du Guyan belongs to me. A burly, grotesque man, drooling with desire, scanned for Fang Xian while fantasizing about a date with Du Guyan, saliva dripping to the ground. Everyone knew that Du Guyan was Yu Qianheng's girlfriend, yet this repugnant man still lusted after her. What a twisted sense of humor. Fang Xian, I owe you my gratitude. Without you, I wouldn't have such a wonderful opportunity. The three goddesses of the academy are mine to choose from. He, the repulsive man, seemingly fatigued, rested beneath a large tree, muttering to himself, for my happiness, Fang Xian, come to the pot. He indulged in his daydreams, his chubby face instinctively tilting upward. Then, a massive foot descended from the tree above, landing squarely on the man's face. Ouch! That hurt like hell. Which blind fool? The grotesque man was sent crashing into the ground, blood spewing from his mouth and nose as he screamed in agony. You fat fool! I would have liked to see you get your wish, but unfortunately, I have no intention of becoming a sacrificial offering, Fang Xian declared, stepping on the repulsive man's face, leaving the young soul respect expert dazed. To be honest, he was quite curious to see what a date between Du Guyin and this repugnant man would look like. It would surely be a comical scene, and that proud, venomous woman would likely be infuriated. Yu Qianheng would probably explode with rage. However, at this moment, he lacked the leisure to torment Du Guyin. With over a dozen soul lords glaring at him, his most pressing concern was escape. With a swift kick, he dispatched one soul lord after another. Fang Xian did not linger, propelling himself into the air with a powerful thrust of his right foot, hastily fleeing towards the northwest. He has emerged. The scoundrel Fang has shown himself. Hurry, do not let that rascal escape. Let us unite and eliminate him. The group of young soul lords, driven mad by their desire for revenge, fervently pursued Fang Xian, for this was a matter that concerned their rendezvous with the goddesses, worthy of their utmost effort. Fang Xian, have the courage to stand your ground. Let us engage in a duel of 300 rounds. A golden-haired youth relentlessly pursued him, shouting provocations. Fang Xian rolled his eyes in response. Did they expect him to confront more than a dozen soul lords alone? Were they out of their minds? He had no time to entertain such foolishness. He quickened his pace, desperately trying to shake off this troublesome bunch. Coward, scoundrel, only knowing how to flee. As their verbal assaults bore no fruit, the group of students unleashed their martial souls, each displaying their unique abilities. Some breathed fire, others summoned torrents of water, and a few even hurled their shovels as weapons, relentlessly pursuing Fang Xian with unwavering determination. Amidst the chaos, Fang Xian was left covered in dust, his clothes tattered, and even half of his hair on the left side singed. Though he had not sustained any significant injuries, his appearance was utterly disheveled, and his anger boiled within. Damn it, you bunch of scoundrels! With a grim expression, Fang Xian reached a rocky outcrop and suddenly halted, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly. With a swift draw, he executed a slicing motion, sending 2 or 3 nearby soul lords flying. Without looking back, he continued his flight. That last strike had drained the soul power he had painstakingly accumulated, but it had given him a momentary satisfaction against those arrogant foes. For an entire day, Fang Xian was relentlessly pursued by over 400 boys from the academy. It was not until the late hours of the night that he found refuge in a concealed cave, finally evading capture. This predicament had been entirely orchestrated by Du Guyin, and Fang Xian felt compelled to impart an unforgettable lesson to this venomous woman. As the ancient military strategy states, flee by day, raid by night. Fang Xian sat cross-legged in the cave, quietly meditating to replenish his depleted soul power, preparing to strike when he had fully regained his strength. Chapter 37. Annihilation of the girls' dormitory. The night was desolate, like a dark mist enveloping the vast starry sky. With only a few stars and the moon's glow piercing through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the silent earth. At the Heaven-Do Academy, within the girls' dormitory, a spectral figure stealthily infiltrated the premises, darting through the towering structures of the dormitory complex. With keen eyes scanning unfamiliar rooms, when he reached room 09, Fang Xian's eyes gleamed with excitement. He stepped lightly onto a branch, gliding effortlessly through the air, unnoticed as he approached the door of the room. Upon pushing it open, a heavy scent of perfume assailed his senses. The intensity of the aroma nearly induced a sneeze, which he stifled as he crept into the girls' dormitory without disturbing a single occupant. At this hour, for girls lay sound asleep in the room. Fang Xian suppressed his presence, moving softly within the space and managing to avoid waking anyone. The sleeping postures of the girls were far from graceful. One tall girl sprawled across her bed, her long legs dangling to the floor, while another girl with brown hair snored thunderously, reminiscent of firecrackers. Fang Xian thought to himself that if anyone were to discover him sneaking into the dormitory, it would likely be the brown-haired girl's snoring that would betray him. As he took a few steps forward, the slightly plump girl on his left had her blanket slipped to the floor, her small hand scratching her armpit as she mumbled incoherently in her sleep. It was Fang Xian's first time in the mysterious girls' dormitory. However, this supposed sanctuary for boys was not as enchanting as he had imagined. The girls, who usually adorned themselves beautifully, appeared decidedly unkempt in slumber, leaving Fang Xian profoundly shocked. If only he had a phone, he would have loved to capture this moment and post it online. It would surely garner a significant amount of attention. Of course, it might also attract the police's unwelcome inquiries. Shaking his head vigorously to dispel such trivial thoughts, Fang Xian finally spotted his target in the far corner of the dormitory. Beside the balcony, on the bed lay a purple-haired girl, wrapped in golden silk blankets, her fair skin radiating in the darkness. Du Guion. A glimmer of fury flashed in Fang Xian's eyes. He had finally located this little viper. Today, having been relentlessly pursued and driven to desperation, all due to her machinations. Fang Xian's primary aim was to teach this venomous woman a lesson she would never forget. Should he beat Du Guion senseless? Or perhaps abduct her and toss her onto the street? Maybe even sell her to human traffickers? Fang Xian had yet to decide. No matter. He would first bind this venomous woman and take her to a secluded grove for a proper lesson. With determination, Fang Xian's lips curled into a dangerous smile as he approached Du Guion with a sinister demeanor. Du Guion, you have fallen into my grasp. Await your fate. Fang Xian revealed a trademark villainous grin, his hands slowly reaching towards the girl-esque form. At that moment, Fang Xian, a piercing scream erupted from Du Guion's lips, startling Fang Xian nearly out of his skin. His body froze, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his heart racing as if he had just traversed the gates of hell. Truly, a thief's heart is ever anxious, while he could kill without batting an eye at others. The fierce roar from Du Guion had him convinced he had been discovered, sending a chill down his spine. He instinctively glanced around, noting that the three other girls in the dormitory remained in deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Turning back to the girl before him, he realized Du Guion's eyes were tightly shut. She remained in a profound sleep. That sudden thunderous roar had evidently been a dream utterance. How much does this woman long for me? Even in her dreams, she murmurs my name. I wonder how furious Yu Tianheng would be if he knew. Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly. He understood that Du Guion's mention of his name in her sleep stemmed from her peak hatred for him, not from any longing. Quickly retrieving a large burlap sack from his spatial ring, Fang Xian wasted no time. He covered Du Guion's head with it, stuffing her into the sack and hoisting it onto his shoulder. Ah, who is there? As a sole lord, Du Guion was not oblivious to her surroundings. Quickly awakening and thrashing about, her white legs kicking wildly as she struggled. Shut up. Fang Xian scowled, delivering a sharp slap to her rear, producing a crisp sound. Ah, you bastard Fang Xian, I will kill you. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Du Guion realized it was Fang Xian come to take revenge in the dead of night. Her soul power surged, and the emerald-scaled serpent erupted from her being, attempting to break free from the burlap sack. Freeze! Fang Xian drew his shadowless blade, activating the power of ice, instantly encasing the burlap sack along with Du Guion in a layer of frost, suppressing her soul power. Immediately, he struck the back of Du Guion's head with the hilt of his knife, rendering the fierce young girl unconscious. Who are you? The long-legged girl, still dazed, approached Fang Xian from behind and pointed at him, her confusion evident. It was as if she had just been awakened, her mind still foggy, failing to recognize that he was a brazen thief engaged in despicable human trafficking. Bang! Fang Xian turned his head, saying nothing, and delivered a punch that left the long-legged girl with a black eye, knocking the recently revived girl out once more. How dare you? Who are you? Pervert! You won't escape. The sounds of the struggle awakened the sleeping girls in the dormitory, and soon, two more girls stirred, raising their fair fists in anger as they charged at Fang Xian. TCH, you brought this upon yourselves. Reluctant to escalate matters, Fang Xian's eyes flashed with intensity, his golden soul power swirling around him, radiating outward like the sun's brilliance. He brandished his shadowless blade, sending the plump girl flying with the back of his knife. Just then, the brown-haired girl charged at him with a fierce momentum, her powerful punch aimed at his head. Heightened by the adrenaline of battle, Fang Xian swiftly dodged her blow, then struck her abdomen with his right knee. A painful cry erupted as the brown-haired girl collapsed to the ground, unconscious from the agony. Having decimated a girl's dormitory, Fang Xian hastily fled with his spoils. Chapter 38, The Arrival. Titled On the Back Mountain, a waterfall cascaded from the heavens, the rushing water producing a clear and melodious sound, akin to a celestial symphony. Clang, clang. The powerful sound of blade sharpening gradually penetrated the air, stirring the slumbering Du Guion awake. With a sudden jolt, Du Guion realized she was bound tightly, and a cold, aloof young man beside her was sharpening a knife. The pristine long blade glided over the smooth rock, sending countless sparks flying, the cold sheen on the blade flowing like a bright moon illuminating the dark night sky. Fang Xian, what do you intend to do? Seeing the cruel expression on the boy's face, Douluo Yin curled up in fear, her complexion pale. Fang Xian remained silent, casting a cold glance at Douluo Yin, whose heart trembled at his indifferent gaze. You lecher, you can't possibly intend to bully me, can you? In the desolate wilderness, enveloped in darkness, Douluo Yin felt an overwhelming sense of danger, convinced that Fang Xian harbored ill intentions. Fang Xian still did not respond, merely lifting the long knife he had been sharpening for a while, asking, "Do you think my blade is sharp? What do you intend to do to me?" As Fang Xian approached her with the knife raised, Douluo Yin swallowed hard, sensing that he was not fixated on her beauty, but rather on her very life. With a twisted expression reminiscent of a typical anime villain, Fang Xian waved the shadowless blade in front of Douluo Yin, saying, "Douluo Yin, have you heard the legend of the man-eater?" What man-eater? The sharp blade danced before her, nearly grazing her delicate nose, causing Douluo Yin to feel increasingly uneasy. According to legend, at midnight, an evil man-eater would roam the land, devouring anyone unfortunate enough to cross paths with him, leaving not even a bone behind. "Eat people," Fang Xian coldly remarked. "Isn't it a coincidence that it's almost midnight?" His gaze fixed on Douluo Yin, greed glimmering in his eyes. "You can't possibly be that man-eater, can you?" Douluo Yin gasped, a chill running down her spine, as she envisioned Fang Xian transforming into a monstrous creature with a green face and sharp teeth. Guess what? For girls like you, 17 or 18 years old, your flesh is the most tender. Which part should I slice first? No. Fang Xian, I was wrong. Please don't eat me." At that moment, confronted by Fang Xian's grotesque visage, Douluo Yin was genuinely frightened to tears, her eyes red and glistening with unshed tears. The typically arrogant girl, now faced with the terrifying figure of the man-eater, wept pitifully. "Then I'll start by gouging out your eyeballs and roasting them." Fang Xian sneered, suddenly opening his mouth wide and lunging toward Douluo Yin. A piercing scream escaped her lips as her vision darkened, and she fainted instantly. I barely did anything. And she fainted? Fang Xian was left speechless, pondering that perhaps he possessed a latent talent for villainy, contemplating a career as a notorious figure in the Douluo continent. He had initially intended to frighten Douluo Yin further, but to his surprise, she collapsed to the ground before he even touched her, the once proud girl proving to be rather fragile in the face of terror. He found it utterly perplexing that the blade he had sharpened for so long remained unused, as he had frightened her into unconsciousness. How disappointing. At the very least, I wanted to strike a blow for satisfaction. Reflecting on the day's events, he decided to teach her a lesson, wondering if she would dare provoke him again in the future. Casting a calm glance at the unconscious Douluo Yin, he sheathed his knife, feeling that it was sufficient, and chose not to torment her further. Time was of the essence, and he prepared to leave the back mountain. As for Douluo Yin, he thought it best to let her remain there, hoping that a certain Jiping would appear to deal with this venomous girl. After a brief pause, Fang Xian stepped away from the creek toward a grove of ancient trees. This grove marked the boundary between the front courtyard and the back mountain. Crossing would lead him back to the main campus. Having been pursued for most of the night, he was ready to return home and rest. Yawning languidly, Fang Xian strolled into the woods, when suddenly a chill ran down his spine as if a venomous snake had fixed its gaze upon him, causing all the hairs on his body to bristle with an instinctual terror. "Who goes there?" Fang Xian shouted, turning to face the source of the disturbance, only to find an elderly figure standing upon the previously empty rock, with long, dark green hair cascading down, a face riddled with wrinkles, and a frail yet upright body akin to a javelin. The figure's snake-like green eyes coldly fixated on Fang Xian, an overwhelming aura of terror enveloping him, causing his heart to tremble violently. It was the renowned title Douluo. Fang Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. The notorious poison Douluo had arrived. A level 92 control system title Douluo, wielding the spirit of the emerald-scaled Serpent King, famed for his unparalleled poison. The sudden appearance of such a formidable title left Fang Xian's complexion ashen, and as he contemplated, he grasped Douluo's intentions. This old poison master was undoubtedly here to avenge his granddaughter. This was dire. Cold sweat trickled down Fang Xian's forehead as he frantically devised an escape plan. "Young man, you possess quite the discernment. recognizing this old man. "You do not appear to be the waste the rumors claim." Douluo sneered, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his aura rapidly ascending like a surging ocean. "But you have bullied my granddaughter. Do you think you can leave here unscathed today?" In the next instant, vibrant soul rings of yellow, purple, and black erupted from Douluo's feet, illuminating the pitch-black night sky. A ferocious, beastly aura surged forth, crashing violently into Fang Xian. Bang! A deafening roar ensued, and Fang Xian felt as though he had been struck by a runaway truck. His chest caved in, and he coughed up blood, clearly hearing the sound of his bones shattering, his entire body succumbing to pain and numbness. In the presence of a titled Douluo, he had no power to resist, being instantaneously propelled away by that terrifying force, crashing into 3 ancient trees before violently smashing against the rocks, blood streaming from his wounds, teetering on the brink of death. Chapter 39. The Poison Nest and Opportunity. Am I dead? Pain surged like a tidal wave, causing Fang Xian's body to convulse. His head throbbed as though iron fibers were being twisted within, an agonizing sensation akin to being crushed by a truck. Bones fractured, skin torn, muscle strained, his body severely injured. Gradually, consciousness returned, and as he lifted his heavy eyelids, he beheld a dim, damp, and eerie cavern, a strange, silent tomb. His bloodied hand propped against the ground. He struggled to rise, noticing that the blood on his hands had already dried, indicating some time had passed. Upon careful inspection of his injuries, Fang Xian discovered the severity. His left wrist was fractured, 3 ribs were broken, and a gaping wound marred his abdomen. Most alarming was the thigh bone, grotesquely protruding through flesh, exposed to the air. A mere glance sent chills down his spine. This was the might of a titled Douluo. He had not even struck, merely releasing his 9 rings of formidable soul power, which had brutally crushed Fang Xian, inflicting grievous harm. "I am too weak. I am utterly powerless." Confronted with Douluo, Fang Xian felt his insignificance acutely, clenching his fists in frustration. "Wait, where is Douluo?" Remembering the terrifying old poison master, he jolted, scanning the surroundings with sharp, vigilant eyes, searching every corner of the cave. Yet, he found no trace of Douluo. Has he vanished? Fang Xian furrowed his brow. The powerful and eccentric titled Douluo felt like a thorn in his side, instilling a sense of dread. After a moment of silence, examining his battered body, a grave expression gradually settled in his eyes. The most pressing matter at hand was to tend to his injuries. "My dagger, where is it?" Fang Xian hastily felt at his waist and discovered the wooing blade, intact within its sheath, prompting a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the dagger remained by his side. With the blade in hand, he felt a renewed sense of security. "Healing blade," he murmured an incantation, and the 9 hearts begonia within him surged with energy. Waves of divine light radiating from the blade, enveloping his entire body. In the next moment, he felt as though he were wrapped in a warm spring. A comforting sensation washing over him. The broken bones realigned, and the torn flesh began to mend. In this dire circumstance, the formidable healing abilities of the 9 hearts begonia spirit finally showcased their true power. Before long, his grievous injuries miraculously reverted to their former state. With a relieved exhale, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. The extraordinary healing capacity of the 9 hearts begonia left him astonished and amazed. This spirit was indeed monstrous, rivaling even the secrets of the celestial realm. Suddenly, Fang Xian stood, stretching his limbs, fists flying, creating gusts of wind, while his bones crackled like popping beans. Undoubtedly, he had returned to peak condition. "Is this the sorcery you use to counter yin snake venom?" A chilling voice cut through the air. Startled, Fang Xian instinctively turned, spotting a pair of green, glimmering eyes coldly scrutinizing him from the depths of the cave. "Douluo!" Fang Xian gritted his teeth, raising the wooing blade, swiftly locking his gaze on Douluo, his expression becoming gravely serious. In an instant, if this eccentric title Douluo harbored murderous intent, he could end Fang Xian's life in the blink of an eye. However, it was evident that Douluo had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago in the back mountain. And with the poisoned Douluo's venomous prowess, he would vanish without a trace. What a peculiar little brat. Despite being only at level 20, you managed to defeat a level 34 yin. I find myself quite intrigued by you. Douluo coldly surveyed Fang Xian, speaking in a deep tone. You should be grateful you did not strike. Had you harmed Yin Yin even slightly, you would already be a corpse. Fang Xian remained silent. His gaze locked onto Douluo, unconvinced that this old monster would show mercy for his restraint against Douluo. To escape, he would have to rely solely on himself. He endeavored to maintain his composure, rapidly contemplating ways to survive. However, you have offended Yin Yin, and this debt must be settled thoroughly. I will not kill you immediately. Instead, I will slowly extract all your secrets from you. When you become of no further use, I will discreetly send you off this world. Haha. A cruel smile crept across Douluo's lips, revealing that he, renowned for his poison, was certainly no benevolent soul. Since capturing Fang Xian in his poison lair, he had no intention of allowing him to leave alive. Fang Xian was acutely aware of this, the threat of death looming before him. Even he, typically composed, now felt his breaths quickening, cold sweat beating on his forehead. What to do? What should I do? Was it truly my fate to perish at the hands of this old monster? Just as Fang Xian's mind spiraled into chaos, a flash of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Indeed, this was an unprecedented crisis, yet it could also be an extraordinary opportunity. In the beginning, was it not in such a manner that Tang San first encountered Douluo? This may very well be an extraordinary opportunity to seize Tang San's fortune ahead of time. As memories of the Douluo storyline gradually surfaced in his mind, Fang Xian's expression steadily calmed, and he fixed a tranquil gaze upon Douluo, suddenly declaring, "Old monster, if I perish, so shall you." In the next moment, a chilling light ignited in Douluo's eyes, causing the temperature within the cave to plummet to freezing levels. "You insolent brat, what did you just say?" His emotionless voice erupted like thunder. The path leading to Douluo was crafted solely to invoke Douluo, allowing for an early usurpation of Tang San's opportunities and the absorption of those celestial grade treasures. Delightful indeed. By the way, after a grueling 14-day internet blackout, connectivity has finally been restored. I visited the China Unicom office yesterday, and today, the installation was completed. It has not been easy. As a beleaguered author, I finally have internet access again. Bang! In response, a resounding slap met him. Douluo waved his hand heavily, sending Fang Xian flying across the chamber. "You foolish boy. Threatening a title Douluo is truly unwise." The poisoned Douluo coldly regarded the collapsed Fang Xian, his serpent-like gaze devoid of any emotional fluctuation. As Fang Xian had anticipated, attempting to deceive a cunning title Douluo was, evidently, no trivial task. There was a genuine risk of being slain by this eccentric old monster. Fang Xian calmly rose from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, and surveyed Douluo with poise. "Truly, you are indeed the poisoned Douluo, known for your unparalleled toxicity. It is terrifying indeed. Before your venom, not only the likes of me, but even the most formidable title Douluo would tremble in fear." "It is good that you understand." Douluo proudly lifted his head, clearly pleased by Fang Xian's flattery. However, before he could relish his triumph for long, Fang Xian's next words instantaneously changed his countenance. "Alas, not only have you poisoned others, but you have also poisoned yourself." A smirk played on Fang Xian's lips. "You insolent brat, what nonsense are you spouting? My poison cannot harm me. I have traversed the Douluo continent for decades. Only I poison others. Who could possibly poison me?" Douluo's expression instantly darkened. Fang Xian maintained an unwavering gaze upon Douluo, speaking with utmost composure. "Every time it rains on a gloomy day, do you not experience a tingling sensation in your sides? It occurs at noon and midnight, lasting for an hour each time, and during that hour, the tingling intensifies. Furthermore, in the dead of night, around the third watch, do you not endure piercing pain in your head and soles, with your entire body convulsing for half an hour? I presume I need not elaborate on the agony of that experience. If you are not poisoned, how could such symptoms manifest? How do you know this?" Even with Douluo's cunning intellect and deep-seated scheming, he could not help but reveal a look of shock as Fang Xian ruthlessly pierced through the secret he had concealed deep within. This was his most guarded secret. Not even his beloved granddaughter was aware of it. How could this inexperienced lad possibly know? Moreover, his description was so precise. It was as if he had witnessed his affliction firsthand. How could Douluo not be astounded? "Your poison is but refuse." As Fang Xian mentally replayed the Douluo narrative, He articulated the most ostentatious words of his life on behalf of Tang San. Young man, tread carefully, or I shall not hesitate to let you witness your own body rotting away, oozing pus as you perish. Believe me, it would be a mere flick of my wrist. Douluo unleashed a tangible aura of lethal intent, crashing down upon Fang Xian's form, forcefully pushing him back 9 steps. Cough! Blood trickled from the corner of Fang Xian's mouth as he drove his blade into the ground, channeling the power of ice to dissipate the overwhelming malice. Oof! The boy indeed possesses some skill. Even a soul master could scarcely withstand that strike. You, merely a 20-something soul master, managed to endure my murderous intent. How intriguing. Douluo nodded thoughtfully, then a sinister smile crept across his face. However, having angered me, you shall still meet your demise. Huh, my death is of little consequence, and even your ancient frame is of no concern. However, oh, what a pity. Fang Xian murmured cryptically. What do you lament? Douluo furrowed his brow, perplexed by the mischief brewing in this impudent boy's mind. What a pity for your young and beautiful granddaughter. She may not last much longer. Fang Xian's gaze turned cold as he fixed it on Douluo's scoundrel. What did you just say? Douluo was instantly enraged, abruptly raising his right hand, summoning a formidable force that drew Fang Xian 10 meters away into his grasp. He tightened his grip around Fang Xian's throat, glaring at him with murderous intent. Fang Xian, having discerned Douluo's vulnerability, felt no fear and calmly replied, "To speak frankly, not only are you gravely poisoned, but the venom has also seeped deep into your bones. Without treatment, you may not have many years left to live. Moreover, the critical issue lies with your granddaughter, Douluo. She likely endures a fate similar to yours. Her power is too feeble, and the poison runs too deep, as she has carried this affliction since birth. When it manifests, it will be far more intense and agonizing than your own plight. I dare assert that if this continues for another 2 years, Douluo is assuredly doomed." Douluo trembled, his expression gradually contorting, his eyes filled with torment. He understood the terrifying nature of the venom's eruption. Even he, a titled Douluo, could scarcely endure it, let alone his delicate granddaughter. In this world, Douluo's greatest love was his granddaughter, Douluo. Having lived a long life, he could accept his own demise. But he could never bear to watch Douluo tread the path of no return, succumbing to a poisonous death. He, old monster, do not wear such a fearsome expression. Just as Douluo writhed in anguish, Fang Xian revealed a mysterious smile, gazing intently at Douluo, and earnestly said, "Your poison is not without a remedy." "What? Boy, do you possess a method to cure my poison?" Suddenly, Douluo grasped Fang Xian's shoulders with fervor, his eyes alight with both excitement and suspicion regarding the truth of his words. Of course, Fang Xian beamed with pride, realizing that Douluo had taken the bait. "Do you think I would prattle on aimlessly for so long without reason? Do you take me for Huang?" shouted on, silently mocking himself. Fang Xian's lips curled into a satisfied smile. As long as he followed Tang San's safe path, the once fearsome Douluo would transform before him into a delightful surprise package: the dragon-slaying sword, the paralysis ring, the max-level upgrade card, the CC plug-in, the 7-colored abyss pillar, the great dragon. Possibilities were boundless. As a beleaguered author, I can only produce short and feeble updates, and I apologize for that. Today, there will be only one update, but tomorrow I shall provide 2. Additionally, the contract has been sent out. This book will not be abandoned. For those who have yet to board the train, do so quickly. Lastly, I kindly request a wave of recommendation tickets for support. Chapter 41. The Divine Physician, Fang Xian. At this moment, the Douluo before him was no longer a lethal viper, but rather an exposed and plump lamb. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Seize this opportunity, and not only will you acquire the rare treasures cherished by the renowned Douluo, but you will also have a titled Douluo as your protector. This is indeed a tremendous stroke of fortune. Can you cure my poison? Douluo furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at the earnest-faced Fang Xian. Even he was unable to remedy the potent toxin within him, and yet this inexperienced youth claimed he could cure it. Such audacity left him unconvinced. "I know a divine healer, a master of unparalleled medical arts, capable of resurrecting the deceased and curing any ailment. There exists no illness he cannot mend," Fang Xian proclaimed confidently. Such a marvel exists? Who is this esteemed healer? Douluo inquired, intrigued. The world's foremost healer is none other than myself. Douluo felt an overwhelming urge to strike Feng Xian down, muttering, "You are boasting without restraint. You doubt me? Yet this is the truth. On the entire Douluo continent, there is no one besides me who can alleviate your affliction," Feng Xian asserted. Ha ha ha. Douluo was momentarily taken aback, then burst into raucous laughter. What a grandiose deception. Regardless of what you claim, this cunning old fox will never easily believe you. I might as well inflate my boast to the heavens. Old fox, would you care to test my words? May I borrow your granddaughter for a moment? Feng Xian suggested, eyeing the approaching Douluo with a dangerous smile. Upon hearing this, Douluo froze, her gaze seething with fury as she glared at Feng Xian. You scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Young man, mind your words. Should you dare speak ill of my yin again, do not blame me if you meet a grim fate, Douluo warned coldly. Feng Xian dismissed the threat with a scoff. Do as you wish, but if you kill me, no one will be able to cure the poison afflicting both you and your granddaughter. In no time, you two shall accompany me to the grave. Douluo's expression fluctuated, as if weighing the pros and cons of the situation. What poison? Grandpa, what are you talking about? I don't understand, Douluo exclaimed, bewildered, her gaze sharpening as she eyed Feng Xian. This treacherous and deceitful character is a fountain of malice. Not a word he speaks is true. Grandpa, please do not be deceived by him. Miss Douluo, is it truly fair to slander me? Have you forgotten? Just last night, we enjoyed a heartfelt conversation beneath the moonlight. Feng Xian countered. Who was enjoying moonlit conversations with you? Douluo retorted, her teeth clenched in anger as she shot him a furious glare. He had terrified her with ghost stories and now acted as if they had shared a romantic evening. Oh, you're quite forgetful. I recall you fainting from emotion. Feng Xian teased. I was frightened. Douluo shot back, glancing at the contemplative Douluo grandpa. Leave this scoundrel to me. I shall use my green-scaled snake poison to bring him to his knees. Ha ha, Feng Xian scoffed. Your grandfather's poison is subpar, and yours is even worse. Why not give it a try? I'll stand here, unyielding, and let us see if your poison can harm me. You insufferable wretch. I shall make you taste the power of my snake poison today, Douluo exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration, noticing her grandfather's silence. Feng Xian's eyes glimmered with anticipation as he observed Douluo's changing expressions. He intentionally provoked Douluo to use her abilities as proof of his own capabilities, seeking Douluo's trust. If he could withstand Douluo's poison, he would earn the elder's confidence. Should he falter, Douluo would surely recognize the deception and kill him in anger. After a prolonged silence, Douluo finally spoke. Very well, young man. If you can endure Yin's green-scaled snake poison, I shall tentatively believe your earlier claims. Fail to withstand it, and I am afraid you shall perish here. His words were laden with a menacing threat, yet Feng Xian felt no fear. Rather, he reveled in the unfolding scenario, as it aligned perfectly with his intentions. Douluo had long held a grudge against Feng Xian, and now she had the perfect opportunity to teach him a lesson. She rolled up her golden-threaded sleeves and approached him with a light step, one hand resting on her waist while the other twirled a strand of purple hair, her narrowed eyes radiating danger. Prepare to meet your end, Feng Xian, she declared coldly. I hope your snake poison is more interesting this time, and doesn't merely tickle like last time. Feng Xian replied nonchalantly. Impudent fool, die, with a sharp command. A green-scaled snake materialized from Douluo, its emerald eyes locking onto Feng Xian as it unleashed a cloud of purple venom. This was the green-scaled snake poison, exceedingly lethal. Even a four-ring soul master would succumb instantly to its touch, and Douluo was utterly confident in her ability to kill Feng Xian. The advancing purple mist quickly enveloped Feng Xian, relentlessly eroding his body. After inhaling just a breath of the green-scaled snake poison, his lungs seared with pain as every muscle in his body screamed. His once fair complexion turned an ominous purple-black, his eyes darkening, and he began to sway, teetering on the brink of collapse. This was the unmistakable sign of a lethal poisoning. Ha ha! Feng Xian, you have succumbed to my green-scaled snake poison. Now await your demise. Douluo laughed triumphantly, convinced of his impending death. At that moment, a roar echoed from the depths of Feng Xian's heart. The nine-heart begonia, an immaculate martial spirit, began to bloom from his dantian, Waves of pure, holy white soul power surged forth, coursing rapidly through his meridians. As the green-scaled snake poison invaded his body, it encountered the healing power of the nine-heart begonia, scattering like mice fleeing from a cat. In that instant, the nine-heart begonia unleashed potent detoxifying energy, continuously dispelling the snake poison from Fang Xian's system, cleansing him entirely. Before long, the venom coursing through his veins was eradicated, the agonizing pain subsiding, and his complexion returning to normal. He raised the corners of his mouth in a smile, calmly gazing at Douluo, and said, "Apologies. It seems I have once again disappointed you. Impossible. You've been poisoned by my green-scaled snake poison. How can you still be alive?" Douluo's expression morphed into one of disbelief as she processed the sight of Fang Xian smiling at her, as if she had seen a ghost. What on earth did this boy do? Douluo's pupils constricted, his usually calm demeanor disrupted by a storm within. He had witnessed Fang Xian succumb to his granddaughter's green-scaled snake poison, poised to perish, yet moments later, he had miraculously recovered. It was utterly inconceivable. Although Douluo's poison was not as potent as Douluo's, it was still beyond the resistance of an average Great Soul Master. Could it be true that Fang Xian was indeed a master of healing, as he claimed? Douluo was engulfed in confusion. Now, do you not believe my words? I am a genuine healer. Such trifling snake poison is utterly powerless against me, Fang Xian proclaimed with a proud smile. In truth, his ability to neutralize the venom of the serpent from Douluo this time was not due to any particular medical expertise, but rather entirely thanks to the detoxifying power of the nine-heart begonia. The martial soul of the nine-heart begonia not only heals injuries, but also possesses a detoxifying effect, rendering him impervious to Douluo's snake venom. Of course, this detoxifying effect has its limitations. It has not yet reached the level of being immune to all poisons. Had the venom been released by Douluo, it is likely that even the nine-heart begonia could not have saved him. After all, the disparity in their levels is simply too great. Very well, Fang Xian. Douluo, although skeptical of Fang Xian's words, felt a slight thawing of the iciness in his gaze and said, "As long as you can relieve the deadly poison from both me and Yin, I shall spare your life. What do you say?" "Ha ha!" Fang Xian scoffed coldly. "You trade 2 lives for one of mine? Surely such a bargain does not exist in this world. I would be a great loss. Moreover, I do not trust you. What if I cure you, and you repay my kindness with malice, simply waving your hand to have me killed? For poisoned Douluo, such as yourself, that would be but a trivial matter. Safety, stability, these are Fang Xian's steadfast principles. Without sufficient guarantees, he would never easily place his trust in Douluo. I never expected a lad of your age to possess such cunning." Douluo, confronted with the obstinate Fang Xian, felt a headache coming on, and with irritation he declared, "Rest assured, while I do not claim to be a paragon of virtue, I adhere to the principle of repaying both enmity and kindness. If you can save me and Yin, I will not treat you unfairly." Upon hearing this, Fang Xian's eyes lit up. He had finally awaited this long-anticipated opportunity. "Grandfather, what on earth are you speaking of? What deadly poison? My body is perfectly fine. How could I be poisoned? Have you been deceived by this scoundrel?" Douluo scrutinized Fang Xian with suspicion. "Yin, worry not. Just stay by the side and watch. Your grandfather knows what he is doing." Douluo affectionately ruffled Douluo's little head. Even as the world's preeminent poisoner, warmth flickered in his eyes at that moment. No matter what happened, he would not allow his beloved granddaughter to suffer even the slightest harm, nor would he permit her to face a fatal outcome due to his circumstances. It is for this reason that the typically suspicious Douluo, in a situation of desperation, could only choose to trust this young lad, still naive and inexperienced. Senior Douluo, as the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Even though I am a master in the art of detoxification, I currently possess nothing, no herbs at all. How can I treat you? Here, the crux of the matter emerged. After much coaxing and persuasion, having spent considerable time swaying the two, Fang Xian finally began to lay out his intentions. His sights were set on Douluo's prized medicinal garden. "That is simple." Douluo smiled proudly and replied, "My medicinal garden is home to countless rare herbs, an abundance of various medicines. Whatever you need, simply go and find it yourself." "That is exactly what I have been waiting to hear. After all this trouble, If I do not expose your secrets, then I shall take your surname." Fang Xian chuckled mischievously in his heart. Subsequently, Fang Xian closely followed Douluo as they exited the cave, heading towards the old monster's medicinal garden. In the tranquil valley, they walked along verdant hills until they reached a hot spring pond. The pond was elliptical and not very large, divided in the center, with the spring water displaying a most unusual coloration, one half milky white, the other half crimson. From a milky white spring water emanated wisps of chill, causing the surrounding flora to glisten with frost. Meanwhile, the crimson spring water steamed vigorously, resembling boiling hot water and casting a scarlet hue upon the nearby vegetation. The contrasting cool and warm waters coexisted in the same pond, distinctly separated yet maintaining a harmonious relationship. The ice and fire eyes. Gazing at the dual-colored hot spring before him, Fang Xian could not help but feel exhilarated. After expending so much effort, he had finally arrived at this extraordinary treasure trove. A grand opportunity awaited him. What ice and fire eyes? What are you talking about? Douluo looked at Fang Xian with confusion. Nothing of significance. This is a splendid location. With the existence of the ice and fire eyes, I am fully confident in curing the deadly poison within you, Fang Xian declared. In truth, according to the original story, even Tang San had only a 50% chance of curing Douluo. However, Fang Xian deliberately exaggerated the odds to reassure the poisoned Douluo. After all, according to the plot's progression, even with a 50% chance, Douluo had ultimately survived and even gained substantial strength. Thus, in a certain sense, it could be considered a 10 out of 10, 10%. Though Douluo found Fang Xian's words somewhat dubious, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. This was akin to a terminal cancer patient witnessing a physician confidently proclaiming they could cure him. Despite the doctor potentially being a quack, the patient would still feel a sense of hope. Is it true? Douluo cast a skeptical glance at Fang Xian. Of course, for this divine physician, curing your poison is as easy as eating and drinking. Fang Xian boasted with unabashed bravado. You brat, I say you're fat, and you even puff up? Douluo chuckled in amusement. Do not worry. Following the plot, there will be divine medicine and bodyguards. Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement within. Senior Douluo, I need time. Gazing at the vibrant and fragrant array of rare medicinal herbs surrounding him, Fang Xian's breathing quickened as he suppressed his desire. Calmly addressing Douluo, give me 1 day. I will find a way to concoct the antidote to treat the deadly poison within you. Douluo's eyes brightened, uncontainable joy welling up from within as he exclaimed, Excellent. I can wait a day, but I advise you not to play tricks. I am well aware of every movement in this valley. You had best not entertain thoughts of escape, or else. Escape? With so many rare herbs. Even if you force me out, I would not leave. Fang Xian smiled nonchalantly, his demeanor resolute as he declared, Rest assured, once a promise is made, it is as unyielding as a horse cannot be turned back. If I do not assist you in concocting the antidote, I vow I shall not depart. This statement echoed the resolve of the Itagarba Bodhisattva. I will not attain Buddhahood until hell is empty, thus imparting a sense of fervor that even Douluo found somewhat moving. Never did he expect this little rascal to be so trustworthy. Until just moments ago, he had harbored doubts regarding Fang Xian's intentions, but seemed he had misjudged him. Douluo could not help but feel a newfound admiration for him, recognizing that in this day and age, trustworthy individuals were indeed scarce. However, what Douluo could not fathom was that Fang Xian had specifically come for his garden of divine herbs. Tremble, ye divine herbs! Once Douluo, the old monster, had finally departed, Fang Xian excitedly rubbed his hands together, ready to pounce on a shimmering purple spirit mushroom. Yet at that moment, he sensed a chill creeping up his back. Turning around, he found Douluo glaring at him with suspicion, prompting him to scratch his head. What are you still doing here? You wicked scoundrel! What are you up to? I can't shake the feeling that you are deceiving my grandfather. Douluo glared at Fang Xian, her eyes aflame with anger. Cough, cough. That is simply not the case. Your grandfather is a titled Douluo. With a mere wave of his hand, he could dispatch me. Even if you lent me 10 times your courage, I would not dare deceive him. Douluo, with her flowing purple hair and wide, almond-shaped eyes, grasped her slender waist and glared at Fang Xian, grinding her silver teeth. You scoundrel Fang Xian, my grandfather, due to his old age and failing mind, was deceived by you, but you shall not fool me. Speak. What exactly are your intentions? I refuse to believe you would genuinely assist us in concocting an antidote. It must be said, a woman's intuition can often be remarkably accurate. The esteemed titled Douluo had been outwitted, and this troublesome girl was proving to be quite the handful. Fine, if you wish to remain, then stay. Fang Xian maintained a calm demeanor, and under Douluo Yan's watchful gaze, he boldly began to unfasten his belt and swiftly shed his upper garments. If Miss Douluo desires to admire me while bathing, I have no objections. How vile! Douluo Yan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she spat at Fang Xian before fleeing like the wind, muttering curses as she departed. Shameless, despicable lewd. With Douluo Yan's abrupt exit, the valley fell into a profound silence, save for the bubbling sounds of the hot springs at the Eye of Ice and Fire. With the pair finally gone, Fang Xian's gaze roamed over the myriad of precious herbs surrounding him, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Unable to resist rubbing his hands together in anticipation of collecting the celestial herbs, he moved towards the Eye of Ice and Fire, searching for rare plants. Before long, he stumbled upon a peculiar object by the icy stream, a plump, white creature resembling a small, chubby caterpillar. His heart leapt with joy, the supreme snow silkworm of winter worm and summer grass. This winter worm and summer grass is a rare treasure, and the snow silkworm is its elite variant, exceptionally valuable. Consuming it would significantly enhance one's soul power, and being a restorative herb, it possesses gentle effects without adverse side effects. If sold, it could fetch an astronomical sum of 1,000,000 gold soul coins. Fang Xian was elated. Just as he was reveling in his discovery, he was drawn to a fiery red lotus nearby. The cinnabar lotus, this precious herb, with its cold nature, can counteract the deadly poison of fire attributes, equally as valuable as the snow silkworm. Not far off, a purple Ganoderma seemed to have just emerged from the soil, its cap just unfurling and still dusted with earth, appearing delicate and inviting. This was a 9th-grade purple Ganoderma. The dazzling array of precious herbs left Fang Xian momentarily dazed, unsure of which to harvest first. A fool would hesitate. Of course, he would gather them all. He began to frantically collect the snow, silkworm, cinnabar lotus, and Ganoderma, tossing them into his spatial ring. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafted towards him. There, he beheld a stunning pink celestial flower, flourishing at the confluence of the red and white springs. Its petals were crystalline and translucent, with a stamen radiant as diamonds, stretching a full foot in length, blooming with an allure surpassing flames. The ethereal fragrance of the exquisite celestial flower was intoxicating. Fang Xian was ecstatic. This extraordinary flower before him was indeed the ultimate antidote, the ethereal fragrant celestial flower. While it cannot detoxify on its own, it counteracts toxins within its aromatic range, rendering any poison ineffective. However, should one be poisoned beforehand, the flower would be of no help. This was the finest antidote. As time passed, Fang Xian discovered an abundance of celestial herbs. The remarkable sky-soaring chrysanthemum, the 8-petal celestial orchid, the rooster-comb phoenix sunflower, and the tulip, among others, appear before him, each more precious than the last. Any single herb, if revealed to the outside world, would surely incite a storm of bloodshed. For instance, if the chrysanthemum Douluo were to learn of the sky-soaring chrysanthemum, they would undoubtedly rush to seize it. This was a true treasure trove. At that moment, a bold idea flitted through Fang Xian's mind. He licked his lips, greedily surveying the multitude of celestial herbs, contemplating the notion of consuming them all at once. Surely, it would lead to immediate demise. Resisting the temptation, he continued to explore the herb garden. As dusk approached, he found an ice and fire combination of herbs, one exuding extreme cold and the other extreme heat, perfectly opposing each other. The octagonal Xian ice grass and the fiery blossom. These were Fang Xian's ultimate goal. In terms of quality, these two herbs were not the finest among celestial herbs, but their fusion would create an unparalleled concoction here. Although consuming both simultaneously posed significant risks, it was Fang Xian's best option. Seated by the spring, he hesitated for a moment, but determination flickered in his eyes, and he began to act. The fiery blossom and octagonal Xian ice grass were true, celestial herbs and could not be cut with metal, lest their effects diminish. They must be harvested with jade tools for assurance. Fortunately, within Fang Xian's spatial ring lay an ancient jade spade obtained from an enemy. With it, he skillfully harvested the two celestial herbs without damage. As the two herbs lay before him, the extreme cold and heat emanating from them mysteriously dissipated. The fiery red leaves of the fiery blossom were frosted with a layer of white frost, while the icy, pristine tips of the octagonal Xian ice grass were enveloped in red heat. Cold and heat intertwined, neutralizing each other. This was a fleeting moment when the two celestial herbs balanced each other's extreme properties, presenting the perfect opportunity for consumption. If missed, the potency of both would be eroded, rendering them ineffective. Now was the moment. Fang Xian's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he seized both toxic celestial herbs and tossed them into his mouth, chewing vigorously. Delicious. Despite their lethal nature, the flavors were surprisingly delightful, reminiscent of a refreshing ice cream paired with a savory hot dog, alternating between cool and warm, sweet and delectable. However, it wasn't long before a violent tremor coursed through Fang Xian's body, his complexion turning ghastly. "Ah, it's so hot." A searing wave of heat surged through his limbs, making him feel as if he were standing at the mouth of a volcano, his blood boiling within his veins, his body turning crimson as if it might melt under the intense heat. This was the overwhelming heat from the fiery blossom wreaking havoc within him. Sweat beading on his forehead as veins bulged, his face contorted in agony, and his body trembled uncontrollably, desperately suppressing the excruciating pain. Fang Xian gritted his teeth and sat cross-legged, channeling the icy phoenix martial spirit within him to alleviate the torment caused by the intense heat. He needed to maintain clarity of mind. He could not afford to succumb to unconsciousness, or all would be lost. Under the influence of the icy phoenix martial spirit, the overwhelming heat was temporarily subdued, allowing Fang Xian's suffering to ease slightly as his complexion gradually regained some semblance of normalcy. However, before he could catch his breath, an explosive wave of extreme cold erupted, instantly freezing his lower body into ice. Damn it, it's so cold. After the sweltering heat, a biting cold follows. Fang Xian understands that this is the explosive power of the octagonal ice grass. Gritting his teeth, he desperately channels his soul power, enduring the onslaught of cold. This predicament resembles the experience of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, trapped in the 8 trigrams furnace of the Supreme Old Lord, alternating between extreme heat and cold, suffering immensely. However, Fang Xian is clearly not endowed with Sun Wukong's indestructible physique. Despite his unwavering willpower, his body can no longer withstand the relentless torment from the fiery apricot and the octagonal ice grass. His skin begins to crack, and streams of blood stain his entire being. The moment has arrived. Enduring this excruciating pain for 3 long minutes is necessary to await the activation of the 2 elixirs. With a forceful slap of his right hand against the ground, he unleashes a powerful shockwave that shatters the earth beneath him. Utilizing this rebound, his stiffened body plunges into the eye of ice and fire. The fiery apricot and the octagonal ice grass, both extreme in temperature, are a perfect match for the synergistic eye of ice and fire. The spring water within possesses a terrifying force of ice and fire. Should an ordinary person fall in, death is inevitable, even for someone of Douluo's caliber, a titled Douluo. However, the fiery apricot and the octagonal ice grass are born from the eye of ice and fire, embodying the essence of both heat and cold, existing in perfect harmony. Thus, upon consuming these 2 elixirs, Fang Xian is not immediately engulfed by the spring water. Instead, he struggles within, enduring an even greater agony, with the threat of imminent explosion looming over him. In the midst of this ordeal, the immense energy contained within the 2 herbs rapidly integrates into his being, continuously augmenting Fang Xian's strength. The process of tempering his body through ice and fire transforms him entirely, submerged in the spring water. He can sense a monumental change unfolding within him. Suddenly, a miraculous scene unfolds. Within his dantian, the 9-heart sea tang blossoms gracefully, dancing delicately as it's gentle. Milky white energy guides the chaotic energies of extreme cold and heat swirling within him, organizing them to flow harmoniously along his meridians. It continuously soothes, melts, and absorbs, Is the nine-heart Sea Tang assisting him in absorbing the two elixirs? Fang Xian is astounded by this extraordinary transformation. As a top-tier plant-type martial soul, the nine-heart Sea Tang resonates with the divine herbs, illuminating each other and stabilizing the raging ice and fire, gradually converting them into Fang Xian's own power, an extraordinary spectacle. He recalls that in the original Douluo novel, Tang San, who consumed the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot, achieved an invulnerable body. However, due to his insufficient strength, the vast power of the two elixirs remained unabsorbed within him, failing to elevate his soul power level, granting him only an invulnerable physique. Yet now, under the catalysis of the nine-heart Sea Tang, Fang Xian wildly absorbs the tremendous energy from the two divine herbs, causing his soul power to surge uncontrollably. He leaps directly from level 22 to level 25, then to level 26, 27, 28. The growth continues unabated. Of course, this process remains excruciatingly painful, akin to a hellish torment. Despite the neutralizing effect of the nine-heart Sea Tang, Fang Xian's low level repeatedly falters against the overwhelming power of the divine herbs, causing his skin to rupture time and again, and his body to explode in crimson bursts, bathing the eye of ice and fire and blood. Fortunately, with the healing properties of the nine-heart Sea Tang, his body undergoes repeated cycles of collapse and restoration. Fang Xian has never experienced hell, but he imagines it must be akin to his current predicament. Finally, as night deepens, this torment comes to an end, with a resounding explosion. The surface of the eye of ice and fire erupts, and a tall, robust figure leaps forth, tracing a graceful arc through the air before landing lightly on the pristine bank of the spring. The figure is unclothed, radiating a luminous, ivory-like physique, with robust muscles that appear to be forged from the very furnace of creation. Level 30. Fang Xian clenches his fists, feeling the immense soul power surging within him, his handsome visage unable to suppress a joyful grin, as a hearty laugh echoes through the tranquil valley. Chapter 45. Detoxification. Level 30. After assimilating the ice and fire energies from the fiery apricot and the octagonal ice grass, Fang Xian ascends dramatically from level 22 to level 30, a staggering leap of 8 levels. For an ordinary person, such an advancement from level 22 to 30 would take years. Yet Fang Xian has achieved this in a single bound, on the verge of breaking into the realm of a soul master at level 31. He can now replicate his martial souls. Fang Xian's heart swells with elation. Suddenly, a subtle rustling emerges from a dense thicket ahead. Moments later, a curious little head pokes out from the foliage, lifting a delicate face that meets Fang Xian's inquisitive gaze. Their eyes lock in surprise. Is it beautiful? Fang Xian inquires. I'm going to kill you. Douluo Yan screams, her face flushed, and she dashes away like the wind. Perplexed, Fang Xian feels as though he has been wronged, having been seen without clothes, yet being the target of her ire. This girl must be a bit daft. After being frightened away in the day, she sneaks back at night, truly baffling. Taking a clean outfit from his spatial ring, he shakes off the droplets from his hair, quickly dresses, and then sits cross-legged by the stream to check his personal information. Ultimate Blade System. Host, Fang Xian. Level 30. Title, Grand Soul Master. Soul Power, 15,500. Proficiency, Basic Blade Technique, 99,100. Divine Blade, 0. Martial Souls. Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 7,100. Nine-Heart Sea Tang Soul, Beginner 3,100. Talent, Ice Blade, Healing Blade. His soul power has soared to level 30. And perhaps due to the absorption of the extreme cold energy and the divine herbs, the proficiency of both martial souls has also seen an increase. Douluo has given Fang Xian a deadline of 1 day. He must hasten to concoct the antidote. In truth, the antidote comprises merely some ordinary muscle-relaxing herbs. The key to dispelling the poison within Douluo lies in Fang Xian's blood. Now, having absorbed the fiery apricot and the octagonal ice grass, his blood is infused with the powers of both herbs, capable of alleviating Douluo's potent toxin, allowing the old monster to expel the poison into his soul bone, thus achieving complete detoxification, though this will require some time. This is how the plot unfolds in Douluo. He is not skilled in the resurrection elixirs, but he can certainly handle common muscle-relaxing medicines. With this in mind, he swiftly sets to work on the antidote. The following morning, as the sun rises, beams of sunlight pierce through the haze, illuminating the tranquil soul beast forest. Swish, swish. A rapid sound of slicing air jolts Fang Xian from his meditation. Opening his eyes, he is met with the sight of a gaunt, aged face resembling a venomous snake, its green eyes filled with urgency. Young man, the time is nearly upon us. Have you prepared the antidote I requested? The cold gaze of Douluo fixed upon Fang Xian, clearly revealing the impatience of a titled Douluo. He had waited an entire day for the remedy to alleviate the lethal poison coursing through his veins. Should Fang Xian fail to provide a satisfactory answer today, he would have to face the wrath of a titled Douluo. With an expressionless glance at Douluo, Fang Xian calmly retrieved a small green vial and placed it on the ground before resuming his meditative state, seemingly indifferent to the outside world, embodying the demeanor of a reclusive sage. After a moment's hesitation, Douluo uncorked the vial and brought it to his nose for a brief sniff, instantly wrinkling his brow in disdain. His eyes, now ignited with fury, glared fiercely at Fang Xian. You deceitful brat! How dare you trick me? This is merely an ordinary potion. After decades of dealing with poisons, I am well versed in various herbs. I can distinguish between such trivial matters. You may choose to shatter it and stomp on it, or even kill me afterward. Fang Xian replied with calm composure. Alternatively, you could opt to try it for a while and observe its effects before making a decision. Douluo pondered for a moment and said, Very well, I will trust you this once. Fang Xian continued, This potion serves merely as an introduction, a means to alleviate the torment caused by the toxic affliction within you. To eradicate it entirely, we must seek other solutions. What? More methods are required? Didn't you claim to be a master of healing, capable of curing any ailment? Douluo responded with dissatisfaction, feeling he might have been duped by Fang Xian. Cough, you have been poisoned for decades. Do you truly believe a single potion can cure you? Do you think I am a celestial deity? If I possessed such abilities, I would have long ago pledged my allegiance to the most powerful forces in the continent, sending them to eliminate you, rather than be captured here. Fang Xian coughed, realizing he had boasted too much and nearly compromised his position. You think one potion can cure you? Do you consider that to be a miraculous elixir? It was surprising that a titled Douluo could be so naive. Or perhaps my cunning had reached an unparalleled level. Very well. Enlighten me on how to completely rid myself of this poison. Despite his displeasure, Douluo contemplated the matter and decided to inquire further. Recalling the plot, Fang Xian spoke confidently. The reason you are suffering from the backlash of the poison is that you have cultivated toxic arts. If your martial soul were a weapon, you could attempt to channel the poison into it, thereby neutralizing your own toxicity. However, your martial soul is a beast type, and the poison has fused with your essence over a long period. While you can suppress it with your formidable soul power, this is merely a temporary measure. Before long, the poison within you will erupt, consuming you entirely. Therefore, to completely eliminate the toxins, you must find a medium to serve as a repository for the poison. Given your strength, you must possess a soul bone, correct? This is the orthodox method of detoxification from the original text. Fang Xian sighed in relief, feeling a sense of admiration for his own memory. Had a forgetful reader traversed into this world, Douluo would have likely been driven to madness. Upon hearing this, Douluo's eyes lit up with excitement. So you suggest I force the toxin into the soul bone? Your mind is indeed sharp. This is a commendable approach. However, the poison accumulated over decades will not be easily expelled. A miscalculation could result in a more violent backlash, potentially leading to my demise. Are you not attempting to harm me? This is the sole method of detoxification. Whether you choose to pursue it is entirely your decision, Fang Xian replied coolly. Moreover, your body has been corroded by poison for decades. Healing will not occur overnight. It will require time, at least 6 months. However, your granddaughter, Douluo, is still young. If you provide her with a soul bone to contain the poison, I am confident I can cure her instantly, without any side effects. This is the truth. Believe it or not. Fang Xian's demeanor remained composed as he gazed steadily at Douluo, mentioning his beloved granddaughter softened Douluo's icy demeanor. Very well. I have lived long enough. My old bones are of little consequence. As long as you can heal Yin, that is sufficient. Rest assured, with this divine physician at your service, I guarantee that both you and your granddaughter shall live long lives. Fang Xian proclaimed, using his grandiose words as leverage in the negotiation. Let's hope so, Douluo replied, rolling his eyes. However, Fang Xian then shifted the conversation to terms. Having saved both of your lives, you would not consider letting me go scot-free, would you? That would leave me at a tremendous loss. Douluo frowned. Young man, I have traversed the continent for decades. Even the emperor of the Tiando Empire treats me with utmost respect. How dare you negotiate conditions with me? Then let's not speak of it. We can all perish together. One life for two. A tremendous profit for me. Fang Xian retorted nonchalantly. Douluo, speechless and furious, could only glare at Fang Xian. This boy was too cunning. With his secrets exposed, he had no choice but to concede, as he did not wish to meet a demise from the poison. Very well. Young man, aside from sparing your life, I will grant you one additional condition. Is that acceptable? Douluo finally relented. Huh, just one condition? I was expecting 3. Fang Xian frowned, feeling his allure paled in comparison to Tang San's. Tang San received 3 conditions, whereas he only had 1. Thus, he resolved to employ his intellect and extract the maximum benefit from Douluo. How about this, Senior Douluo? I am not a greedy person. My one condition is that you assist me with 3 tasks. Is that unreasonable? Douluo's lips twitched slightly. You truly are a remarkable talent. Why not have me perform 10 tasks for you? Just 1. Besides ensuring your safety, I will only assist you with 1 task. No negotiations. He replied with a scowl. How disappointing. Clearly, my influence is insufficient. Fang Xian muttered, somewhat dissatisfied. At that moment, Douluo regarded Fang Xian with a knowing look. It seems the Snow Knight Emperor was mistaken, as was the world. You are not the waste they perceive you to be. Rather, you are a cunning little rascal. Yet in this world, rascals often outlive the virtuous. Is that a compliment? I am honored. Fang Xian replied. I wonder if Snow Knight will regret his previous decision. Douluo murmured softly. Though his voice was quiet, Fang Xian heard it clearly and inquired with confusion. What decision? Douluo simply gazed at him deeply and fell silent. As time passed, Fang Xian had unwittingly spent 3 full days with Douluo. The official competition for the Genius Battle was scheduled for noon today. A grand event that would draw attention from across the nation. He decided it was time to depart. This competition was unlike the preliminary rounds, which featured a chaotic brawl among low-level students with little interest from prominent figures. Once the official matches commenced, they would capture the attention of the entire nation. On this day, it is anticipated that the royal family, nobility, and various sects will send representatives to witness the competition. Over the past 3 days, Fang Xian has made remarkable progress, nearing the level of the most exceptional talents. This event serves as an opportune moment to evaluate his advancements in strength. Thus, he is determined not to miss this match. As the sun reaches its zenith, casting a fiery glow in the sky, the day is splendidly clear, a rare occurrence. Fang Xian stands by the stream at the ice-fire duality eye, his hand brushing over his well-stocked spatial ring, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. It's time to depart. Du Gongyan had left the day prior, returning to Tiando Academy to prepare for the competition. Tiando Academy is situated on the outskirts of Tiando City, not far from the Soul Beast Forest where Du Gongbo resides. If Fang Xian runs with all his might, he can reach the academy in less than an hour, arriving just in time for the competition to commence. This formal match features 100 participants, comprising 50 students below level 30 who advance from the preliminaries and 50 Tiando level students above level 30. The competition follows a knockout format, with opponents drawn by lottery, facing off in pairs, where the loser is eliminated. Given the large number of contestants, the event may stretch over several days. As Fang Xian contemplates his departure, an enraged roar echoes from the sky. You little brat, stop right there. With his green hair standing on end, Du Gongbo descends, glaring fiercely at Fang Xian. His eyes ablaze with fury. Ah, Senior Du Gong, good afternoon. Are you here to express your gratitude? No need for formalities, Fang Xian responds with an innocent smile. The treatments of the past few days have proven effective. Since taking the antidote concocted by Fang Xian, Du Gongbo has experienced a significant reduction in pain from the venom's onset, and his attitude towards Fang Xian has notably improved. Fang Xian had spoken to Du Gongbo about returning to the academy yesterday, and the latter had agreed, leading Fang Xian to believe that Du Gongbo had come to bid farewell and convey his gratitude. Gratitude, my foot. You've ravaged my medicinal garden and expect to leave? Du Gongbo points furiously at the pillaged garden, his rage palpable. The once lush garden, filled with precious herbs, now lies bare, the earth turned up in disarray, devoid of any intact patches. Witnessing the devastation of his beloved garden, he erupts in anger. "Oh, that matter," Feng Xian replies calmly. "You promised. These herbs were my condition. Not unreasonable, am I? Am I not being quite reasonable?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Duke Gongbo pleads, "But you must leave some for me, right? You can't take everything." "I have left some," Feng Xian retorts. "What have you left?" Duke Gongbo gestures at the barren ground. "The roots and seeds. I left those for you. In a few years, they will grow back," Feng Xian assures him. "Farewell, old monster. I must hurry to the competition, so I shall take my leave. Remember to collect the antidote in a timely manner." Feng Xian waves goodbye to Du Gongbo and swiftly disappears from sight. "You brat. I curse that you meet your end in the competition," Du Gongbo shouts in exasperation, watching the figure fade into the distance. Chapter 47. The First Battle, Tiando Academy. In the central square, an expansive area typically closed off is now bustling with activity, only open for significant competitions. At this moment, the vast square is teeming with people, a sea of bodies creating a cacophony that echoes in all directions. Although only 100 participants are officially competing, the audience far exceeds that number, perhaps tenfold. Each individual invited to witness the genius battle holds significant status and power in the Douluo continent. At the heart of the square stands a large arena, constructed of solid marble. A solitary young man stands upon the stage, appearing rather lonely, his impatience evident as he awaits his opponent. Where is that scoundrel? His cold and restless gaze darts to the opposite side of the stage, where his anticipated adversary should be. Howard frowns, his patience dwindling. Not only he, but the audience too begins to grow restless. Directly across from the arena, adjacent to the judges' table, is a VIP section where the Snow Knight Emperor occupies the main seat. His indifferent gaze scanning the crowd below, his aged yet resolute visage betraying no emotional fluctuation. Flanking him are Qian Renxue and Ning Fengji, standing serenely with expressions of tranquility. Who is set to compete in the first match, and why has it not commenced? The Snow Knight Emperor queries Qian Renxue, reporting to your majesty. The first match features Howard, a 30-level Tiano level student, against Feng Xian, a 22-level Tiwei level student. Qian Renxue respectfully replies, "What? Is Feng Xian still at the academy?" The Snow Knight Emperor looks taken aback, his surprise evident. He had assumed that by the end of this year, Feng Xian would have been expelled for failing to meet the academy's level requirements. Indeed, not only does he remain at Tiando Academy, but he also emerged from the preliminaries, qualifying for the genius battle. Qian Renxue recounts Feng Xian's recent achievements in detail. Gradually, the Snow Knight Emperor's expression shifts, revealing his astonishment. He had not anticipated that a previously discarded prodigal son would achieve even modest success. However, such trivial accomplishments are evidently insufficient to capture the Snow Knight Emperor's attention. Before long, he resumes his usual composed demeanor, as if the events of the outside world could not sway him. "The time is nigh," announces the chief judge, Meng Shinji, his arms crossed as he turns to a worried-looking red-haired beauty beside him. "Teacher Ruolan, given Feng Xian's absence from the competition, we must declare him the loser." "How can this be?" Ruolan grits her teeth, her face filled with dismay. Her class has finally produced a participant for the genius battle. And if Feng Xian were to secure a commendable position, it would reflect favorably on her, silencing the colleagues who mock her for only managing to teach Tiwei-level children. "Teachers, there is competition among us too," she implores Meng Shinji, her hands clasped together in a plea. "Just a little longer. That boy should be arriving soon." Meng Shinji ponders for a moment, glancing towards the emperor in the VIP section and then surveying the impatient audience, as murmurs of discontent begin to rise. He shakes his head, realizing that they can wait no longer. "I regret to inform you, Teacher Ruolan, that under these circumstances, we must declare Feng Xian the loser." In the next instant, Meng Shinji stands, announcing loudly, "Due to Feng Xian's continued absence from the arena, I declare Howard the victor." Just then, a dark figure hurtles through the air, crashing onto the arena like a meteor, producing a resounding impact. Clad in black, his long figure exudes an aura of coldness. His eyes sharp as if forged from flame, fixed intently on Howard. It is none other than Feng Xian, who has just arrived. Upon the appearance of Feng Xian on the arena, a tremendous commotion erupted throughout the crowd. It was not the exhilaration or cheers typically reserved for a hero or savior, but rather a chorus of boos and derision. Look, the scourge Fang Xian has arrived. It is said he is ruthless, even sparing no beautiful women. Howard, we stand by you. Defeat Fang Xian. Currently, Fang Xian's status as the public enemy remains unchallenged, with 80% of the male students and all the female students regarding him as their foremost adversary. Thus, many were vocally encouraging Howard and deriding Fang Xian. Finally, that insufferable brat has shown up, Ruo Lan exclaimed, patting her ample bosom in relief. He has arrived at long last. Among the crowd, a delicate silver-haired little girl, Yi Lingling, beamed at the unexpected appearance of Fang Xian. She had thought he would miss the competition. Humph, that detestable scoundrel. I shall personally defeat him on the field. Beside Yi Lingling, Duguyan glared at Fang Xian with an air of indignation. Leave this to me, Yin Yan. I shall honorably vanquish Fang Xian during the match and avenge you. Yu Tianheng smiled gently. The spectators below buzzed with conversation, some jubilant while others despondent. However, Fang Xian remained indifferent to their opinions, his focus unwaveringly set on his opponent, fully concentrated and prepared to test the fruits of his recent training against Howard. I trust one have not lost my eligibility to compete? He inquired of the referee, Meng Xinji. Indeed, Meng Xinji nodded. Since Fang Xian has arrived in time, I hereby declare the first match of the Genius Battle, Fang Xian versus Howard. The contest officially begins. As the announcement resonated, a wave of cheers swept through the arena, for the audience had been eagerly awaiting this moment. Countless gazes converged upon Fang Xian and Howard, all anticipating a thrilling contest. Chapter 48, A Blade. Radiant sunlight cascaded from the azure sky, illuminating the two figures on the stage. They faced each other, the air thick with tension. So, you are Fang Xian? I have long heard of your infamous reputation. Today, I have the opportunity to avenge the goddesses you have tormented. Prepare yourself, Howard sneered, his expression cruel as he limbered up, the sound of his joints crackling like popping beans. Fang Xian, with a piercing gaze, remained silent, his concentration solely on his adversary. Howard, level 31 Soul Master, Martial Spirit, Brown Bear. Fang Xian, level 30 Soul Master, Martial Spirit, Blade. After exchanging their identities, Howard launched the first attack. Brown Bear Possession. With a roar, Howard's golden hair whipped about as he unleashed his power, a ferocious black bear manifesting around him, its massive form exuding raw strength. Although the Brown Bear Martial Spirit was not particularly extraordinary, its might lay in its renowned power and defense, capable of holding its own against opponents of level 34 or 35. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, appeared. Third soul skill, Brown Bear Mountain Paving Palm. Howard unleashed his strongest Millennium Soul skill, the aura around him terrifying as he struck at Fang Xian's chest with a powerful gust of wind. Blood Technique. With his spirit and essence in perfect harmony, Fang Xian's focus sharpened, his soul power surging within him. His right hand gripped the hilt, unleashing the results of his arduous training. He drew the blade. Boom! The shadowless blade, gleaming white, sliced through the air, enveloped in a fierce wind, hurtling towards Howard. This strike embodied Fang Xian's comprehension of the blade technique, combined with his current peak soul power, colliding head-on with Howard's famed defense. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as Howard's ribcage caved in. Despite the formidable defense of his Brown Bear Martial Spirit, he could not withstand the ferocity of Fang Xian's strike. His complexion turned ashen, blood gushed from his mouth, and he fell back like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. How could this be possible? Howard stared in horror at Fang Xian, struggling to rise but failing, the severity of his injuries rendering him unconscious. One strike, and the Soul Master was defeated. Silence enveloped the arena. All participants, spectators, and judges stood in stunned astonishment, captivated by Fang Xian's breathtaking blow. Lost in a moment of silence. After an indeterminate time, murmurs began to circulate. Is this real? Did he truly defeat Howard with just one strike? Howard was a 3-ringed Soul Master, renowned for his impenetrable Brown Bear defense. Even against a level 35 Soul Master, he could hold his ground. How then could Fang Xian pierce Howard's defenses so effortlessly? This is terrifying. Such mastery of the blade. It is evident that this individual has reached a profound understanding of his weapon. Conversations erupted, expressions filled with shock. Fang Xian's ability to vanquish Howard with a single blow was overwhelmingly impressive. Not just the ordinary audience and competitors, but even the three esteemed faculty members, Meng Xinji, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin, could not help but fix their gaze on Fang Xian, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and delight. Regardless of the match's outcome, both contenders were students of the academy. With Fang Xian's outstanding performance, they recognized the emergence of a remarkable talent within their ranks, feeling a sense of pride. Indeed, Fang Xian exhibits tremendous strength, far surpassing ordinary geniuses, and is comparable to the top-tier talents like Yu Tianheng. Meng Xinji stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his face. In the central square, the most astounded was none other than the Emperor of the Snowy Night, seated in the prominent VIP section. Even he could not suppress a flicker of astonishment. What did it signify to defeat a young soul master with a single blow? It implied that Fang Xian possessed extraordinary talent and potential, perhaps even the possibility of ascending to the esteemed title of Douluo in the future. Previously, due to Fang Xian's humble origins and mediocre qualifications, Shui Yi had never deigned to acknowledge this son of his. Yet now, with that stunning strike, he began to reconsider his previous biases against Fang Xian. For the first time, he began to value Fang Xian. My younger brother's achievements are thanks to our father's wise guidance. Congratulations, father. Qian Renxue cast a deep glance at Fang Xian on the stage, her face adorned with a smile as she congratulated the Emperor of the Snowy Night. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The fifth prince's future accomplishments are boundless. Ning Fengji observed Fang Xian's performance with admiration, his expression reflecting deep appreciation. Among the onlookers below, some lauded Fang Xian's prowess, while others seethed with resentment at his display of strength. How infuriating! That scoundrel has grown stronger again. Dugian huffed indignantly. Stronger, you say? That only makes me even more eager to defeat you. Fang Xian, I look forward to our match. Yu Qianheng stood confidently, his calm words imbued with formidable self-assurance, as he held a position of undeniable superiority within the academy. As for the silver-haired little girl, Yi Lingling, she pouted, her cheeks puffed in discontent as she cast a resentful glare at Fang Xian on the arena, internally lamenting. Due to Fang Xian's notorious reputation and poor social standing, there were very few people genuinely happy for him in the entire arena, and among them was Teacher Ruolan. This mischievous boy has concealed himself too deeply. Teacher Ruolan's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Fang Xian, her heart brimming with excitement and joy. After all, a remarkable genius had emerged from her class, a unique honor for her as a guiding teacher. On the arena, Fang Xian stood upright like a towering pine tree, exuding confidence and indifference. He paid no heed to the murmurs around him, instead focusing intently on the system's notification sounds. Successful draw. Reward. Soul Power 1. Following the success of his draw, a notification that Fang Xian had eagerly awaited for an entire year finally chimed in. Congratulations. Your drawing technique has reached the minor completion stage. Chapter 49. Upgrade. Drawing technique. 1 cut to sever water, 1 cut to slash the void. With a blade in hand, I am invincible. Unbeknownst to you, your understanding of the blade has reached a new realm. Congratulations. Your drawing technique has advanced to the minor completion stage, increasing the base damage by 20. Rewarded techniques. Storm Slash, Swallow Return, Storm Slash. A highly powerful draw. Increasing draw force by 30. Swallow Return. An ultra-fast draw, increasing draw speed by 30. Fang Xian was ecstatic. After 2 long years, his drawing technique had finally leveled up, accompanied by 2 powerful techniques. He was thrilled and eagerly clicked on his personal panel to review his current information. Supreme Drawing System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 30. Title, Great Soul Master. Soul Power, 101,500. Proficiency, Minor Completion Drawing Technique, 0-200. Divine Blade, 0. Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 70100. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 30100. Talent, Frost Blade, Healing Blade. Techniques, Storm Slash, highly powerful draw, increasing draw force by 30. Swallow Return, ultra fast draw, increasing draw speed by 30. With proficiency upgraded to the minor completion stage, the basic drawing damage had increased by 20, and he had gained 2 formidable techniques. Fang Xian's drawing technique had made significant progress. Compared to defeating Howard and winning the first match, he felt even greater joy from the upgrade in proficiency. Clang! Sheathing his blade amidst the gaze of countless spectators, Fang Xian calmly descended from the arena. Fang Xian. Suddenly, a towering figure blocked his path. The man had thick black hair, a robust physique, and eyes sharp as lightning, emanating a formidable presence that towered over ordinary competitors. Yu Tianheng. Upon seeing the newcomer, Fang Xian raised an eyebrow, his deep-set eyes igniting with fierce combat spirit. The person blocking his way was Yu Tianheng, one of the most outstanding youths of the current generation and a favorite to win the championship. Having not seen him for several days, Yu Tianheng's eyes glinted with electric intensity, his strength now seemingly unfathomable. Although Fang Xian had significantly improved, he still felt considerable pressure facing Yu Tianheng. This was a formidable rival. Fang Xian coldly scrutinized Yu Tianheng, his fighting spirit unwavering. Fang Xian, I await you in the finals, Yu Tianheng declared with an arrogant smile, his foot striking the ground with force as he leapt gracefully onto the arena. The second match of the genius battle, Yu Tianheng versus Chun Lin. Yu Tianheng, level 37 Battle Soul Master, Supreme Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. Chun Lin, level 35 Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Xianming Wolf. As the seed contestant took the stage, attention from all directions was immediately captured. This battle was indeed a clash of titans, with the 35-level Chun Lin facing the 37-level Yu Tianheng. The audience was on edge, eagerly anticipating the thrilling combat ahead. Fang Xian stood still, equally transfixed by the arena. He had yet to witness Yu Tianheng in action, and this was a perfect opportunity to observe the true strength of the future heir of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan. Go Tianheng! Du Guyan cheered enthusiastically, raising her small fist in support. Go for it! Yi Lingling, Dai Er, and many other classmates sincerely rallied behind Yu Tianheng. In stark contrast to the unpopular Fang Xian, Yu Tianheng was evidently well-liked. Unlike Fang Xian's solitary demeanor, he was quite sociable within the academy, possessing a strong charisma that drew forth cheers and applause upon his entrance. He truly resembled the esteemed elder brother of the Tiando Academy. On the arena, Yu Tianheng's black hair flowed freely, his gaze fierce. The moment the referee announced the start of the match, his eyes blazed with cold light as he struck with thunderous speed. His right arm instantaneously transformed, covered in blue-purple scales, with long, sharp claws extending, surrounded by terrifying lightning. 3 resplendent soul rings, yellow, and purple, swirled above his dragon-like arm. First soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw. The fearsome dragon claw crackled with purple lightning, tearing through the air with the force of a cataclysm, ruthlessly smashing into Chun Lin. Boom! In one strike, Chun Lin was defeated. As the audience witnessed the tragic figure being sent flying, their mouths gaped in shock, soon followed by a thunderous roar of cheers that resonated throughout the heavens. With just one move, he had vanquished the level 35 Chun Lin. Incredible! Yu Tianheng was undeniably formidable. The champion of this genius battle was undoubtedly Yu Tianheng. The crowd was in awe, marveling at Yu Tianheng's outstanding performance. Having defeated a level 35 Battle Soul Master with a single move, a spectacle that overshadowed Fang Xian's earlier feat standing proudly in the center of the arena. Yu Tianheng's hair danced in the wind, his spirit soaring. It seemed he had not heard the cheers and screams surrounding him. His piercing gaze remained fixed on Fang Xian below, his fighting spirit ablaze. Fang Xian met Yu Tianheng's sharp gaze without flinching, his own resolve surging. Strong, indeed very strong. Yu Tianheng's swift defeat of Chun Lin not only astonished the audience, but also left Fang Xian deeply impressed. As the heir of the renowned Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, Yu Tianheng's power surpassed Fang Xian's expectations. He would be a formidable adversary. Fang Xian, naturally cautious, would never underestimate any opponent, and he had already considered Yu Tianheng as his primary rival in this genius battle. Hey, Fang Xian, did you see that? Tianheng is far superior to you. Just as Fang Xian was about to leave, Du Guyan approached him, a mischievous smile on her delicate face as she cast a disdainful glance at him. You merely defeated a level 31 Howard. What is there to boast about? With your skills, when you encounter Tianheng, your next match will surely be worse than Chun Lin's. Yin Yan, stop teasing. Yi Lingling rushed over to pull Dugu Yin back, fully aware of Fang Xian's temperament. If Dugu Yin provoked him, who knew whether he might retaliate with a blade? After all, she had once been ruthlessly cut down in a similar manner. Let us see if you dare. To everyone's surprise, Fang Xian remained composed, merely casting a calm glance at Dugu Yin before turning away and leaving the arena. The support of everyone serves as my creative motivation. Chapter 50. Closing the door to medicate. Time swiftly passes, and the first day of the genius battle concludes splendidly. This year has witnessed the emergence of numerous new stars, drawing attention from all corners. Among them are Yu Qianheng, Chu Zhongtian, Dugu Yin, Shi Imo, Yufeng, the enigmatic Douglas, and the rising talent Fang Xian, all of whom have shone brightly in the genius battle. The royal family, academies, and various sects have long been eyeing this group of exceptional talents, with some factions already extending covert invitations, promising lucrative rewards such as 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones, eager to recruit them under their banners. Among these prodigies, the most outstanding and radiant is undoubtedly Yu Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Many believe Yu Tianheng to be the strongest of the younger generation, and the championship of this genius battle is likely destined for him. The genius battle has captured widespread attention, creating a vibrant atmosphere throughout the academy. The Crown Prince of Heaven Do, Qianren Xue, has taken the initiative to visit many of the talented participants, engaging in lively discussions with them. The leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, Ning Fengji, is particularly warm and welcoming, conversing amiably with many outstanding students, displaying a kind demeanor that endears him to them. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, being one of the top 3 sects, is a support-type faction, and although Ning Fengji is renowned as the strongest support-type soul master on the Douluo continent, his personal strength is not particularly formidable. Thus, he places great importance on nurturing young soul masters with potential. However, amidst this lively scene within the academy, one individual departed the arena early, returning home in solitude, securing the door as if guarding against thieves. Currently, Fang Xian has a singular aim: to close the door and medicate. With the right medicine, even a mortal can ascend to immortality. Fang Xian has plundered Dugu Bo's medicinal garden, acquiring countless precious herbs, which he meticulously stores in his spatial ring. Now he aspires to emulate his classmate Han Pao Pao, treating the herbs as sustenance, indulging in them voraciously to rapidly enhance his soul power. Seated in his room, Fang Xian retrieves 3 rare herbs, placing them before him. He gazes intently at the treasures carefully contained within silk boxes or jade vessels, stroking his chin in thoughtful contemplation. The 3 herbs are as follows: the celestial great herb, autumn water dew, the top-tier treasure, snow silkworm, and the esteemed 9-tier purple mushroom. Autumn water dew is a peculiar celestial herb known for its mild efficacy, posing no conflict with the previously ingested 8-pointed ice grass and fiery apricot blossom. Although it does not enhance soul power, consuming it sharpens one's vision, enabling one to perceive extraordinary phenomena. Such exceptional eyesight would undoubtedly aid Fang Xian in executing his sword techniques against adversaries, rendering autumn water dew exceedingly precious. On that occasion, Tang San also chose this rare herb after consuming the 8-pointed ice grass and fiery apricot blossom, but alas, he can no longer partake of it. As for the snow silkworm and 9-tier purple mushroom, while they may not be classified as celestial grade, they are still rare treasures with the ability to fortify one's foundations and invigorate one's spirit, significantly enhancing one's prowess upon consumption. Master Yu Xiaojiang was trapped at rank 29 for over 30 years, ultimately achieving rank 30 by consuming the 9-tier purple mushroom. Unfortunately, Master can no longer access the 9-tier purple mushroom. It seems he is destined to remain a great soul master for life. Fang Xian muses for a moment, filled with a sense of dark humor. Besides these 3 herbs, his spatial ring also contains 6 other consumable celestial grade herbs: the miraculous mushroom, 8-petal celestial orchid, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, Chihuahua tulip, heartbreak red, and water immortal jade bone. Among these 6 celestial grade herbs, heartbreak red is undoubtedly the most precious. However, to harvest heartbreak red, one must think of their beloved during the process. Sincere intent can yield fruitful results, but any wavering of heart could lead to dire consequences, even death, should one attempt to pluck the flower. As a solitary swordsman who feels no need for women, Fang Xian believes he is fated to never encounter this heartbreak red in his lifetime. However, he may consider selling it at a high price to Tang San in the future. Aside from heartbreak red, the most potent herb is likely the miraculous mushroom, known for its extraordinary medicinal properties capable of refining one's body to an indestructible state. If Fang Xian were to consume the miraculous mushroom now, he could potentially elevate his strength by 4 or 5 ranks without issue. Yet, despite his greed, he refrains from indulging in celestial-grade herbs for the time being. Consuming such a multitude of celestial herbs over 3 consecutive days could yield unpredictable consequences. If he were to suffer a catastrophic explosion of power, it would be a most unfortunate fate. Therefore, he decides to reserve these soul-enhancing celestial medicines for a later time, ensuring he has the option to ingest the miraculous mushroom in case of emergencies, thereby catching his enemies off guard and perhaps ensuring his survival. With this thought, Fang Xian cannot help but smile contentedly. Possessing a trump card instills a sense of unparalleled confidence. Lastly, the Douluo tulip is equally rare. As a reader of the Douluo novels, Fang Xian is acutely aware that the Douluo tulip can elevate the 7-treasure glazed tile tower to the 9-treasure glazed tile tower. This is of immeasurable value to the heir of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect and could be leveraged in future negotiations. After contemplating the effects and uses of these celestial herbs, Fang Xian has effectively categorized their benefits. With such a bounty of celestial-grade herbs, he feels a newfound sense of security as he traverses the Douluo continent. Coming back to the present, he gazes at the autumn water dew, snow silkworm, and 9-tier purple mushroom before him, his eyes filled with determination as he begins with the 9-tier purple mushroom, consuming it one by one. In the past, Han Pao Pao succeeded in establishing his foundation by consuming a large handful of foundational elixirs, seemingly without lasting side effects. Additionally, while the narrative of Douluo hints at potential adverse effects of excessive consumption of celestial herbs, it does not specify the particulars. Thus, Fang Xian embarks on a journey of indulgence, adhering to the mortal path of excessive herb consumption. He chews the 9-tier purple mushroom a couple of times before swallowing it whole, and the snow silkworm even goes down without a chew, followed by the autumn water dew consumed in a gulp. With 3 precious herbs now in his system, the medicinal energy surges through him, instigating monumental changes within his body as his soul power rapidly expands. Alas, initially, writing was a joyful endeavor, yet the data is disheartening. I feel like a useless dog. A new week begins. I seek your recommendations. Ever since signing, we have transitioned from the new book list to the paid list, also known as the signed list, with a pitiful number of collections and recommendations. Today, we've only gained over 20 collections and around 30 recommendations. It's quite dismal. I've floundered, cooled off, and am left pondering. Allow me to express my plight first, and then I humbly seek your support. I implore you for collections, recommendations, donations, all manner of requests. This is of utmost importance. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this week I plan to test the waters with a promotional push, and the performance of this book is directly tied to the fate of that promotion. Therefore, I earnestly request a wave of free recommendation votes. A brief addition. If no recommendations come this week, it would essentially mean being abandoned, leading to a life of mediocrity, simply existing without purpose. A humble monologue from a minor author. Chapter 51, Soul Bones. The molten energy surged within, roaring and tumultuous, vigorously cleansing every limb and sinew, purging impurities and fortifying the body. Fang Xian's physique and soul power underwent a frenzied enhancement. After approximately an hour, the tempest within gradually subsided. Fang Xian slowly opened his eyes, and a mysterious golden glimmer flickered in the depths of his gaze. Rising to his feet, he gazed out of the window. Every grain of sand, every blade of grass, the ants scuttling across the ground, and the insects soaring in the air, all of the world's myriad phenomena were magnified infinitely in Fang Xian's eyes, rendering them exceptionally clear. This was the effect of the autumn water inside elixir, which refined his vision and enhanced his sight. Fang Xian mused that while his eyes might not rival the legendary fire-eyed golden vision or the far-sighted gaze of 1,000 miles, they were certainly akin to a 3-tomo Sharingan. The eyes are the windows to the soul. and such powerful eyes would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset to Fang Xian's sword-drawing technique, enabling him to capture his opponent's movements with swiftness and precision, achieving a decisive strike. After consuming the autumn water inside elixir, Fang Xian's vision underwent an astonishing transformation, allowing him to discern a grain of sand or a blade of grass from 300 meters away. What name should he bestow upon these eyes? Fang Xian pondered for a moment, contemplating a fitting title for such insightful vision. Heavenly Eye of Martial Arts? Eye of Spiritual Vision? Purple Divine Gaze? Ultimate Kaleidoscope? True Eye of the Evil King? Demon Eye of Direct Death? A slew of magnificent names flitted through his mind, yet Fang Xian deemed them insufficiently lofty or grand. Thus, he settled on the nameless eye. After all, no matter what name the author chooses, it will inevitably invite criticism. Subtle, yet luxurious. He feared that an overly grandiose name might invite trouble. Very well, the nameless eye it is, an appellation neither unpleasant nor overly impressive, striking a harmonious balance. Fang Xian nodded earnestly. Next, he began to assess the augmentation of his soul power. Ultimate Sword Drawing System. Host, Fang Xian Level 30 Title, Grand Soul Master, Soul Power, 452. 500, Proficiency, Minor Sword Drawing Technique, 0-200. Divine Blade, 0. Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 7100, 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 3100. Talent, Ice Blade. Healing Blade, Sword Techniques, Storm Slash, Super Strength Sword Draw, increases sword drawing power by 30. Swallow's Return, Super Speed Sword Draw, increases sword drawing speed by 30. After consuming the Snow Silkworm and 9-tier Purple Ganoderma, his soul power surged from 101 to 452, an enhancement of approximately 351 points. Moreover, in 2 days' time, once he fully absorbed the medicinal properties, he would likely break through to the Soul Sovereign realm. Contemplating this, Fang Xian could not help but smile with satisfaction. Days passed, and the genius battle unfolded with fervor. This year's competition exhibited a far superior caliber than before. Hailed as the strongest in history, with numerous exceptional talents sprouting like bamboo shoots after the rain, vying for supremacy on the arena. The Tiando Academy was founded by the royal family, with the reigning emperor of the Tiando Empire, the Snowy Night Emperor, wielding behind-the-scenes authority. If the students excelled in the competition and garnered the emperor's favor, they would undoubtedly have ample opportunities for advancement. Furthermore, the royal coffers were plentiful, and the prizes prepared for the genius battle were exceedingly lavish, igniting envy in countless hearts. First, the top 10 contestants would each be awarded a noble title, hereditary and unchangeable. Those who performed exceptionally could also receive a piece of land, enjoying boundless power and glory. Most of the students at Tiando Academy hailed from noble backgrounds, and such titles typically amounted to minor baron or viscount ranks, leaving the majority uninterested, save for a few from humble origins. For many, the more alluring prospect lay in the subsequent rewards. Secondly, the top 3 of the genius battle would be guaranteed a 10,000-year soul ring from the Empire, with a limit of 30,000 years, and the type and characteristics could be selected at will. A 10,000-year soul ring freely chosen. This was undoubtedly a coveted reward that made every participant envious. When they eventually advanced to the 5-ring Soul King level, this complimentary 10,000-year soul ring would play a crucial role in their power. Lastly, and most importantly, the champion of the genius battle would receive a rare soul bone. Although merely an ordinary soul bone, it was a treasure of the highest order, priceless yet unattainable. Everyone in the Douluo continent knew that the world's most precious items were the 10,000-year soul rings and soul bones. The 10,000-year soul ring, the pinnacle among soul rings, is unattainable for mortals without soul beast companions. However, while soul bones are equally invaluable, acquiring a few is not insurmountable, thanks to the Tiando Empire's formidable strength and wealth. A single soul bone, this prospect attracted countless young powerhouses. Even many seasoned veterans gazed upon it with envy. In this stormy gathering of the genius battle, the newly emerged young powerhouses fought fervently for the coveted soul bone prize reserved for the champion. Hearing that the champion's reward was a soul bone, Fang Xian's eyes gleamed with fervor, his heart racing. Due to his unique constitution, he was unable to absorb soul rings, yet absorbing soul bones posed no issue. If he could obtain a soul bone that matched his abilities, it would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. With this thought, Fang Xian's desire for the soul bone intensified, resolving to compete fiercely for the championship. After 2 consecutive days of battle, Fang Xian effortlessly defeated his opponents, each victory achieved with a single stroke, amplifying his renown and garnering attention from all corners of the continent. Even the Snowy Night Emperor began to take notice of this once-abandoned son due to Fang Xian's remarkable performance. However, the path to the championship was fraught with challenges. On the 4th day of the competition, a formidable adversary stood before Fang Xian. Yu Feng, a 36th-level battle soul master. Martial Soul, Wind Bell Bird, a future member of the Royal Battle Team, currently one of the most outstanding talents at Tiando Academy. If Fang Xian could defeat this opponent blocking his path, he would secure a place in the top 10 and the opportunity to contend for the championship. Fang Xian faced Yu Feng in a clash of titans, both vying for the precious qualification to advance to the top 10. A highly anticipated battle was about to unfold. Gazing at the 3 soul rings, yellow, yellow, and purple, rising from Yu Feng, Fang Xian felt an undeniable pang of envy. While everyone else displayed their soul rings with pride, his replication martial soul could not absorb ordinary soul rings. Emerging from a faint sense of regret, Fang Xian's stern countenance gradually revealed a hint of gravity. The 6th-level difference in soul power compelled him to regard Yu Feng with utmost seriousness. Clang! The long blade was drawn, slicing through the air with a white gleam about a foot long. Though lacking in sheer force, its speed was astonishing, surpassing the gale, as it slashed toward Yu Feng with the swiftness of lightning. Aiming to counter the speed-oriented attack of the agile soul master, Fang Xian tempered the strength of his draw, enhancing the speed instead, hoping to suppress Yu Feng's renowned velocity. Whoosh! Suddenly, a phantom of a blue bird emerged around Yu Feng, its wings flapping powerfully, conjuring a fierce gust of wind. In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished from under Fang Xian's blade with an unbelievable swiftness. Disappeared, stunned. Fang Xian's sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, and he soon spotted Yu Feng floating 10 meters behind him, a trace of disdain flashing in his dark eyes. Heavens! What incredible speed! Many were astonished by Yu Feng's lightning-fast reflexes. It seemed as though Fang Xian's blade was about to strike Yu Feng's head, only for him to bizarrely vanish. Reappearing behind Fang Xian in the blink of an eye, his speed bordering on the extraordinary. Yu Feng, true to his name, he rode the winds and soared through the skies with remarkable speed. What a pity, Fang Xian, your journey ends here. I shall be the one to put an end to your winning streak. Ethereal azure soul power flowed around Yu Feng as his wind bell bird martial soul emitted a piercing cry, unleashing dozens of transparent wind blades that descended upon Fang Xian in a frenzied assault. First soul skill, Blade of Wind. So fast, Fang Xian's pupils constricted as the wind blades appeared before him in an instant, their sharp gusts even cutting his skin, a trickle of blood seeping from his cheek. Ice Blade. Infusing his Ice Phoenix martial soul with a torrent of soul power, Fang Xian dared not be careless. His shadowless blade positioned before him, he struck forward, shattering all the wind blades into crystalline sculptures. The frozen blades, having lost their momentum, hung in the air for a second before crashing down, shattering with a crisp sound. How is this possible? He actually blocked my blade of wind. What kind of arcane sword technique is this? Is it an aspect of his martial soul? A barrage of questions surged through Yu Feng's mind. His blade of wind was extraordinarily swift. Even Yu Tianheng would find it troublesome. Yet this Fang Xian had effortlessly countered his wind blade attack with a mere swing of his sword. Yu Feng found it hard to believe he was facing such a formidable opponent. On the other hand, while Fang Xian had successfully defended against Yu Feng's assault, it was evident that it had not been as effortless as he had imagined. The sheer swiftness of Yu Feng was staggering. Had he hesitated even for a moment, he might have been gravely injured, losing his chance to advance to the top 10. Fortunately, Fang Xian had recently acquired a new ability that he had yet to employ, and now was the perfect moment to utilize it against Yu Feng's blinding speed. In the next instant, a flash of golden light swept across his eyes. The Nameless Eye. Activating his newly acquired ability, the world around Fang Xian expanded exponentially, rendering everything crystal clear. Simultaneously, Yu Feng spread his wings, charging down with deadly intent towards Fang Xian. Third soul skill, Phantom Shadow Splitter. Yufeng's thousand-year soul rings radiated an eerie purple light, transforming into a fierce azure bird, diving down while altering its trajectory mid-flight. This time, instead of a direct assault, he adopted a curvilinear approach, his figure flickering in and out of sight like a specter, moving with unparalleled speed that no one could discern. What speed? It was utterly incomprehensible. The trajectory of Yufeng's attack was invisible. How could one possibly respond to it? It was over. Fang Xian was certain to lose. Many marveled at Yufeng's lightning-quick speed. The naked eye could scarcely capture his movements, and even seasoned veterans struggled to perceive his actions. The rapid changes in motion were astonishing. Qian Ruxue gazed at Yufeng with a mix of surprise and admiration. Such extreme speed truly constituted a formidable strike. Even she found it exceedingly difficult to catch a glimpse of Yufeng's movements. And with Fang Xian's mere 30 levels, he was likely unable to evade this attack. Ning Fengji stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his hair flowing gracefully, exuding an aura of calmness. Yet for the first time, a serious expression crossed his composed visage as he declared, "Below the soul sect, no one can withstand this move." Emperor Shui Yi sat upon his throne, his deep-set eyes fixed on Fang Xian in the arena, his expression inscrutable, neither joyful nor sorrowful. None could fathom what thoughts occupied the imperial mind at that moment. "Ha ha! It's over, Fang Xian." A raucous laugh suddenly erupted as Yufeng, after 3 swift movements, materialized behind Fang Xian, his wings unfurling into a cerulean blade, slicing through the void with ferocious intent, striking from behind without any forewarning. Defeated. Many who witnessed Yufeng's sudden appearance behind Fang Xian could not help but shake their heads in resignation, convinced that Fang Xian was destined to lose. Just then, Fang Xian, who had maintained a steadfast defense in front, suddenly pivoted. The golden light of the nameless eye flickered, as if he had anticipated the move. The shadowless blade was swiftly swung, tracing a half-arc through the air, tearing through the atmosphere as it struck out toward Yufeng with the swiftness of lightning. Swallow return. The speed of his draw surged by 30. In a critical moment, Fang Xian utilized the nameless eye to perceive Yufeng's actions, executing the newly acquired sword technique, Swallow Return, to counter the ambush from behind. Boom! A thunderous clash erupted, reverberating through the arena. What is this? In the next moment, Yufeng let out a pained scream, blood spurting forth as his body, akin to a kite with severed strings, spiraled downwards, crashing heavily onto the ground, rendering him unconscious. Meanwhile, on the arena, Fang Xian stood resolute at the center, his dark hair billowing, eyes sharp and composed, wielding a bloodied long blade. The crowd was left in astonishment. Chapter 53, Upgrade. A brand new system, Fang Xian wins. As the referee's verdict echoed through the air, a wave of fervor swept across the arena. He won. Fang Xian actually triumphed over Yufeng. What a staggering 6-level disparity in soul power. That guy must be a freak. Unbelievable. Fang Xian is indeed formidable. Many were left in shock. If previously, Fang Xian had merely been seen as an emerging talent, now, after decisively defeating Yufeng with a single strike, he had ascended to a level comparable to the likes of Yu Qianheng and Chu Zhongtian, joining the ranks of top-tier geniuses. Ugh, that insufferable guy is becoming more and more of a freak. How infuriating. The most indignant was undoubtedly Duge Yin, who had always looked down on Fang Xian. Now, witnessing his ascent to strength, she felt a mix of anger and frustration. Haha, he's in the top 10. My student has made it into the top 10 of the genius battle. In contrast to Gu Yan's indignation, teacher Ruo Lan's heart blossomed with joy, her elation almost overwhelming as she began to dance on the spot, drawing the attention of those around her. Having taught at the Tiando Academy for 2 years and guided several cohorts of students, this was the first time anyone had broken into the top 10 of the genius battle. Her excitement was palpable. A student's success reflects glory upon the teacher. Although this particular student had only attended a handful of classes in less than a year, it was astonishing to witness Fang Xian's remarkable growth. She recalled the last time he had come to the academy, when he had been barred from entry by the guards. At that moment, a young man in his 30s approached Ruo Lan with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Congratulations, Teacher Ruo Lan, on nurturing such an outstanding student. Teacher Qin Ming. Ruo Lan was taken aback, but smiled gently in return. Not all, Teacher Qin Ming. Yu Qianheng is equally impressive. The two educators exchanged pleasantries. As of today, the top 10 participants of the genius battle have been finalized. Yu Qianheng, Chu Zhongtian, Du Guyan, Fang Xian, Shi Imo, Osro, Lindong, Li Changfeng, and Douglas. These 10 individuals represented the finest talents of Tian-Do Academy, dazzlingly gifted with limitless potential, likely to become influential figures across the continent in the future. Though still young, they had already captured the attention of numerous powerful figures, their every move scrutinized. The finals would commence in 7 days, where these 10 would engage in a fierce competition for the championship, drawing widespread anticipation. Upon returning home, Fang Xian sat cross-legged on his bed, his deep-set eyes brimming with uncontainable joy. Congratulations, your soul power is now full, currently at 30, 500. You may upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? A cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Yes. At that moment, Fang Xian's body erupted like a volcano, his soul power surging forth like molten lava, invigorating his every limb and fortifying his strength. Ding! Upgrade successful. Congratulations on advancing to Soul Master. Finally, he had reached the rank of Soul Master. Fang Xian exhaled in relief, a joyful hue blooming on his cheeks. He could distinctly feel the soul power within him converging into a stream, significantly enhanced compared to before. More importantly, upon reaching the 31st level of soul mastery, he would be bestowed with a divine blade, allowing him to continue replicating martial souls. What a delightful prospect. Fang Xian stroked his chin, contemplating whom to target next. Just then, another system prompt sounded. Congratulations, host has advanced to Soul Master. The system has upgraded, unlocking new features. Huh, a system upgrade? This was unexpected. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat bewildered by the situation. Calming his mind, he was astonished to discover that the interface of the blade drawing system had been completely revamped, with several new features added. 1. Personal information 2. Shop 3. Lottery 4. Enhancement Furnace 5. Backpack. Fang Xian first clicked on personal information to check for any changes in his attributes. Ultimate Blade Drawing System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 31. Title, Soul Master. Soul Power, 0600. Weapon, Shadowless Blade. Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 0200. Mental Insight, Blade Intent, Divine Blade. Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 70100. Nine Hearts Begonia Soul, Beginner 30100. Talent, Ice Blade, Healing Blade. Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Super Strength Blade Drawing, Blade Power increased by 30. Swallow Return, Super Speed Blade Drawing. Blade Speed increased by 30. As a solitary Douluo on a quest for the blade, your strength grows with each foe you defeat. Upon upgrading, the system had awarded him another Divine Blade, allowing for continued replication of martial souls, and additionally, 2 new attribute categories had emerged, Weapon and Mental Insight. Fang Xian was momentarily stunned, clicking on the newly added Weapon section, revealing a list of attributes before his eyes. Shadowless Blade, Level, Rare, Power, 35, Speed, 72, Enhancement, None, Special Attributes, None, Overall Evaluation, Invisible and Intangible, Swift as a Spectre, though somewhat lacking in power. A blade as swift as lightning. Note, the standard attributes for ordinary weapons are 10 points. Incredible. The specifics of the Shadowless Blade's attributes were displayed. Fang Xian was amazed, feeling that the system upgrade had rendered it more detailed and comprehensive than before. Next, he curiously opened the Mental Insight section. Mental Insight, Stage, Initial Blade Intent. Effect, infuses a trace of the world's might into the blade drawing, significantly enhancing its power. Note, Mental Insight reflects the host's understanding of the blade. No external influences can enhance it. Fang Xian had felt the power of this blade intent before. It was indeed formidable, capable of exponentially increasing the might of his blade techniques, with remarkably significant effects. According to the information, this blade intent seemed unable to be improved through external forces. It could only be deepened through his own gradual understanding of the blade. It appeared that there were even higher realms beyond this concept of intent. The domain of blade drawing was limitless. However, it had taken Fang Xian a full 2 years to grasp a trace of blade intent, and it seemed uncertain how long it would take to reach a higher mental state. With this thought, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The path of the strong has no shortcuts. After spending about 10 minutes meticulously examining his personal information, Fang Xian returned to the main menu to explore the newly added features. Opening the shop interface, an astonishing item caught Fang Xian's eye. A yellow soul ring floated serenely in the air, radiating a dazzling brilliance. It was indeed a soul ring. Fang Xian swallowed hard, astonished. Item: Replication Soul Ring, 100 years. Attribute: None. Skill: None. Description: An exclusive soul ring for replicating martial souls. It possesses no attributes or skills, but significantly enhances the proficiency of replicated martial souls. Price: 10 blade draws. Note: Each replicated martial soul can only absorb one replication soul ring. A replication soul ring? Fang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. The system had birthed yet another peculiar item. Currently, the store offers 3 types of soul rings: the Century Soul Ring, the Millennium Soul Ring, and the 10,000-Year Soul Ring. All these rings are exclusively designed for the replication of martial souls. According to the system's description, these replication soul rings do not confer additional skills. However, they significantly enhance the proficiency of the replicated martial soul. The currency used in this store is not ordinary money, but rather the number of blade draws. As the years increase, the number of blade draws required for the replication soul rings becomes exorbitantly high. Century Soul Ring. Price: 10 blade draws. Millennium Soul Ring. Price: 1,000 blade draws. 10,000-Year Soul Ring. Price: 100,000 blade draws. Fang Xian did not encounter the 10,000-Year Soul Ring, as the highest level available is the 10,000-Year Soul Ring. Nevertheless, even the ordinary Millennium Soul Ring is currently beyond Fang Xian's means. In a system store, a Millennium Replication Soul Ring demands 1,000 blade draws for purchase. Fang Xian estimated that he successfully draws his blade about 10 times a day, meaning it would take over 100 days just to acquire a Millennium Soul Ring. As for the higher-level soul rings, who knows when they could be exchanged for? As for the ordinary Century Soul Ring, although its price is low at just 10 blade draws, he has no intention of absorbing a Century Soul Ring. A replicated martial soul can only absorb one replication soul ring. Now that Fang Xian is at level 31, he is entirely capable of absorbing a Millennium Soul Ring. It would be foolish to squander this precious opportunity on a mere Century Soul Ring. Soul Rings. To think that I could absorb a soul ring too. Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement within. In the Douluo continent, one ought to have at least 8 or 9 soul rings to avoid embarrassment when mingling. At the bottom of the store interface, a blue bar displays the available currency, which unfortunately stands at 0. It appears that the blade draws accumulated prior to upgrading the system have not been recorded. Truly a trickster. Cursing under his breath, Fang Xian exited the store to explore the lottery feature. The lottery interface presents a vibrant, colorful wheel adorned with a myriad of peculiar items. Talent points, upgrade cards, soul rings, blade mastery, and 100 years of cultivation for rings below 10,000 years, among various strange items. For a moment, Fang Xian was at a loss regarding the purpose of some items. Suddenly, a dazzling red flashed before him. The 10,000-year soul ring. Unintentionally, Fang Xian spotted the 10,000-year replication soul ring on the lottery wheel, and his eyes ignited with fervor. The 10,000-year soul ring is indeed the ultimate treasure of the Douluo continent. Generally speaking, lotteries are often nothing but blatant scams, with few lucky participants seeing any profit. Thus, Fang Xian initially held little enthusiasm for this lottery feature, suspecting it to be merely a money-grabbing scheme of the system. Yet, to his astonishment, the prizes included a 10,000-year soul ring. Even if it were a scam, Fang Xian would willingly leap into it. As an ordinary person who has never had a soul beast partner, the prospect of a 10,000-year soul ring seemed a distant dream. However, the lottery function astonishingly included such a prize. Filled with exhilaration, Fang Xian's thoughts were consumed by the lottery. Lottery wheel beginner. Price: 1 draw for every 100 blade draws. 100 blade draws for a single lottery entry? Fang Xian smacked his lips, feeling a pang of regret. For he currently has no blade draws at all. It seems today is not the day for a lottery. Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. As the host has activated the lottery wheel for the first time, you're granted 3 free lottery chances. This is what they call a beginner's gift pack. Glitch, yet advantageous. Fang Xian was overjoyed, unable to contain his excitement. and swiftly embarked on his lottery journey. The next moment, the colorful wheel spun rapidly, dazzling him with a plethora of valuable prizes. However, Fang Xian's gaze remained fixated on the 10,000-year soul ring. Following the casino rule of 666, he shut his eyes, counted to 6 in his mind, and then shouted stop. Holy draw! Could it be the 10,000-year soul ring? If not, a 20,000-year ring would suffice. Thank you for your patronage. Please try again. Fang Xian, I've crossed into another world, yet I can't escape this accursed fate of being thanked. Having squandered a free lottery chance, Fang Xian felt a surge of frustration. Once more, gritting his teeth, he initiated the second lottery and recited a new incantation. 1, 2, 38, 888, fortune and prosperity. This time it must be right. At the moment he reached 8, Fang Xian abruptly shouted stop. Congratulations, you have drawn 100 blade draws. At least there is a reward. 100 blade draws is just enough for another lottery entry, a break-even situation. Finally, for the third lottery, Fang Xian drew a yellow soul ring, 800 years. Not too shabby. Gazing at the yellow ring with a hint of purple, Fang Xian broke into a satisfied smile for the first time. After 3 lotteries, he had obtained 100 blade draws and an 800-year soul ring, both automatically stored in his backpack, a commendable haul indeed. Without further ado, he eagerly checked his personal information, the store, and the lottery in turn. Finally, trembling with anticipation, Fang Xian opened the last enhancement furnace. Could it be that the curse of the ancient artifact has transcended time and space? Following him to the Douluo continent, a somewhat old and worn enhancement furnace materialized before him, identical to his memories. The same unmistakable pit. Upon seeing this familiar iron furnace, Fang Xian felt a chill run down his spine, recalling a dismal past. Enhancement furnace. Function. Enhances the power and speed of weapons. Price. 100 blade draws. Conscientious tip. As the enhancement level increases, the price will also rise. Please keep an eye on your wallet. Fang Xian. Seeking collections. Seeking recommendations. Seeking rewards. Grateful for the support of every reader. Chapter 55. Defeat rewards. Seeking recommendations. As the sun rises, the sky is clear. 3 days of rest have swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, the highly anticipated finals commence. The expansive central arena is already packed to the brim, with the audience's enthusiasm erupting like molten lava, igniting the entire Tiando Academy. Fang Xian's first opponent is Shimo. Shimo is at level 35, and although his attack power does not match the formidable strength of Yu Tianheng or Chu Zhongqian, his martial soul, the Black Tortoise, is reputed to possess the strongest defense among peers of the same level. In terms of tenacity, he surpasses Fang Xian's previous opponent, the 36-level Yu Feng. This is a formidable adversary. Fang Xian's right hand rests upon the pristine hilt of his sword, his profound gaze penetrating through the strands of hair, cascading over his forehead, fixating on a tall man before him. The man stood over 2 meters tall, his upper body exposed, adorned with bronze skin and powerful muscles that bulged from his abdomen and shoulders, exuding an explosive sense of strength. He was none other than one of the young geniuses who had squeezed into the top 10, known as Shimo. Many unfamiliar with Shimo might find themselves perplexed, questioning how such a figure could resemble a teenager, for he appeared more like a man in his 30s. There were whispers of whether he had exceeded the age limit. However, despite his rugged appearance, Shimo was indeed only 18 years old, a youthful lad. Fang Xian, you are formidable, but I shall not yield. Shimo cracked his knuckles, stretching his limbs, the sound of his joints popping resonating through the air. He fixed a serious gaze upon Fang Xian, his expression grave, unwilling to underestimate his opponent. After several days of competition, Fang Xian's prowess was evident for all to see. No one dared to belittle him any longer. Once a mere inconspicuous prince of waste, Fang Xian had unknowingly evolved into one of the most dazzling talents of the Tiando Academy. Let us see who truly excels. Golden soul power surged upon Fang Xian's body, his feet exploding with force that fractured the ground beneath him. With that momentum, he propelled himself forward, drawing the shadowless blade from its sheath with a sudden flourish. The slender, silvery blade sliced effortlessly through the air, spinning 180 degrees, resembling a silver crescent moon, swiftly striking Shimo's body. Clang! The shadowless blade met Shimo with precision, yet it did not tear through his defenses as Fang Xian had anticipated. Instead, it struck like a blow against solid steel, emitting a sharp metallic clash. What kind of monstrous defense is this? Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly. He had executed his own blade technique against Shimo, yet the latter remained unyielding, completely unfazed. Such a formidable level of defense left him astounded. Huh, Fang Xian, is that all your blade can muster? You are far from breaching my defenses. A green tortoise spirit floated serenely above Shimo's head, beams of emerald light cascading down to form an impenetrable barrier that shielded him. The earlier strike from Fang Xian's blade had been effortlessly absorbed by the protective shield of the tortoise spirit. Gazing at the verdant tortoise perched above Shimo, Fang Xian nearly burst into laughter. A green-haired tortoise, truly a peculiar spirit. The spirits in Douluo are truly bizarre. There is no end to their variety. Fang Xian mused inwardly, filled with a sense of dark amusement. With the tortoise's manifestation, however, Shimo was oblivious to Fang Xian's peculiar thoughts. His singular focus on defeating his adversary. With a roar, he channeled the tortoise spirit's power, enveloping himself in a radiant green glow. In the next moment, his massive fist, infused with fierce wind, struck fiercely against Fang Xian's chest. Bang! Fang Xian let out a muffled groan, the powerful impact jolting his internal energy, causing blood to surge in his throat, a trickle escaping the corner of his mouth. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Having endured Shimo's punch without retreating an inch, he swung the shadowless blade once more, relentlessly hacking at Shimo. Storm slash. The blade technique's power surged by 30. Whoosh! The shadowless blade swept through the void, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, akin to a ferocious tornado, mercilessly crashing against Shimo's resilient barrier. Crack! The blade wind collided violently with the tortoise spirit's protective shield, which, remarkably, shattered with a resounding crack. The might of the storm slash was overwhelming, breaking through Shimo's defenses and landing a decisive blow upon his robust frame, sending him tumbling to the ground. Gasping, Shimo's face turned pale as fresh blood erupted from his mouth. He felt as though he had been struck by a savage beast, his entire being racked with pain. A deep cut now adorning his chest, blood flowing profusely. What immense power! How did you? He stared incredulously at Fang Xian, struggling to comprehend how the latter had breached his defenses, his expression a mix of disbelief and resentment as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Fang Xian wins. The referee, Meng Xinji, promptly declared Fang Xian's victory upon witnessing Shimo's fall, which instantly stirred a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. What just happened? Shimo actually lost. In a flash, the previously disadvantaged Fang Xian had turned the tide, defeating Shimo, leaving the crowd in shock, their eyes shimmering with awe. Congratulations on defeating a 3-ring soul master. Reward: 100 blade draws, 100 soul power. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Fang Xian's mind. He stood momentarily stunned, a look of bewilderment crossing his face, and as realization dawned upon him, a rush of joy surged within. Opening his personal panel, Ultimate Blade Draw System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 31. Title, Soul Master, Soul Power, 100. 600. Weapon, Shadowless Blade. Proficiency, Minor Blade Draw Technique, 0. 200. State of Mind, Blade Intent, God-Given Blade. 1. Martial Soul, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 7100. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 3100. Talent, Ice Blade, Healing Blade. Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Draw, Blade Power increased by 30, Swallow's Return, Supersonic Blade Draw, Blade Speed increased by 30, Usable Blade Draws, 200. He could see that his soul power had indeed increased by 100 points, and his blade draws had risen by 100 as well. At that moment, Fang Xian finally grasped the true meaning of the note at the bottom of his personal panel. He had not anticipated that after the system upgrade, defeating opponents would reward him with additional blade draws and soul power. With this, he could significantly enhance his strength through combat. Defeating a soul master rewarded him with 100 blade draws, just enough for one chance at a lottery draw. If he were to defeat 10 soul masters, he would obtain 1,000 blade draws, sufficient to purchase a Millennium Soul Ring. Moreover, if defeating a soul master granted 100 blade draws, what about vanquishing even stronger foes, such as a soul sovereign, or even a soul king? Surely, the rewards would be even greater. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Fang Xian felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating what lay ahead. Chapter 56. Clash of Titans. The finals were in full swing. Yu Qianheng effortlessly defeated Li Changfeng, advancing to the next round, while Chu Zhongtian faced off against Douluo Yin, launching a fierce attack that left the girl no opportunity to utilize her green-scaled serpent-S venom, achieving victory as well. Osler narrowly triumphed over Shimo, though he sustained significant injuries, diminishing his hopes for the championship title. Douglas, a man of mystery, displayed extraordinary strength in the finals, knocking Lindong out with a single punch. As dusk approached, the 5 finalists emerged: Yu Qianheng, Chu Zhongtian, Fang Xian, Osler, and Douglas. Only those who reached the top 3 in the next round would be guaranteed a Millennium Soul Ring, a generous reward, and those who advanced further would compete for the championship title. This year's champion prize was a rare fire tribute Millennium Soul Bone, a treasure beyond compare. The following morning, the second round of the Genius Battle Finals commenced with fervor. 5 contestants remained, and the judges, including the Dream Mechanism, decided to employ a draw to determine the matchups. In the first bout, Yu Qianheng faced Osro, while in the second, Fang Xiantian confronted Chu Zhongtian. Douglas, quite fortunate, received a bye, eliciting envy from many. As a result, Douglas effortlessly advanced to the top 3, securing a 30,000-year soul ring. Meanwhile, the other contestants embarked on their respective matches. The encounter between Yu Qianheng and Osro held little suspense, as Yu Qianheng's prowess far surpassed that of Osro, who had suffered injuries in the previous match. The duel concluded swiftly, with Yu Qianheng decisively defeating Osro. The audience, however, felt somewhat unsatisfied due to the rapidity of the contest. They yearned for a thrilling battle, but Yu Qianheng had dispatched Osro with minimal effort, leading to a sense of monotony. In the second match, Chu Zhongtian faced Fang Xiantian. Upon the announcement of the competitors by Dream Mechanism, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Countless gazes converged on the arena, igniting fervor among the spectators, each visage radiating enthusiasm. The clash between Fang Xiantian and Chu Zhongtian promised to be a spectacle. Who would emerge victorious in this confrontation of titans? The audience buzzed with discussions, fervently speculating on the outcome of the duel. As Chu Zhongtian ascended the stage, Fang Xiantian's spirits surged, his gaze sharpening as he focused on the dark-haired man before him. Fang Xiantian. Chu Zhongtian called out, his eyes glinting fiercely. With his long, flowing black hair and an imposing demeanor, he exuded a chilling aura. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, shimmering with a cold light, exuding an overwhelming presence. This was Chu Zhongtian, known as the Little Tyrant, a 37th level Battle Soul Master, and one of the most formidable young talents of the Tiando Academy. His martial spirit, the ancient beast Golden-Winged Rock, was extraordinarily rare and rivaled the quality of Yu Tianheng's Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus. The two stood in a tense standoff, the air thickening with anticipation, the temperature rising as a palpable tension enveloped the arena. At this moment, the usually reticent Emperor Xue turned to his companion, Qian Ru Xue, and inquired, "Do you believe Fang Xiantian has a chance against Chu Zhongtian?" Taken aback, Qian Ru Xue pondered the question, surprised that the silent observer would suddenly show interest in Fang Xiantian. Sensing her position as the crown princess threatened, a fleeting glimmer of coldness crossed her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head and sighed. The disparity in levels between Fang Xiantian and Chu Zhongtian is too vast, coupled with the rarity of Chu Zhongtian's exceptional martial spirit. It seems unlikely. Nodding without revealing any emotion, Emperor Xue turned to the gentle and refined middle-aged man beside him, asking Master Ning, as the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, "Your perspective naturally surpasses the ordinary. What are your thoughts on this match?" Ning Fengji, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled lightly and replied, "Your Majesty, rather than asserting the odds are slim, it is better to consider that anything is possible." Anything is possible? The phrase lingered in Xue's mind, and a ripple of intrigue flickered in his otherwise calm eyes as he smiled at Ning Fengji. "Master Ning, I have heard you have a clever and adorable daughter. Nearly 12 years of age, is that not so?" "Ah, indeed." Ning Fengji was momentarily taken aback, raising an eyebrow before nodding in agreement. "Is that so?" With that cryptic remark, Emperor Xue fell silent once more, while Ning Fengji pondered the underlying meaning of the emperor's words. The discussions were not limited to the royal side. The impending clash between Fang Xiantian and Chu Zhongtian captivated many, with arguments erupting regarding which contender had the greater chance of victory. Thump, thump. Teacher Rulin's heart raced anxiously. Though she was not competing, she felt far more nervous and excited than Fang Xiantian himself. What to do? His opponent is Chu Zhongtian. Will Fang Xiantian lose? No, no, no. My student cannot possibly lose. Ha! Fang Xiantian will surely triumph. Despite her efforts to instill the belief of victory in her mind, uncertainty lingered. For Chu Zhongtian's strength was formidable. His prior opponents had all been swiftly defeated, none lasting even 10 seconds. Winning will be challenging. At that moment, Qin Ming smiled at Teacher Rulin. Your student is a miracle worker, is he not? Thank you, Teacher Qin. Rulin was taken aback by his words, her earlier apprehension dissipating as gratitude welled up within her. With his encouragement, she felt a renewed sense of reassurance. Defeat, defeat, defeat. Dugian pouted, resembling a little witch as she chanted curses, spinning her thumb downwards in a gesture toward Fang Xiantian, fervently urging against him. Go, Fang Xiantian! Yi Lingling bit her lip, gazing at Fang Xiantian on the stage, her voice a mere whisper as she cheered him on. From a central arena, the chief referee, Dream Mechanism, cleared his throat and declared, Now, I announce the commencement of the match between Fang Xiantian and Chu Zhongtian. In the next instant, brilliant light erupted from both competitors' eyes as they charged at one another with fervor. Fang Xiantian's eyes gleamed with icy determination as his body transformed into a furnace, his soul power surging like flames. The shadowless blade radiated with dazzling golden light, slicing through the air with ferocity. Blade technique, Storm Slash. This strike was unparalleled, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, as it tore through the air like a rampant beast lunging at Chu Zhongtian. Golden Rock Avatar. Chu Zhongtian roared, his hair whipping wildly as the formidable golden-winged rock emerged above him, exuding an aura of destruction that swept across the battlefield. This ultimate martial spirit of the ancient lineage was terrifyingly powerful, far surpassing ordinary martial spirits. The instant the golden-winged rock manifested, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The golden-winged rock, an ancient martial spirit. What overwhelming might! What kind of presence is this? It's terrifying. Ordinary martial spirits cannot even contend with it. The spectators gasped in awe as Chu Zhongtian unleashed his martial spirit, radiating an overwhelming power that overshadowed Fang Xiantian, rendering him seemingly insignificant in comparison. Boom! The shadowless blade clashed violently against the golden rock fist, sending shockwaves through the arena as the force radiated outward in all directions. Fang Xian let out a muffled groan, his body retreating violently, as if an invisible force had pierced through his chest, causing his internal organs to tremble. A mouthful of fresh blood was immediately expelled. In their initial clash, Fang Xian found himself at a disadvantage. There was no escape. The disparity was too great. Fang Xian was at level 31, while Chu Zhongtian was at level 37, a staggering 6 levels of soul power difference, not to mention the latter's supreme martial soul, the golden-winged Great Peng, whose 3 soul rings had yet to be unleashed. His face turned ashen as he staggered back 7 steps before barely stabilizing himself, calming the turbulent blood within. He lifted his gaze, his sharp eyes locking onto Chu Zhongtian, a fierce glint flashing within. Ha ha ha, Fang Xian, you are finished. That punch I just threw was executed with only 50% of my strength. It seems you can no longer endure. Chu Zhongtian sneered arrogantly, crossing his arms, the phantom of the golden-winged Great Peng flickering around him. A disdainful smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he coldly regarded Fang Xian. If you surrender now, it's not too late. Otherwise, when I unleash my full power and inadvertently leave you severely injured, don't blame me. Enough with the idle chatter. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Fang Xian's face hardened as he raised his wooing blade, fearlessly charging once more at Chu Zhongtian. Let us see who will be left battered. Foolish. Chu Zhongtian snorted coldly, merging with the golden-winged Great Peng as he raised his resplendent golden fist to meet Fang Xian's assault. The two clashed fiercely. Fang Xian's spine trembled, and the energy within him erupted as he struck down upon Chu Zhongtian's Peng-like body, the blade tearing through his chest, crimson blood splattering forth. In furious roars, Chu Zhongtian extended his massive hand, transforming it into a colossal golden claw that blotted out the sun, exuding an overwhelming ferocity, and smashed down upon Fang Xian, sending him tumbling backward, continuously coughing up blood. The clash of blades and the cries of the Peng soared to the heavens, both combatants blinded by rage, each sustaining injuries. They resembled two ferocious beasts locked in a brutal fight, the atmosphere steeped in chilling murderous intent that enveloped the central plaza. Many spectators felt this bone-chilling aura and couldn't help but tremble in fear. So powerful. Both of them are incredibly strong. The crowd was astonished, struggling to fathom that this was a battle between two soul sovereigns. The combat prowess displayed by Chu Zhongtian and Fang Xian had far surpassed their current levels, nearing that of a four-ring soul ancestor. However, it was evident to all that Fang Xian was entirely at a disadvantage, constantly being suppressed by Chu Zhongtian's terrifying strength. Though both were injured, it was clear that Fang Xian bore the heavier wounds. His left arm was broken and hung limply, devoid of any strength, while his chest caved in, at least 3 ribs fractured. Blood stained his entire body, his hair disheveled, and his robes in tatters, presenting a rather tragic sight. In contrast, while Chu Zhongtian bore 2 shallow knife wounds on his chest inflicted by Fang Xian, they did not penetrate deeply, and only a trickle of blood oozed from them, indicating his injuries were not severe. Fang Xian was on the brink of defeat. Observing the situation on the stage, the crowd could not help but shake their heads. The outcome was clearly determined. In terms of combat power, Fang Xian was indeed inferior to Chu Zhongtian. Fang Xian, my heavenly Peng fist has already gravely wounded you. Do not continue to hold on. If you know what is good for you, surrender obediently. Chu Zhongtian surveyed the battered Fang Xian with a cold gaze, his handsome features marred by arrogance, fully assured of his victory and eager to avoid wasting more time on Fang Xian. Indeed, there is no need to persist any longer. Taking a deep breath, Fang Xian cast a glance at his numerous wounds, his expression tranquil, and then raised his gaze to Chu Zhongtian, a faint smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. If I do not receive treatment soon, I fear I may truly perish. Treatment? Chu Zhongtian was taken aback, frowning as he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? As an assault-type battle spirit master, do you expect to mimic a support-type spirit master and heal yourself?" "Yes, that is exactly what I intend to do," Fang Xian replied with a peculiar smile, channeling his 9-heart sea peony martial soul to begin healing his injuries. The 9-heart sea peony, as pure as snow, blossomed gracefully, releasing a torrent of life-infused energy that surged through Fang Xian's meridians, swiftly mending his wounds. Before the astonished eyes of the crowd, a milky white light radiated from Fang Xian's body, and in the blink of an eye, his fractured left arm, sunken sternum, and numerous lacerations were completely healed. The entire arena fell into a stupor. What just happened? Fang Xian's injuries miraculously healed. Could he possibly be a support-type spirit master? Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Impossible. That guy is so powerful. He must be a battle spirit master. How could a support-type spirit master match Chu Zhongtian? An elderly man with white hair shook his head in disagreement. Perhaps he fortuitously acquired a special healing soul skill. A female teacher speculated. Many were puzzled, unable to comprehend what soul skill Fang Xian had utilized to heal himself instantaneously. With this development, the outcome truly became an unknown variable. TCH, that obnoxious fellow is truly an indestructible cockroach. How could he still revive after being beaten down by Chu Zhongtian to such an extent? Du Guyan could not help but scoff inwardly. Among the crowd, only Yi Lingling had witnessed Fang Xian's healing capabilities firsthand, having once served as his test subject. Thus, she was quite aware of the depths of his abilities, in stark contrast to the shock and confusion of the onlookers. Chu Zhongtian's face grew increasingly grim on the stage. He had believed victory was assured, but to his astonishment, Fang Xian had healed his injuries and regained his vigor. "I am rejuvenated," Fang Xian declared, a mischievous smile gracing his face as he hoisted his wooing blade, calmly stating, "Come, Chu Zhongtian, let us resume our duel." The atmosphere had shifted from an exhilarating battle to an increasingly bizarre scenario. Although Fang Xian was initially weaker than Chu Zhongtian, his extraordinary healing ability granted by the 9-heart sea peony martial soul allowed him to recover instantaneously from grave injuries, akin to having a divine healer at his side, providing him with an almost absurd endurance. Thus, he grew stronger with each setback, gradually seizing the initiative in the match and turning the tides against Chu Zhongtian. By the heavens! Chu Zhongtian's eyelids twitched violently, overwhelmed by a surge of frustration. He had started out with the upper hand, relentlessly attacking Fang Xian, yet now, he found himself wounded, while Fang Xian appeared ever more vigorous. Who can withstand this? Chu Zhongtian was at his wit's end, bellowing, "Referee! Referee! This match cannot continue. I want to report this. This guy is clearly cheating. How can we proceed? Cheating? I am merely healing myself in plain sight. If you find it unfair, why not heal yourself too?" Fang Xian retorted, flashing a mocking smile at the ashen-faced Chu Zhongtian. "I will heal myself and wear you down until you cannot fight back." This is Fang Xian's strategy. In the end, Fang Xian's tactic proved effective, forcing the so-called little overlord Chu Zhongtian into a state of disarray, visibly frustrated. At this moment, all eyes were on the referee, Meng Xinji, as everyone awaited his decision on this peculiar situation unfolding in the match. The Dream God Machine displayed a contemplative expression, hesitating for a moment before addressing Chu Zhongtian. "Given the current circumstances, Chu Zhongtian, should you choose to lodge a complaint regarding Fang Xian's healing soul technique, I can only suggest that you regard him as a mere auxiliary soul master." Auxiliary soul master? Whose auxiliary soul master possesses such formidable strength? Chu Zhongtian's lips twitched violently, realizing that his plan to rely on the judges to penalize Fang Xian had clearly fallen through. With no other recourse, he understood he could not afford to prolong the battle with Fang Xian. Otherwise, he would be dragged down to defeat. To vanquish Fang Xian, there was but one approach: to strike decisively with overwhelming force, denying him any chance at recovery. With this thought, Chu Zhongtian roared, his raven hair dancing wildly, as three brilliant soul rings, yellow, and purple, rose majestically around him. The third, a millennium purple ring, emitted an enchanting glow. His golden-winged rock martial soul seemed to be infused with potent energy, shaking off its previous lethargy and experiencing a complete revival, a terrifying killing intent sweeping across the realm. Third soul technique, Celestial Rock's 10,000 sword slaughter. Chu Zhongtian transformed into a majestic golden-winged rock, descending from the skies with ferocious intent. With a powerful flap of his wings, a barrage of golden feathers shot forth, creating a torrential rain of arrows aimed mercilessly at Fang Xian. Ice Blade. Fang Xian remained composed, his expression indifferent as he gazed at the oncoming assault from Chu Zhongtian. A low growl resonated from within him. The Ice Phoenix martial soul, sealed within his dantian, let out a triumphant cry, soaring into the skies as the chilling power of ice radiated outward, concentrating entirely upon the shadowless blade. He understood that victory hinged upon this very strike. Thus he amassed every ounce of soul power, unleashing the icy force while also harnessing a trace of the comprehension of blade intent, preparing to meet Chu Zhongtian with utmost strength. Boom! The blade, enveloped in an endless storm of ice and snow, traced a graceful arc through the air, its frigid winds sweeping forth, freezing the barrage of celestial rock feathers in mid-flight. It then sliced through Chu Zhongtian with the swiftness of lightning. Chu Zhongtian's complexion turned ashen as he coughed up blood, half of his body encased in frost, uncontrollably hurtling away, crashing heavily against the arena's wall, which crumbled upon impact. He was left buried amidst the ruins, in a woeful state, and lost consciousness on the spot. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Congratulations on defeating a 3-ring soul master. Reward: 100 draws, soul power, 100. The sound signifying victory echoed, and Fang Xian finally exhaled in relief, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes, before eagerly focusing on reviewing his current attributes. Supreme Blade System. Host: Fang Xian. Level: 31. Title: Soul Master, Soul Power, 200. 600. Weapon: Shadowless Blade. Proficiency: Minor Blade Technique, 1200. State of Mind Comprehension: Blade Intent. Divine Gifted Blade. 1. Martial Soul: Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 72-100. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 33-100. Talent: Ice Blade, Healing Blade. Blade Techniques: Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Technique, increases blade power by 30. Swallow's Return, High Speed Blade Technique, increases blade speed by 30. Available blade draws: 300, as a solitary duelist in the realm of Douluo. With each victory, his strength would incrementally improve. An obvious elevation in attributes, alongside the acquisition of 100 draws, now afforded him a total of 3 chances to draw. Is it possible? Fang Xian actually defeated Chu Zhongtian? Am I seeing things? After what felt like an eternity, the once silent arena gradually erupted with astonished whispers. The turn of events was utterly unfathomable. Chu Zhongtian, towering 6 levels above Fang Xian and wielding the top-tier golden-winged rock martial soul, was considered invincible among the younger generation and a favorite to win this year's Genius Tournament. Yet today, he had been bested by Fang Xian. Everyone was taken aback by the revelation. Good, good, good. The Snow Knight Emperor's eyes sparkled with delight as he repeated the word thrice, expressing his admiration for the first time. He had never anticipated that a son he had almost given up on would ascend to this level, contending for the championship against the finest of the Tiando Academy. This talent and potential captured the Snow Knight Emperor's attention, and he had already resolved that regardless of whether Fang Xian clinched the championship, he would bestow significant rewards upon him. Even if Fang Xian never became the Emperor of Tiando, his remarkable cultivation talent would surely allow him to become a formidable soul master, bolstering the strength of the Tiando Empire. Qian Rengshu observed the changing expressions on the Snow Knight Emperor's face, her eyes flashing with a glint of coldness. The once discarded Fang Xian was now stepping into the Emperor's spotlight, gaining recognition. This was undoubtedly unwelcome news for Qian Rengshu, as she sensed her position as the crown prince was being threatened. However, after a moment, she seemed to recall something, her brow gradually relaxing as she gazed at Fang Xian on the arena, a chilling smile curling at the corners of her lips. Fang Xian, I wish you the best of luck in the upcoming matches. Seeking collections, seeking recommendations, seeking rewards, grateful for every reader's support. Naming. The Blade of Talent is about to upgrade, and many have criticized the name for lacking grandeur. So let us brainstorm together and think of a name. Ice Blade upgrades to Dance of Light Snow, inspired by a reader's suggestion. Healing Blade upgrades to Flame Blade, Thunder Blade, Binding Blade, Power Blade, Auxiliary Blade, all categories. Everyone, use your creativity to help this struggling author come up with some great names. Chapter 59. Shadows. Unbeknownst to all, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, drenching the spectators in the arena, yet each remained oblivious, their attention wholly captivated by the unfolding battle. One strike. The crowd swallowed hard, their faces etched with shock as they gazed at the arena. There, a purple-haired man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his indifferent visage radiating an aura of invincibility, as if he were a god of war reigning supreme upon the stage. Beneath him lay a handsome man, bloodied and battered, his pallor ghostly, with blood mixed with fragments of his insides spilling forth from his mouth, presenting a pitiful sight. Douglas had actually defeated Yu Qianheng with a single blow. How could this be possible? The entire arena was in a state of astonishment. From contestants to spectators, all were left speechless. So powerful, his strength is incomprehensible. Fang Xian gazed upon the arena, where the purple-haired figure resembled a deity, his expression grave as he observed the tall and robust figure before him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. For soul rings hovered gracefully, their resplendent brilliance illuminating the dim arena. Particularly the 4th purple ring, radiating an eerie black-purple light, exuding a terrifying aura that rendered the air suffocating. This was indeed a 5,000-year soul ring. Soul Sect. 4-ring Soul Sect. Douglas had actually ascended to the realm of Soul Sect. Many who beheld Douglas's 4th soul ring could not help but exclaim in disbelief. A dark horse. This was truly an unexpected turn in the finals. Who could have imagined that Douglas, who has always maintained a low profile, would suddenly unleash an extraordinary power, defeating the championship favorite Yu Qianheng with a single strike, thereby stunning the entire audience? This fellow Douglas had concealed his strength so deeply, achieving the remarkable rank of a 4-ring soul master without anyone noticing. Fang Xian's expression turned serious, just not long ago. He had been elated about his luck in the competition, but now he found it difficult to muster a smile. For after Douglas's victory over Yu Qianheng, he would face him in the final, a young 4-ring soul master. The heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect is nothing remarkable. Douglas sneered as he pressed his foot slightly against Yu Qianheng's chest, causing his face to contort in pain as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "You scoundrel! Remove your filthy foot from Tianheng." A sharp cry pierced the air as Douluo furiously rushed onto the arena, her delicate hand striking out, unleashing a torrent of purple poisonous mist towards Douglas. This was the venom of the emerald python, exceedingly toxic. Even an ordinary soul master would suffer severe injuries if they inhaled a breath of it. "Oomph," Douglas coldly snorted, withdrawing his foot from you, Tianheng, and swiftly dodging Douluo's serpent poison with ease. "Tianheng, how are you? Are you all right?" Douluo's beautiful face was filled with concern as she helped the unconscious Yu Tianheng, calling out to a silver-haired girl below the stage. "Lingling, heal him." "Yes." Yi Lingling nodded seriously, her graceful hands weaving intricate gestures as a pure, flawless begonia blossom gradually materialized, emanating a sacred and serene aura. This was indeed the Nine Hearts begonia. "Nine Hearts begonia, heal." Her clear voice resonated as the Nine Hearts begonia radiated brilliant light, casting a gentle milky glow that enveloped Yu Tianheng and rapidly began to heal him. Yu Tianheng's injuries healed at a visibly rapid pace, and before long, he had completely recovered and awakened from his unconscious state. The healing ability of the Nine Hearts begonia was simply astonishing. Many spectators were taken aback by this scene. The healing prowess of the Nine Hearts begonia was terrifyingly effective, allowing Yu Tianheng, who had suffered grave injuries, to regain his full vitality in an instant. In a team battle, the contribution of Yi Lingling would be immeasurable. "I lost," Yu Tianheng said bitterly, glancing at Douglas beside him. Nothing was more painful than voluntarily admitting defeat. The crowd fell silent, surprised that Yu Tianheng had reached this point, feeling a sense of pity for him. Given Yu Tianheng's strength, he certainly had the capability to contend for the championship, but Douglas was simply too powerful. At just 18 years of age, he had seamlessly broken through to the realm of a soul master. An 18-year-old four-ring soul master. In the entire Heaven-Do Academy, and even the vast Douluo continent, he was an unparalleled genius. This invincible strength and talent had completely eclipsed all the students of Heaven-Do Academy. It seemed that the champion of this genius battle would undoubtedly be Douglas, some remarked. Most people in attendance shared this sentiment, as the disparity in levels was evident. The addition of a 1,000-year soul ring was not something that mere skill could compensate for. The gap was simply too vast. There's no comparison. Let us announce Douglas as the champion today. Some even forgot the existence of Fang Xian and urged the judges to declare Douglas the winner. Indeed, even if Fang Xian were strong, he would only be on par with Yu Tianheng, and since Yu Tianheng had been decisively defeated by Douglas, what significance could there be in Fang Xian's participation? Defeat was inevitable. "Huh, did you hear that, Fang Xian? Are you waiting to be humiliated by me? Or will you be wise and concede?" Douglas declared, arms crossed behind his back, his face exuding arrogance as his icy gaze locked onto Fang Xian. The four soul rings on his body gleaming ominously, a terrifying aura rushing towards Fang Xian like a fierce tiger. Bang! A blade sliced through the air, forcefully shattering Douglas's momentum. Fang Xian stood tall and straight, like a spear, the shadowless blade embedded in the ground as he met Douglas's piercing gaze, coolly stating, "Let us settle this in battle first." Upon hearing Fang Xian's response, the crowd erupted in astonishment. What is happening? Does Fang Xian still wish to continue the match? Isn't he just seeking punishment? Facing the 41st ranked Douglas with his own 31st rank, a 10-level difference. How could he possibly win? Hey, fool! This isn't just a difference in soul power. Douglas possesses an additional soul ring, and its age seems substantial, concealing unknown powerful abilities. The audience buzzed with speculation, clearly lacking faith in Fang Xian, as the gap between the two was insurmountable in terms of both level and strength. They were simply not in the same league. Even Emperor Shui Yi frowned, his expression noticeably grim. He had once harbored a flicker of hope that Fang Xian might clinch the championship, but the emergence of Douglas had extinguished all expectations. Fang Xian remained indifferent to the jeers around him, his black hair flowing as he sheathed his long blade and exited the arena. "I seek your support. I urge you to recommend me. I appreciate every reader's backing. By the way, let me share some good news. This book has received a recommendation spot today. This Sunday, at 2 p.m., the book will receive its first trial push, which is crucial for its survival. I hope everyone will lend their support, and I will strive to write fervently. Chapter 60. An unconquerable opponent. The final showdown of the genius battle will take place at noon 3 days hence. This relaxed schedule aims to allow both competitors ample time to recuperate, enabling them to participate in the contest at their peak condition and present the audience with a thrilling confrontation. However, many people have grown disenchanted with the final match, even finding it somewhat tedious. In the hearts of most, the champion has already been determined. It is Douglas, and there is nothing left to compare. 3 days? There is still time. I will not concede. Fang Xian clenched his fist tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air, his handsome face radiating determination. Until the final moment, he would never choose to give up. Moreover, there was still time. Time was ample, though he was currently no match for Douglas. He had enough time to turn the tide of battle. The following day, Fang Xian received a summons from Emperor Shui. Fang Xian conceded. Upon their meeting, Shui's expression was cold as he urged Fang Xian to surrender. I understand the difficulty you faced in reaching the finals. It would indeed be a pity to give up now. However, for the dignity of the empire, please concede. The dignity of the empire? Fang Xian furrowed his brow, his gaze sharpening as he retorted, what does my victory or defeat have to do with the empire's dignity? To be honest, he had never harbored any fondness for this so-called father, and today as conversation ignited a spark of anger within him. To concede for the sake of the empire's dignity? Absurd. Your empire has never granted me anything. Why should I forsake my own aspirations for it? Fang Xian's heart was filled with cold indifference. Of course it matters. You are the prince of the Heaven Do Empire. On the snowy night, the Emperor of Snowy Night appeared somewhat displeased, yet patiently explained, Fang Xian, do you understand? Although our Tiando Empire seems powerful, we are, in fact, on a downward trajectory. One of our vassal kingdoms, the Barak Kingdom, while ostensibly loyal to us and accepting the rule of the Tiando Empire, has already become a nation within a nation. Aside from the necessary tributes, it exercises complete autonomy over its domestic affairs. If it weren't for our control over a formidable military presence, Barak, along with 3 other kingdoms, might have already revolted. Fang Xian remained silent, listening intently. Most importantly, Douglas is the prince of the Barak Kingdom, and you are the prince of our Tiando Empire. I cannot allow you to be defeated by Douglas in the arena, as that would greatly tarnish the reputation of our empire. It would embolden the ambitions and arrogance of the Barak Kingdom, potentially inciting internal strife. Do you comprehend the gravity of this situation? The Emperor of Snowy Night spoke earnestly. Thus, Fang Xian, for the sake of our empire's dignity, I urge you to concede voluntarily. Fang Xian continued to maintain his silence, not uttering a word. Of course, I will generously compensate you, monetarily, with titles, or even soul rings. How about this? If you forfeit your match against Douglas, I will procure a soul bone for you that is of the same age as the championship prize. What do you say? The emperor believed the terms he offered were exceedingly generous, leaving Fang Xian with little reason to refuse. Concede? On what grounds? The empire's reputation is of no concern to me. However, rather than persuading Fang Xian, the emperor's words only intensified the anger brewing within him. After a moment of silence, Fang Xian declared resolutely, I will undoubtedly win. Upon hearing this, the emperor raised an eyebrow, deeply dissatisfied with Fang Xian's impulsive behavior. He could not fathom Fang Xian's mindset. Continuing to fight would only lead to humiliation, a truth evident to everyone but him. The Emperor of Snowy Night felt a surge of irritation. As the ruler of a vast empire, few dared to defy his requests. Today, however, he found himself rejected by his own son, which left him quite displeased. Had it not been for Fang Xian's strength and talent, he would not have spoken so gently to him, but would have issued a cold command instead. After contemplating for a moment, the emperor suppressed his anger and patiently inquired, What is your current level? Level 31, Fang Xian replied calmly. Impressive, considering you are only 15 years old. Achieving level 31 at this age is commendable, yet Douglas has reached level 41, a full 10 levels higher than you, and possesses an additional 5,000-year soul ring. Do you truly believe you could defeat him? The emperor questioned. I cannot, Fang Xian admitted earnestly. The emperor smiled, a radiant expression of confidence illuminating his face, as he believed he had successfully persuaded Fang Xian. If victory is unattainable, why subject yourself to humiliation? It is wiser to concede. This choice benefits you, me, and the empire. Moreover, Given your lower level in youth, no one would look down upon you for surrendering to Douglas. Even Yu Qianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was bested by Douglas in a single blow. What can you do? Fang Xian's expression remained serene as he replied, Your Majesty, have you ever heard the saying? Oh, what saying? The emperor raised an eyebrow. After 3 days apart, one should be met with new eyes. The emperor paused, his expression darkening. It seemed Fang Xian was resolute in his decision. Indeed, after 3 days apart, one should be met with new eyes. 3 days is sufficient to alter many circumstances, including the outcome of a match. Facing a level 41 Douglas, I may not have absolute confidence in victory, but there remains a glimmer of hope. If I seize these 3 days to diligently enhance my strength and defeat my opponent, overcoming Douglas is not beyond the realm of possibility. Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Fang Xian respectfully bowed to the Emperor of Snowy Night, turned, and strode out of the palace. The cold and dimly lit hall was left with only the Emperor of Snowy Night, his face a tumultuous canvas of emotions, appearing particularly ominous in the faint light. Chapter 61. Partners of Justice. Currently, the only method to defeat Douglas is to absorb soul rings. Fang Xian's 2 primary replicated martial souls, the Ice Phoenix and the 9 Hearts Sea Butterfly, have yet to absorb any soul rings, and he also possesses a divine blade that can replicate yet another martial soul. This means he can absorb a total of 3 soul rings. If he manages to absorb 3 soul rings consecutively, his level would undoubtedly experience a significant leap, at least granting him the ability to contend with Douglas. However, there are only 2 avenues to obtain soul rings: purchasing them from a shop or relying on luck through a lottery. Both methods require a substantial number of blade draws. How can he quickly accumulate blade draws? Fang Xian pondered deeply as he strolled through the forest, contemplating ways to amass blade draws. He currently had 300 blade draws available and could draw 3 times in a lottery, but it was uncertain whether he would obtain anything valuable. Purchasing from a shop would cost 1,000 blade draws for a 1,000-year soul ring, which was clearly insufficient. A regular 100-year soul ring only required 10 blade draws, but he had no desire to absorb a common 100-year soul ring. The 800-year soul ring in his possession might still be worth considering. In summary, he lacks sufficient blade draws. He must strive to accumulate as many as possible within the 3 days leading up to the finals. Just as Fang Xian was lost in thought, seeking methods to generate blade draws, a pair of noble brothers approached, arm in arm. Haha, serve him right. That scourge. Fang Xian, let's see how arrogant he is now. Long Outyin laughed heartily. With Douglas emerging in the finals, finally someone can suppress Fang Xian's arrogance. Yi Liangchan said with a mischievous grin. In fact, I genuinely hope Fang Xian does not concede, but instead competes against Douglas. This way, we can relish the sight of Fang Xian being thoroughly humiliated. Brother, your conscience is truly rather wicked. Simply atrocious. Long Outyin exclaimed. Ha ha ha, Outyin. Both of us have finally reached the Soul Master level. From now on, Tiando Academy will belong to us, Yi Liangchen declared. At that moment, a cold figure brushed past the 2 brothers. In that fleeting encounter, both Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen felt a chill run down their spines. Ah, gentlemen, long time no see. Fang Xian crossed his arms, facing away from them, a dangerous smile creeping onto his lips. That scourge, Fang Xian. Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen shuddered in unison, turning to find Fang Xian regarding them with a smile that was not quite a smile, his deep eyes glimmering with cold light, making them jump in fright. It truly is a case of enemies meeting. They never expected to encounter Fang Xian here, especially while speaking ill of him. The brothers felt a chill in their hearts, as if they had already signed their own death warrants. I just heard that you 2 have both reached the Soul Master level, correct? Fang Xian asked, resting his right hand on the hilt of the white blade. His excitement evident as he looked at Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen, the blade in its sheath letting out a soft hiss. No, it was merely our idle chatter. The 2 hapless brothers noticed Fang Xian's terrifying gaze, akin to a wolf stalking its prey, causing them to tremble in fear, clutching each other tightly. Fang Xian flashed a radiant smile, revealing a row of pearly white teeth, as the shadowless blade suddenly unsheathed, transforming into a beam of moonlight-like brilliance, sending Long Outyin and Yi Liangchen flying. Ding dong. Congratulations on defeating 2 Soul Lords. Reward: 200 blade draws. Soul power: 200. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the system's notification, Fang Xian laughed heartily. These blade draws and soul power points were far too easy to acquire. Denying it was futile. He had heard it all. Casting a casual glance at the sprawled figures of Long Ao Yin and Yi Liangchun, who lay on the ground foaming at the mouth, unconscious, Fang Xian couldn't help but chuckle. These 2 brothers were indeed his lucky stars. The last time he encountered them, they had gifted him a golden soul coin package, and this time, they had once again bestowed upon him a bountiful experience package, along with a brilliant inspiration for swiftly enhancing his strength. What kind-hearted individuals! Fang Xian mused, realizing he should foster a closer relationship with them. After a brief contemplation, he calmed his mind and examined his current attributes. Ultimate Blade Draw System. Host: Fang Xian. Level: 31. Title: Soul Lord. Soul Power: 400,600. Weapon: Shadowless Blade. Proficiency: Minor Blade Draw Technique, 1200. Mental Insight: Blade Intent, Divine Gifted Blade, 1. Soul Spirit: Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 72100. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 33100. Talent: Ice Blade, Healing Blade. Blade Techniques: Storm Slash, Super Strength Blade Draw, Blade Power increased by 30. Swallow's Return, Super Speed Blade Draw, Blade Speed increased by 30. Available Blade Draws: 500 Soul Power was on the verge of leveling up, and he had gained an additional 200 blade draws. Ecstatic, Fang Xian felt a bold idea blossoming in his mind. Over the following 3 days, a tremendous upheaval swept through the Tiando Academy. Under the banner of upholding justice and maintaining world peace, Fang Xian stirred trouble, provoking conflicts, and upon encountering students above level 30, he would strike without hesitation, merely defeating them without delivering fatal blows. You are a villain. On the morning of the 2nd day, Fang Xian set his sights on a wealthy young noble clad in resplendent attire, instantly deeming him a bad person. The noble youth appeared momentarily baffled, opening his mouth to protest. Yet before he could utter a word, a massive blade was already cleaving toward him. Congratulations on defeating a Soul Lord. Reward: 100 blade draws. Soul Power: 100. Robbing the rich to aid the poor posed no moral dilemma for Fang Xian. He effortlessly felled the noble youth and departed with righteous indignation. In a secluded alley, you treacherous dog, how dare you flee here? Upon hearing that thunderous roar, a plump student froze momentarily, still bewildered by the unfolding events before being sent flying. Hey, you scoundrel! How dare you brazenly flirt with virtuous maidens under the sun? In a small grove, a young couple strolled hand in hand, immersed in the sweetness of love, when suddenly a voice of righteousness echoed, and the young man was sent soaring by a single strike. Do not thank me. I am a partner of justice. Fang Xian calmly sheathed his blade, presenting a demeanor of unwavering righteousness, nodding earnestly at the bewildered young woman. Young woman, please support me. Please recommend. Please reward. Gratitude to every book friend for their support. Special thanks to book friend 202004200312869 202000723215442 A dream 1,000 years for the rewards. I am immensely grateful. Lastly, please vote for recommendations. Please vote for recommendations. Please vote for recommendations. Important matters deserve repetition. Chapter 62, Frenzied Level Up. Request for recommendations. In the past 2 days, Fang Xian transformed into a harbinger of justice, wreaking havoc throughout the Tiando Academy, where numerous students fell victim to his wrath, including many fair maidens who were not spared. The students voiced their grievances, collectively lodging complaints against Fang Xian, the Academy's notorious overlord. Eventually, the incident even attracted the attention of the Academy's committee, Meng Xinji, a formidable soldier of over 80 levels, who sternly admonished Fang Xian. Only then did the turmoil subside. Alas, what a splendid plan gone awry! With a face full of regret, Fang Xian strolled along the street, observing the plump sheep passing by, his palms itching to draw his blade. Yet he restrained himself from acting upon the impulse. After all, a warning from Douluo was not to be taken lightly. He could no longer wreak havoc among his peers, lest he face a collective ostracism and expulsion from the Academy. Fortunately, during these past few days, Fang Xian had defeated 10 Soul Lords, earning a total of 1,000 blade draws and 1,000 soul power points. The rewards were substantial. Up next, he could level up and partake in a lottery. On the evening of the third day, with the finals set for the following day, Fang Xian returned home and immediately engaged in intense training. Ultimate Blade Draw System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 31. Title, Soul Lord, Soul Power. 140-0600 Upgradable. Weapon, Shadowless Blade. Proficiency, Minor Blade Draw Technique, 1200. Mental Insight, Blade Intent, Divine Gifted Blade. Soul Spirit, Ice Phoenix Soul, Beginner 72100. 9 Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 33100. Talent, Ice Blade, Healing Blade. Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Super Strength Blade Draw, Blade Power increased by 30. Swallow's Return, Super Speed Blade Draw. Blade Speed increased by 30. Available Blade Draws, 1,500. His soul power had accumulated to a remarkable 1,400, more than sufficient for an upgrade. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Boom, boom, boom. A torrent of energy surged within him, transforming into a more formidable soul power, exponentially enhancing Fang Xian's strength. Congratulations on reaching level 33. Current soul power, 100,900. He had leveled up twice. Fang Xian could distinctly feel his soul power had significantly increased, a smile involuntarily gracing his face. At level 33, facing Douglas, who was at level 41, he still lacked a distinct advantage, yet the gap between them had narrowed slightly. Next, he opened the lottery interface, placing all his hopes on the vibrant, multicolored wheel before him. System, please be generous. Fang Xian clasped his hands together, resembling a devoted believer, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Lottery. In the next moment, he embarked on his lottery journey, the colorful wheel spinning at a rapid pace. Thank you for your patronage. Draw again. Thank you for your patronage. Continue drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Draw, draw, draw. Fang Xian's eyes turned red with frustration as he madly continued his attempts. 8 consecutive draws, all yielding thank you for your patronage. Fang Xian felt utterly disheartened, thinking he should have checked the fortune before participating in the lottery. What kind of luck was this? It felt as if he had been cursed. In an instant, 800 uses of the blade draw were squandered, causing him immense distress. Gazing at the remaining 700 uses, Fang Xian hesitated for a moment, his eyes filled with determination. Gritting his teeth, he continued the draw. The moment was ripe. He had no choice but to proceed. After a full 8 consecutive failures, this time, Fang Xian finally reaped a reward. Congratulations, you have drawn a Millennium Soul Ring. A purple soul ring hovered in the air, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Haha, a Millennium Soul Ring. Fang Xian was overjoyed. It was a worthwhile investment, and finally, something of value had arrived. After 9 attempts, he had obtained 1 Millennium Soul Ring, which was roughly equivalent to the price of the store, though not a loss. The profit was minimal. At last, having drawn an item of merit, Fang Xian's confidence surged anew. Without hesitation, he continued to draw. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. It must be the season of harvest. On the 10th draw, he received 10 talent points. On the 11th draw, he acquired Basic Mastery 10. On the 12th draw, a message appeared. Thank you for your patronage. On the 13th draw, a Century Soul Ring 1. On the 14th draw, another message. Thank you for your patronage. Talent points can enhance the proficiency of martial souls, akin to blank skill points, while basic mastery points elevate the fundamental blade drawing technique, both being rather commendable rewards. As for the Century Soul Ring, it held little utility. Unbeknownst to him, 1,500 blade draws had nearly been exhausted, leaving only one final chance. Taking a deep breath, Fang Xian endeavored to maintain his composure as he initiated the last draw. As the colorful wheel spun rapidly, his heart raced with anticipation, fraught with tension. Congratulations, you have obtained a Millennium Soul Ring, 3,000 years. 3,000 years of a soul ring. Fang Xian was momentarily stunned, then elated. He had not anticipated such a delightful surprise from his final attempt. Approximately an hour later, Fang Xian's drawing journey concluded, having expended all his blade draws. However, his once empty backpack now brimmed with rare items. Fang Xian opened his inventory to examine the newfound treasures. A yellow soul ring, century. A yellow soul ring, 8 centuries. A purple soul ring, millennium. A purple soul ring, 3 millennia. Talent points 10. Basic mastery 10. These constituted all the items within Fang Xian's system backpack, serving as his greatest reliance in conquering Douglas. After a brief contemplation, he absorbed all 10 points of basic mastery, elevating his proficiency in the minor blade drawing technique to 11,200. Then, he allocated the 10 talent points to enhance the Ice Phoenix martial soul, as it possessed the highest attack power and was on the verge of leveling up. Once upgraded, the attack strength of the talent blade drawing technique would undoubtedly be significantly amplified. He was currently lacking only in attack power. All 10 talent points were bestowed upon the Ice Phoenix martial soul. Ice Phoenix martial soul, beginner 82100. He needed just 18 more proficiency points to level up. Fang Xian was confident that by absorbing a single soul ring, the Ice Phoenix martial soul could undoubtedly ascend. Now, within him resided 2 duplicate martial souls, the Ice Phoenix and the Nine-Heart Begonia. Given that a duplicate martial soul could only absorb 1 duplicate soul ring, he was capable of absorbing 2 such rings in total. After a moment's thought, Fang Xian ultimately resolved to allow the Nine-Heart Begonia to absorb the 8th century Yellow Soul Ring and the Ice Phoenix to take in a Millennium Purple Soul Ring. With that decision made, he hesitated no longer and commenced the absorption of the Soul Rings. To his surprise, he too could possess Soul Rings. Fang Xian felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 63. The 2 great Soul Rings within his dantian, the petals of the Nine-Heart Begonia swayed, its pure leaves emanating a divine and peaceful aura, akin to a flower fairy lost in the mortal realm. A yellow soul ring materialized from thin air, transforming into a delicate golden bangle that adorned the Nine-Heart Begonia, the 2 harmoniously illuminating each other with a brilliant glow. Fang Xian closed his eyes, meditating while seated upon his bed. Suddenly, a radiant golden light erupted from his body, illuminating the entire dark room in an instant. Congratulations, soul ring absorption successful. Current attributes: Nine-Heart Begonia Soul, 83100. An 8th century soul ring had roughly increased his talent points by 50, but the Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul did not level up. Fang Xian felt a twinge of regret. Upgrading this talent was indeed a formidable challenge. Sighing, he continued to focus on absorbing the soul rings. The Nine-Heart Begonia martial soul was on the cusp of leveling up. However, the Ice Phoenix martial soul boasted high proficiency, and with the absorption of a Millennium Soul Ring, it was certain to reach a higher tier. With a resounding cry, the blue Ice Phoenix soared, releasing a powerful call, its demeanor strikingly lifelike. At that moment, a purple soul ring descended from above, perfectly encircling the Ice Phoenix's body, while an overwhelming surge of soul power erupted like a tidal wave. Congratulations, soul ring absorption successful. Ice Phoenix martial soul elevated to intermediate. Current attributes: Ice Phoenix soul, intermediate 82200. Talent blade drawing technique, Frostblade, upgraded to Dance of the Fine Snow. Dance of the Fine Snow. The power of the ice blade drawing technique is enhanced by 50, and the freezing effect is increased by 100, condensing the power of ice into a singular line, capable of freezing the heavens and earth. It had leveled up. Fang Xian was overjoyed. The Ice Phoenix martial soul had advanced from beginner to intermediate, unlocking the upgraded talent blade, transforming from Frostblade to Dance of the Fine Snow, significantly amplifying its power. Opening his palm, he willed forth the 2 soul rings, 1 yellow and 1 purple, to hover above his hand, radiating a dazzling luminescence. Haha! I finally possess soul rings. Fang Xian felt a rush of excitement as he gazed at the 2 rings in his palm. These soul rings not only enhanced the proficiency of his martial soul, but also contained immense soul power. Having absorbed 2 soul rings in succession, Fang Xian's level surged, rising 2 tiers to level 35. In a single night, he had ascended 4 levels, his soul power soaring like a rocket. If word of today's event spread, it would undoubtedly astonish the entire continent. Accessing his personal information, Supreme Blade Drawing System. Host, Fang Xian. Level 35. Title: Soul Master. Soul Power 151,000. Weapon: Shadowless Blade. Proficiency: Minor Blade Drawing Technique 11200. State of Mind: Blade Intent. God-Given Blade. 1. Martial Souls. Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82200. Nine-Heart Begonia Soul, Beginner 83100. Talents: Dance of the Fine Snow, healing blade, blade techniques, storm slash, superior blade drawing power increased by 30, swallow's return, super speed blade drawing speed increased by 30. Available blade draws, 0, his strength had significantly increased. Fang Xian felt an exhilarating thrill as he realized the gap between himself and Douglas was gradually narrowing. Yet it was still insufficient. His power could become even greater. With a firm grip, Fang Xian's eyes shimmered with determination. At this moment, he possessed a divine blade, capable of replicating another martial soul. Furthermore, he had a soul ring of 3,000 years remaining in his inventory, which he could still absorb. With the finals approaching, he aimed to finalize these matters, enhancing his strength significantly. Martial soul. Whose martial soul should he replicate? Fang Xian furrowed his brow in contemplation, recognizing the significance of this decision. A divine blade was only available every 10 levels, making the opportunity to replicate a martial soul exceedingly precious. It must not be squandered on something as trivial as blue silvergrass. Eventually, after much deliberation, Fang Xian resolved to replicate the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. In truth, he initially intended to replicate Yu Tianheng's martial soul. According to his original plan, Fang Xian aimed to stealthily acquire Yu Tianheng's martial soul during their battle in the finals and then use it against him. This notion was nothing short of perfection. However, who could have anticipated that Yu Tianheng would be defeated by Douglas, thus derailing Fang Xian's plan to replicate his martial soul? Since he could not defeat Yu Tianheng in a fair match to replicate his blue electric Tyrannosaurus, he would have to seize the night to covertly strike him. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus was a top-tier martial soul, endowed with lightning attributes, possessing both formidable attack power and speed. Across the entire Tiando Academy, this was undoubtedly Fang Xian's best choice. With this realization, he resolved to set off immediately and replicate Yu Tianheng's martial soul that very night. The finals against Douglas were the following day, and he needed to elevate himself to the pinnacle of strength. After styling his hair like a killer and donning a striking night outfit, he was determined to take Yu Tianheng down. With a mischievous hum, Fang Xian quickly dressed, ready to strike. As he stepped out, however, an unexpected visitor quietly arrived. In the pitch darkness of night, a golden figure gracefully approached. With golden hair, exquisite features, and skin as fair as snow, despite being clad in male attire, her breathtaking beauty was undeniable, exuding an aura of elegance and transcendence. Little brother, long time no see. Qian Rinxue smiled like a blooming flower, her graceful steps reminiscent of a celestial being lost in the mortal realm, effortlessly entering Fang Xian's courtyard, every movement radiating elegance. Like a gentle spring breeze, a plump lamb. At that moment, upon seeing Qian Rinxue, Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes igniting with fervor, as if he had discovered a rare treasure, rushing towards the young woman like the wind. Big brother. Fang Xian's handsome visage lit up with elation as he swiftly appeared before Qian Rinxue, embracing her tightly before she could react. Qian Rinxue's charming face froze, her delicate body shivering, petrified in place. Please support. Please recommend. Thank you to every reader for your support. Big brother, I miss you so much. Fang Xian tightened his embrace around Qian Rinxue's slender waist, tears welling in his eyes. Your arrival is perfectly timed. With you here, why would I bother with that little waist, Yu Tianheng? Fang Xian's heart raced with excitement. Qian Rinxue's six-winged angel martial soul was far superior to Yu Tianheng's blue electric Tyrannosaurus, being a legendary super martial soul. Those who possessed it boasted an innate soul power of level 20, an astonishing feat. In the realm of martial souls, there are 3 classifications: ordinary martial souls, top-tier martial souls, and super martial souls. Ordinary martial souls are typical, lacking any special traits. Top-tier martial souls vastly surpass ordinary ones, often possessing unique abilities or ancient genes, evolving from ordinary souls or through the mutation of companion souls of the same attribute. As for super martial souls, they are entirely superior to top-tier souls, exhibiting unparalleled strength and often possessing extraordinary abilities or divine genes, with their awakening rituals requiring special procedures, typically evolving from top-tier souls. In front of him, the proactive Qian Rinxue, possessing the six-winged angel, was indeed a super martial soul, exuding immense power. Fang Xian was resolute. He could not let Qian Rinxue slip away. Tonight, he would find a way to take her. Little brother, let go. Qian Rinxue, caught off guard by Fang Xian's bare hug, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Her heart chilled. This was not the first time she had been embraced by Fang Xian. His hands roamed over her pure figure. I won't let go. Big brother. After all these years, why haven't you come to see me? I miss you so much. Despite Qian Rinxue's desperate struggles to escape his embrace, Fang Xian's grip was as steadfast as iron. His arms locked around her slender waist with no intention of releasing her. In the dead of night, you come to me seeking a blade. How could I not oblige? Fang Xian chuckled wickedly. Oh, what a glorious lamb. My ability to defeat Douglas now hinges on your essence. Fang Xian's gaze sharpened as he continued to hold Qian Rinxue tightly, his right palm open, forming an energy blade of golden light that struck her delicately. In just 3 seconds, painless and without a trace, Qian Rinxue remained blissfully unaware that a significant part of her essence had been seized by Fang Xian. This was the advantage of the divine blade. Swift and discreet. Without pain or harm. You know nothing. I have already utilized it. Ding dong. Congratulations, you have acquired the six-winged angel soul. New talent unlocked. Angel blade. Upon hearing the system notification echo in his mind, Fang Xian secretly rejoiced. He had not anticipated replicating the six-winged angel martial soul so effortlessly. A delightful surprise indeed. The six-winged angel martial soul was the pinnacle of martial souls in the Douluo continent, possessing both light and sacred attributes, with the potential for divine ascension, making it exceptionally formidable. With this super martial soul, Fang Xian's chances against Douglas had significantly increased. What are you doing, little brother? Qian Rinxue sensed something amiss. Nothing. It's all over. Fang Xian replied cheerfully. What's over? Just a warm greeting between brothers. At that moment, having successfully taken what he sought, Fang Xian quickly released Qian Rinxue's delicate waist. He was not the type to lust after another's body. By the way, big sister, what brings you here so suddenly? Fang Xian inquired curiously, wondering if this woman truly shared his thoughts. He had just intended to strike, and she had appeared at his doorstep, stirring feelings of gratitude within him. Nothing much. With the finals tomorrow, I came to see how your preparations were going. Qian Rinxue stood with her hands behind her back, her golden hair flowing, regaining her noble, untouchable, and sacred demeanor. It's going well. Fang Xian paused slightly, appearing calm on the surface while internally contemplating Qian Rinxue's true intentions. Qianren Snow, a covert operative of the Spirit Hall, has infiltrated the internal affairs of the Heaven Do Empire as the current crown prince. The remarkable performance of Fang Xian in the recent competitions has even drawn the attention of the Night Emperor, undoubtedly instilling a sense of threat in her, the false prince. Therefore, Fang Xian surmises that Qianren Snow's unexpected visit tonight is far from benign. However, he harbors little concern, knowing her intelligence. She would not be foolish enough to attempt his assassination within the confines of the Heaven Do Academy. Thus he feels assured of his safety. With a gentle smile and a warm demeanor, Qianren Snow kindly admonishes Fang Xian to exercise caution in the upcoming match while earnestly exploring his residence. Her demeanor suggests an intent to visit rather than a confrontation. Dear brother, I shan't intrude any longer at this late hour. Remember, you must be careful tomorrow. She bids farewell gracefully, departing like a wisp of air. As Fang Xian gazes at her retreating golden silhouette, his eyes deepen with contemplation, pondering the true purpose of Qianren Snow's visit. The night thickens. In the Heaven Do Academy, at the secluded waterfall in the back mountains, a shadow, cloaked in darkness, emerges. Akin to a specter, the outline reveals a man with flowing purple hair, seated upon a rock, seemingly awaiting something. After an indeterminate time, the moon timidly breaks through the clouds, casting a silvery glow over the earth and the waterfall. At this moment, a delicate figure approaches from the night, her golden hair dancing in the breeze, her exquisite profile illuminated by the moonlight, rendering her breathtakingly enchanting. Finally, you arrive. I detest waiting. The purple-haired man frowns slightly, his impatience evident as he regards the golden-haired girl dressed in masculine attire. Understanding oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Qianren Snow smiles faintly, calmly meeting the purple-haired man's gaze, her lips curving upward as she remarks, "You appear to be in good spirits, Douglas." Douglas chuckles dismissively. Heaven Do Academy is merely a gathering of ineptitude. Is there anything that troubles you? I just had a meeting with Fang Xian, and that fellow has grown stronger. Qianren Snow's countenance turns cold, a flicker of murderous intent dancing in her beautiful eyes. And what of it? A mere soul master, even if he has advanced a few levels, remains insignificant. Rest assured, by tomorrow, I shall ensure Fang Xian's demise. A chilling aura emanates from her, causing the temperature to plummet. Douglas scrutinizes her for a moment before responding, I hope you do not forget your promise, Mississippi. Of course. Should you eliminate Fang Xian and remove this significant threat, I will ensure your entry into the Hall of Offerings for your training, and even arrange for a title Douluo to guide you. She replies, a hint of satisfaction in her tone. Indeed, Douglas, your talents within our spirit hall are commendable. It's somewhat of a waste to have you lurking in Heaven-Do Academy for my purposes. Suddenly, she recalls something, her jade hand shimmering as a white jade vial materializes in her palm. This contains the fruit of the evil spirit flower. While it may not rival celestial herbs, it can significantly enhance soul power in a short span. Without delay, Qianren Snow hands the vial to Douglas, cautioning, remember, do not use the evil spirit flower's fruit unless absolutely necessary, as its nature is malevolent and detrimental to a soul master's body. Rest assured, for a foe like Fang Xian, I would not require the aid of such an item. Douglas replies, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes as he swiftly takes the vial, a confident smile gracing his face as if victory in the Moro-esque contest is assured. Maybe so, Qianren Snow replies quietly. Meanwhile, having successfully replicated Qianren Snow's martial soul, Fang Xian remains in his chamber, diligently studying the newly acquired power. Within his inner vision, a divine seraph quietly hovers, its 6 golden wings radiating a majestic aura, instilling fear in the ice phoenix and 9-heart begonia, which dare not approach the 6-winged angel. What a formidable presence! It is incomparable to ordinary martial souls. Fang Xian marvels at the strength of the 6-winged angel, exhilarated by its divine potential. Indeed, it is a super martial soul with the qualifications for divinity, its might surpassing even that of the ice phoenix and 9-heart begonia combined. Success in replicating the 3rd martial soul. Now I can absorb the final soul ring of 3,000 years, according to the theories of the invincible master in the Douluo original work. The maximum age for a soul master's 3rd soul ring absorption is below 1,760 years. This 3,000-year soul ring evidently exceeds the absorption limit. However, the master's theories are meant to be challenged. Fang Xian consumes 2 celestial herbs, fire apricot and octagonal ice grass, his body having been tempered within the ice and fire eyes, endowing him with strength and resilience far beyond that of an ordinary person. Thus absorbing this 3,000-year purple ring poses no challenge. With focused intent, he swiftly begins the absorption process of the soul ring. Congratulations, soul ring absorption successful. The 6-winged angel martial soul has advanced to intermediate level. Current attributes: 6-winged angel soul, intermediate 2 o'clock. Talent sword drawing technique angel blade has been upgraded to Judgment S Lament. Judgment S Lament, an extraordinarily powerful strike condensed from sacred light, possessing formidable destructive power, with a 100 increase in attack against evil entities. The 6-winged angel martial soul has leveled up. Fang Xian rejoices, amazed that absorbing the 3,000-year soul ring has propelled the 6-winged angel from beginner to intermediate level, unlocking a more potent talent in swordsmanship. Ding! Congratulations, you have broken through to level 37, current soul power level 37-101500. Furthermore, with the successful upgrade of his martial soul, the surge of soul power from the 3,000-year soul ring has caused Fang Xian's soul power to skyrocket, leaping 2 levels to reach level 37. As he absorbed the soul rings, his strength surged in waves, rapidly enhancing. Supreme Blade System. Host, Fang Xian. Level 37. Title, Soul Master. Soul Power 101. 500. Weapon, Shadowless Blade. Proficiency, Minor Blade Technique 11. 200. Mental Comprehension, Blade Force, Divine Gifted Blade. 0. Martial Soul, 6-winged Angel Soul, Intermediate 0200. Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82200. 9-heart Begonia Soul, Primary 83100. Talent. Judgment Sorrow. Dance of Fine Snow. Healing Blade. Blade Techniques. Storm Slash Super Strength Blade. Increases blade power by 30. Swallow's Return. Super Speed Blade. Increases blade speed by 30. Usable blade draws. 0. Come forth my soul rings. With a mere thought, 3 brilliant soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, materialized in Feng Xian's palm, radiating a dazzling light that illuminated the dark room in an instant. Supreme State. Feng Xian gazed at the 3 soul rings in his hand, feeling the surging soul power within him, excitement swelling in his heart. His eyes gleamed with determination as he clenched his right hand tightly. A shout began to rise from the depths of his heart. Douglas, come and fight. The day of the final showdown has finally arrived. The sky was a clear azure, pure and unblemished, while golden sunlight cascaded gently down, draping the bustling central plaza in a brilliant cloak of shimmering gold. Today marked the climactic battle between Feng Xian and Douglas. Originally, this final duel was meant to be the grand finale of the competition, igniting fervor and anticipation among countless spectators. However, this year, many found themselves disinterested, completely devoid of enthusiasm for the match. In the eyes of many, the final victor had already been predetermined. Douglas, with his formidable level 41 soul power and 4th 5,000-year soul ring, was more than capable of overwhelming all the young talents present. What could Feng Xian, a mere soul master in his 30s, achieve but to await his defeat? Thus, the match seemed utterly meaningless. Hey, how many moves do you think Feng Xian can withstand against Douglas? Some even ceased betting on the victor and instead wagered on how long Feng Xian could endure under Douglas's onslaught. TSK, withstand a few moves? I doubt it. He'll probably be defeated in a single strike, scoffed a young male student, hands in pockets, with a hint of disdain. Even if Feng Xian is strong, he is at best on par with Yu Qianheng, and since Yu Qianheng was swiftly defeated, what can he possibly do? He will only be left to face annihilation. A pink-haired girl remarked earnestly. The plaza buzzed with chatter, and no one held high hopes for Feng Xian. As the audience gathered, Meng Xinji stood up and began to announce the commencement of the match. I hereby declare the final battle of the Genius War. Feng Xian versus Douglas. The match begins. With the final battle underway, the clamor in the plaza gradually subsided. All eyes were riveted on the arena, fixated on the 2 figures standing atop the stage. In the arena, Feng Xian donned a sleek black outfit, a long blade at his waist, his black hair cascading freely, and his gaze icy, exuding an aura akin to a drawn sword, sharp and imposing. Opposite him, Douglas, with disheveled purple hair and arms crossed, bore a strikingly handsome visage, twisted into a sinister smile as he coldly regarded Feng Xian, the overwhelming aura around him gradually expanding. Douglas, Feng Xian called. Feng Xian, Douglas replied. The two stood in a tense standoff, the air thick with tension. Douglas's lips curled into a slight smirk as he extended a finger towards Feng Xian, delivering a condescending proclamation. 1 strike. What? Feng Xian furrowed his brow, yet remained calm, unaffected by Douglas's provocation. 1 strike to defeat you, or I concede, Douglas declared, confidence radiating from his features, exuding arrogance. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. Did you hear that? Douglas claims he can take down Feng Xian in 1 strike. Many spectators gasped, their expressions varying. Please, it's just because he has a higher level. What is so remarkable about that? If he is capable, let him fight at the same level. Du Guiyin scoffed, casting a scornful glance at Douglas. High levels are a form of strength. Yu Qianheng sighed heavily, still reeling from his own defeat. He gazed at Feng Xian on the stage, murmuring, Feng Xian, I hope you can create a miracle. Go for it. Yi Lingling cheered, puffing out her cheeks and clenching her small fists in encouragement for Feng Xian. Undeniably, Douglas possessed the audacity to be arrogant. Given the circumstances, his claim to defeat Feng Xian in 1 strike was not entirely unfounded. 1 strike to defeat me, or you concede. Feng Xian's expression remained serene as he cast a fleeting glance at Douglas. Remember your words. I hope you are a man of your word. This fellow is overconfident. I hope he can still be smiling later. For someone like you, a soul master in the 30s, 1 strike is more than sufficient. Douglas snorted dismissively, his calm words laced with overwhelming confidence, utterly disregarding Feng Xian. In the next moment, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, 4 soul rings rose from beneath his feet. A torrent of soul power surging forth, shaking the entire arena. Though his words may have sounded boastful, Douglas did not underestimate his opponent. Nor did he hold back his strength. Beyond defeating Fang Xian, he had a mission assigned by Qian Renxue to eliminate Fang Xian. Thus, he must strike to kill. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Douglas's eyes, a shadowy figure weaving around him, emanating an ominous and terrifying aura, accompanied by distant, ghostly wails and howls that sent shivers down one's spine. When evil aura, what kind of martial soul is that? Fang Xian narrowed his eyes, feeling a chilling, bone-deep malevolence wash over him, an indescribable sensation surging from his feet to the crown of his head. Ha ha ha, Fang Xian. Allow me to show you my true power. Along with a hearty laugh, Douglas's right hand suddenly swelled grotesquely, his skin turning crimson as sharp claws sprouted, resembling those of a beast. In less than 3 seconds, his right hand transformed entirely from human to a blood-red claw, dripping with malevolence and exuding a terrifying presence. What is that? Fang Xian stared in shock at this transformation. Douglas's change resembled Yu Tianheng's dragon transformation, yet it was a dark, sinister metamorphosis, akin to becoming a demonic claw. The audience surrounding the arena was equally taken aback. During his match against Yu Tianheng, Douglas had not unleashed this ability. Now, confronted with the sight of the blood-red claw, many spectators felt a chill run down their spines. What a sinister aura! What exactly is Douglas's martial soul? The Snow Knight Emperor frowned, his expression darkening. Of course, he was not concerned for Fang Xian's safety. Rather, he was more apprehensive about whether Fang Xian's defeat would bring disgrace to the empire. Among the entire Tiando Academy, only Ning Fengji had witnessed such wonders. The leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School fixed his gaze on Douglas on the stage, his expression grave. If my conjecture is correct, Douglas's martial soul must be a malevolent one, likely akin to a specter from the depths of hell. A specter? The Snow Knight Emperor was taken aback, having never before encountered such a nefarious martial soul. Your Majesty, malevolent martial souls are exceedingly wicked, and their power is formidable. In this match, the 5th Prince is in grave danger. Should we advise the Snow Knight Emperor to halt the contest? Otherwise, Fang Xian may very well perish at Douglas's hands. At this, the Snow Knight Emperor hesitated, not immediately calling for the match to cease. Father, it is already too late. At that moment, Qian Renxue sneered inwardly, observing Douglas, who had already closed in on Fang Xian and could not suppress her delight. The outcome was sealed. Fang Xian was doomed. Farewell, Fang Xian. A sinister grin spread across Douglas's face, a murderous aura emanating from him as his scarlet, ghostly hand tore through the air, enveloped in a shroud of darkness, and struck fiercely at Fang Xian's head, Ghost King's claw. The chilling wail of a specter pierced through the air, and a violent gust of wind tore at Fang Xian's skin. Before the claw even made contact, Fang Xian felt a sharp gash open on his left cheek, blood trickling down. Impressive. Fang Xian's expression turned serious, acutely aware of the terrifying power contained within Douglas's strike. If he were to be hit directly, he would likely be torn apart. Ice Blade Technique, Dance of the Snow. A torrent of soul power surged into his ice phoenix martial soul. Fang Xian's eyes gleamed with a cold light as the shadowless blade was unsheathed in an instant. 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, manifested around him, and a vast wave of soul power erupted like magma. The shadowless blade transformed into a delicate ripple of snow, resembling a comet as it streaked through the void, colliding violently with a fearsome, ghostly hand. With a deafening boom, a powerful shockwave erupted, causing the solid marble arena to crack with a loud snap, splitting wide open in the center. How is this possible? The crowd gasped, astonished as they beheld Fang Xian standing calmly on the stage, unscathed. They were utterly dumbfounded. He blocked it. Fang Xian actually thwarted Douglas. The entire arena was engulfed in shock. In the center of the stage, Fang Xian's black hair billowed as he brandished the shadowless blade, quietly regarding the ashen-faced Douglas. A dangerous smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right, I am unscathed. You may concede. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Douglas's face darkened, his lips twitching involuntarily. He had boasted, yet he could not defeat Fang Xian with a single blow. His expression was ghastly, as if he had been dealt a stinging slap in front of everyone. The burn of embarrassment palpable. Is Douglas going to concede? A chorus of jeers erupted around him, many reveling in his humiliation. Useless Douglas, don't embarrass yourself any further. Just concede already. Douyin unleashed her scorn, mocking Douglas, whose face turned a deeper shade of anger. Though she usually clashed with Fang Xian, she found Douglas even more insufferable. The Snow Knight Emperor Ning Fengji and Dream God Machine exchanged glances, their expressions somewhat comical. After all, Douglas had publicly promised that if he could not defeat Fang Xian with a single blow, he would immediately concede. Yet now, after his attempt had failed, Fang Xian stood unscathed upon the stage. How was the outcome to be determined? The crowd was left in confusion. What a foolish imbecile. Qian Rinxue could not help but curse under her breath, berating Douglas for his arrogance. Now he had drawn the ire of the crowd. Would he truly concede? Judge, I believe it is time to declare my victory. On the stage, Fang Xian barely glanced at Douglas, turning instead to the judging panel, firmly believing he had already won. You bastat! A furious roar erupted, and Douglas, his face contorted with rage, charged at Fang Xian, his scarlet, ghostly claw aimed menacingly at Fang Xian's back. Oomph! I knew you would break your word. I was prepared for you. A dangerous smile curled at Fang Xian's lips. In the face of Douglas's sneak attack, he exhibited no panic, instead seeming to anticipate it. The shadowless blade moved swiftly, slicing backward with precision. Storm slash. A 30-fold power increase surged forth. The deadly edge of the blade, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, struck Douglas with tremendous force, sending him flying. Douglas howled in agony, blood gushing forth as his body uncontrollably tumbled backward, crashing into the edge of the arena with a pitiful thud. The arena fell into a profound silence. Students, teachers, the three major committees, along with Snow Knight, Qian Rinxue, and Ning Fengji, all stood dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Fang Xian had sent Douglas flying with a single strike? How could this be possible? Wait. Did Fang Xian truly just send Douglas flying with a single blow? Am I seeing things? A three-ring soul master could not possibly defeat a four-ring soul sect. Their strengths were not supposed to be on the same level. How had Fang Xian accomplished this? He was astonishingly powerful. Whispers of disbelief and astonishment rippled through the crowd. All in utter shock. Was Douglas's undefeated legend truly about to be shattered? Initially, the crowd had presumed the championship would undoubtedly belong to Douglas, thus lacking interest in this final match. However, upon witnessing Fang Xian's decisive strike against Douglas, the outcome of the battle became shrouded in uncertainty. Excitement surged within many, rekindling their anticipation for this climactic showdown. In the center of the arena, Fang Xian held his battle blade aloft, his black hair cascading in the wind. The three soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, encircling him, emanating an overwhelming presence. The efforts of the past 3 days had borne fruit. His strength had surged, rendering him fully capable of facing Douglas. Casting a cold gaze upon the disheveled figure crumpled on the ground, Fang Xian scoffed lightly, his voice calm, yet firm. Douglas, stop pretending to be dead. I know you're not that easy to take down. Get up and continue. At that moment, as his words reached Douglas, who had been lying still, the latter's body trembled slightly before he slowly rose from the ground. Curse you, you wretched Fang Xian. I will not let you off so easily. Douglas's face twisted in fury, his eyes ablaze as he glared at Fang Xian, his expression a picture of unbridled rage. He was a level 41 soul master, while Fang Xian was merely in his 30s and lacked 1 soul ring. Nothing was more humiliating than being struck down by a weaker opponent. Let us see about that. Fang Xian's expression turned icy, his eyes igniting with a cold glint as he charged towards Douglas. Swallowing swallow. The blade technique's 30-fold speed enhancement surged forth. In the instant that a shadowless blade was drawn, it transformed into a streak of white lightning, racing through the void with unparalleled speed, fiercely striking towards Douglas's head. Do not let your pride consume you, Douglas roared, and the radiance of his 4 soul rings, yellow and purple, surged forth, unleashing the terrifying aura of the soul sect. He abruptly raised his right hand, the crimson ghostly claw tearing through the air, intercepting the shadowless blade before it could cleave his skull. With his attack thwarted, Fang Xian's eyes flashed with a glint of malice as he swiftly lifted his knee, delivering a brutal blow to Douglas's abdomen, rendering him momentarily green with pain. Die, Douglas! Seizing the opportunity while Douglas was staggered, Fang Xian quickly withdrew the shadowless blade, striking fiercely at Douglas's chest, shattering 4 or 5 ribs, sending blood and flesh splattering across the arena. Damn it, Fang Xian! I will tear you apart! Douglas bellowed in agony, a torrent of dark, malevolent energy erupting around him, resembling an enraged specter. With a ferocious swipe of his right hand, he tore at Fang Xian's chest, ripping through flesh to expose 2 stark white ribs, blood oozing down in steady drips. The two engaged in a frenzied battle, akin to 2 wild beasts in a savage struggle. Blood and flesh scattered across the ground in a gruesome display. Was this still a competition? It resembled a brutal fight for survival, terrifying to behold. If this continued, one of them would surely perish. Was there truly no one to intervene? Many spectators, witnessing the brutal clash on the stage, felt a chill run down their spines. On the arena, Fang Xian and Douglas fought with reckless abandon, both drenched in blood and grievously wounded, having reached a boiling point where victory was imminent. Amidst this intense confrontation, the audience was captivated, yet horrified at the ferocity of the battle, which had surpassed all expectations. This was no longer a friendly match. It had devolved into a life-and-death struggle. A sudden collision occurred, and Fang Xian gasped, feeling as if struck by a truck. The sound of cracking bones ringing in his ears. He staggered back, blood spilling forth, his complexion paling as he fought to remain upright. Both combatants, having sustained severe injuries and drained their soul power, were locked in a stalemate, each aware that they were on the brink of exhaustion. Fang Xian, relying on his exquisite and formidable swordsmanship, managed to hold his ground against Douglas, but the disparity in their soul power levels became increasingly apparent. After all, he was only at rank 37, while Douglas was at rank 41, possessing an additional soul ring and far greater soul energy. As the battle progressed, Fang Xian's deep-set gaze reflected his grave concern. He swiftly activated the 9-heart Sea Tang to mend his wounds, all while remaining vigilant against Douglas, urgently devising strategies for defense. Haha, Fang Xian, you can finally no longer hold on. Douglas sneered, his eyes glinting with cold malice. To be honest, it is quite commendable that a mere rank 3 soul master like you has managed to last this long. But now, prepare to meet your end. With a sudden burst, Douglas unleashed his 3rd soul skill, the ghostly roar. His 3rd purple ring radiated with brilliant light, and the ghostly apparition roared, dark energy surging forth, morphing into a terrifying visage that lunged toward Fang Xian. Blade drawing technique, Storm Slash. Fang Xian's eyes hardened as the shadowless blade sliced through the air, cleaving the oncoming specter apart, dark energy exploding around him. Douglas had weakened. A glimmer of hope ignited within Fang Xian as he sensed the diminishing power of Douglas, making it less arduous to counter his assaults. Could he still have a chance? A spark of confidence ignited in Fang Xian's heart. He had not anticipated enduring this long against Douglas. As the fight reached this critical juncture, Emperor Shuya was visibly astonished, deeply moved by Fang Xian's unexpected performance, holding his own against Douglas. If they were of the same age, Douglas would undoubtedly be no match for Fang Xian. Ning Fengji's eyes sparkled with intrigue, his gaze firmly fixated on Fang Xian, filled with admiration. Damn it, this worthless Douglas cannot possibly lose to Fang Xian. Anguish surged within Qianren Xue as she observed the stalemate on the arena. She had meticulously planned for Douglas to publicly eliminate Fang Xian, allowing her to dismiss a potential threat without consequence. However, she never anticipated Fang Xian's remarkable prowess, matching Douglas blow for blow. The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Incredible. Fang Xian was unexpectedly formidable, holding his ground against Douglas. Unbelievable. How had this harbinger of doom gained such rapid strength? The crowd murmured in astonishment, speculating on the outcome. With a thunderous crash, the two once again collided, fracturing the ground beneath them. Douglas's left arm was brutally broken, bone protruding grotesquely through his flesh, blood gushing forth in a horrifying spectacle. Fang Xian's chest had been savagely torn, leaving deep, bloody gashes, both combatants gravely injured. The battle had reached its final moments. Both were nearly spent, with only one last strike remaining within them. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, they chose to create distance, rapidly gathering their remaining strength. Preparing to unleash a decisive blow. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The audience held their breath, eyes glued to the two warriors on stage. Tension palpable in the air as they awaited their final clash. The outcome hinged upon this moment. Fourth soul skill, the arrival of the evil ghost. Suddenly, Douglas let out a furious howl, his purple hair billowing wildly as his fourth deep purple soul ring radiated an eerie glow. Simultaneously, the ghostly weapon unleashed a sinister roar, a torrent of dark energy engulfing Douglas, emanating an overwhelmingly malevolent aura. What was that? Fang Xian was startled, feeling the encroaching malevolence akin to a chorus of vengeful spirits screaming in his ears, sending a shiver down his spine. Cackle, 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 die, Fang Xian. In the next moment, a ghastly specter erupted from the black mist, resembling a demon from hell, fierce and terrifying, exuding a chilling and malevolent aura. Charging towards Fang Xian with murderous intent. Gazing upon Douglas, now fully transformed into a malevolent spirit, Fang Xian's expression grew gravely serious, sensing an imminent threat of death emanating from him. This individual was undeniably formidable. With a firm resolve shining in his eyes, Fang Xian faced the oncoming Douglas, fervently channeling all remaining soul power into his six-winged angel martial spirit, finally activating his new martial soul. Within his dantian, the six-winged angel came to life, radiating a divine brilliance, while golden light enveloped Fang Xian, shimmering magnificently. An aura of purity and strength surged forth, embodying righteousness, impervious to all evil. The blade of light's judgment. Fang Xian's eyes gleamed with icy determination as he brandished the shadowless blade, recklessly slashing at the ghostly Douglas. The atmosphere was tense with anticipation, as cries for support and recommendations echoed, yet none of that mattered now. With a chilling notification from his system, Fang Xian's attack power surged by 100 upon encountering the dark demonic energy. As the shadowless blade made contact with the sinister aura, Fang Xian's mind resonated with the system's alert, and the originally 3-foot-long golden blade energy expanded to over 9 feet, saturated with divine essence. The dark magic emanating from Douglas was obliterated in vast swathes as it met the holy radiance of Fang Xian's attack. Overjoyed, Fang Xian swung the shadowless blade with all his might, the ultimate judgment striking Douglas with tremendous force, violently tearing through the malevolent spirit that had possessed him, sending it flying with a single blow. A thunderous explosion resounded as Douglas was nearly cleaved in two. With a horrified scream, blood poured from his body, bones shattered, and he was sent hurtling backward for 7 meters, crashing heavily into a corner of the arena, blood mingled with internal organs spilling from his mouth. Silence enveloped the arena. Countless astonished gazes converged upon the solitary figure standing with the blade raised, their shock palpable. In the center of the arena, Fang Xian stood bloodied, his hair disheveled, with a wild glint in his deep-set eyes, while his long blade dripped with crimson. Fang Xian had triumphed, after what felt like an eternity. A piercing scream of astonishment shattered the stillness. Following this, an uproar of excitement and cheers erupted like a tidal wave, reverberating throughout the Heaven Do Academy. Heavens! Fang Xian had actually defeated Douglas. It was inconceivable. How had he achieved this? A miracle. I have witnessed the birth of a miracle. The crowd was electrified with joy, all invigorated. Fang Xian, a mere 3-ringed soul master, had astonishingly overcome the 4-ringed soul ancestor Douglas, a feat that seemed utterly impossible. Everyone had assumed Douglas would undoubtedly claim victory in this match. Yet now, with one decisive strike, Fang Xian had reversed the tide of battle, seizing the championship of this year's genius competition with unwavering resolve. Marvelous. Absolutely marvelous. Ha ha. Emperor Shui was filled with delight, gazing at Fang Xian on the arena, his eyes brimming with admiration and appreciation, bursting into laughter. Fang Xian's stunning performance against the seemingly invincible Douglas showcased his extraordinary combat prowess and remarkable talent, winning the admiration of all present, altering many perceptions and prejudices in silence. The once deemed useless prince had, unbeknownst to all, transformed into the finest genius of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, without a doubt. In that moment of triumph over Douglas, Fang Xian stood as the strongest. Yu Tianheng, Xu Zhongtian, and Duge Yin found themselves no longer worthy of comparison. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Fang Xian had truly defeated Douglas. The praise from Ning Fengziji, the master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, carried significant weight. A smile graced his gentle face, expressing his admiration for Fang Xian. Though Fang Xian was an illegitimate child, lacking the qualifications to inherit the throne, his strength and talent were undeniable. If he could be recruited into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he could protect his daughter Ning Rongrong in the future. Ning Fengziji contemplated the immense potential Fang Xian possessed, wishing to invite him into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School to safeguard his daughter. Just as he and the Douluo, Douluo had done, such naturally gifted support soul masters required a powerful battle soul master for protection. The formidable supportive nature of their Seven Treasure Glazed Tower martial soul could only be fully manifested through a strong, offensive soul master. After Fang Xian's battle with Douglas, Ning Fengziji held immense admiration for him, resolved to spare no effort in inviting him to join the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. How absurd! Douglas, this useless individual, had been defeated by Fang Xian. Qian Rinxue gazed at the battered Douglas lying on the arena, her expression shifting between anger and disappointment, silently cursing him for ruining the meticulously crafted plan she had devised, her frustration mounting. Meanwhile, many instructors below were engaged in animated discussions. Fang Xian had won. My student has become the champion. The sudden happiness left teacher Rulin dazed, struggling to process that as a low-ranked teacher, she had produced a champion genius, filling her with astonishment and joy. Congratulations, teacher Rulin, for nurturing such an outstanding student. Qin Ming smiled slightly, sincerely congratulating Rulin. The students were filled with awe. Their reactions to Fang Xian's victory varied. Wow, unbelievable. Fang Xian is so strong. He even defeated Douglas. Duge Yin exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. Fang Xian, how could you be this powerful? Yu Tianheng stared at Fang Xian on the arena, a wave of frustration washing over him as he clenched his fists tightly. This bad guy has grown stronger again. Yi Lingling pouted, her cherubic cheeks displaying surprise as she twirled her fingers mischievously. On the arena, Fang Xian took a deep breath, the murmurs around him filtering into his ears. Yet he remained unaffected, his expression tranquil and composed. Referee, it's time to announce the result of the match. ISNT it? Calmly sheathing his blade, Fang Xian cast an inquiring glance at the referee, Meng Xinji. Ah yes, the referee, Meng Xinji, momentarily stunned, finally snapped back to reality from the overwhelming shock, revealing a look of delight as he opened his mouth to announce Fang Xian's victory. Just then, Douglas, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly struggled to lift his head, directing a twisted expression of hatred and madness towards Fang Xian. A white jade vial materialized in Douglas's hand as he swiftly removed the cork, pouring a crimson fruit into his mouth. Boom! Surging energy ravaged within his body. Douglas's injuries healed instantaneously, his aura swelling to an even more terrifying level than before. Fang Xian, I will make you pay. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very air around. I humbly request your generous support. My heartfelt gratitude goes to every reader who has shown their encouragement. The 5th update has been completed, and I implore you to cast your votes for recommendation. Just moments ago, I checked the standings on the data network, and we are currently ranked 4th, precariously positioned at the threshold between advancement and elimination. There are quite a few prominent figures in this round of recommendations, and I find myself trembling in trepidation. It remains uncertain whether we can advance. Securing a place in the top 3 would certainly bolster our position. Thus, I appreciate everyone's support and kindly ask for additional votes. For those who have yet to add to their collections, I would be grateful if you could do so to improve our ranking. As for tomorrow's update, should the recommendations and collections be satisfactory, I will guarantee an update of approximately 8,000 words. Achieving a 10,000-word update is somewhat challenging. As many may not realize, I am concurrently managing another work that requires 4,000 words daily for full attendance. This book demands 10,000 words, while the other necessitates 4,000, summing up to a total of 14,000 words in a single day. I was writing until after 2 in the morning yesterday, and I have spent today tirelessly at the computer. Soon, I must also write 4,000 words for the other book, leaving me somewhat dizzy from exhaustion. Such is the arduous nature of my life. Thus, I shall do my utmost and leave the rest to fate. Thank you all. Chapter 70, The Evil Spirit Flower and Celestial Herbal Medicine. First update. Seeking recommendations and collections. What is happening? The sudden anomaly left everyone perplexed. Douglas, who had previously been defeated by Fang Xian and lay on the ground in a half-dead state, abruptly rose, exuding an overwhelming aura of dark energy, even more fearsome than before. Many were confused, unaware of the unfolding events. This is bad. Douglas has consumed some sort of power-enhancing elixir, Ning Fengji exclaimed in alarm. Hastily addressing the Snow Knight Emperor, Your Majesty, we must immediately halt the competition. Otherwise, Fang Xian's life may be in jeopardy. Observing the frenzied Douglas, who resembled a beast, the Snow Knight Emperor furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous turn of events, and solemnly commanded, Douglas, cease at once. Your Majesty, if I recall correctly, there seems to be no rule against the use of potions in this competition. Douglas grinned, his handsome face radiating a sinister charm. The crowd fell silent. In the genius battles, there are indeed no rules. Any means necessary is permitted as long as one can defeat their opponent. This freedom is intended to test the comprehensive qualities of the participants and to prevent the emergence of many sheltered flowers. Now, with this rule serving as a shield, Douglas brazenly consumed the evil spirit flower's fruit. Although this is clearly a cheating act, many found it difficult to judge Douglas's actions as a violation. Even the Snow Knight Emperor and the Dream God Machine fell into silence. The soul power is surging forth endlessly. Douglas laughed maniacally, his dark energy swelling, as he ingested the evil spirit flower, instantly healing his wounds and dramatically increasing his soul power by 2 levels, directly reaching level 43, rendering him even more formidable than before. This is serious. Douglas's aura has become terrifying, indicating a significant enhancement from the potion. Qin Ming frowned and stated gravely, This is disastrous. Fang Xian's situation is perilous. What should we do? Teacher Rulon's fair face displayed a hint of anxiety, her heart racing. How despicable. This fiend has resorted to drugs. Yu Qianheng, De Vian, Yi Lingling, and the other students expressed their outrage, deeply dissatisfied with Douglas's use of potions. Just as Fang Xian was on the verge of victory, Douglas had seemingly resurrected, placing Fang Xian in a precarious position. Although he could self-heal and mend his injuries, his soul power and stamina could not be replenished in time. Now, utterly exhausted and drained, how could Fang Xian stand against the newly empowered Douglas? It appears that Fang Xian has ultimately failed to create a miracle. The crowd sighed in regret. On the arena, with a sly smile, Fang Xian narrowed his eyes, gazing at Douglas with a mix of amusement and menace, and calmly stated, Very well. Since you have taken the potion, let us see whose elixir reigns supreme. You speak boldly. What I have consumed is a top-tier elixir known as the Evil Spirit Flower fruit, second only in quality to celestial-grade potions. Douglas crossed his arms, regarding Fang Xian with disdain, sneering. Do you possess the legendary celestial-grade herbs? Congratulations, you are correct. I do possess celestial-grade herbs. Fang Xian revealed his right hand, and a magnificent chrysanthemum materialized before him. This was a resplendent purple chrysanthemum, its petals appearing somewhat fluffy and exceedingly charming, with a golden center towering over the petals by more than half a foot. The entire flower exuded an aura of brilliance, instantly capturing the attention of all present. What is this? The crowd gasped, their throats tightening in shock. A genuine celestial-grade herb. This grand purple chrysanthemum is none other than the celestial herb, Qirong Tongtianju. It truly is celestial-grade. How is it possible for you to possess such a herb? Upon witnessing Fang Xian produce the celestial-grade herb, Douglas was momentarily frozen in place, his expression darkening, and his lips twitching uncontrollably. He had just claimed Fang Xian could not possibly possess celestial-grade herbs, only to be soundly contradicted. Qirong Tongtianju, a neutral celestial-grade herb that fortifies one's vitality and bloodlines, capable of cultivating an indestructible physique. After careful contemplation, Fang Xian deemed this celestial-grade herb most suitable for himself. Without further ado, he directly consumed the Qirong Tongtianju, swallowing it whole without chewing. Boom! In the next moment, the searing potency erupted within him like a volcanic eruption, nourishing his depleted soul power and invigorating his entire being. Fang Xian could not help but let out a triumphant roar, his body transforming into a blazing furnace. The blood within his veins boiling, and the soul power in his dantian surging wildly, dramatically increasing his strength. 38, 39, 40. Boom! Fang Xian's withered soul power instantly revitalized, breaking through barriers and expanding wildly, soaring 3 levels to reach level 40. Feeling the turbulent soul power within, he clenched his fist tightly, his face alight with exhilaration. At this moment, he felt unprecedentedly powerful. Perhaps due to previously consuming various celestial-grade herbs, he developed a certain resistance, causing this time's effect to be less overwhelming, elevating him by only 3 levels. However, this was more than sufficient. Gazing at Douglas, Fang Xian brimming with confidence, prepared to defeat him. Damn it! Fang Xian, I will see you dead. Douglas's eyes burned with fury, his face contorted, as he transformed into a monstrous entity, charging at Fang Xian with reckless abandon. Light S-blade technique, judgment of sorrow. Fang Xian's gaze hardened, calmly raising his blade to meet the malevolent form of Douglas. The 6-winged angel spirit inherently counters evil, amplifying his attack power. In this crucial moment, Fang Xian opted for the sacred attribute blade technique to confront Douglas. Swish! A golden streak of light sliced through the azure sky, gentle yet laced with lethal intent, cutting through Douglas with the speed of lightning. Clang! Fang Xian calmly sheathed his blade as a bloodied head rolled to his feet. The scene before him was nothing short of a mesmerizing showcase of swordsmanship, leaving the audience in stunned silence. Amidst the anticipation, he humbly sought support through collections and recommendations. Thank you to every reader for your unwavering support. Currently, we rank 4th in recommendations, only a few dozen collections shy of 3rd place. Let us strive to push forward and aim for the top 3. By the way, for those reading, you can easily add me to your collections on the website without registration or downloading an app. Chapter 71, Champion. This moment of astonishing skill dazzled everyone present, plunging the central square into an extended silence. Fang Xian had triumphed. After what felt like an eternity, a voice filled with disbelief broke the stillness, igniting the crowd into a frenzy of cheers and shouts, overwhelming Fang Xian in a wave of elation. With a sigh of relief, Fang Xian smiled. He had won, finally. It had not been an easy journey. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Congratulations. You have slain a soul sect member. Reward: 1,000 blade draws, 1,000 soul power." Stunned at the unexpected bounty following his victory over Douglas, he reveled in the realization that killing a soul sect member yielded tenfold the rewards compared to a soul master. The rewards appeared to increase with the opponent's rank, leaving him to wonder the magnitude of rewards for defeating a soul king, soul emperor, or even a title Douluo. The thought sent waves of excitement through him, eclipsing even his championship victory. The strongest blade draw system, host, Fang Xian. Level, 40, title, Soul Master, Soul Power, 10003000, weapon, Shadowless Blade, proficiency, minor blade draw technique, 11200, mindset comprehension, blade intent, divine gifted blade, 0, martial soul, 6-winged angel soul, intermediate 0200, ice phoenix soul, intermediate 82200, 9-heart begonia soul, beginner 83100, talent, judgment of sorrow, dance of light snow, healing blade, blade techniques, storm slash, enhanced blade draw, power increased by 30, swallow return, high-speed blade draw, speed increased by 30, available blade draws, 1,000. Fang Xian focused his mind, reviewing his personal information. His level had soared to 40, granting him an additional 1,000 blade draws and ample resources for expenditure, just 1 level shy of becoming a 41st level soul master. However, with the rise in rank came an equally steep requirement for soul power, demanding 3,000 points to advance, a slow accumulation rather than an overnight achievement. The crowd was abuzz with excitement following Fang Xian's victory over Douglas, a dramatic upset that invigorated everyone. Bravo! Bravo! Emperor Shuye clapped in delight, his gaze towards Fang Xian brimming with joy. Who could have imagined that the once inconspicuous Fang Xian could so decisively fell Douglas, claiming victory in such a commanding manner? Remarkable, truly remarkable. Fang Xian had outshone even Douglas, and it seemed few among the younger generation could rival his prowess. Ning Fengji watched with admiration, fixated on Fang Xian, contemplating how to invite him to the Seven Treasures glazed tile school for the protection of his daughter, Rong. Damn it, Douglas the fool. Not only failed to eliminate Fang Xian, but was instead slain by him. Qian Rinxue's expression fluctuated, her icy gaze locked onto Fang Xian, her resentment growing with each display of his talent. Unbelievable. Fang Xian had indeed emerged victorious. Teacher Rulon marveled. Seems the number one in Tiando is none other than Fang Xian. Qin Ming remarked in astonishment. It was unfathomable that just a short while ago, a previously unnoticed waste of a prince could now vanquish a host of young talents to seize the championship title. Humph, that despicable villain just defeated Douglas. What's so impressive about that? Dugu Yin scoffed, unable to conceal her displeasure towards both Douglas and Fang Xian, feeling dissatisfied no matter who claimed the victory. Why couldn't they both perish in the arena? She muttered. Yin, what mischief are you concocting this time? Yi Lingling teased, noticing the sly smile on her companion's face and playfully pinching her cheek. Fang Xian's rival, Yu Qianheng, wore a complex expression, fixated on Fang Xian, his eyes igniting with fierce determination, only to be extinguished moments later. He sighed deeply, realizing he could no longer compete with Fang Xian. Within the entirety of Tiando Academy, no one could match his strength. At that moment, Fang Xian had undoubtedly become the pinnacle of the Tiando Royal Academy. Fang Xian, I will train relentlessly. If I cannot become a soul master, I shall ascend to a soul king, then a soul emperor, and eventually a title Douluo, until I surpass you. Yu Tianheng vowed fiercely, clenching his fists in resolute determination. Judges, you may now announce the results of the match. I believe there will be no further interruptions. Fang Xian stood calmly on the stage, gazing at the bewildered Meng Xinji. While he was indifferent to the title of champion, the prize of a 10,000-year soul bone was something he greatly coveted. Soul bones. These coveted treasures were the dreams of countless soul masters, similar to soul rings. Soul bones were derived from soul beasts, but their appearance rate was a mere 1 in 1,000, if not lower. Consequently, they were exceedingly rare and precious, even coveted by title-level powerhouses. A common soul bone could fetch several million or even tens of millions of gold soul coins on the market, and yet remain unattainable. I wonder if soul bones will enhance my martial soul proficiency, Fang Xian mused with anticipation. Coughing, the dream machine, with its aged visage, awakened from the immense shock, revealing a radiant smile as it proclaimed, I hereby declare that the champion of this genius battle is Fang Xian. Fang Xian. Fang Xian. In the next moment, an overwhelming tide of cheers and applause surged from all directions, completely engulfing Fang Xian as the entirety of the Tiando Academy erupted in excitement. Is this the feeling of being a champion? It seems rather ordinary. Standing in the center of the arena, Fang Xian gazed down at the fervent faces below, listening to the jarring applause resembling firecrackers, and felt quite satisfied with himself. At that moment, an incongruous cold shout suddenly pierced the air. Wait! During the trial period, I implore you to collect, recommend, and tip, preferably on the starting point. Thank you for the support of every reader. 2 more updates will be released tonight. Chapter 72. Seeking an Explanation, 3rd Update. Requesting collection and recommendation. A chilling shout abruptly shattered the joyful atmosphere. What is happening? Who is it? The crowd momentarily froze, uncertain of the sudden disturbance. Fang Xian furrowed his brow, following the source of the voice, and beheld a red-robed elder in his 50s in the VIP section, with bloodshot eyes and a face full of fury, glaring at him with murderous intent. Little beast, I will slay you. The elder's appearance was somewhat grotesque, adorned with 7 brilliant soul rings that glimmered ominously. The terrifying aura of a soul sage erupted forth. In the next moment, he roared and propelled himself forward, an overwhelming force tearing through the air as he charged toward Fang Xian with murderous intent. 7-ring soul sage. Fang Xian's heart trembled, feeling as though he were being targeted by a primordial beast, a chill running down his spine. In full view of the crowd, the red-robed elder, infused with boundless malice, swiftly ascended the arena, his right fist trembling the very air as it descended toward Fang Xian's head with tremendous force. Impudent! Audacious! How dare you! At this critical juncture, Meng Xinji, Bai Baoshan, and Ji Lin simultaneously roared. The three-soul Douluo stationed at Tiando rose in unison, working together to suppress the red-robed elder. Regaining consciousness from the terror of death, Fang Xian found his clothes already drenched in cold sweat. In that fleeting moment, confronted with the chilling aura of a soul sage, he felt utterly immobilized, unable to move. Weak. I'm so weak. Fang Xian clenched his fists in anger. In that instant, the pride and exhilaration he felt from defeating Douglas vanished without a trace. No matter how he excelled among the younger generation in the vast Douluo continent, a soul master or soul sect was merely a trivial existence, hardly worth mentioning. Now, a mere second-rate sect or a small kingdom could dispatch a seasoned expert to quietly erase him from existence. Fang Xian's current worth was seen as potential for the future. Yet this was predicated on his ability to grow unimpeded. He did not have a title Douluo to safeguard him. He was utterly alone. A cold gaze fell upon the face filled with resentment, and a glimmer of murder flickered in Fang Xian's eyes. The red-robed elder had already been subdued by Meng Xinji and the others, yet he continued to glare at Fang Xian with unrelenting malice, which left Fang Xian feeling uneasy. Simultaneously, he harbored some doubts. What could have caused this old sage to suddenly turn against him? Damn it! Release me! Is the Tiando Empire going to oppress us with power? The red-robed elder struggled fiercely, casting an enraged glance at the Snow Knight Emperor seated on the throne. Your Majesty, Douglas was the prince of our Balak kingdom, and now he's been unjustly harmed and died at Tiando Academy. You must provide an explanation. Upon hearing this, the crowd instantly understood. The red-robed elder was from the Balak kingdom, seeking vengeance for the deceased Douglas, which prompted his sudden attack on Fang Xian. So that is the case. Fang Xian's gaze turned icy as he coldly regarded the red-robed elder. During the match, Douglas had made multiple attempts to eliminate him, which many had witnessed. However, Douglas's attempts to kill Fang Xian had failed, and he was instead slain by Fang Xian. The audacity of this old man to accuse him first and brazenly attack him was truly shameless. Fang Xian felt a surge of anger. He held no guilt or regret for slaying Douglas, as that man had brought his demise upon himself. From the very moment he stepped onto the stage, he had sensed Douglas's murderous intent and would not hold back. Kill to stop the killing. This had always been Fang Xian's guiding principle. Alas, another troublesome matter. The Snow Knight Emperor furrowed his brow, clearly unable to contemplate the issue as simplistically as Fang Xian did. After all, a prince of a kingdom had perished within the Tiando Empire. Although Snow Knight feared no Balak kingdom, it was inevitable that it would invite considerable criticism and trouble, potentially even animosity from Balak kingdom. This situation needed to be avoided at all costs. Your Highness, the unfortunate death of our prince is merely an accident, unforeseen by anyone. Snow Knight Emperor waved his hand, signaling Meng Xinji and the others to release the red-robed elder, calmly stating, "Very well, if you have any demands, feel free to express them. I will do my best to accommodate your request as compensation." Compensation? Excellent. I hope your Majesty keeps your word. I have only one request. The red-robed soul sage Blakes sneered, pointing at Fang Xian. Let Fang Xian accompany our prince in death. What? Let Fang Xian accompany him in death. The crowd exchanged glances, their expressions filled with shock. Who in Tiando City did not know that Fang Xian was the son of the Snow Knight Emperor? Although he was originally a trivial, illegitimate child, Fang Xian's astonishing potential had greatly pleased the emperor, who now regarded him with utmost importance. Yet now, this soul sage from Balak Kingdom audaciously demanded Fang Xian's life as retribution. It was utterly unreasonable. Douglas's death during the match was entirely an accident. In a fierce battle where both sides exerted their full strength, injuries or fatalities were entirely normal. Your prince was merely knocked down and still had a life left. Yet he chose to take drugs, which he could not withstand against Fang Xian, and was ultimately slain. Who could be blamed for that? Furthermore, when Douglas had the upper hand and was about to kill Fang Xian, you did not come forth to intervene. Many could not help but voice their disdain, casting scornful glances at Blakes. Fang Xian coldly snorted, raising an eyebrow, his expression utterly calm, Too lazy to utter another word, he merely stood silently, awaiting the Snow Knight Emperor's final decision. His current demeanor had already captured the Emperor's attention. As long as the Emperor's head was not filled with foolishness, he would not demand Fang Xian's life for someone who had already perished. After all, in the eyes of the Emperor, interests were paramount. At that moment, Fang Xian had already demonstrated sufficient value. Just as he had anticipated, upon hearing Blake's demand, the Snow Knight Emperor's face darkened, and he decisively rejected. Impossible. Fang Xian is the most outstanding talent of my Tiando Academy. From this moment on, I will absolutely not permit any harm to come to him. Otherwise, I will hold Balak Kingdom accountable for it. This was a blatant warning. At this moment, the Snow Knight Emperor finally revealed the noble aura of the ruler of the Tiando Empire, exuding an unmatched dominance as he coldly regarded Blake's. Rao, a formidable soul sage, found himself somewhat overwhelmed in the presence of an emperor of a vast empire. A chill crept into Blake's heart, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. As the competition unfolded, he humbly sought support and appreciation from readers. He expressed gratitude for every book friend's encouragement. Noting the completion of the third update with more to come, exhausted from days of writing, he requested votes and collections, his fatigue evident. In Chapter 73, titled 50,000 Years of Soul Bone, Blake, gritting his teeth, insisted on retribution. The Snow Knight Emperor, visibly annoyed, considered the audacity of a mere soul sage daring to challenge him. With a single command, he could erase Blake from existence. However, in a public setting with many witnesses and the death of a prince, the Emperor found himself in a precarious position. Patiently, the Snow Knight Emperor proposed a resolution. He would overlook Blake's assault on the prince, allowing him to escort Douglas's remains back home while compensating them with 5 million gold soul coins, thereby concluding the matter. His tone shifted, heavy with veiled threats, making it clear that further defiance would jeopardize Blake's life. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Blake's expression was a tempest of emotions. Despite his dissatisfaction, he had no choice but to comply with the Emperor's warning. Disagreeing would likely mean his demise. "Excellent." The Snow Knight Emperor nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. It appeared the situation was finally resolved, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. 5 million gold soul coins. Upon hearing this staggering sum, Fang Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "Wait, I have objections." The crowd fell into stunned silence, exchanging glances. The Emperor had gone to great lengths to placate Fang Xian, yet he was now stirring trouble. Fang Xian had intended to remain a quiet, handsome figure, but the sheer magnitude of the sum overwhelmed him. "Isn't 5 million a bit excessive? Perhaps we could reduce it," he suggested with an innocent smile, glancing at Blake. The crowd was rendered speechless. "Brother, you just won the championship. Must you engage in such undignified behavior?" Many were incredulous that Fang Xian was lamenting over money. After all, a life had been lost. What need was there for such a sum? "Brother, if you have excess funds, share some with me." Fang Xian silently cursed, contemplating his desire for a good sword from the old madman, which required funds. "Fang Xian, be silent." The Snow Knight Emperor's countenance darkened as he swiftly silenced his son, nearly thwarting the progress he had made with Blake. Blake's expression soured as he inwardly cursed Fang Xian. He hastily gathered Douglas's remains and departed the arena, casting a cold glance at Fang Xian as he left. Regardless, this matter had reached its conclusion. The genius battle concluded beautifully, leading to the award ceremony. Due to Fang Xian's victory, the Snow Knight Emperor was particularly pleased, bestowing titles of Viscount upon the top 10 competitors. Fang Xian, the champion, ascended from commoner to a noble count, eliciting envy from many. However, in the Douluo continent, such titles held little practical value. Monetary rewards would have been more beneficial. Soul Bone, Soul Bone. Fang Xian approached the stage, anticipation etched on his face as he awaited the champion's prize. He had heard whispers that the champion's reward was a fire attribute soul bone from millennium past. Each individual could possess 6 soul bones, each piece being immensely precious. Having never owned a single soul bone, Fang Xian felt a heightened eagerness for the imperial reward. What part will it be? He pondered quietly, brimming with expectation. Fang Xian, congratulations on your victory. Here is your prize. The Snow Knight Emperor approached with a warm smile. patting Fang Xian's shoulder before revealing a lush green soul bone that radiated a brilliant emerald glow. The moment the soul bone appeared, it captivated the entire audience, their throats tightening in awe as their gazes grew fervent, even drawing envy from the three soul Douluo present. What is this? Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback as he swiftly accepted the soul bone from the Snow Knight Emperor, scrutinizing it closely. Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a fire tribute, soul bone? The energy emanating from the bone was unmistakably not fire attribute. It was, in fact, a plant-type soul bone. Could have been swapped. He harbored serious doubts regarding the integrity of his prize, suspecting foul play. Indeed, this is not the original fire attribute soul bone. The Snow Knight Emperor smiled subtly, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes as he leaned closer to whisper in Fang Xian's ear. This is a plant-type soul bone from 50,000 years ago. 50,000 years! Fang Xian's eyes widened in astonishment, a surge of joy flooding his heart. No wonder the verdant soul bone radiated such powerful energy. It was in fact a treasure from 50,000 years past. How could this be? Wasn't it supposed to be a millennium soul bone? How did it transform into one from 50,000 years? Fang Xian felt perplexed, but, upon meeting the gentle, friendly gaze of the Snow Knight Emperor and reflecting further, he soon comprehended the situation. The Snow Knight Emperor intended to win hearts with this 50,000-year soul bone, compensating for past grievances to ensure Fang Xian's unwavering loyalty to the Tiando Empire. Truly, a remarkable emperor, exhibiting wisdom and ambition. Using a 50,000-year soul bone to win favor was a feat beyond the reach of most, as such a treasure was immensely rare. If one were to surface in the world, countless titled Douluo would vie for possession. Now, the Snow Knight Emperor had bestowed this extraordinary prize upon Fang Xian. This subtle yet profound shift in dynamics left Fang Xian in admiration of the Emperor's cunning and strategy. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, receiving a precious 50,000-year soul bone without cause filled Fang Xian with immense joy and surprise. Fang Xian, this soul bone is far too precious. During this time, do not wander. Stay at the Tiando Academy and fully absorb it, the Snow Knight Emperor advised earnestly. Understood. Fang Xian nodded solemnly, securing the soul bone. Thus, the genius battle concluded splendidly. Exhausted yet triumphant, I have finally completed the 4th chapter, totaling 8,000 words. This endeavor has reached its conclusion. I humbly request your support through collections and recommendations. As it stands, we are currently ranked 4th in the recommendation standings, just 20 collections shy of 3rd place. However, we have over 100 more recommendation votes than them. Let us rally together, casting additional votes and gathering more collections. For our advancement or elimination hinges on these next few days. Regarding tomorrow's update, should the recommendations and collections prove substantial, I shall deliver another 8,000 words. I shall do my utmost and leave the rest to fate. My sincerest gratitude to all. Chapter 74, The Bloodthirsty Devouring Left Arm Bone. First update. Seeking collections and recommendations, this soul bone, known as the Bloodthirsty Devouring Left Arm Bone, originates from a carnivorous flower that has existed for 50,000 years. Though it belongs to the plant category, it possesses a formidable and tyrannical nature, imbued with immense offensive and destructive power. A soul master can absorb 6 soul bones: the left arm bone, left leg bone, right arm bone, right leg bone, skull, and torso bone. Among these, the torso bone provides the greatest overall enhancement, followed by the skull, then the left and right arm bones, and finally the left and right leg bones. Each bone's effects vary depending on its location. Typically, the skull originates from psychic soul beasts, enhancing the soul master's mental strength. Arm bones derive from strength and assault-type soul beasts, significantly augmenting the soul master's power. And leg bones come from speed-type soul beasts, boosting the soul master's speed. The most potent is the torso bone, which enhances the soul master's comprehensive attributes. The bloodthirsty, devouring left arm bone, despite its plant origin, evidently serves to enhance offensive capability and power. Sitting cross-legged upon his bed, Fang Xian gazed intently at the green soul bone, wreathed in a crimson aura of slaughter, and furrowed his brow in mild regret. A left arm bone, is it? If only it were a right arm bone. He had always wielded his blade with his right hand. Had this been a right arm bone, its absorption would undoubtedly have doubled his right hand strength. significantly amplifying the prowess of his sword techniques. Alas, it was a left arm bone, which would surely delight any left-handed soul master that might possess it. After venting his frustrations, he chastised himself for his greed. Having acquired a 50,000-year-old soul bone, he found himself unsatisfied and craving a specific location, which indeed was somewhat avaricious. What sort of enhancement will the bloodthirsty, devouring left arm bone bestow upon me? A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Fang Xian's eyes as he eagerly commenced the absorption of the soul bone. With his left hand hovering above the bloodthirsty, devouring left arm bone, golden soul power surged forth, drawing the bone to merge with his arm. The moment the soul bone fused with his left arm, Fang Xian's body quaked, his left hand feeling as if it had plunged into a furnace, unbearably hot, with his blood beginning to boil. Slaughter, fury, bloodshed, three sinister auras violently converge upon him, perhaps due to the carnivorous flower's essence, which brimmed with bloodlust and malice. This soul bone radiated an overwhelming malevolence, fiercely resisting its host, making absorption exceedingly arduous. Subsequently, Fang Xian gritted his teeth, focused his mind, and began the arduous process of refining these wicked auras, embarking on a lengthy journey of absorbing the soul bone. 7 days later, in the courtyard, a youth clad in black stood beneath an ancient tree, his hair flowing and visage striking, his features honed as if sculpted from gravel, sharp and compelling. Devour. He lifted his left hand, a mysterious black gas emanating from his palm, infused with an aura of destruction. With a single strike upon the ancient tree, a resounding crack echoed as the trunk, as thick as an adult's waist, shattered under his blow. What tremendous power! His eyes gleamed with realization as he nodded approvingly, immensely satisfied with the newly acquired skill. This youth, of course, was Fang Xian. After dedicating several days, he had finally fully absorbed the bloodthirsty, devouring left arm bone and gained the accompanying soul skill. Devour. Devour. Releases devouring energy, capable of consuming and refining all things. This formidable soul skill had significantly boosted the strength of his left hand, surpassing even that of his right hand, which wielded the blade. To waste such a powerful arm in a supportive role would be a grave oversight. Might he consider training his left hand for swordsmanship instead? Fang Xian pondered this notion seriously, ultimately birthing an exciting idea: dual wielding. With his left hand now strengthened and possessing a wealth of sword techniques, it would indeed be prudent to explore the art of dual wielding. Just imagine if he wielded the frost blade in his left hand and the flame blade in his right, combining ice and fire in battle. His combat prowess would surely soar to new heights. This was indeed a splendid notion. Rubbing his chin, a radiant smile illuminated Fang Xian's handsome face as he mused. If I am to practice left-handed swordsmanship, I must first procure a suitable blade. He resolved to visit the old madman and seek out an exceptional sword. Ding dong. Congratulations on reaching level 41. Reward: God-given sword X1. This soul bone not only augmented Fang Xian's power, but also the immense soul energy contained within propelled him past the barriers of the soul master rank, attaining the 41st level. To his surprise, the system's prompt soon echoed in his mind. Congratulations. Absorption of the bloodthirsty, devouring left arm bone successful. The 9-heart C-Tang martial soul has advanced to intermediate level. Current attributes: 9-heart C-Tang soul, intermediate 80200, talent blade drawing technique. Healing blade has upgraded to healing light. Healing light. Healing effects enhanced by 30. Significantly accelerating injury recovery. What a delightful surprise. Fang Xian was taken aback, realizing that with the absorption of this left arm bone, the proficiency of the 9-heart C-Tang martial soul had also surged to intermediate level, advancing the healing blade to healing light, greatly enhancing both speed and effectiveness of healing. It must be due to the plant nature of the soul bone that it could enhance the similarly botanical 9-heart C-Tang. Fang Xian speculated. It appears that not only soul rings can elevate the proficiency of martial souls, but soul bones of the same attribute can do so as well. Next, Fang Xian steadied his mind, brimming with anticipation as he examined his current basic attributes. The Supreme Blade Drawing System. Host: Fang Xian. Level: 41. Title: Soul Master. Soul Power: 05000. Weapon: Shadowless Blade. Proficiency: Minor blade drawing technique, 11200. Mental insight, blade intent, God-given sword. 1. Martial souls, 6-winged angel soul, intermediate 0200. Ice phoenix soul, intermediate 82200. 9-heart sea tang soul, intermediate 80200. Talents, judgment sorrow, dance of snowflakes, healing light. Sword techniques, storm slash, ultra strong blade drawing. Blade drawing power enhanced by 30. Swallow's return, ultra fast blade drawing speed enhanced by 30. Usable blade drawing attempts, 1000. His strength had surged. Fang Xian gazed at the skyrocketing attributes, filled with exhilaration. Unbeknownst to him, the once inconspicuous youth, devoid of possessions, was steadily ascending towards the pinnacle of the Douluo continent. One step at a time. Thank you to every reader for your unwavering support. The past few days of intense writing have left me exhausted, with a heavy head and aching body. Today, I promise at least 3 updates, and I shall attempt to produce a 4th if time permits. Chapter 75, The Journey of Enhancement, 2nd update. Seeking collections and recommendations. Currently, Fang Xian has 1,000 opportunities to draw his sword. After a brief contemplation, he accessed the main interface of the system. 1. Personal information. 2. Store 3. Lottery 4. Enhancement Furnace 5. Bag. Ultimately, Fang Xian chose the 4th option, the Enhancement Furnace. Eager to explore its capabilities. Since the system upgrade, he had yet to utilize this furnace. With some spare sword drawing opportunities at hand, he opted to enhance his weapon instead of drawing more lottery tickets. Upon entering the enhancement system, an ancient and weathered furnace materialized before him, accompanied by a slender white blade, the shadowless blade. The weapon floated silently beside the furnace, its basic attributes displayed automatically. Shadowless blade, level, rare, power, 35, speed, 72, enhancement, none, special attributes, none, overall evaluation, invisible and intangible, swift as a specter. Though slightly lacking in power, a blade is swift as lightning. Note, the standard attributes for ordinary weapons are around 10 points. The shadowless blade, slender and sharp, is a weapon primarily focused on speed. With a thought, the blade floated above the enhancement furnace, embarking on its initial journey of enhancement. According to the furnace's description, for enhancements below level 10, each enhancement requires only 100 sword drawing opportunities. However, exceeding level 10 would result in a staggering increase to 1,000 opportunities per enhancement, with costs escalating dramatically as enhancement levels rise. Most importantly, if a weapon exceeds level 10 and the enhancement fails, it will shatter completely. This was disheartening. After all the effort put into acquiring a fine blade, to have it destroyed was unacceptable. Nevertheless, enhancements beyond level 10 promise significant attribute boosts and may even randomly grant a precious attribute, making the endeavor worthwhile. Let us aim for level 10. Fang Xian thought gleefully, knowing he had 1,000 sword drawing opportunities, perfect for enhancing 10 times. If he succeeded each time, he would ascend to level 10. However, while the dream was beautiful, reality proved harsh. 10 minutes later, Fang Xian lay sprawled on his bed, feeling utterly drained. 5 consecutive failures left him despondent. Oh, my heart aches, he lamented, clutching his chest. How could this be? I've faced dungeons that were less punishing, he exclaimed, wondering if the curse of the twisted vine had doubled in this new world. Seeking solace, he found none. Without instant noodles in Douluo continent, he was only further agitated. Damn it, I refuse to believe this, he declared, pounding his fist against the wall. Determined to press on, he resolved to continue enhancing, curious about just how many consecutive failures this flawed enhancement system could deliver. 5 failures were nothing to fear. The enhancement furnace began to tremble violently, emitting a chilling mechanical sound. Congratulations, Shadowless Blade, level 1 success. Power, 36, 1. Speed, 73, 1. Hooray. Fang Xian finally sighed in relief. It was a success. The level 1 enhancement offered minimal attribute improvements, merely 1 additional point. It was a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he continued enhancing. Congratulations, Shadowless Blade, level 2 success. Continue. Congratulations, Shadowless Blade, level 3 success. Once more. Congratulations, Shadowless Blade, level 4 success. After a string of failures, he was now on a winning streak. This was what they called a turn of fortune. Let us go for one last enhancement. With determination, Feng Xian focused intently on the violently shaking furnace, silently urging, level up, level up, level up. Enhancement failed. Shadowless Blade dropped to level 3. Damn! His lips twitched in frustration as he cursed under his breath. Why does the enhancement level drop with failure? Is this some outdated version? Even the inferior potions don't drop below level 10. With a heavy heart, Feng Xian lamented, suspecting he might have acquired a subpar system. He silently vowed never to touch the enhancement furnace again unless he was financially secure. Having spent 1,000 sword drawing opportunities to barely reach level 3, wouldn't it be wiser to invest in a Millennium Soul Ring instead? After mentally cursing the enhancement furnace 100 times, he calmed himself enough to examine the enhanced Shadowless Blade's new attributes. Shadowless Blade, level, rare, power, 4510, speed, 8412, enhancement, special attributes, none, overall evaluation, invisible and intangible, swift as a specter. Though slightly lacking in power, a blade as swift as lightning. The weapon had gained approximately 10 additional points, which was acceptable, with an overall attribute increase of 22 points. The enhancement had proven satisfactory. 3 is simply a stepping stone. I shall gradually advance, and one day wield an 18-level Shadowless Blade, conquering all in Douluo continent. Feng Xian mused excitedly. Having completed the enhancement, he decided to visit the old madman, hoping to acquire another fine blade and utilize his free time to practice his left-handed swordsmanship. After all, having absorbed the soul bone, his left hand's strength far surpassed that of his right. Not honing his sword skills would be a waste. Furthermore, after numerous battles, particularly against Douglas, the Shadowless Blade had sustained damage and required maintenance. A fine blade necessitates regular care and upkeep. With this in mind, Feng Xian set off towards Heavendoe City. As nightfall descended, the city grew tranquil, shrouded in a mysterious veil. The ancient and dilapidated blacksmith shop remained at the end of the street, unchanged through the years, resembling an elderly figure on the verge of eternal slumber. Standing at the entrance, Feng Xian calmly surveyed the familiar surroundings, noticing no alterations. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent enveloped him, freezing him in place. His pupils dilated, and a chill ran down his spine. Could it be a title, Douluo? The third update is released at night. I am tirelessly typing away. Chapter 76, Night of Slaughter, Part 1. The air was thick with dread as Feng Xian, gripped by an overwhelming terror, sensed the monstrous aura of murderous intent enveloping him, causing his entire being to tremble involuntarily. This grotesquely potent malice was reminiscent of the presence he had once felt from Douluo, leaving a profound impact on him. In an instant, he recognized that this ominous energy was emanating from a title Douluo. What on earth is happening? How could a title Douluo appear here? His eyes darted forward, and a gray figure gradually materialized. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, adorned in a high-crowned robe and a flowing red cloak, radiated a terrifying aura akin to that of a primordial beast. A title Douluo. Undoubtedly a title Douluo. Feng Xian swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Under such an oppressive atmosphere, he dared not even draw a breath. Beside the red-robed elder stood a dozen young men in their 20s, all soul masters. Although their presence was not as formidable as that of the elder, they exuded considerable strength. A group of soul sect members. Feng Xian's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This entire assembly consisted of soul sect powerhouses, with 1 or 2 individuals radiating a presence far surpassing that of the average soul sect, likely having reached the realm of a 5-ring soul king. Truly, with a title Douluo leading them, even the foot soldiers were above the soul sect level. An almost terrifying display of strength. Surrounding the dilapidated blacksmith shop, the group led by the red-robed elder left no escape, not even for a fly. In the center of this encirclement, the old madman, with disheveled hair, remained engrossed in his forging, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was surrounded. Clang, clang, clang. The hammer struck the unshaped iron, sending forth brilliant sparks that illuminated the dim space. The clear sound of metal clashing cutting through the oppressive silence like a knife. What on earth is going on? Feng Xian clenched his teeth, feeling as though he had inadvertently stumbled into a den of wolves. He dare not make a sound, remaining frozen in place. An hour passed, then two, yet the assembled elite remained silent and motionless, as if waiting for something. Within the ancient blacksmith shop, only the old madman was devotedly crafting weapons. 3 hours elapsed, and as the clock struck midnight, the red-robed elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, casting a cold gaze upon the newly forged black blade in the old madman's hands. This blade is quite impressive. The old madman's wrinkled face broke into a pleased smile at the praise from a titled Douluo, tenderly caressing the jet-black blade that exuded a sharpness that was almost palpable. Indeed, this is the finest blade I have crafted over the years. It seems to have surpassed the ordinary renowned swords. Indeed, the smile on the old madman's face deepened, but it is still merely an ordinary item. The red-robed elder remarked coldly. The old madman fell silent. You don't truly believe you can forge a divine artifact, do you? The red-robed elder's piercing gaze met the old madman's, a hint of disdain curling his lips. We mere mortals, even if we devoted our entire lives to the task, could never hope to create a divine artifact that belongs solely to the gods of level 100 and above, the highest of weapons. Indeed, it has been a full decade since I last crafted a divine artifact. This blade is the best I have produced in the last 10 years. The old madman raised the inky black blade, proclaiming, This blade is named Black Blade, Waterbreaker. Black Blade, Waterbreaker. Fang Xian's heart raced. His eyes fixated on the black blade, a swell of excitement and longing surging within him. What a magnificent blade! As a swordsman, Fang Xian was intimately familiar with swords, and he recognized at a glance the incredible prowess of the black blade, Waterbreaker. In terms of quality, it even surpassed his own white blade, Shadowless. Little madman, your timing is unfortunate. Guests have arrived tonight. The old madman glanced up, casting a fleeting look at Fang Xian at the door. Yes, I believe so. I apologize for interrupting your reunion with old friends. Please continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Fang Xian smiled and waved goodbye, preparing to make a hasty exit. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, two shadowy figures darted forward, their movements swift as lightning, blocking Fang Xian's path. 4 vibrant soul rings, yellow and purple, manifested around the two men, radiating the overwhelming aura of the soul sect, pressing down on Fang Xian like a tempest. TCH, Fang Xian furrowed his brows, realizing that escape was no longer an option. He carefully assessed the 2 soul sect members before him, their soul power radiating with exceptional strength, likely above level 48. These individuals are all high-ranking soul sect members, with soul power surpassing even my own. Since you have arrived, do not attempt to leave. The red-robed elder's indifferent words sent a chill through Fang Xian, his expression darkening. He could scarcely comprehend his misfortune in encountering a titled Douluo the moment he stepped outside. Well, considering our decades-long friendship, I have patiently waited for you to complete this blade. I believe that is sufficient. The red-robed elder's gaze bore into the old madman as he spoke with a grave tone. I trust that this black blade, Waterbreaker, will be remembered throughout the ages as your legacy, as the blade Douluo. The old madman, his gray hair flowing, his eyes deep as the cosmos, responded, Then I shall rely on your good fortune, blood Douluo. As his words fell, the two men erupted with a force akin to 2 volcanoes, their soul power surging forth, the overwhelming murderous intent almost materializing, tearing apart the ancient blacksmith shop. 9 radiant soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from the feet of the red-robed elder, illuminating the darkened sky. Simultaneously, the old madman's gray hair whipped about, his profound gaze igniting with fervor, and 9 soul rings identical to those of the red-robed elder emerged from his being. 2 titled Douluos. Fang Xian was utterly taken aback. Chapter 77, Night of Slaughter, Part 2. Under the starry sky, the 2 titled Douluos stood coldly opposed, each adorned with 9 glowing soul rings, emanating a dreadful murderous aura that reverberated through the land, shaking the very earth. The blood Douluo's gaze was devoid of warmth, his crimson robe billowing without wind. He extended his right palm, and a 3-foot blood sword materialized from his hand, filling the air with an indescribable, horrific scent of blood. This was indeed a blood sword martial spirit, seemingly born from the depths of hell, steeped in malevolence, its intense, murderous aura causing those nearby to tremble in fear. Luo Xuanqing, born with a useless martial soul, has surprisingly managed to cultivate step by step to the rank of titled Douluo. This is indeed a rarity. Blood Douluo, wielding a 3-foot blood sword, coldly gazes at the old madman, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he declares, "However, your luck ends here. Draw your sword. Indeed, let's settle our grievances today." The old madman, with his gray hair cascading down, locks his deep gaze onto Blood Douluo, an infinite murderous intent flickering across his resolute face as he solemnly states, "Blood Sword One, the debts you owe the Spirit Hall will be repaid in full." Before his words fade, 9 soul rings radiate brilliance from his body. He swings his black blade, severing the air with endless lethal intent, charging fiercely toward Blood Douluo. The battle of titled Douluos erupts with a thunderous roar. Powerful, so powerful. Is this the combat between titled Douluos? Witnessing the fierce clash of the two titled Douluos, Fang Xian is overwhelmed, as if he is beholding the true essence of the world. This is the pinnacle of strength on the Douluo continent. He never expected the old madman to be a titled Douluo, having concealed his identity so deeply. Luo Xuanqing, Blood Sword One, and the Spear Hall. What is the true nature of this situation? From their conversation, Fang Xian captures some information, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The old madman's real name should be Luo Xuanqing, and Blood Douluo Blood Sword One, along with the nearby dozen or so powerful soul masters. All seem to belong to the Spirit Hall. What kind of enmity exists between the old madman and the Spirit Hall? Fang Xian is filled with confusion. Boom! At that moment, a young soul master from the Spirit Hall sneers coldly, suddenly raising his fist to strike at Fang Xian's head with a fierce blow. The wind from the punch shatters the air, shaking the soul, and the scent of death washes over him. With a chill in his eyes, Fang Xian swiftly draws the shadowless blade from its sheath, a white blade gleaming in the night, slicing through the dim gloom, and in an instant, it cleaves through the young soul master. A tearing sound of flesh and bone reverberates as the young soul master stares blankly, unable to comprehend what has transpired. As he is cleaved in half, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. This strike was so swift that it was almost imperceptible before the young soul master could unleash his fist. He was already slain. How is this possible? He killed a level 48 Zhang Su with a single blow. Who on earth is this lad? The members of the Spirit Hall are left in shock, their disbelief evident as they gaze at the cold, resolute youth wielding the blade, gradually retracting their earlier contempt for Fang Xian. Congratulations on defeating a 4-ring soul master. Reward: 1,000 blade draws, soul power 1,000. The notification from the system resonates in his mind. A smile involuntarily graces Fang Xian's lips. That 50,000-year soul bone has significantly enhanced his abilities. And coupled with the strengthening of the shadowless blade, his overall attributes have surged by around 20, making his blade speed even quicker and more powerful. Thus, Fang Xian now possesses no fear of soul masters, even those on the verge of breaking through to the Soul King level. Without a moment's hesitation after slaying a soul master, his gaze turns icy once more, the shadowless blade swinging out once again, fiercely aimed at another white-robed soul master before him. Having just witnessed the death of a comrade, the white-robed soul master is evidently on high alert, no longer underestimating Fang Xian as he swiftly unleashes his martial soul. By mere coincidence, the martial soul of the white-robed soul master turns out to be a golden shield, appearing incredibly sturdy, perfectly countering Fang Xian's blade. Clang! The shadowless blade crashes into the golden shield, producing a clear metallic clang, yet the invincible blade meets resistance. Failing to cleave through, what a hard shield, it is almost like a turtle shell. Fang Xian is taken aback. The martial soul of the white-robed soul master is unnaturally tough, and his shadowless blade, upon striking, not only fails to break through the shield's defense, but also causes a numbing sensation in his arm due to the recoil. Ha ha ha, you little brat, don't be too arrogant. My martial soul is called the Diamond Shield, as solid as steel and indestructible. If you wish to break through my defenses, it will take you a millennium. Seeing Fang Xian falter, the white-robed soul master laughs triumphantly, clearly proud of the defensive capabilities of his martial soul. Oh, is that so? Then let us see you withstand it. A fierce madness glimmers in Fang Xian's eyes as he coldly declares, "Today, I shall surely shatter your turtle shell." In the next moment, he raises his left hand, gripping the hilt of the blade with both hands. The terrifying power of the 50,000-year soul bone erupts explosively, transforming the shadowless blade into a streak of cold light, hurtling toward the white-robed soul master with ferocity. "Useless, do you not realize yet? Your blade cannot harm me at all." The white-robed soul master scoffs at Fang Xian, once again raising his diamond shield martial soul before him to fend off Fang Xian's attack. Boom! However, this time, the diamond shield fails to withstand the shadowless blade, as the terrifying force bestowed by the 50,000-year left arm bone empowers the strike, shattering the diamond shield martial soul, cleaving through the white-robed soul master. Blood and shattered bone splattering across the ground. Fang Xian, drenched in blood, stands amidst the darkness, with the remains of the white-robed soul master beneath his feet. The pristine white shadowless blade, having just claimed a life, bears not a single trace of blood, its slender blade shimmering with a moonlit glow, appearing exceptionally radiant in the night. How is this possible? The entire scene is engulfed in shock. Gratitude to Xing Jiangchun for the 2,000 points of reward. Thank you immensely. I currently have no stockpile of chapters, but I will add more in a couple of days. The sudden donation of 2,000 points, without a word, leaves the young author trembling with excitement. Alas, some matters have arisen, and I will share a chapter tonight to discuss trivialities. Chapter 78, Night of Slaughter 3. Thank for the generous rewards. Unbeknownst to him, under the pitch-black sky, a light drizzle begins to fall, washing away the crimson stains on the ground and the gradually cooling corpses, allowing the icy raindrops to soak his cheeks. Fang Xian inhales the pungent scent of blood wafting through the air, the fierce killing intent within him gradually igniting, awakening his most primal desire for battle. Having claimed the lives of 2 soul masters in succession, the remaining 10 members of the Spirit Hall wear grim expressions, all fixated on Fang Xian, their eyes swirling with cold light. The leader of this group is a burly middle-aged man in his 40s, towering in stature, with a physique akin to a bear, and a pair of gray eyes sharp as an eagle's. The aura emanating from him is significantly stronger than that of the others, undoubtedly a soul king above level 50. He stands with his hands clasped behind his back, gray hair flowing down, casting a fleeting indifferent glance at Fang Xian, as if regarding a mere insignificant ant. He parts his lips, coldly commanding, "All of you, attack together and kill this brat." As you command. The moment the order is issued, a murderous glint flickers in the eyes of the 9 soul masters as they simultaneously launch an assault on Fang Xian. Their soul rings of yellow and purple forming the most standard configuration, each exuding a formidable aura. 9 in total. Fang Xian surveys the 9 soul masters circling him with predatory intent, his expression remarkably composed, his cold visage devoid of any fear, instead brimming with eagerness. If this had been some time ago, facing 9 soul masters would have left him with no chance of survival. He would have undoubtedly perished. However, now, after merging with that 50,000-year bloodthirsty, devouring left arm bone, the power of his dual-wielding technique has surged, though his left-handed technique is still somewhat unrefined. As long as he follows the trajectory of his right hand's blade, he can unleash the terrifying power concealed within his left arm, achieving an overwhelming enhancement in his blade-drawing technique. Then let the battle commence. Fang Xian let out a wild roar, his long black hair thrashing about. 3 resplendent soul rings in yellow, purple, and purple rose from beneath his feet, unleashing a formidable aura that far surpassed that of an ordinary soul master. Faced with 9 soul masters, Fang Xian felt no trepidation. Instead, he charged towards them, locking onto the slightly weaker bald man on the left. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward. He cried, gripping his blade with both hands and striking down upon the bald man. His left arm felt as if it were a furnace, a torrent of power erupting forth like molten lava, all channeled into the blade. Boom! The force of the strike was monumental, cleaving the bald man in 2, blood spraying in a torrential downpour. The bald soul master had attempted to resist, but it was futile. The strength granted by the 5,000-year-old soul bone was unparalleled, amplifying his left arm's power tenfold and significantly enhancing the might of his strike. unless one possessed strength far superior to Fang Xian. It was nearly impossible to withstand his blade. Damn it! In the blink of an eye, another comrade had fallen. The group of soul masters from the spirit hall were clearly incensed. Shedding all hesitation, they activated their martial spirits and charged at Fang Xian in a frenzy. Rain poured down as the fierce battle erupted. On this remote street in the northern outskirts of Tiando City, two earth-shattering battles unfolded. Title Douluo against Title Douluo. Soul Master against Soul Master. In this pitch-black, rain-soaked night, the slaughter raged on. The ferocity of the battle on the side of the old madman far surpassed that of Fang Xian. In less than an hour, he had clashed with Blood Douluo over 100 times, with no clear victor in sight. In the moonless, starless rainy night, blood-red swords clashed against black blades, sending showers of dazzling sparks that illuminated the dark night. Each collision shook the ground, creating powerful gusts of wind that uprooted nearby buildings, instilling terror. Ha ha ha, Luo Xuanqing. You're faltering, showing signs of fatigue. Allow me to send you on your way. Blood Douluo laughed maniacally, his gaze venomous as he seized upon a fleeting moment of vulnerability in the old madman. His blood sword pierced through, brutally puncturing the old man's left rib. Blood and shattered bones spraying forth, revealing a severe injury. Just what I was waiting for. The old madman, having endured Blood Douluo's strike, displayed no signs of pain. Instead, a dangerous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He gripped the blood sword tightly with his left hand while swinging his black blade with his right, fiercely attacking Blood Douluo. Boom! The blade descended from the sky, carrying an indomitable momentum, striking fiercely against Blood Douluo's chest and sending him flying. Blood Douluo howled in agony, spewing blood as his body hurtled backward for several hundred meters, crashing violently into a wall and collapsing it entirely. His ribs shattered. A horrific gash marred his chest, and a torrent of blood gushed forth, nearly cleaving him in two. Had he not been a titled Douluo with superior physical resilience, that strike would have undoubtedly claimed his life. Cursed be it, you deliberately allowed me to strike you. Blood Douluo's countenance darkened, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth as he glared at the approaching old madman, fury burning in his eyes. By now, he could no longer feign ignorance. This fellow had intentionally exposed a weakness to lure him in, seizing the opportunity to strike him down. Clever trickery, indeed. However, a cold gaze fell upon the old madman's chest. Beside that ominous blood hole, a crimson aura of slaughter swirled, continuously corroding his body. He Luo Xuanqing. I must admit, your ploy was quite ingenious. I have indeed suffered setback. Yet, it appears you've forgotten something. My blood sword harbors potent corrosive power. The agony and injuries you now endure may very well rival mine. Blood Douluo sneered. Foolish tricks, what can they do to me? The old madman, his gray hair flowing, his eyes deep and unfathomable, seemed impervious to the immense pain emanating from his wound. His grip upon the blade remained steady as a mountain, unwavering. Covered in blood, he brandished his black blade like an ancient war god reborn, charging at Blood Douluo with a fierce killing intent, and the two resumed their cataclysmic battle. The clash between Title Douluos was terrifying, a true cataclysm. Meanwhile, Fang Xian carved his path through the ranks of the Spirit Hall Soul Masters with unstoppable fervor, having slain 3 more Soul Masters in quick succession. His relentless and domineering aura completely overwhelmed the remaining 5 Soul Masters. What on earth is this guy? Is he a monster? The Soul Masters gazed at the frenzied Fang Xian, an involuntary fear creeping into their hearts. With each Soul Master that fell, Fang Xian's power surged exponentially. Thank you for the generous rewards. I am deeply grateful. Additional chapters will be provided in a couple of days. Thank you. However, esteemed patrons, in the future, if you wish to support me, please do so on the original platform. The author only receives a quarter of the revenue. Bitter smile. Thank you all. I appreciate every single collection, every recommendation, and every reward. Allow me to share my experiences during this week of trial. I've been unable to eat or sleep, constantly worrying about promotion. Day and night, I have tirelessly typed, my mind perpetually tense, unable to rest even at 2 or 3 in the morning. It has been exhausting, and I feel somewhat disoriented. Regrettably, I have failed to advance. If I had not put in the effort and still fell short, that would have been acceptable. Living like a carefree salted fish would have been delightful. Yet, To toil through sleepless nights only to face failure is truly disheartening. Nonetheless, I'm grateful for the numerous recommendation votes from everyone over these past days. Before this trial, we averaged only 60 to 70 votes daily. But after notifying everyone about the trial, daily votes surged to around 200. Although I did not achieve promotion, I am still immensely thankful for your support. Of course, not achieving promotion will not lead to the discontinuation of my work. I have faced elimination and recommendation rounds before and have never advanced. Bitter smile. I have grown accustomed to it. Due to my previous focus on writing, I have not had the chance to express my gratitude for many rewards. Here is the list of patrons. Thank you to Zingli Ancient for the 20,000 rewards, name not coming to mind for 1,000, Board Foreign Country for 600 points, Kaidan for 500 points, and thanks to name not coming to mind again, Silly Heavenly Book, Knight of Heaven and Earth, Book Friend 1608282009599546, Book Friend 20190704073618729, Book Friend 20191113222554613, Book Friend 2019081180913105534, Embracing a Cat Softly, Exploding Heaven-S Ghost Fox, The Hypocrisy of Reality, Eating Steamed Little Fish's Cat, Evil, Mayan, Zhengheng, and You Silly Fool. Thank you all for your generous rewards and support. Lastly, I would like to announce that this book will officially launch on August 1st, this Saturday. Initially, I intended to wait another half month to allow everyone to read more free content before the launch. However, since the recommendation did not advance, prolonging it further serves no purpose. The editor suggested launching on the 1st, followed by a series of explosive updates. Perhaps this could still garner some recommendation opportunities and revive interest. It aligns perfectly with a new month, and my little piece can finally achieve full attendance. The specific remarks regarding the launch will be shared this Friday. Rest assured, there will undoubtedly be a significant surge upon release. I apologize and express my gratitude. Chapter 79, The Night of Carnage, Part 4, To Wage War for Survival, To Kill in Order to Cease Killing. Fang Xian, drenched in blood with disheveled hair, surged with an indomitable fighting spirit that soared to the heavens. The glint of his blade tore through the night, resembling an ancient war deity reborn, growing ever bolder as he faced overwhelming odds, slaying 4 adversaries single-handedly. With a fierce roar, his long black hair billowed as 3 soul rings, yellow, purple, and purple, radiated with brilliance. The shadowless blade sliced through the darkness, transforming into a streak of pure white light, cleaving a member of the Spirit Hall's soul sect in twain. A bloodied head rolled onto the damp ground, stained with mud. At this point, Fang Xian had already dispatched 7 soul sect members, leaving 4 remaining along with a coldly observing Soul King. Congratulations, your current soul power value is 7,000-5,000, eligible for an upgrade. Would you like to upgrade immediately? The defeat of 7 soul sect members significantly boosted Fang Xian, filling his soul power to capacity and granting him an additional 7,000 uses of his blade drawing technique. After battling a group of formidable soul sect members for so long, fatigue began to set in. Despite his determination to fight on, his momentum visibly waned. This kid is faltering. His soul power is diminishing. The 4 soul sect members sensed his weakening and their eyes gleamed with cold light, launching a frenzied assault to exploit his vulnerability and eliminate him. Boom! A mighty fist collided with Fang Xian's chest, accompanied by a fierce force that crushed his ribcage inwards. Coughing blood, Fang Xian felt a searing pain surge through him, compelling him to retreat. Yet, no sooner had he taken 3 steps back than a massive hammer struck his back, propelling him once more. These soul sect members from the Spirit Hall were all at least level 48, with some on the brink of breaking 50, showcasing exceptional strength. The moment they detected a flaw, they would overwhelm Fang Xian. After enduring 2 brutal impacts, Fang Xian had broken several ribs, damaged his spine, and sustained significant internal injuries. Blood streamed from his lips, his face smeared with crimson as he knelt in a puddle, his bloodied hair falling over his forehead, rain washing away the filth. Yet, within his starlit eyes, a brilliant light ignited. Upgrade. A suppressed roar rose from his heart. Boom! A torrent of warmth surged from within, transforming into pure energy that swiftly revitalized Fang Xian's depleted soul power and weary body. A tremendous change was unfolding within him, his spirit soaring. Though exhausted, he had persevered, determined to reserve this precious upgrade opportunity for the direst moment. Upon upgrading, his once dry soul power surged anew, stronger than before, dispelling his fatigue and restoring his vigor to its peak. In the heat of battle, he transcended, feeling the abundance of soul power within him. Fang Xian unleashed a triumphant roar, activating his 9-heart begonia martial soul to swiftly heal his wounds, then quietly summoned the Ice Phoenix martial soul, secretly amassing the power of ice for a final offensive. What is happening? Hearing Fang Xian's roar, the onlookers were taken aback, witnessing the previously battered and exhausted figure suddenly revitalizing to full strength, his injuries visibly mending before their eyes. This guy's a monster. A green-haired man's eyelids twitched violently. Damn it. After fighting for so long, this kid not only hasn't weakened, but has actually grown stronger. A man with a scarred forehead trembled with rage, unable to suppress his anger. We cannot allow him to fully recover. Quickly, let us strike together and finish him off, someone coldly declared. Fang Xian's recovery was alarmingly rapid, instilling fear in the Spirit Hall members. With murderous intent glistening in their eyes, the four charged forward, intent on eliminating him once and for all. Kill, kill, kill. The four soul sect members, faces twisted with fury, lunged at Fang Xian. Facing the onslaught of the four soul sect members, Fang Xian remained impassive, his eyes glinting with cold light as torrents of soul power surged toward the Ice Phoenix martial soul, unleashing waves of icy power that froze the very air. Ice Blade Technique, Dance of the Snowflakes. Like a meteor streaking through the night sky, the icy blade cleaved through the darkness, carrying a bone-chilling cold as it struck the group of soul sect members. In an instant, they became frozen statues, their martial souls immobilized and unable to move. Fang Xian, with a detached gaze, turned his back to the crowd, sheathing his blade calmly. Boom, 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 boom. The next moment, the four ice sculptures shattered into countless pieces, their remnants falling lifelessly. Congratulations on defeating 4 soul sect members. Reward for 1,000 blade drawing uses for 1,000 soul power. Ultimate blade drawing system. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 42. Title, Soul Sect. Soul power, 6,000 6,000. Eligible for upgrade. Weapon, Shadowless Blade. Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 11200. Mind Understanding, Blade Intent, God-Given Blade. Martial Souls, 6-Winged Angel Soul, Intermediate 0, 200. Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82200. 9-Heart Begonia Soul, Intermediate 80200. Talent, Judgment S Lament, Dance of the Snowflakes, Healing Light. Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Superior Blade Drawing. 30 increase in power, Swallow Return, Ultra Fast Blade Drawing, 30 increase in speed. Usable Blade Drawing Attempts, 11,000. Although the life and death battle was fraught with peril, it also brought immense personal growth. That night, Fang Xian had slain 11 members of the Spirit Hall Soul Sect, gaining 11,000 blade drawing uses along with substantial soul power rewards. Having just reached level 42, his soul power filled once again, allowing him the opportunity to upgrade anew. Recognizing the monumental leap in his strength, Fang Xian could not help but smile in satisfaction. This night of life and death struggle had proven worthwhile, yielding tremendous rewards. However, before Fang Xian could catch his breath, a terrifying aura surged toward him, jolting him into action as he raised his blade to block, but was still sent flying by the overwhelming force. TCH, can't you hold back any longer? Fang Xian gritted his teeth, his expression turning grave as he beheld the imposing figure approaching. The Soul King, who had been a mere observer until now, had finally decided to intervene. Launch remarks. Unbeknownst to me, the time for the launch has arrived. I extend my heartfelt gratitude for everyone's support and for following along until now. Currently, after 44 days of publication, we have garnered 5,000 collections on Qidian and 25,000 views. I am quite pleased with this achievement. Though the initial attempt at promotion did not secure a better recommendation position, I experienced a minor setback yesterday. However, I have come to terms with it and find contentment in simply receiving a recommendation. As a novice author, there is no need to dwell too much on these matters. It is best to wash away my worries and rest. Additionally, I acknowledge that this book has numerous flaws, and I accept criticism without a counterargument. Let me address the primary controversy. Why does Fang Xian lack a martial soul? In the world of Douluo, every individual, regardless of their innate talent, should possess a martial soul. This discrepancy has raised skepticism and discontent among many readers. To clarify, the reason Fang Xian does not have a martial soul is that, at the outset of the story, I conceive him as a person who has physically traversed into the Douluo continent, not through soul transmigration, but as a complete being transported from the 21st century. His unique constitution creates a significant disparity with the inhabitants of Douluo, thus preventing him from manifesting a martial soul. He relies solely on a blade to conquer the Douluo continent. I believe this premise would quell any controversy. However, as I continued writing, I realized that the concept of physical transmigration lacked relatability, making it difficult to establish a direct connection with the main characters of Douluo, not wanting to join a group or ally with a martial soul hall. Therefore, around the 10th chapter, I decided to temporarily bestow upon Fang Xian the identity of the 5th Prince of Tiando, thus intertwining him with the royal intrigues and the subtle power struggles involving Qian Renxue and the martial soul hall. This development allows him to eventually lead a team against Shrek Academy, which indeed offers ample narrative potential. Yet, I regret altering this aspect, as I have faced criticism since the beginning. Allow me to lament. A mere ordinary individual possessing a dual martial soul is an extraordinary prodigy, capable of dominating Douluo, invincible across the realm. A triple martial soul? Inconceivable supremacy. If one can gain an additional martial soul, why not lose one? Given the existence of such formidable triple martial souls in Douluo, why can't there be an individual born without a martial soul? If it proves too difficult to accept, one might consider Fang Xian's lack of a martial soul as a failure to awaken his martial soul, an utterly defective martial soul that cannot be realized. Consequently, his soul power is cultivated through a blade drawing system, and the inability to awaken a martial soul does not impede his soul power training. With this perspective, I hope readers might find it more palatable. In due course, I will make appropriate modifications, changing the concept of lacking a martial soul to one of being unable to awaken it, thereby not hindering your reading experience while making it more acceptable to new readers. Additionally, I rushed to begin this story, which indeed has several flaws in its setup that I must gradually amend, striving to improve my writing. As for the trajectory of this story, it will neither align with Tang San's protagonist group nor pledge allegiance to the martial soul hall. Initially, it will focus on defeating the top 3 sects, followed by the annihilation of the martial soul hall, ultimately striving for dominance over the Douluo continent. Does that sound appealing? Lastly, regarding the female lead, I initially had no intention of including one, opting instead for a cold-blooded assassin archetype, eliminating all enemies, regardless of gender. However, I have been inundated with inquiries about the female lead's identity, with many readers suggesting potential candidates. I can only assure you that there will be no harem or promiscuity. Despite my modest writing skills, I do not wish to portray a purely Douluo narrative where a character indiscriminately takes on women. One must at least refrain from thinking solely with one's lower instincts. This concludes the discussion of the book's existing issues. Should any questions arise, feel free to voice them. Constructive feedback is always welcome. Now, the crux of the matter. The most important announcement follows. The book has been launched. Subscription is crucial. Subscription is vital for my sustenance and affects the length of this work. Therefore, I kindly implore readers who can to support the genuine subscription. As this is a debut on Qidian, the statistics are based on their platform. Currently, I have 5,000 collections, and achieving 200 to 300 initial subscriptions would be quite satisfactory. My thoughts on initial subscriptions are as follows. Passing mark, 200 initial subscriptions. Goal, 300 initial subscriptions. Upon reaching 300 initial subscriptions, an additional chapter will be added, and for every additional 100 subscriptions, one more chapter will follow. Moreover, every 50 rewards will yield an extra chapter, and every 50 monthly votes will also grant an additional chapter. Does this increment system meet your approval? Ultimately, if subscription numbers are favorable, I can deliver daily updates without issue. The specific launch time is tonight at midnight, with 3 chapters being released simultaneously. I guarantee a 1,000-word update on the launch day, with further increments calculated gradually thereafter. To all readers, if possible, please consider subscribing on Cheath, as rewards are more advantageous there. Thank you all. See you tonight. Remember to subscribe. Chapter 80, Night of Slaughter, End. First update. Subscription request. In the dense darkness, peril lurks everywhere. The rain intensifies, and a purple thunder dragon rolls through the heavy clouds, echoing through the heavens with resounding thunder that shakes the earth. As I witness my subordinates fall one by one, the Soul King, who had been observing with disdain, could no longer contain himself and finally directed his fury towards Fangxian. A group of useless fools. 9 of you cannot even handle a single soul sect. You've brought disgrace to the martial soul hall. The Soul King stood with arms crossed, his ire palpable. Unbeknownst to him, he had become the last standing commander. And if he did not act, there would be no one left to rely on. Kid, do you understand the consequences of opposing the martial soul hall? Even if you kneel and beg for mercy now, I will not spare you. The middle-aged Soul King's eyes gleamed sharply, his imposing stature radiating explosive power. A fierce aura crashing down upon Fangxian like a tsunami. How amusing. It is you who indiscriminately attacked me from the start. And now you dare to leverage the martial soul hall to intimidate me? Do not think that you can act with impunity just because you belong to the martial soul hall. Today, I shall slay your kind. With a swift motion, Fangxian drove his long blade into the ground, his cold gaze fixed upon the middle-aged Soul King. His handsome visage bore no trace of fear, and the formidable blade aura erupted, shattering the latter's oppressive presence. My name is Mu Hong, a level 52 Battle Soul Master, my martial soul, Divine Beast Xuanwu. The Soul King of the Martial Soul Hall, Mu Hong, voluntarily revealed his identity, casting a dismissive glance at Fangxian. Kid, I do not slay nameless individuals. I shall grant you the opportunity to announce your name. Fangxian exhaled deeply, locking his gaze onto the Soul King Mu Hong's eyes, and solemnly declared, My name is Tang San. I reside in Holy Soul Village. Should you seek revenge, feel free to find me there. Only a fool would reveal their true identity. Do you think I am that naive? In this world of martial arts, one must have several decoys. Fangxian thought to himself. A level 52 Soul King is a formidable adversary. He could not afford to be careless, focusing intently on Mu Hong, his expression grave. How bold, even providing your address, but alas, it is unnecessary, for you shall perish here today. As the words fell, 5 splendid soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, floated from Mu Hong, unleashing an overwhelming aura, especially that soul ring, as dark as ink, emanating a terrifying aura. It was indeed a 10,000-year soul ring. Such overwhelming pressure. Fangxian's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an immense force radiating from the ancient soul ring, causing his very soul to tremble. The disparity between a soul sect and a soul king was not merely a matter of soul power levels, but rather stemmed from this 10,000-year soul ring. A 41st rank soul sect could absorb soul rings up to 5,000 years, while a 51st rank soul king could harness rings of 10,000 years, resulting in a transformation of power that was incomparable. Thus, it was evident that when a soul sect faced a soul king, the chances of victory were virtually non-existent. First soul skill, King's Dominance Fist. A verdant, tortoise-like spirit flickered into view as Mu Hong roared, launching himself forward with tremendous speed, swinging his King's Dominance Fist straight at Fangxian. Blade technique, Storm Slash. Fangxian, recognizing the threat, swiftly drew his blade to defend. However, upon contact with Mu Hong's fist, an inexplicable force surged forth, akin to being struck by a runaway truck, sending both Fangxian and his blade flying. How formidable! Is this the power of a Soul King? He stumbled back 9 steps, crashing into the willow tree by the blacksmith shop, the sharp pain causing him to gasp as the sound of cracking bones echoed in his ears. Gritting his teeth, he stared at the advancing Mu Hong, his expression grave. He had not anticipated such terrifying strength from a Soul King. With both hands gripping his blade, he relied on the power of his 5,000-year left arm bone, which could easily cleave through a soul sect. Yet against the Soul King, he found himself unable to withstand even a single blow. The gulf created by a 10,000-year soul ring was no trivial matter. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his hidden card. Prepare to meet your end. Little ghost, to perish at the hands of Soul King is a privilege. Mu Hong's 5 soul rings glimmered, and the tortoise spirit roared as he unleashed his king's dominance fist once more, charging at Fang Xian with the intent to obliterate him. Calmly facing the oncoming Mu Hong, Fang Xian maintained his composure, his deep-set eyes glinting with a cold light as he uttered 2 chilling words, "Devour." The 5,000-year bloodthirsty, devouring left arm bone came alive with a soul skill reputed to refine all things in existence. However, facing a Soul King, a being of a significantly higher realm, Fang Xian was uncertain of how effective this skill would be. Today, he would test its limits against Mu Hong. Boom, boom, boom. The devouring force erupted. Waves of black energy surged from his left arm, rapidly enveloping the blade, swirling around it like a hurricane, as if turning it into a black hole capable of consuming all. Devour. Consume all. A fierce roar echoed in his heart as determination surged in Fang Xian's eyes. He swung the blade entwined with devouring energy, clashing head-on with Mu Hong's king's dominance fist. Ha ha! The ignorant little ghost. Do you not learn from your mistakes? Your blade cannot withstand my king's dominance fist. Mu Hong scoffed, unleashing a torrent of soul power that surged forth, his green fist glowing with intensity as the force of his punch became razor-sharp. He was utilizing all his strength, pushing his first soul skill to its limits, intent on shattering Fang Xian's blade and finishing him off. Yet at that moment, the devouring force on the blade began to spin rapidly, forming a vortex similar to the eye of a storm, and astonishingly, it began to consume the formidable soul power Mu Hong had unleashed. How is this possible? Mu Hong exclaimed in disbelief as he stared at his right fist. The once massive fist, towering at nearly a meter, rapidly shrank until it returned to its original size, losing all its prior terror. Fang Xian shouted, a torrent of soul power erupting like molten lava as he sliced through Mu Hong's right arm, sending the Soul King flying. Mu Hong let out a piercing scream, his severed right arm flying away, blood gushing forth as he was sent reeling, crashing through a wall and landing in a muddy puddle. A dignified Soul King, now drenched in blood and mud, was utterly disheveled and wretched. Had it not been for his spirit being the formidable black tortoise, which granted him exceptional defense, that strike could have cleaved him in two. My arm, my arm. Mu Hong's face contorted in agony as he clutched the stump of his severed limb, howling in despair, blood pouring profusely. This devouring soul skill was terrifyingly powerful, completely consuming a Soul King's attack, allowing Fang Xian to seize the opportunity and launch a counterattack, sending Mu Hong sprawling. However, while the devouring skill was indeed potent, its activation consumed an exorbitant amount of soul power. The more soul power expended, the greater the devouring force became. The recent consumption of Mu Hong's King's Dominance Fist had depleted a significant portion of Fang Xian's soul power. Had he faced a soul sect of equal rank, he could have effortlessly devoured them. The first time he deployed the devouring soul skill against an opponent, the result was immensely satisfying. Light blade technique, judgment of sorrow. With a successful strike, Fang Xian continued his assault on Mu Hong, activating his six-winged angel spirit, channeling a continuous stream of divine soul power to execute his strongest attack. Prepare to die, Mu Hong. Fang Xian roared, his yellow, purple, and purple soul rings shimmering brightly, eager to capitalize on the opportunity to slay Mu Hong. Foolish little ghost, do not become too complacent. Though Mu Hong had lost his right arm and was grievously injured, he was still a Soul King. Realizing Fang Xian's murderous intent, his eyes reddened as he bellowed, fifth soul skill, black tortoise divine armor. With a flash of golden light, a massive golden tortoise shell suddenly materialized around Mu Hong, encasing him perfectly in its protective embrace. This was his 10,000-year soul skill, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding even attacks from Soul Kings of equal rank. Clang! The shadowless blade, imbued with divine power, transformed into a golden arc as it struck the black tortoise divine armor, resulting in a thunderous explosion. How is this possible? Fang Xian's eyelids twitched violently as his most powerful strike not only failed to shatter the tortoise shell, but the recoil had caused his palm to bleed, crimson droplets spilling onto the white blade. One extraordinary level of defense. He could hardly believe he had encountered such a formidable opponent, not only a soul king, but one with terrifying defensive strength. Ha ha, you think you can kill me? Perhaps in 100 years, my black tortoise divine armor can withstand even the mightiest soul emperor. And you, a mere soul sect, should abandon such futile dreams. Mu Hong laughed heartily, reveling in the failure of Fang Xian's attack, as if releasing pent-up frustration. Oh, is that so? Then allow me to shatter it before your very eyes. Fang Xian's eyes glinted with madness. Do not overestimate your strength. That devouring skill must have taken a significant toll on you. I can see that your soul power is nearly depleted. Mu Hong sneered, waiting for Fang Xian to tire himself out before striking to eliminate him. Level up. At that moment, Fang Xian shouted within, commencing his ascension. The soul power he had accumulated from defeating those dozen or so soul masters was just enough to elevate him by 2 levels. Having already risen once, he could now ascend again, utilizing this opportunity as a remarkable means to restore his soul power. A surge of soul power roared within him, instantly filling Fang Xian's reserves to their peak. Level 43. His strength advanced further, and his soul power returned to its optimal state. As he activated his angel soul to attack, he simultaneously employed the devouring skill to neutralize the defense of the turtle shell, launching a dual assault that ultimately shattered Mu Hong's Xuanwu divine armor. Fang Xian howled, his long blade ripping through Mu Hong's chest, the bloodied tip emerging from his back, impaling him entirely. No! Mu Hong spewed blood, his face contorted in terror, seemingly unable to comprehend how a mere soul master could breach his defenses. With a deep sense of unwillingness, his body gradually slumped to the ground, collapsing into a pool of blood. Congratulations, you have defeated a 5-ring Soul King. Reward: 10,000 blade draws, 10,000 soul power, 10,000 blade draws, and 10,000 soul power. Fang Xian was overjoyed, astonished by the bountiful rewards for slaying a Soul King. Although the encounter with Mu Hong had been perilous and somewhat fortuitous, it was undeniably worth it. He eagerly opened his personal panel, unable to contain his excitement as he checked his current attributes. Supreme Blade Draw System. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 43. Title, Soul Master Soul Power, 100,007. 000. Upgradable. Weapon, Shadowless Blade. Proficiency, Minor Blade Draw Technique 11,200. Mindset Insight, Blade Intent, Divine Gifted Blade. With Soul, 6-Winged Angel Soul, Intermediate 0,200. Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82,200. 9-Heart Begonia Soul, Intermediate 8,200. Talent, Judgment's Lament, Dance of Snowflakes, Light of Healing. Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Draw. Blade Power increased by 30. Swallow's Return, High Speed Blade Draw, Blade Speed increased by 30. Available Blade Draws, 21,000, a staggering 21,000 blade draws. Ample enough for him to indulge for a considerable time, and the substantial soul power gained from defeating the Soul King would allow him to upgrade once more. Fang Xian was ecstatic. He chose not to upgrade immediately, instead reserving this opportunity as a trump card. After tonight's battle, he understood that if he could upgrade when his soul power was exhausted, it would instantly replenish, akin to a miraculous revival. For Fang Xian, this upgrade opportunity was incredibly precious, a concealed weapon for future battles. What the old madman? Awakening from the realm of consciousness, Fang Xian swiftly recalled the old madman. Scanning his surroundings until, 300 meters to the east, he spotted the 2 tidal Douluo still locked in fierce combat. This is bad. This is dire. Fang Xian chanced upon a shocking scene, his pupils constricting as his expression soured. On the battlefield, the old madman had clashed with the blood Douluo for hundreds of rounds without a clear victor, but in a moment of full-force collision, the Bloodsword Soul had actually severed the old madman's black blade. Boom! A flash of lightning tore through the void, and the heavens shifted in color. Chapter 82. The Menacing Demon Blade, 3rd Update. Subscription requested. For a swordsman, the blade is life. Losing one's weapon in battle, especially in a pinnacle confrontation of this caliber, equates to the end of existence. With the black blade broken, the old madman was left defenseless, no longer a match for the blood Douluo. Ha ha! The blood Douluo laughed loudly, having severed the black blade. A proud smirk crossed his aged face as he coldly regarded the old madman, saying, "What a pity, Luo Xuanqing. I admit, your swordsmanship is truly unparalleled, unmatched by anyone. If your blade were of divine quality, I would undoubtedly not be your opponent." At this point, he shifted his tone, sneering, "But alas, you cannot forge a divine weapon. You are merely a waste of a martial soul, devoid of any combat power. It seems your fate ends here." The old madman remained silent. His resolute face displayed no emotion as he gazed at the broken blade in his hand, murmuring, "Indeed, an ordinary blade, no matter how exceptional, cannot compare to a title-level weapon soul. What is wrong, Luo Xuanqing? Are you preparing to surrender? If I capture you alive, I believe His Holiness the Pope would be quite pleased," the blood Douluo taunted. "You are correct. As a mere mortal, I cannot forge the legendary divine weapon. But I possess one." The old madman's disheveled white hair fell about him, his gaze deepening, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Huh? Are you jesting? Such petty tricks will not deceive a title Douluo like me." The blood Douluo was initially taken aback, then his brow furrowed in deep confusion, clearly disbelieving the old madman's words. The broken blade fell from his hand, clattering onto the blood-soaked earth. Simultaneously, a menacing crimson long blade materialized out of thin air, its blood-red glow slicing through the night, a terrifying killing intent soaring skyward. This was a blood-red long blade, approximately 3 feet long, slender and elongated. At a glance, it appeared no different from any other blade, yet a swirling red killing intent surrounded it, coalescing into a tangible form, visible to the naked eye. The moment this blade appeared, the entire space was suddenly engulfed in howling winds, accompanied by the endless wails and screams of vengeful spirits, piercing the eardrums and shaking the soul, sweeping through the surroundings like a tsunami. What kind of blade is that? Even from 100 meters away, Fang Xian trembled, the bones in his body creaking, his very soul quaking as if unable to bear the overwhelming killing intent on the brink of shattering. Evil. So utterly evil. Just a glance at that blood-colored long blade was enough to consume one in its boundless killing intent, rendering them powerless. A demon blade. A true demon blade. Fang Xian was astounded, as if witnessing a blade of slaughter from the depths of hell. Divine artifact? Truly a divine artifact. How could this be? How could you possess a divine artifact? The blood Douluo's expression shifted dramatically, unable to maintain his composure upon seeing the old madman wield the menacing demon blade. "You are right. As a mere mortal, I cannot forge the legendary divine weapon, but I possess one." The old madman smiled proudly, gripping the demon blade tightly with his right hand. In that moment, his aura surged violently, akin to a peerless god of slaughter awakening from the abyss. The terrifying killing intent piercing through the universe, shaking the very earth. "Little madman, observe closely. This is how a blade is truly wielded." The old madman let out a hearty laugh, his body emanating a formidable aura of blade intent as he unleashed a crimson realm of blades. With a swift motion, the blood-red demonic sword aimed at the blood Douluo and struck down fiercely. Just one strike. Merely a single stroke severed the blood sword and cleaved the blood Douluo from afar. Bang! A level 91 title Douluo, utterly defenseless, was slain on the spot, his body disintegrating into a mist of blood, bursting apart in a shocking display. The scene was overwhelmingly staggering. To kill a title Douluo with a single stroke? Fang Xian was left in awe, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. How powerful, incredibly powerful. Is this the true pinnacle of a swordsman? Fang Xian gazed at the old madman, who exuded an imposing presence, his face filled with admiration and yearning. Is this the highest realm of wielding a blade? The fusion of blade aura, blade intent, and the realm of blades, all released through the demonic sword, manifested as the ultimate strike, capable of slaying gods and demons alike. "Little madman, stop daydreaming. We must leave." The old madman glanced at Fang Xian, who was still dazed, and said, with such a commotion, "The powerhouses from the Spirit Hall and Tiando will arrive shortly." Fang Xian snapped back to reality, astonished as he looked at the old madman. Hey, with your strength. Why run? Just slay gods and Buddhas directly. Brat, if it were that simple, wouldn't it be great?" The old madman shot a glare at Fang Xian. clearly annoyed by his arrogance. Suddenly, a trickle of blood spilled from his mouth, staining his clothing. "Ah, old madman, what's wrong? Are you injured?" Fang Xian gasped, concern etched on his face as he beheld the old man, who had just displayed such divine might, now suddenly pale and weak. What had transpired? Had he sustained injuries during the battle with the blood Douluo? Fang Xian's heart filled with confusion, realizing that the previous strike had taken a heavier toll on the old madman than he had imagined. "Let us go." The old madman said little more, waving his hand to retrieve the broken black blade. Then grasping the crimson demonic sword, he hurriedly led Fang Xian away. The rain poured heavily, the wind howled, the downpour intensified, crazily washing away the bloodstains on the ground, as heaps of corpses bled profusely, merging with the rainwater to form a flowing river, permeating the entire street with a nauseating stench of blood. From afar, it resembled hell itself. In just one night, the spirit hall had lost 11 soul ancestors, 1 soul king, and a title Douluo. If this news spread, it would surely shake the entire continent. And the orchestrator of this massacre would undoubtedly invoke the wrath and frenzied pursuit of the spirit hall. This was truly a catastrophic event. Beside a pile of soul ancestor corpses, Mu Hong lay slumped on the ground, his pupils dilated, his body devoid of warmth, transformed into a cold corpse. At that moment, whether it was the impact of raindrops or the sweep of the wind, his fingers suddenly trembled before being quietly buried by the thick darkness of night. Chapter 83. A new dawn. The night quietly faded, and the sun lazily rose from the eastern horizon, its golden rays gently cascading upon the damp earth. Awakening a new dawn. After the rain, the sky revealed a beautiful rainbow, and as Fang Xian lifted his eyelids, he found it somewhat dazzling. Raising his fair hand to shield his eyes, although vibrant colors still filtered through his fingers, illuminating his somewhat languidly handsome face. "Where am I?" Fang Xian yawned lazily, pushing himself up from the ground, his weary body rising as he scanned his unfamiliar surroundings. It was a thicket of shrubs, devoid of towering trees or wild beasts, unlike the ancient forests of soul beasts. After a night of bloody battle, Fang Xian was utterly exhausted, unable to recall how he had followed the old madman to this place. He merely knew that when they had stopped, he had collapsed into a deep sleep without a word. Having slept soundly through the night, he had regained considerable energy, his spirit revitalized. Whereas the old madman, Fang Xian's gaze swept around, but he found no trace of the old man. He muttered, "Could he have died? After I helped him deal with so many enemies from the spirit hall yesterday, he owes me some compensation." Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the grass, and the old madman appeared from the depths of the thicket, his hair disheveled, a grin playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze on Fang Xian. "What compensation do you seek?" "Oh, you're not dead." Fang Xian's eyes lit up with surprise as he looked at the old madman plopping down beside him, astonished by the old man's hidden strength. Who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary blacksmith was a powerful title Douluo? Surely, I deserve at least 100 or 80,000 gold soul coins. Fang Xian mused, resembling a petty citizen counting his coins. "Ha! Does a prince of the Tiando Empire lack money? Have a little ambition." The old madman chuckled and scolded. "This prince is worthless. My father the emperor has never given me a single copper soul coin." Fang Xian replied nonchalantly. "Enough with the poor talk. I'm even poorer than you." The old madman calmly regarded Fang Xian, spreading his hands. "I have no money to give, nor will I sacrifice my life, and I never ask for your help. This old fellow has definitely seen the bright sword. When it comes to shamelessness, he rivals Li Yunlong." Fang Xian's lips twitched violently, realizing that trying to extract any wealth from this ironclad miser was nearly impossible. With a sigh of disappointment, he tilted his head back against the rock behind him, inadvertently catching sight of the blood-red demonic sword angled beside the old madman, his gaze instantly igniting with fervor. This was a rare divine weapon, and Fang Xian had already witnessed its terrifying power. Last night, the old madman had used it to kill the blood Douluo with a single stroke, an unparalleled display of dominance. "Hee, no money is fine. Let me at least try this sword." Fang Xian scrambled over to the old madman, his eyes greedily fixed on the crimson demonic sword, eagerly rubbing his hands together, unable to resist reaching out to touch it. Slap! A rough, calloused hand came down, swatting Fang Xian's reaching hand away. The old madman shot him a sidelong glance, his voice low and serious. Little madman, this sword is not something you can handle right now. Recklessly touching it could lead to your demise. Is it really that sinister? If you're not going to let me try, just say so, you miser. Fang Xian couldn't help but pout, grumbling under his breath, casting a reluctant glance at the demonic sword. For a swordsman like him, this sword was an ultimate treasure, a level above the white knife he currently wielded, a weapon only possessed by 100-level deities. Hey, old madman, where did you get this sword? Fang Xian stared intently at the demonic sword, his curiosity piqued. Found on the ground, the old madman replied nonchalantly. Really? Where did you find it? I want to try my luck and see if I can find another. Fang Xian exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Not telling you. Darn it. Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly, not realizing that this old man had a mischievous streak. Regrettably unable to grasp the enchanted blade, Fang Xian sat silently before the old madman, his gaze fixated upon the mystical weapon. After a moment, the old madman lifted his head, his profound eyes piercing through his disheveled gray hair, and inquired, Do you truly wish to test this blade? Initially taken aback, Fang Xian's face brightened with excitement as he earnestly nodded, Yes. Very well. Today I shall indulge your curiosity and allow you to experience the power of this divine artifact. The old madman chuckled, reluctantly consenting, while sternly warning, However, let it be known, should any mishap occur during your trial, I shall bear no responsibility. Do not intimidate me. It is merely a blade. Can it truly devour a person? Fang Xian rolled his eyes, dismissing the old madman's threats, his heart surging with anticipation and exhilaration as he extended his right hand to grasp the enchanted blade. Little madman, behold the vastness of the world through your own eyes. The old madman murmured, his gaze deep as he regarded Fang Xian clutching the blade. Boom! The moment Fang Xian seized the enchanted blade, a torrent of unparalleled murderous intent surged forth, as if 100,000 blades pierced his very being, tearing at his flesh and shattering his soul. Unable to contain his anguish, he cried out in pain. In that instant, Fang Xian found himself ensnared within a vortex of murderous energy, his frail body being mercilessly shredded, his psyche on the brink of collapse. So powerful. Indeed, this is divine strength. Awakened from a nightmarish reverie, Fang Xian was left in utter shock. His face contorted in agony as his right hand, still gripping the enchanted blade, exploded in a spray of flesh and bone. Such overwhelming murderous intent was beyond the capacity of a mortal frame to withstand. Resisting the urge to succumb, he clenched his teeth, his flesh torn asunder, revealing stark white bone. Yet he remained resolute, refusing to relinquish his grasp on the blade. Fang Xian persevered, employing the 9 heart sea pearls to mend his wounds while simultaneously plunging his consciousness into the depths of the enchanted blade, struggling to endure beneath the cataclysmic aura, refusing to yield. Remarkable tenacity. The old madman observed this scene, nodding with a smile. Boom! Time passed in an indeterminate haze, until Fang Xian gradually acclimated to the terrifying murderous aura emanating from a blade. His mind erupted, and the world around him rapidly disintegrated, revealing a grand tapestry unfurling. This was an expanse of boundless chaos. Above him lay the void, beneath him the sky, as thousands engaged in brutal combat. What horrified Fang Xian most was that every individual here bore 10 soul rings, their terrifying presence potent enough to shatter the Douluo continent. Deities. These individuals were all level 100 gods. Fang Xian was utterly astonished, as if witnessing a divine conflict firsthand. Among them, the weakest soul ring configurations began with 10,000-year rings. Black, 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 red, 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 gold. The majority possessed first soul rings exceeding 100,000 years, manifesting as red, 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 red gold. It was terrifying beyond belief. No, run, that guy is... A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the chaos. In the heart of the battlefield stood a crimson-haired man, wielding the enchanted blade, drenched in blood, a frenzy of carnage in his wake. With each strike, legions of 100-level gods fell, as he unleashed his wrath upon the divine hosts. Godslayer, who is that man? Fang Xian's heart raced with fear. Witnessing so many level 100 gods, Yet they could not withstand the onslaught of the crimson-haired warrior, fleeing in disarray. This was a group of deities. The spectacle was profoundly shocking. Was the enchanted blade his weapon? Fang Xian noted the scarlet blade in the hands of the crimson-haired man, identical to the old madman's weapon. It was indeed the same. Curiosity piqued, Fang Xian cautiously approached the heart of the battlefield, his fervent gaze fixed upon the crimson-haired warrior, eager to unveil the visage obscured by the chaotic energy. Just then, the crimson-haired man abruptly looked up, his cold stare locking onto Fang Xian, and in a mere blink, two piercing rays shot forth, obliterating his form. Boom! In the next instant, Fang Xian's mind roared, his vision darkening as he was jolted awake from the mysterious chaotic realm, gasping for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat. Utterly exhausted, collapsing to the ground. Terrifying. Truly terrifying. A mere glance was sufficient to annihilate me. Is this the power of the gods? Fang Xian's breath quickened, his face a mask of terror, still reeling from the recent shock. Awake at last? Remarkable, you managed to endure for so long. The old madman, seated upon the ground, regarded Fang Xian with a smile. Old madman? What was that just now? Fang Xian stared blankly, clearly still shaken. As you observed, merely a battle, albeit one among the gods. The old madman intoned gravely. Fang Xian remained silent. You must have seen the crimson-haired god-slayer. He is the master of this enchanted blade. The old madman caressed the red blade, stating earnestly, this blade is known as the enchanted blade, Crimson Rain, an instrument of god-slaying. Enchanted blade, Crimson Rain. Fang Xian was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting to the enchanted blade, his expression gradually growing solemn, as its origins were indeed astonishing. This enchanted blade possesses immense power. Even I, a titled Douluo, cannot fully harness its might. Among divine artifacts, it stands as one of the most formidable. The old madman sighed, his tone shifting, however. Due to its overwhelming power, the backlash when wielded is equally great. Once one employs the enchanted blade, they will inevitably be consumed by the horrific, murderous energy within. Remember, this is the residual aura from slaying gods. Even a mere fragment could obliterate an ordinary person. Even someone of my caliber bears a tremendous burden and cost when wielding this enchanted blade. I see. Fang Xian nodded earnestly, finally comprehending why the old madman had bled without cause. It seemed he had suffered internal injuries from the backlash of the blade's terrifying, murderous aura. For now, little madman, you should refrain from coveting this enchanted blade. With your current strength, even a single strike would lead to your demise. The old madman smiled faintly, waving his hand to stow the enchanted blade within a spatial ring, then produced a pitch-black long sword, slowly extending it towards Fang Xian. This blade, the broken water, shall be a parting gift for you. Wasn't this blade severed? Fang Xian was astonished to see the intact broken water presented before him, for he recalled it being cleaved by the blood Douluo. Indeed, I spent 3 days restoring it. The old madman replied casually. Restored. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted the broken water, his fingers caressing its obsidian blade. Though it could not compare to the divine enchanted blade, it was still a premier weapon, its quality even surpassing that of his white blade. No shadow. Given his current prowess, the legendary demon blade, Red Rain, is no longer a dream within reach. However, the black sword, broken water, is undeniably the most suitable weapon at present. With a chuckle, Fang Xian eagerly toyed with the black blade, expressing his gratitude to the old madman. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he blinked, inquiring, What did you just say? 3 days? What do you mean, 3 days? Didn't just a moment pass? In the celestial realm, a day above equates to a year below. Though you lingered in that chaotic space for but a short while, 3 days have indeed elapsed, the old madman clarified. Fang Xian felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. In the divine realm, does time not flow? Little madman, I must take my leave now. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. The old madman regarded Fang Xian with a serious gaze, letting out a long sigh. What, you're leaving now? Fang Xian exclaimed, hastily adding, there is no need to rush. I have so many questions. Who are you really? What enmity do you hold with the spirit hall? Where did you acquire this demon blade? Don't tell me you simply found it. I don't believe that. With a light chuckle, the old madman replied, next time, if we are fortunate enough to meet again, I shall reveal all that you wish to know. Fang Xian frowned, clearly dissatisfied with this answer. Yet, in the next instant, the old madman's figure flickered and vanished, leaving behind a resonant laughter. Haha, little madman, strive to live on. This world is full of wonders. Fang Xian stared blankly at the spot where the old madman had stood, lost in thought for a long while, before resolutely nodding. His eyes filled with determination. I will live well. Chapter 85. Engagement. Upon returning to Tiando Academy, Fang Xian was suddenly surrounded by a throng of anxious individuals. He paused, eyeing them warily, and asked, "What is going on? Are we about to fight?" The group consisted of Yu Tianhong, Dugu Yin, Yi Lingling, and others who hurriedly approached and encircled him. Fang Xian assumed they were looking for trouble. "Fang Xian, where on earth have you been? You've kept everyone in the academy frantic with worry," Yu Tianheng exclaimed. "Looking for me?" A jolt of unease coursed through Fang Xian, and he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. This shouldn't be happening. Could it be that the events of that night had been exposed, and the spirit hall had traced it back to him? He was merely a lowly soul master. That day, the spirit hall had suffered the loss of over a dozen powerful individuals, including a titled Douluo. Surely, no one would suspect him. Just as Fang Xian was lost in these thoughts, Dugu Yin urged, "Hey, what are you dawdling for? Let us go. The emperor has been looking for you for 3 days." Yi Lingling explained. "Wait, Emperor Shuya is looking for me." Fang Xian was taken aback, utterly baffled by the situation. In the grand hall of the Tiando Imperial Palace, Fang Xian stood perplexed at the center, casting a puzzled glance towards Emperor Xia on the throne, unsure of why this emperor had summoned him. However, it appeared that Emperor Xia was in high spirits, engaging in pleasant conversation with Ning Fengji beside him. The Tiando Empire shares a commendable relationship with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Shuya and Ning Fengji are on amicable terms. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the only sect among the top 3 that supports the Tiando royal family. Both men lowered their voices, and Fang Xian could not discern their conversation, choosing to remain silent in the hall. After about 10 minutes, Emperor Shuya and Ning Fengji ceased their dialogue and turned their attention to Fang Xian, both wearing amiable smiles. Startled, Fang Xian felt a wave of foreboding wash over him. What schemes were these 2 old men concocting? Under their intense gaze, he couldn't help but feel anxious, sensing trouble ahead. "Fang Xian, your performance in the competition was outstanding and has garnered the admiration of Sect Master Ning. After much deliberation, we have decided to arrange a marriage for you," Emperor Shuya said with a warm smile. "An engagement?" Fang Xian was taken aback. "Indeed, you are my son, 15 years of age, and certainly a fine young man of exceptional talent. Sect Master Ning has a daughter, just 12 years old, intelligent and charming." Emperor Shuya stroked his beard and smiled. "You both are of similar age, exceptional talents among the youth, a perfect match. Thus, Sect Master Ning and I have decided to establish this betrothal." "Ning Rongrong? An engagement?" Fang Xian's lips twitched slightly, perplexed by the turn of events. "Haha, Fang Xian, we have all witnessed your strength, and Rongrong is a gifted support soul master, possessing the continent's foremost support soul, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. Together, you would complement each other's strengths, advancing your power further. And surely you would make a name for yourselves on the continent." Ning Fengji grinned, evidently pleased with his prospective son-in-law. Fang Xian's expression stiffened. He wanted to refuse to avoid the potential of being jilted. This scheme was growing stale. Perhaps he could feign agreement and then discreetly dismiss that little demoness later? No. Either option would undoubtedly lead to endless complications. "Oh, the 2 of you, an emperor and a sect master. What are you playing matchmaker for?" Under the scrutinizing gazes of Emperor Xia and Ning Fengji, Fang Xian steeled himself and said, "Your Majesty, Sect Master Ning, I'm not ready for marriage yet." "How absurd. I haven't even enjoyed my single life to the fullest yet. How could I possibly consider marriage? One cannot sleep soundly beside another on their own bed." Fang Xian was certainly not prepared to share his bed with someone else. Unless Ning Rongrong was willing to sleep on the floor, he might reluctantly consent to that arrangement. "Not so fast. She is only 12. Even if you wish, I wouldn't allow it yet. This is merely a betrothal. When both of you come of age, Sect Master Ning and I will prepare a grand wedding for you." Emperor Shuya shot Fang Xian a disapproving glare. Ning Fengji maintained his smile, casually adding, "Rest assured, Fang Xian, when you marry Rongrong, I will ensure she has a substantial dowry. A dowry. Fang Xian's eyes brightened, nearly throwing his principles to the wind. Goodness! With the wealth of the seven treasure glazed tile school, the dowry for Ning Rongrong must be considerable. Perhaps he could find a way to acquire that dowry and then devise a means to part ways amicably. Having a wife isn't the issue. But that dowry, who would turn down free wealth? Given the seven treasure glazed tile school's substantial financial backing, that dowry could easily amount to several 100,000 or even millions of gold soul coins, perhaps even a few soul bones. Moreover, it seemed evident from today's developments that Emperor Shuye and Ning Fengji had already made their decision. Even if Fang Xian were reluctant, he would have to acquiesce. Thus, he resolved to agree to the engagement for now, planning to devise a strategy for an eventual dismissal. All right, I agree. After careful contemplation, Fang Xian finally nodded earnestly. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Shuye and Ning Fengji exchanged satisfied glances and erupted into hearty laughter. By the time Fang Xian returned home, the night had fully descended. Fang Xian sat quietly on his bed, opening the system panel to review the gains he had amassed over the past days. Strongest blade drawing system. Host, Fang Xian. Level, 43. Title, Soul Master, Soul Power, 100-007-000. Upgradable. Weapon, Shadowless Blade. Proficiency, Minor Blade Drawing Technique, 11200. Comprehension of Mind, Blade Intent, Divinely Bestowed Blade. Martial Soul, Six-Winged Angel Soul, Intermediate 0-100. Ice Phoenix Soul, Intermediate 82200. Nine Heart Begonia Soul, Intermediate 80200. Talents, Judgment of Sorrow, Dance of Light Snow, Healing Light. Blade Techniques, Storm Slash, Enhanced Blade Drawing. Increases power by 30. Swallow Return, High Speed Blade Drawing, increases speed by 30. Available blade draws, 21,000, having slain a Soul King and 11 Soul Masters. Fang Xian reaped immense rewards. Now possessing a staggering 21,000 times, he could draw his blade. He stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before deciding to utilize 11,000 blade draws for a lottery to obtain soul rings and attribute points, reserving the remaining 10,000 draws to enhance the attributes of his weapons. With that thought, Fang Xian eagerly set about his tasks, embarking on a journey of lottery and enhancement. Chapter 86. Gains in elevation with a total of 11,000 blade draws. He participated in the lottery 110 times. As the saying goes, hard work often yields miraculous results. Fang Xian indulged extravagantly in the lottery, and through over 100 consecutive draws, he indeed acquired a substantial number of items, including several precious artifacts. Centennial Soul Rings, 33. Millennial Soul Rings, 15. Talent Points, 62. Basic Mastery, 35. He amassed a plethora of yellow Centennial Soul Rings, which were rather useless. Upon completion of the lottery, Fang Xian opened his backpack to inspect his haul. While he had accumulated many Centennial Soul Rings, they held little value. He also acquired 15 Millennial Soul Rings, the most formidable among them boasting an impressive 5,000 years of cultivation. Yet, even that could not pique his interest. Given Fang Xian's current strength, he was capable of absorbing soul rings exceeding 10,000 years, rendering even the 5,000-year soul ring unworthy of his attention. Moreover, although he obtained relatively few talent points and basic mastery points, these attributes were exceptionally valuable. Fang Xian decided to absorb the 35 basic mastery points to enhance his proficiency in the blade drawing technique, significantly amplifying its power. Presently, his strongest blade technique stemmed from the six-winged angel martial soul, so without hesitation, he allocated all 62 talent points to it. While these points were insufficient to elevate the six-winged angel martial soul from intermediate to advanced, he believed that with gradual accumulation, the day of its ascension was not far off. After managing these attribute points, an expression of exhilaration suddenly illuminated Fang Xian's face as his fervent gaze fell upon two brand-new artifacts in his backpack. Centennial Soul Ring Cultivation, below 10,000 years to 10,000-year soul ring, with a delighted laugh. Fang Xian recognized the significance of these new items. The Centennial Soul Ring Cultivation was a rare treasure capable of enhancing the cultivation age of soul rings. In the early stages of a Soul Master's journey, due to limitations in level and strength, the soul rings absorbed are typically of lower ages, with most individuals acquiring only centennial yellow soul rings for their first and second. This severely restricts their development in later stages. As a knowledgeable traveler familiar with the Douluo narrative, Fang Xian was acutely aware that the sole method to elevate the age of soul rings was through participation in the Divine Nine Trials. When Tang San and the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters undertook the Sea God 9 Trials, their strength surged as if enchanted, a phenomenon rooted in the rewards of the Sea God's assessments that upgraded their soul ring configurations to a luxurious standard. Now, through the lottery, Fang Xian had fortuitously drawn an item that could enhance the age of soul rings, an unexpected boon. Although this item was limited to soul rings below 10,000 years, it would nonetheless significantly improve the configuration of his soul rings. Suppressing his elation, Fang Xian calmly assessed his current 3 soul rings: an 800-year yellow soul ring, a 1000-year purple soul ring, and a 3000-year purple soul ring. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to apply the 200-year soul ring cultivation entirely to enhance the 800-year first soul ring, elevating it to the millennial tier. For even if he allocated the 200-year cultivation to the 2 millennial soul rings, it would yield little benefit. Hence, upgrading the centennial soul ring directly to a millennial would provide greater returns. With determination in his gaze, Fang Xian immediately utilized the 200-year cultivation on his first soul ring. In the next moment, his palm opened, and the 3 purple soul rings emerged in succession, emanating a gentle radiance. Not bad, he thought, nodding in satisfaction at his soul rings. Though not yet a luxurious configuration, it ranked among the best for soul masters below level 50. Finally, the 10,000-year soul ring. Fang Xian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he fixated on the ebony soul ring, acutely sensing the formidable energy contained within. A 10,000-year soul ring, how fortuitous! I can replicate another martial soul. After reaching Soul Master, he still possessed a divinely bestowed blade unused, and he resolved to replicate a new martial soul in the coming days, then absorb the 10,000-year soul ring. With the lottery concluded, he turned his focus to weapon enhancement. During the last enhancement, he required a full 1000 blade draws for the shadowless blade to reach level 3. This time, with 10,000 blade draws at his disposal. Surely the shadowless blade could attain level 30. Ah, wait, I now have 2 blades. Fang Xian suddenly recalled that he possessed both the white shadowless blade and the black blade of water severance. Deciding to lower his expectations and aim to enhance each blade by 15. Surely that was not unreasonable. After indulging in pleasant thoughts for a while, he confidently set about enhancing his 2 weapons. An hour later, Fang Xian's pupils dulled, his face numb, and he lay on the bed in disarray, feeling utterly drained. Damn! A civilized expletive escaped his lips as he grimaced. After expending 10,000 blade draws, the results were disheartening. The black blade reached level 8, the white blade level 9. Yet neither achieved level 10. At that moment, Fang Xian's mindset wavered. The enhancement process had proven exceedingly disheartening. After mulling over his frustration for a while, he sat up, steeling himself to review the attributes of his 2 blades. Shadowless blade, level, rare, power, 7732, speed, 12036, enhancement, 9 special attributes, none, comprehensive evaluation, shadowless and formless. Swift as a specter, yet somewhat lacking in power, a blade akin to a lightning strike. The water-cutting blade, classified as a rare level weapon, boasts a power of 150-55 and a speed of 108-42, with an enhancement level of 8 and no special attributes. Its overall evaluation praises its unparalleled sharpness, declaring it a formidable blade suited for aggressive combat. The attributes of the shadowless blade have improved by approximately 50%, while the water-cutting blade, having undergone its first enhancement, has seen an increase of roughly 60% compared to its previous state, indicating a significant enhancement effect. Upon reviewing the current personal information, Supreme Sword Drawing System, Host, Fang Xian, Level, 43, Title, Soul Sect, Soul Power, 100,007,000, Upgradable, Weapons, Shadowless Blade. Water Cutting Blade, Proficiency, Minor Sword Drawing Technique, 46, 200, State of Mind, Blade Intent, Divine Blade. 1 Martial Spirits. 6-Winged Angel Spirit. Intermediate 62, 200. Ice Phoenix Spirit. Intermediate 82, 200. 9 Heart Begonia Spirit. Intermediate 80, 200. Talents. Judgment S Lament. Dance of Light Snow. Radiance of Healing. Blade Techniques. Storm Slash. Ultra Strong Sword Draw. Increasing draw power by 30. Swallow's Return. Ultra Speed Sword Draw. Enhancing draw speed by 30. Available sword draw attempts. 0. The progress is commendable. Observing the steadily rising attributes, Feng Xian nodded in satisfaction.